After my elder brother's demise in battle, I inherited three stunning sisters-in-law, each possessing unparalleled beauty. The eldest sister-in-law, Ying'er, a valiant daughter of a prominent family, wields a fierce red spear and dons formidable armor, unmatched in combat prowess across the realm. The third sister-in-law, Qingshuang, hails from an esteemed lineage, endowed with extraordinary intelligence and the ability to amass great wealth. They are the epitome of the finest women in the world, while I find myself the object of their affection and desire. Chapter 1. This woman has a heart of stone. Your three sisters-in-law are now your responsibility. If it suits you, you may marry them all. In the depths of a prison within the southern dynasty, Qingshuang, bound by cruel instruments of torture, slowly awakens, surveying his surroundings with a gaze filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes his head, merging with unfamiliar memories, causing his expression to shift to one of disbelief. I have traversed through time, and I have assumed the identity of Qingshuang, the sixth prince of the southern dynasty. What sisters-in-law? What care am I to provide? What marrying and serving? As the memories settle in, Qingshuang gradually comes to an understanding. At the start of the year, 200,000 Qingshuang invaded our territory, inciting the emperor's wrath, who mobilized an elite force of 120,000 to repel the Qingshuang and reclaim the land, appointing the eldest prince as commander while sending the other three princes to battle. This campaign was a beacon of hope for the nation, aimed at expelling the Qingshuang from our lands. Yet unexpectedly, upon reaching the battlefield, they fell into an ambush laid by the Qingshuang. All three princes perished, and the entire army was annihilated. The words spoken were the dying wishes of my three elder brothers. To prevent the emperor from doubting, the eldest prince entrusted his cherished jade pendant to me. Little did he know, a far greater conspiracy awaited him. The unseen puppeteer shifted all blame onto him. In a single night, he transformed into the villain responsible for the deaths of three princes, the ruin of 120,000 soldiers, the loss of 20 cities, and treachery against the nation. The emperor refuses to see him. The populace harbors a deep-seated hatred. The sisters-in-law are eager to flay him alive. Now, he finds himself imprisoned, awaiting execution at noon tomorrow. Reflecting on his situation, Qingshuang can only smile bitterly and shake his head. Having just crossed over, he is unwilling to meet his demise, yet he feels cornered into a desperate situation. While pondering a way out, the sound of clanking chains echoes from outside the prison door. Turning his head, he sees a figure cloaked in black robes entering. The figure strides swiftly to the cell, and as the cloak is lifted, Qingshuang recognizes the face. "Sixth brother, I come to see you." It is none other than the ninth prince, Mo. Mo, the son of the esteemed Rong Guifei, possesses a cunning mind, both deep and treacherous. Given his typical demeanor, his presence here at such a perilous moment is unexpected. Knowing the danger, why would he come? Qingshuang is filled with suspicion. "Why are you here?" The ninth prince regards Qingshuang, his expression fraught with urgency. "Sixth brother, due to your alleged treason, the entire court is clamoring for the emperor to punish you severely. Moreover, your three elder brothers died because of you, and the sisters-in-law are plotting your downfall. Sixth brother, I am here to help you." Qingshuang furrows his brow and shakes his head in response to Mo, hastily defending himself. "I did not betray the nation, nor did I cause my brothers' deaths." Mo gazes at Qingshuang in the cell, his urgency intensifying. "Where is your proof? If you claim innocence, you must present evidence. If you possess anything that could prove your innocence, quickly give it to your younger brother. It may save your life, but delay further may cost you dearly." Seeing Qingshuang hesitate, Mo's face darkens, his voice becoming more somber. "Do you not trust me, brother? But your chances are running out. The emperor has decreed your execution for tomorrow at noon, and the eldest sister-in-law has already petitioned for your remains to be fed to the dogs." Upon hearing this, Qingshuang's expression sharpens. "Fed to the dogs? This woman possesses a heart of stone." "Wait, the eldest sister-in-law?" Upon hearing her name, Qingshuang's eyes glimmer with hope, akin to a drowning man grasping a straw. While he is reluctant to trust anyone, these three sisters-in-law are the exception. With the three elder brothers fallen in battle, the sisters-in-law have become widows. They are the ones most eager to avenge their husbands. If I can secure their alliance, Could we not form a formidable partnership? Chapter 2. To kill or maim. I shall not interfere. Li Chun lifts his gaze to meet Li Mo's, his expression earnest. But, brother, I have one more request. I hope you can assist me. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince regards Li Chun with confusion. What is it, brother? As long as it is within my abilities, I will certainly oblige. Li Chun nods, maintaining a serious demeanor. Given the disastrous campaign against the Qingshuang, as a prince, it is only fitting that I offer my life as atonement. Though I did not betray the nation, my 3 elder brothers died to save me, and I am filled with guilt. Could you plead with the emperor to allow me to personally visit the sisters-in-law to express my apologies? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Mo's expression shifts dramatically. Brother, the sisters-in-law harbor a deep-seated hatred towards you. If you seek them out now, you will surely meet your end. Li Chun shakes his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I am already destined to die. What difference does it make whether it is sooner or later? Hearing Li Chen's words, Li Mo's eyes dart about. After a long pause, he lets out a soft sigh. If you choose this path, I shall do my utmost to assist you. With that, the ninth prince departs. The Southern Emperor grants Li Chen's request. It appears that his imperial father is indeed showing him a modicum of favor, though he knows that seeking the sisters-in-law is akin to courting death. Soon, a guard retrieves Li Chun from the dungeon, leading him toward the sisters-in-law's residence. The royal guards march swiftly, arriving shortly at the residence of the Duke of the nation. The guards stand in 2 lines, their expression solemn. Only reverence is afforded to the Duke's estate, which has produced heroes, with generations sacrificing themselves for the nation. Li recalled the day the eldest prince was dispatched, when the Southern Emperor personally bestowed the marriage between the eldest prince and Ying'er. However, who could have predicted that within a mere month they would be separated by death? Even more tragically, the young master of the Duke's estate, the sole heir, also perished alongside the eldest prince in battle. With all the direct male descendants of the Duke now slain, the estate faces extinction. Gazing upon the 4 characters Duke of the nation inscribed by the Emperor, Li Chun feels a surge of solemnity. After brushing off the remnants of his previous attire and tidying himself, he approaches with the chief eunuch, Feng Bao. As the gates swing open, the estate's servants stand in 2 rows, their eyes filled with uncontainable hatred directed at Li Chun. Li Chun glances up to see several rows of memorial tablets placed in the courtyard, all honoring the generals of the Duke's estate who died for the country. Among them, the tablet of the 16-year-old young master stands out prominently. Today, as Li Chun seeks to atone, they have gathered the spirits of the Duke's ancestors to witness how the scoundrel responsible for their extinction will meet his demise before their very eyes. At this moment, a young female general clad in armor and adorned with a crimson cloak, wielding a long spear, stood resolutely in the center of the courtyard, her gaze fixed upon the memorial tablet before her, exuding an aura as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath. Li Chun understood that this individual must undoubtedly be the royal sister-in-law he sought, Ying'er. Although he could only discern her from behind, even this silhouette conveyed a remarkable spirit and presence. Chapter 3. The eldest brother commands me to inherit the position of the empress at this moment. Ying'er donned her battle attire, clad in a crimson robe, wielding a long spear, her countenance exuding an icy elegance. The aura of lethal intent surrounding her was formidable, rivaling that of any man. Particularly striking were her frigid eyes, brimming with animosity and a chilling murderous energy, instilling fear in all who beheld her. Ying'er bellowed in fury. She advanced with swift strides, her long spear dancing in her hands like a silver serpent. In the blink of an eye, she closed the 20-pace gap, leaping into the air, her spear descending with a force of 1,000 pounds towards LCHN. Reacting instinctively to Ying'er's rapid assault, LCH evaded her strike. The spear missed its mark, crashing into the ground, shattering dozens of stone slabs beneath its might. Startled, LCH realized that this was merely an ordinary spear, yet it wielded such power akin to that of a small weapon. In his past life as a Special Forces commander, LCHN had mastered the art of combat, but the frailty of his current form rendered him incapable of matching the prowess of the Empress. Spotting a few large trees behind him, he resolved to retreat for cover. However, Ying'er's spear moved like lightning, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Fortunately, anticipated her maneuver, deflecting the spear just as it struck the tree heart. He believed the spearhead would become lodged, allowing him a moment to speak. But to his astonishment, Ying'er shouted once more, "Break it!" Instead of retreating, she pressed forward, her spear striking the trunk of a tree, which snapped in two as if it were a mere twig. Such overwhelming strength astounded Qingshuang, shattering his preconceptions. He never imagined that his empress possessed such formidable capabilities. After narrowly evading 2 strikes, Qingshuang found himself gasping for breath, his body on the verge of collapse. As Ying'er charged at him once more, he swiftly produced a jade pendant from his chest and held it before her. This was the pendant carried by the eldest prince, his sole token. "Empress, may I speak with you privately?" At that moment, Ying'er's spear was poised against Qingshuang's throat, her gaze unwavering, showing no intention of granting him a private audience. After all, the enmity between them was profound. "Qingshuang, this concerns the true cause of my elder brother's demise," he implored urgently. Ying'er's brow furrowed in hesitation. But Qingshuang seized the opportunity, swiftly slapping her spear aside and darting into the inner room. Ying'er's eyes narrowed, and she pursued him without delay. With a resounding crash, the door was slammed shut by Ying'er's spear. "Speak, what is it you wish to say?" she demanded, her spear still aimed at Qingshuang. If his words failed to satisfy her, she would show no mercy. "It pertains to the emperor," Qingshuang began, "but it contains information regarding the empress, so please listen closely." As he faced her, Ying'er tightened her grip on her spear, her heart racing with apprehension. "Your Majesty, I bow in supplication to the north. The defeat against the Qingshuang has placed our entire army in peril. As the commander, I bear the responsibility and feel unworthy before our ancestors. The reason for our misfortune lies in leaked secrets, and I suspect there are Qingshuang spies within the court, high-ranking individuals who are aware of all our strategies, leading to this calamity. I implore you to discern the truth. Furthermore, my younger brother Qingshuang sought to fight to the death alongside me, but I could not permit it. This message must be conveyed by him. I beseech you not to punish him." The first 2 statements were reasonable, but upon hearing the last, Ying'er's fury ignited. "How dare you? Even now, you dare to concoct tales about me." Chapter 4. Empress, seek the emperor's favor as Ying'er prepare to strike. Qingshuang interjected. "This is not my intention, but rather the words of my elder brother." At the mention of the ancient verse, Ying'er stood momentarily stunned, tears streaming down her face. "I long to be with you, to share an everlasting bond, but alas, I shall never see him again." This verse was the promise made by the eldest prince, a secret known only to them. Clutching the jade pendant in Qingshuang's hand, Ying'er's shoulders trembled as tears flowed freely. She had long maintained a faade of strength, supporting the Duke of the State, but now she could no longer hide her sorrow. After a while, she composed herself and faced Qingshuang. "What do you intend to do by seeking me out?" Qingshuang replied earnestly, "I wish for you to cooperate with me in a grand scheme to uncover the culprit responsible for the deaths of my 3 elder brothers." Ying'er was taken aback. "Me? How can I possibly assist you?" Qingshuang, not wishing to keep her in suspense, spoke plainly. "I ask you to petition the emperor to annul your engagement to the eldest prince and to request a marriage with me." Upon hearing this, Ying'er's fury surged, her grip tightening around her spear as she lunged toward Qingshuang's neck. "You scoundrel! How dare you plot against me, a widow, while your brother's body is still warm?" The spear pierced Qingshuang's neck, blood trickling down the blade. Yet, he gazed steadily into Ying'er's eyes and urged, "Empress, do not act rashly. This desperate measure is necessary to uncover the true villain. We cannot afford to lose sight of our goal." Listening to Qingshuang's words, Ying'er's expression wavered, but she remained indecisive. After all, this was an immensely consequential matter. The entire realm knew of her prior engagement to the eldest prince. If she sought to annul the engagement so soon after his death, how would the world perceive her? How could the Duke of the State maintain its dignity? Understanding her concerns, Elsie and reassured her. The eldest prince was my most revered brother, and I harbor no ulterior motives toward you. What I propose is merely a temporary measure, aimed at unearthing the true traitor. I vow that, if we identify the spy, I shall eradicate the Qingshuang and reclaim our land, avenging my 3 brothers and all the valiant soldiers who perished in this battle. As Lchn spoke, Ying'er's doubts began to dissipate, her gaze growing resolute. Indeed, there was no better alternative. Uncovering the traitor to avenge the eldest prince and the 12,000 fallen soldiers was her desire as well. At this juncture, she knew she must take a gamble. With a nod, she agreed, "Very well, I shall acquiesce." Upon receiving her consent, Lchn sighed in relief, ready to express his gratitude, only to notice that Ying'er's gaze had taken on an unsettling quality. "Is there something else, Empress?" She replied, "Now, everyone believes you to be a traitor. If you come to my house seeking forgiveness, you must endure punishment. Otherwise, it will seem insincere." Alarm bells rang in Lchn's mind as he exclaimed, "Empress, what are you planning?" Before he could finish, Ying'er swung her silver spear in a sweeping motion toward him. Lichun was simply unable to evade in time and was instantly sent flying. This Empress Dowager, how ruthless. Chapter 5. Well, I shall seek her personally. In no time, the night passed swiftly. In the Qingshuang hall, the Nanzhao Emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his countenance haggard and his spirit dim, evidently having suffered from sleepless nights for quite some time. The courtiers assembled below, both civil and military officials flanked to either side. All eyes fixated on the Nanzhao Emperor. Those with matters to report stepped forward, while those without retreated from court. As the voice of Fengbao echoed soon, a minister strode forth and bowed to the Nanzhao Emperor. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." "Proceed." The minister continued. "The defeat of the Qingshuang has resulted in the loss of 120,000 soldiers. 20 cities lay in ruins, and 3 princes have perished on the battlefield. This calamity is a direct consequence of the 6th prince colluding with the enemy and fleeing in the face of battle, sowing discord among the troops. I earnestly beseech your Majesty to issue an edict for the immediate execution of the 6th prince, to restore the people's hearts and to honor the spirits of the fallen." Following this minister's pronouncement, several others rose to express their agreement, echoing his sentiments. The hall resonated with petitions for the execution of the 6th prince. At this moment, the Nanzhao Emperor, seated upon the throne, gazed at the assembled ministers, his eyes flickering with emotion, a cold snort escaping his nostrils. This was clearly a pretext for accusation. Everyone knew of the 6th prince's avarice and indulgence. Could he truly possess the capability to betray the nation? Moreover, he was neither a general nor a commander, but merely a common soldier at best. If the commander had fled, perhaps it would have shaken the troops' morale. The 6th prince was nothing more than a debauchee, even if he fled. How could he disrupt the army's spirit? Clearly, someone sought to exploit this situation to frame the 6th prince. However, the Nanzhao Emperor had no intention of defending him at this moment. On the other hand, someone must be held accountable for this defeat. With 120,000 soldiers perished, 20 cities lost, and countless civilians dead or injured, as the emperor, he must provide an explanation to his ministers, to the fallen soldiers, and indeed to the populace. Hence, this burden could only fall upon the 6th prince. There was no alternative. If blame were to be assigned, it was solely due to his unfortunate birth into the royal family. I beseech your Majesty to issue an edict for the execution of the 6th prince, to honor the spirits of the fallen. The chorus of officials, led by the prime minister, knelt in supplication, all voices clamoring for the emperor to decree the 6th prince's death. However, there were a few ministers advocating for Li Chun, yet their voices were nearly negligible. The Nanzhao Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, surveyed the ministers with a regal gaze, though he had already reached a conclusion. The feeling of being coerced by his ministers left him deeply unsettled, especially the prime minister, standing before the officials with an air of arrogance, was particularly irksome to the Nanzhao Emperor. Just as the Nanzhao Emperor was about to speak, an announcement rang out from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, the daughter of the Duke of State, Ying'er, requests an audience." The Nanzhao Emperor furrowed his brow, perplexed by Mu Ying'er's intentions, especially since the sixth prince had already been entrusted to her. Nevertheless, he waved his hand. Admit her. Soon, adorned in military attire, Mu Ying'er entered the hall and bowed to the Nanzhao Emperor. In her commanding garb, she stood in the court, both beautiful and valiant, radiating an extraordinary presence. Chapter 6. Why not marry the Empress Dowager to me? I, Mu Ying'er, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise. Mu Ying'er saluted the Nanzhao Emperor and then stood upright, articulating her purpose. Your majesty, yesterday you entrusted the sixth prince to my command. The Mu family is eternally grateful for your benevolence. The Nanzhao Emperor nodded, not in haste to respond, choosing instead to await Mu Ying'er's forthcoming words. Today, besides expressing my gratitude, I have another matter to request, and I hope your majesty will grant it. The Nanzhao Emperor's expression softened as he nodded once more. Speak. Facing the Nanzhao Emperor, Mu Ying'er continued, previously, your majesty conferred a marriage alliance with the first prince as a reward for the Mu family's loyalty. However, it is now common knowledge that the first prince has perished for the nation. I humbly request that the engagement between myself and the first prince be dissolved. If possible, I implore your majesty to bestow upon me another marriage. At her declaration, the hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. This was tantamount to courting disaster. The officials were taken aback. None could have anticipated that Mu Ying'er would make such an audacious request. The first prince had only recently passed, and yet Mu Ying'er was so impatient to seek the dissolution of their betrothal. How could such a thing be done? It was well understood that the marriage was intended to commend the Duke of State's family for their loyalty, although the two had yet to truly wed. The first prince had just died, and there was no need for such urgency. Seated upon the dragon throne, the Nanzhao Emperor's fingers tightened in a fist beneath his expansive robe, his gaze fixated on Mu Ying'er, his eyes flashing with fury, his expression dark and forbidding. Mu Ying'er's public dissolution of the engagement was a slap in the face for him as the father of the first prince. To annul the engagement publicly was akin to trampling the royal family's dignity into the ground. Moreover, Mu Ying'er audaciously requested him to arrange another marriage for her. How bold she was! You wish to dissolve the engagement with the first prince? Very well. You seek another marriage? That too is permissible among the entire court. Whom does your Mu family have their eyes set on? Pray, share your thoughts with me. The Nanzhao Emperor's voice resonated with an overwhelming sense of menace. The officials within the hall held their breath, too fearful to lift their heads. The Duke of State's family, renowned for their three heroic figures, was revered and respected within the military. Mu Ying'er, both beautiful and valiant, was the object of many suitors' desires on ordinary days. However, now that she had enraged his majesty, who would dare challenge his authority at this moment? At this juncture, the ninth prince suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with a spark of determination as he regarded Mu Ying'er standing in the hall. He stepped forward and bowed to the Nanzhao Emperor. Your Majesty, if it pleases you, I wish to request your permission to marry Mu Ying'er. The hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The officials were beyond shocked. No one had anticipated that the usually composed ninth prince would make such a bold move. Was he courting death? Especially the prime minister, who gazed at the ninth prince with a mixture of disbelief and shock. Yet, seated upon the dragon throne, the Nanzhao Emperor regarded the ninth prince with a fierce glare. Do you not comprehend that she is your future Empress Dowager? The Nanzhao Emperor's voice was frigid. Two sentences conveyed both a reminder and a warning. Yet, the ninth prince did not waver. Chapter 7. I already have someone I hold dear, but it is not you. The ninth prince stood before the Nanzhao Emperor and bowed. Your Majesty, I wish to unite with the Mu family for 3 reasons. First, your betrothal signifies royal recognition and affirmation of the Duke of State's family. Although my elder brother has perished for the nation, royal favor must not be severed. Thus, I am willing to carry on the marriage alliance with the Mu family in place of my elder brother. Second, the Mu family serves as a paragon within the military. Although their lineage has been extinguished, my union with them would also serve to bolster the morale of the military. Lastly, as the Duke of State has no male heirs, I am willing to support the Mu family. Should I and Mu Ying'er have children in the future, I shall ensure they are adopted into the Mu family, thereby revitalizing the Duke of State's legacy and ensuring its enduring prominence as a model for the Nan dynasty. Throughout this exchange, Mu Ying'er gazed coldly at the ninth prince. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Li Chun had mentioned that the one most impatient to make a move today would undoubtedly be the one who set the trap, or at the very least, someone connected to it. It is evident that the ninth prince is undoubtedly involved in this matter. At this moment, as the ninth prince concluded his statement, all the ministers and officials nodded in agreement. His words demonstrated a comprehensive understanding of the situation, which was indeed commendable. Even the expression on the face of the southern Zhao emperor softened, and admiration gradually blossomed in his eyes for the ninth prince. In him, he saw a reflection of his own youth, responsible, perceptive, and bold enough to take the initiative for the greater good. Just as the southern Zhao emperor was about to speak, Mu Ying'er, however, had already preempted him. I apologize, ninth prince, but I have long been enamored with the sixth prince, and thus cannot accept your kind offer. In an instant, the ninth prince stood there dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Mu Ying'er would have such feelings for the sixth prince. Moreover, he found himself overshadowed by a wasteful scion. At that moment, the ninth prince's face flushed red, as if he had been dealt a stinging slap. The courtiers were equally astonished, and even the southern Zhao emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. He could not fathom this turn of events. Anger welled within him as he recalled having betrothed Mu Ying'er to the first prince. Now, to learn that Mu Ying'er was infatuated with the sixth prince. Was this not a scandal for the royal family? When did this happen? When did you and the sixth prince become so close? Faced with the southern Zhao emperor's probing gaze, all eyes of the civil and military officials were fixed upon Mu Ying'er. Feeling the weight of the emperor's scrutiny, Mu Ying'er sensed the pressure mounting. She knew that the reputation of the Mu family would be irrevocably tarnished today. However, as long as the traitor could be apprehended, enduring some temporary disgrace would be worth it. Thus, Mu Ying'er once again bowed before the southern Zhao emperor. Your Majesty, prior to your betrothal arrangements, I had already established a connection with the sixth prince. It was only due to the sudden engagement with the first prince that I was forced to sever ties with him. However, now that the Mu family has lost its support, I dare to request your Majesty to grant me a marriage with the sixth prince. Upon hearing this, the southern Zhao emperor furrowed his brow but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a long-standing collusion. Otherwise, the royal family's reputation would indeed be in jeopardy. However, this was still not a matter of honor. The southern Zhao emperor could not bring himself to arrange another betrothal. Addressing the ministers, the southern Zhao emperor spoke. Do any of you have objections to Mu Ying'er's request? At that moment, the chancellor, observing the southern Zhao emperor, had a flicker of thought in his eyes. He had always been at odds with the Duke of the State, and now that the Duke's house was clearly on the verge of collapse, seeking to marry the sixth prince was evidently an attempt to rely on him to temporarily preserve the Duke's dignity. However, with the sixth prince embroiled in treason, he was already unable to safeguard himself. Now, as the Mu family sought to betroth to the sixth prince, they risked plunging into the abyss as well. A cold smile emerged on the chancellor's face. Thus, he addressed the southern Zhao emperor. Your Majesty, I support this marriage proposal. With the chancellor's endorsement, the courtiers behind him echoed in unison. We all concur. At this juncture, the ninth prince cast a sidelong glance at Mu Ying'er, his voice laced with malice. Since Mu Ying'er is already enamored with my sixth brother, I wish them both a long and happy union, blessed with children. Following this incident of humiliation, the ninth prince had made up his mind. The sixth prince must perish, and the Duke's house would fall alongside him. The southern Zhao emperor nodded at Mu Ying'er after observing that the ministers had no objections. Very well, I shall grant you the sixth prince, Li Chun, in marriage. As for how he treats your family thereafter, I shall not concern myself any further. As the emperor spoke, Mu Ying'er immediately knelt in gratitude. I thank your Majesty. With the betrothal granted by the southern Zhao emperor, she was eager to discuss subsequent strategies with Li Chun. Chapter 8. Li Chun has been captured. On another front, at the Duke of State's residence, Li Chun was seated in his study, perusing books. As a modern individual who had traversed time, he understood that the best way to comprehend a dynasty was through reading. Fortunately, The Duke's residence housed numerous tomes, predominantly concerning military affairs, which were precisely what Li Qin needed at the moment. After spending half a day poring over the texts, Li Qin had gained a rough understanding of this dynasty. The Southern Dynasty had indeed never appeared in actual historical records, having existed for barely a century. The territory it governed encompassed approximately 30 counties, roughly equivalent to a province in his own era. The societal environment closely resembled that of the Song Dynasty, with a decent economy and culture, yet a relatively backward level of productivity and combat capability. Through surveying the maps, Li Qin specifically examined the location of the recent conflict, which was indeed lamentable. The 20 cities seized by the ancient Qiang were crucial to the Southern Dynasty's defense. Now under their control, the ancient Qiang could launch an invasion at any moment, leaving the Southern Dynasty defenseless. As he scrutinized the map, Li Qin's gaze ultimately settled on a region named Mingyue, which governed 7 subordinate areas and bordered the 20 cities. To counter the ancient Qiang, Mingyue was the only viable option. However, a significant obstacle loomed. The area was rife with venomous creatures and miasma, and the local populace was known for their fierce disposition, making it difficult to subdue. Just as Li Qin pondered this, an unusual fragrance wafted to his nose. Sweet yet cloying. Where did this scent originate? No, this was not an ordinary fragrance. A sense of alarm surged within Li Qin, and he hastily covered his nose. But the potency of the drug was overwhelming. As he attempted to rise, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Soon after, he was horrified to discover that he had lost control of his body. Suddenly, a series of crashing sounds echoed as several silver needles shot towards him. Li Qin tried to evade them, but his body no longer obeyed his commands, leaving him helpless as the needles pierced his acupoints. Moments later, another figure entered the room. Donned in a pink gown, her exquisite features radiating malice towards Li Qin. A flicker of despair ignited in Li Qin's eyes. The newcomer was none other than his second sister-in-law, Mu Rongxian. Mu Rongxian, hailing from the Apothecary Valley, was the daughter of the renowned apothecary Mu Rongsuan, possessing unparalleled medical skills and the ability to revive the dead. Yet, what was more terrifying was her proficiency in poison. Once targeted by her, one would find themselves unable to live or die. Disinterested in conversing with Li Qin, Mu Rongxian seized him by the neck and dragged him away. However, when Mu Ying'er opened the door to the residence, she found no trace of Li Qin. In a state of panic, Mu Ying'er began searching the corners of the Duke's estate, yet still found no sign of him. Now, Li Qin was bound to the Duke's household. Their future actions depended entirely on him. If something were to happen to Li Qin, the Duke's family would face utter disgrace. Had he fled? No. He had nowhere to run and no reason to escape. Could it be that he had been captured? A sinking feeling gripped Mu Ying'er's heart. She hurried to find the steward to inquire about Li Qin's whereabouts. At that moment, the steward, gritting his teeth, revealed his animosity. Half an hour ago, that scoundrel was taken away by Miss Mu Rong, claiming it was to avenge the second prince. Upon hearing this news, Mu Ying'er's complexion paled, her heart plummeting to the depths of despair as she quietly cursed her misfortune. Given the gravity of the situation, Mu Ying'er did not disclose Li Qin's predicament to anyone. Do you know where Mu Rongxian has taken the sixth prince? The steward, perplexed by Mu Ying'er's sudden change in demeanor, observed her anxious expression and hurriedly responded. Chapter 9. Did he not bring me a message? Upon hearing this news, Mu Ying'er dared not delay. She immediately turned and rode off at full speed. Originally a journey that took an hour, Mu Ying'er hastened her steed, reducing the travel time by half. Upon arriving at Yao Wanggu, she inquired about the whereabouts of Mu Rongxian and immediately made her way towards the back mountain. The back mountain served as the place of alchemical trials, strictly off-limits to ordinary individuals. However, Mu Ying'er was not considered an outsider, as she had known Mu Rongxian since childhood, and their relationship had always been amicable. Thus, no one attempted to impede her progress. As Mu Ying'er ascended the mountain, she soon beheld Mu Rongxian, who stood atop a large azure stone, clad in a pink garment, holding a vertical flute. A fierce aura emanated from her, her gaze sharp as a drawn sword, while she played an unknown melody. Below the azure stone, within a sinkhole, lay the ragged Li Qin, utterly immobile. Even worse, countless centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, lizards, and toads, under the influence of Mu Rongxian's flute, surged towards Li Chun with bloodshot eyes and flickering tongues, having already regarded him as their next meal. The 5 poisons devour the body, a most cruel form of punishment. As the name suggests, this method involved injecting the body with the 5 most toxic poisons, allowing the victim to endure their torment, as the poisons gnawed at their flesh until nothing remained but bones. Such a method would never be employed for mere grievances, illustrating the depth of Mu Rongxian's hatred for Li Chun. Just as the 5 poisons prepared to inject their venom, Mu Ying'er raised her hand without a moment's delay, unleashing a flurry of silver light that swiftly eliminated the poisonous creatures encroaching upon Li Chun. Nevertheless, due to their overwhelming numbers, the onslaught seemed inexhaustible. With a leap, Mu Ying'er reached Li Chun's side, wielding her spear to disperse the remaining venomous creatures into dust. Upon witnessing her poisonous minions being destroyed, Mu Rongxian's delicate face darkened, and she unleashed a furious rebuke at Mu Ying'er. "How dare you destroy my 5 poisons?" Standing protectively in front of Li Chun, Mu Ying'er seized the opportunity to plead. "Sister Xian, please allow me to explain. There has been a misunderstanding." Mu Rongxian's eyes were as cold as ice. "Step aside. Today I shall kill him." With that, she emitted a sharp whistle. Under her command, the 5 poisons grew increasingly agitated, leaping about and emitting spine-chilling hisses, awaiting Mu Rongxian's command. The sheer number of poisonous creatures exceeded 10,000, and having been nurtured by Yao Wanggu, they were exceptionally fierce. Even Mu Ying'er, facing this tide of toxins, found it difficult to protect Li Chun. "Sister Xian, Li Chun is not the true culprit behind the deaths of the 3 princes. There are those who have orchestrated this scheme. I, Mu Ying'er, vow upon my life." Hearing these words, Mu Rongxian narrowed her eyes, her actions momentarily hesitant. Seizing the moment, Mu Ying'er grasped Li Chun's collar and leaped out of the sinkhole with him. The situation is not as it appears. The Qingshuang battlefield has been manipulated by certain individuals. Mu Ying'er explained to Mu Rongxian, recounting the events that transpired in court that day. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongxian was momentarily stunned. The audacity of publicly requesting the emperor to annul the marriage and subsequently petitioning for Li Chun to be granted a marriage was extraordinarily shocking. She could only imagine the immense pressure the Mu family must bear. Should anything go awry, the illustrious reputation of the Duke of the State would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, Mu Ying'er wore a bittersweet smile, recognizing that this was a temporary measure, a means to draw out the hidden adversary. Fortunately, the perpetrator had finally revealed themselves. Who has emerged? The 9th Prince, Li Mo. Upon learning that the hidden villain was the 9th Prince, Mu Rongxian's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent enveloping her. "Whoever it may be, I shall exact vengeance." Her hatred for the 9th Prince was profound, and she could not abide him living another moment. As she prepared to take extreme measures, Li Chun, struggling against his constraints, emitted a muffled sound, capturing the attention of both women. "Your Highness, please do not act impulsively. As of now, the 9th Prince Li Mo is merely a suspected party. We possess no evidence linking him to these events. If you recklessly attack him, you risk alerting the enemy and possibly bringing disaster upon Yao Wanggu." At Li Chun's words, Mu Rongxian's expression tightened. She understood the reasoning, but was unwilling to remain idle. The 2nd Prince's grievances must be avenged. What then? We cannot simply wait idly. Mu Ying'er interjected, unable to contain her concern. Li Chun, gazing intently at the 2 women, proposed, "The optimal approach is to obtain evidence of his collusion with the Qingshuang people. Such a significant scheme would surely leave traces. We must closely monitor the 9th Prince to uncover clues." As soon as Li Chun finished speaking, Mu Rongxian responded resolutely, "I will go. I will keep watch over the 9th Prince." Exchanging glances with Mu Ying'er, they both nodded in agreement. Both Li Chun and Mu Ying'er had grand aspirations, while only Mu Rongxian, having seldom appeared in the capital and possessing certain skills, was best suited to surveil the 9th Prince. With the plan set, they prepared to act. As they parted ways, Li Chun called out to Mu Rongxian's retreating figure, 2nd sister-in-law, "If you find no leads, then so be it. However, If you uncover evidence of the Ninth Prince's collusion with the Qingshuang people, do not hesitate to take appropriate actions. Ensure he feels the pressure of being closely watched. Moreover, he cautioned, above all, do not act directly against the Ninth Prince. As night fell, there was no sign of activity at the Ninth Prince's residence. He remained in his study. However, as midnight approached, Mu Rongxian noticed something amiss. The side door of the Ninth Prince's estate quietly opened. Dressed in plain clothes, the Ninth Prince, accompanied by 2 guards, evaded the city patrols and headed straight to an ordinary courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Due to the obstruction of walls, Mu Rongxian could not discern what transpired within. After approximately half an hour, the Ninth Prince emerged, looking satisfied. Morong, ring furuit herbro, hesitating momentarily. After the Ninth Prince departed for a brief moment, he stepped into the humble dwelling. A firm knock echoed through the air, and inside the room stood a man and woman, both appearing to be around 30 years of age, dressed as farmers, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary folk. The farmer's wife slightly bowed her head towards Mu Rongxian, inquiring about the purpose of her late-night visit. Chapter 11. The plan is too rigid. We are no match. Upon reaching this place and noticing the lights still aglow, Mu Rongxian sought a pretext for a sip of water. Upon hearing this, the farmer's expression turned cold, as he contemplated ejecting Mu Rongxian from their home. However, the farmer's wife signaled him with a glance, and with a beaming smile, she invited Mu Rongxian in, mentioning she would fetch a bowl of water. As Mu Rongxian entered, she observed that both individuals bore thick calluses on their hands and possessed prominent temples, with their eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance, clearly indicating their martial prowess. On one side of the room stood a storage cabinet filled with everyday necessities. A cursory glance at the cabinet's base revealed signs of frequent movement. If her instincts were correct, there was likely a concealed chamber behind the cabinet. The farmer's wife turned to draw a bowl of clear water from the vat, but in the act of turning, she discreetly added a powder into the bowl, concealed by her body. She then approached Mu Rongxian with a radiant smile, saying, "You must be weary from your journey. Please drink some water and take a rest." Without hesitation, Mu Rongxian accepted the bowl and drank the contents in one go. The couple exchanged glances, and a sinister smile emerged on their faces as they no longer bothered to conceal their intentions. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, and hell has no door that you insist on entering. Speak frankly, who sent you? The farmer's wife demanded with a fierce countenance. Mu Rongxian remained silent, gazing at the woman with an expression of confusion. You are ungrateful for our hospitality. I will tell you the truth. The liquid you just consumed is the San Sheng Ju Ming San. After 3 counts, you shall bleed from all 7 orifices and meet your demise. 1, 2, 3. The woman's voice rang out, yet Mu Rongxian remained utterly unperturbed, sitting calmly in her place. The couple exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The potency of the poison was sufficient to fell a bull. Yet this woman showed no signs of being affected. Disastrous. The plan is too rigid. The farmer's wife suddenly realized, hastily reaching for the knife at her waist. However, before she could grasp it, Mu Rongxian's hand flashed with silver light, a small blade already embedded in the woman's throat. The farmer's wife clutched her neck, wide-eyed, collapsing in defeat. The entire event transpired in an instant. The farmer's complexion shifted dramatically as he smashed a nearby table with a palm and kicked up a long knife. Yet, just as he seized the weapon, Mu Rongxian's sword was poised at his neck. The farmer's face drained of color, paralyzed by fear. In the next moment, Mu Rongxian's shoulders shifted slightly, and the farmer found his head drawing dangerously close to the ground, before he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Mu Rongxian approached the cabinet, sword in hand, and with a swift motion, unleashed a fierce gust of sword energy that shattered the cabinet with a resounding crash. The splintered remnants revealed a dark room behind it, where pitch blackness reigned, rendering one's hand invisible. Mu Rongxian stood silently at the threshold, making no immediate move. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air pierced the silence as a long knife hurtled toward her face. Chapter 12. Either let him never rise again. Mu Rongxian deftly shifted her foot and raised her sword to block, executing a graceful spin to evade the deadly strike. In mere moments, a robust figure charged after her. In the blink of an eye, the assailant unleashed over 10 strikes, yet not a single one found its mark upon Mu Rongxian. During the skirmish, Mu Rongxian discerned the opponent's features. Though clad in attire characteristic of the Southern Dynasty, the contours of his nose and eyes bore subtle distinctions. Moreover, his swordsmanship was not of the Southern Dynasty style, but rather a brutal and fierce technique. After a series of strikes, Mu Rongxian recognized the martial art as that of the ancient Qiang people. A glint of icy resolve flickered in her eyes. The second prince had been slain by the Qiang. Today, this Qiang warrior would meet his end, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. Mu Rongxian surged forward with intent to eliminate the foe. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, each aimed at vital points. Forcing her opponent to retreat step by step, Mu Rongxian pressed forward relentlessly, pouring forth her pent-up fury. Within a single breath, the Qiang warrior bore wounds all over, clearly unable to withstand her onslaught. With another powerful swing, blood erupted from his neck, and he ultimately fell to the ground in defeat. Mu Rongxian stepped closer, searching the fallen warrior's chest, and indeed discovered a letter sealed with chicken blood, addressed to Brother Wan Yan. She tucked it into her sleeve. Looking at the corpses, Mu Rongxian recalled Li Chen's words. A fire starter ignited, and soon the dwelling was engulfed in roaring flames. Before long, the sounds of fire suppression echoed in the air. Moments later, Mu Rongxian arrived at the Duke of State's residence, where Li Chun, Mu Ying'er, and Mu Rongxian gathered, their gazes fixated on the letter. Li Chun cautiously opened the letter, revealing it to be a missive penned by the ninth prince himself. The contents expressed gratitude to the Qiang for their assistance, referring to the 20 cities as a mere token of appreciation. He outlined a grand scheme, promising, if successful, to divide the Southern Dynasty into northern and southern segments, governing amicably across the river. This was not just a letter of thanks, but also a servile correspondence, ingratiating himself with the Qiang. Although they had long harbored suspicions regarding the ninth prince, witnessing the handwritten letter left them all in disbelief. He was a prince of the Southern Dynasty, yet had turned into a traitor for the Qiang. Because of him, 3 princes had perished. 120,000 soldiers had sacrificed their lives, 20 cities had fallen, and countless citizens had become slaves, living wretched existences. This wretch, how could he act in such a manner? Mu Ying'er's eyes widened in fury, her fists clenched tightly as she pounded the table in frustration. Had the ninth prince been present, she would have undoubtedly slain him on the spot. Meanwhile, Mu Rongxian narrowed her eyes, her silence radiating an unmistakable chill. Li Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating the grand scheme mentioned in the ninth prince's letter. What would the scheme entail? He had already caused the demise of 3 princes. His next move could only be rebellion. We must hurry and present this letter to His Majesty. He will surely deal with the ninth prince. Mu Ying'er exclaimed, her eyes aflame with suppressed rage. However, Li Chun shook his head. It is futile. The letter only implies intentions without explicitly stating that the ninth prince plans to rebel. If confronted directly, he could easily claim the letter is a forgery. Moreover, I have lost faith in the Southern Emperor. Li Chun personally went to the Zhanggua Gong Fu to apologize. Although Nanzhao Di was fully aware that Li Chun was highly likely to meet his demise at the Mu family's hands, he nonetheless agreed without hesitation. All the blame for the ancient Qiang battlefield had been unequivocally placed upon Li Chun. Thus, Li Chun harbored no belief that merely submitting this letter would compel Nanzhao Di to vindicate him or punish the ninth prince. Therefore, the most effective course of action was to force the ninth prince to reveal himself. To truly implement his plan, he needed to raise an army and rebel. Only with irrefutable evidence could he ensure that he would never rise again. Chapter 13. Dissolving the Black Cavalry to aid his rebellion useless? How could that possibly be the case? Mu Ying'er was greatly perplexed. After a brief explanation from Li Chun, she began to comprehend the situation. However, in light of these circumstances, understanding did little to quell her anxiety. What should they do now? They couldn't just sit idly by, could they? Mu Ying'er faced Li Chun once more, worry etched across her face. Li Chun looked up at Mu Ying'er, a mischievous smile curling his lips. In fact, upon seeing the letter, a well-formed plan had already taken shape in his mind. Naturally, we cannot remain inactive. At the very least, We can disband the Black Cavalry and lend assistance to the ninth brother." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, both women widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming in unison, "What? Disband the Black Cavalry? Have you lost your mind?" A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Li Chen's eyes as he gazed slowly at Mu Ying'er. Having burned down the civilian houses and obtained the secret letter, the ninth brother must surely be aware that the collusion with the ancient Qingshuang had been exposed. Consequently, he had no option for retreat and could only march forward down a dark path. Therefore, he must accelerate his rebellion plan. Now, aside from the 20,000 imperial guards stationed in the capital, only the 3,000 black cavalry from the Qingshuang Fu posed a significant threat to his rebellion. He would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate this threat. Rather than waiting for him to deal with the black cavalry, it would be wiser for us to feign disbandment, providing him with a false signal. When he truly rebels and attempts a palace coup, we can then launch a deadly strike with the black cavalry. Listening to Li Chen's words, Mu Ying'er suddenly grasped the concept, but her heart was still filled with trepidation. After all, the black cavalry was her father's lifelong endeavor. There could be no room for error. Should their downfall rest upon her shoulders, her father would never forgive her, even in the afterlife. For a moment, she hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Li Chen. "What do you intend to do?" Li Chen shook his head in response, a bitter smile crossing his face. "My reputation is in tatters, and I am regarded as a traitor by all. I have a natural conflict with the soldiers of the Black Cavalry." Mu Ying'er furrowed her brow, concern evident in her eyes. "Should we inform the Black Cavalry in advance?" she asked, filled with worry. Li Chen shook his head. "There is no need. If we notify them beforehand, the entire process will appear exceedingly contrived, and we will inevitably fail to achieve our desired effect. We must ensure that the ninth brother finds no flaws in our plan." Simultaneously, within the ranks of the Black Cavalry, rumors regarding Li Chen and Mu Ying'er had begun to spread, reaching a point where action was imperative. Everyone knew that the sixth prince, Li Chen, had betrayed the nation, leading to the defeat against the ancient Qingshuang, the deaths of 3 princes, and the annihilation of 120,000 soldiers, with 20 cities along the border falling completely. As the Qingshuang, Fu served as the faith of countless soldiers. It was perceived as seeking personal gain by requesting Nanzhao Di to annul the engagement with the first prince and instead bestow a marriage to Li Chen. The 3,000 Black Cavalry could neither comprehend nor accept Mu Ying'er's actions. Just then, they received word that Deputy Commander Mu Ying'er would be inspecting the Black Cavalry today, accompanied by Li Chen, which incited further outrage among the troops. What is Li Chen? How does he have the right to enter the Black Cavalry training camp? Allowing Li Chen to step foot in the Black Cavalry barracks was a source of disgrace for them. Boom! 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 The rapid drumbeats sounded, signaling assembly. Failing to comply would meet with execution. Soon, all the soldiers donned their armor, and within a few breaths, the 3,000 Black Cavalry mounted their steeds, ready for battle. Positioned a meter apart, they formed lines, each soldier fully armed, gripping their long spears, exuding an aura of menace. Merely standing there, they emanated an imposing pressure. Before long, Mu Ying'er, clad in military attire, alongside Li Chen, arrived at the Black Cavalry training grounds on horseback. With a prolonged shout, "The deputy commander has arrived." As Mu Ying'er and Li Chen entered the military camp, Li Chen's gaze remained fixed upon the Black Cavalry. The true combat capability of an army could be discerned from their morale and appearance. Having been a special forces commander in his previous life, Li Chen possessed an acute judgment of military prowess. Observing the Black Cavalry before him, he couldn't help but silently praise them. These 3,000 Black Cavalry soldiers were well trained, clearly the elite among elites. Given their current individual strength, they could easily handle 10 foes each. Under the circumstances of the Southern Dynasty, achieving such combat effectiveness was commendable. Chapter 14. Is there an issue with me commanding you as the husband of the Empress Dowager? Soon, Li Chen and Mu Ying'er also mounted their horses, gradually approaching the front of the Black Cavalry, where 2 deputy commanders stepped forward to greet them. One of the commanders halted 10 meters away from Mu Ying'er and performed a respectful bow. Reporting to the deputy commander, "The 3,000 Black Cavalry have assembled. I am Zhang Weiguo, and I request the deputy commander to conduct the inspection." "Good. Mu Ying'er's expression turned serious as she spurred her horse forward, preparing to inspect the black cavalry. Li Chun followed closely behind, but after taking only 3 steps, Zhang Weiguo, who had previously reported to Muing, swiftly advanced and seized the reins of Li Chun's horse. Suddenly, he bellowed at Li Chun, boldly, "Who are you to enter the black cavalry training grounds?" Abruptly yanked by the reins, Li Chun furrowed his brow and smiled at the imposing Zhang Weiguo. "General, I entered alongside Commandant Mu." Zhang Weiguo coldly regarded Li Chun, snorting dismissively. He clearly held Li Chun in utter contempt. "I don't care who you are. This is the black cavalry training ground. Unless you are part of the black cavalry, you are not permitted to enter." Li Chun's smile gradually faded as he raised his whip, pointing to Mu Ying'er beside him. "Then ask Commandant Mu if I am allowed to enter." Zhang Weiguo maintained his stern demeanor. Commandant Mu hails from a military family and certainly understands the rules of the army. How could she allow a person like you to enter? Before Zhang Weiguo could finish his sentence, Mu Ying'er, with a composed expression, directly issued the command. "Let him through." Upon hearing Mu Ying'er's words, all the black cavalry soldiers were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that she would give such an order. Particularly Zhang Weiguo, who was still gripping Li Chun's reins, stood there in disbelief. It was known that this was the black cavalry, the elite of the southern dynasty. Even if Li Chun shared a close relationship with Mu Ying'er, was it truly appropriate to allow such a scoundrel into the black cavalry training grounds? At that moment, a smile returned to Li Chun's face, as he looked down at Zhang Weiguo with a sense of triumph. "Did you hear that, Commander Zhang? This is Commandant Mu's order. Now, please step aside, or I shall have to bring my whip down." Zhang Weiguo, left with no choice, released the reins, as Li Chun deliberately urged his steed forward, passing by Zhang Weiguo with an air of arrogant provocation. Zhang Weiguo's face flushed with anger, his gaze fixed on Li Chun, wishing he could drag him down and beat him right there. Another deputy commander, noticing Zhang Weiguo's volatile demeanor, hurriedly stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve, preventing any rash actions. Mu Ying'er cast a glance at the reactions of the black cavalry, lowered her head, and pretended not to see. Li Chun quickly rode up beside Mu Ying'er, holding his head high, strutting confidently in front of the ranks. Upon reaching the center of the battlefield, where the commander addressed the soldiers, Mu Ying'er had yet to utter a word, while Li Chun, standing beside her, boldly spoke first to the troops. "Fellow soldiers of the black cavalry, I trust you are all aware of my identity. Of course, if you are not, it matters not. I am the husband of your deputy commander, Mu Ying'er. You are all soldiers under her command, and from now on, we are all comrades. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders, and you will naturally heed Commander Mu's words. However, you must also listen to me henceforth. Otherwise, you will face punishment under military law." With Li Chun's words, a wave of unrest surged among the black cavalry. Setting aside the question of Li Chun's status, how dare he lecture them in such a manner? What right did he have to command them? At this moment, Zhang Weiguo could no longer contain his frustration and approached Mu Ying'er, pointing at Li Chun with great agitation. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd turned towards Mu Ying'er. "I, as the 6th prince of the southern dynasty, Mu Ying'er's husband, wish to join a mere black cavalry unit. What is the problem? Is it an issue for me to give you orders?" Zhang Weiguo glared at the arrogant Li Chun, feeling indignant. "I am addressing the commander, not you." Li Chun shook his head. "There is no issue with what he has stated. I have already petitioned the Ministry of War to allow Li Chun to join the black cavalry." Boom! The 3,000 black cavalrymen were rendered speechless on the spot. This was Li Chun, the first to betray the nation, the one responsible for the deaths of 120,000 soldiers. Infamous, his deeds were known far and wide. How could someone like him be allowed into the black cavalry? The deputy commander must not permit it. The black cavalry was established by the Duke of Qingshuang, a lifetime's worth of effort, and he could not bear to see it ruined by Li Chun. Yet before he could finish his thought, Li Chun's furious voice rang out. "Zhang Weiguo, how dare you, a mere county magistrate, question the deputy commander's decision? If you are unwilling to comply, you are free to leave." Zhang Weiguo had been a veteran of the black cavalry, charging into battle time and again, earning remarkable achievements. He had never endured such humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses. Seeing Mu Ying'er remain silent, Zhang Weiguo realized the answer. Turning back, He glared at Li Chun with fiery anger. To associate with scum like you is a disgrace that will haunt me for 8 lifetimes. I quit. Let the black cavalry go to ruin under your command. With that, Zhang Weiguo violently ripped the command token from his waist and smashed it onto the ground. Watching Zhang Weiguo's retreating figure, Li Chun smiled slightly. He then turned to the remaining black cavalry. A sinister smile crept across his face. Zhang Weiguo has already resigned. What about you? Who else is ashamed to stand with this prince? Depart at once. Li Chun had only appeared before them for a brief moment, yet his arrogance and disregard were intolerable. To hell with it, I quit. I quit too. Who wants to endure this nonsense? In quick succession, numerous soldiers unbuckled their armor, casting it aside. Striding out of the camp, these black cavalrymen were the elite of the military, each possessing their own pride and beliefs. They would charge into battle without a second thought, but would not bend to actions that contradicted their principles. As these soldiers departed, Li Chun glanced at Mu Ying. At that moment, she trembled, her eyes reddened, tears brimming, yet she remained silent, fiercely suppressing her emotions. Ultimately, from the 3,000 black cavalry, fewer than 300 remained. Though she understood that disbanding the black cavalry was merely a performance, it still weighed heavily on her heart. Li Chun smiled at Mu Ying'er. Once we deal with the 9th prince, the black cavalry will return to its former glory. Everyone will understand. Mu Ying'er, her expression frosty, shot Li Chun a fierce glare. It better happen as you say, or I shall not spare you. After a moment, Li Chun seemed to recall something crucial and faced Mu Ying'er. Mu Ying'er looked at him, her fury turning into laughter. No way. Li Chun was taken aback, stunned into silence. After a pause, Mu Ying'er tossed a black iron command token into Li Chun's hands. On the other side, at the 9th prince's residence, Li Mo paced anxiously in the courtyard. Shortly after he left last night, news of a fire at a certain residence reached him. Sensing trouble, he hurriedly sent someone to investigate. Indeed, amidst the ruins, 3 corpses were discovered, one killed by a hidden weapon and the other 2 by swords. Upon hearing this news, Li Mo was thrown into a frenzy. These 3 had been his spies in the capital, liaising with the ancient Qiang people. With their deaths, it indicated that his correspondence with the prince of the ancient Qiang had also been seized. If this were made public or delivered to the southern Zhao emperor, he would be doomed for eternity. Who could have done this? Who sought to harm him? Could it be the 6th prince? While Li Mo was in a state of turmoil, a figure clad in black hurriedly approached and knelt before the 9th prince. Your Highness, according to our investigation, there have been significant changes in the black cavalry. Hearing this, the 9th prince's attention shifted. What changes? The figure in black replied, Today, Mu Ying'er brought the 6th prince, Li Chun, into the black cavalry's camp. It seems Li Chun wishes to take control of the black cavalry, but he clashed with the deputy commander, Zhang Weiguo. In a fit of rage, Zhang Weiguo resigned, and other black cavalry soldiers also expressed dissatisfaction with Li Chun's attitude and followed suit. This news was so astonishing that it left him doubting his own senses. Is this information verified? The figure in black nodded repeatedly. The 9th prince's features contorted, and he suddenly erupted into raucous laughter. He had been searching for a way to dismantle the black cavalry, but had never succeeded. He never imagined that this useless 6th prince would inadvertently assist him immensely. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven is aiding me. If the black cavalry had not disbanded, he would have had to tread carefully. But now that it was in disarray, only the 2,000 imperial guards remained. He had already laid plans regarding the imperial army in the capital. With all lingering concerns dispelled, he could now act without hesitation to seize the throne. Immediately, the 9th prince's eyes blazed with intensity as he issued orders to the figure in black. Relay this prince's command. The 30,000 bandits stationed outside the capital are to attack the city at once, creating as much commotion as possible to flush out the palace guards. Simultaneously, prepare my personal troops and the 3,000 death warriors to storm the palace at dawn. The figure in black hesitated slightly. Should we inform the other lords? It would facilitate coordination. The 9th prince turned, a look of disdain on his face. Those worthless fools always hesitate. What use are they? Tomorrow, in the Golden Lawn Hall, I shall deliver them a grand surprise. Upon hearing the 9th prince refer to himself as I, the figure in black dared not speak further and promptly took his leave. As the figure in black exited, the ninth prince appeared to recall something significant. Wait, send a message to Wang Feng. Instruct him to bring troops to the capital tomorrow. The officials in court need not be informed, but Wang Feng, in command of 10,000 soldiers, can effectively prevent future troubles. Upon receiving the command, the figure in black hastily departed. At this moment, the ninth prince stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a particular side of his estate. A sinister smile creeping onto his face. There hung a dragon robe, custom-made for him. Tomorrow, he would wear it openly with pride. Chapter 17. The ninth should be struck by lightning. Soon after the ninth prince issued his orders, an astonishing piece of news rapidly spread through the streets of the capital within a few short hours. The local officials dispatched soldiers to apprehend the bandits. But to their surprise, the outlaws showed no fear of arrest, engaging in fierce combat with the soldiers in broad daylight. They decapitated the soldiers and displayed their heads at the vegetable market, creating a tremendous uproar. The act of raiding the city, plundering the populace, and openly slaughtering court officials was deemed exceedingly heinous. Faced with the urgent situation, Emperor Nanzhao hesitated but ultimately dispatched 20,000 imperial guards from the royal city. However, it was not until the afternoon that the guards were fully equipped and ready to depart. The citizens, witnessing the imperial guards march forth, erupted in joyous cheers, proclaiming the emperor's benevolence. It seemed that with the imperial guards deployed, the bandits would be vanquished and victory was near. At the same time, in the Duke of State's manor, Ying'er, clad in armor, radiated a chilling intent, clutching a red tassel spear, trembling with rage. Had it not been for Li Qin's intervention, she would have charged into the prince's estate, eager to pierce the ninth prince's heart. Beside her, Mu Rongxian, dressed in a flowing white gown, leaned against a stone pillar, her arms crossed, her eyes exuding icy disdain. The more she learned, the more she loathed the injustice of heaven. How could such a vile creature as the ninth prince still draw breath? Having caused the demise of 3 princes and the slaughter of 120,000 soldiers was not enough. Now, he was using bandits to massacre innocents and lure away the imperial guards, seeking to eradicate the last vestiges of military strength in the royal city. What could lead a person to become so ruthless, so utterly deranged? Meanwhile, Li Qin sat at a table, his expression heavy with concern. He admitted to underestimating the ninth prince and the darkness of human nature. He never anticipated the sheer malice of a ninth prince. To lure out the imperial guards, he colluded with bandits to slaughter innocent civilians. Thousands of innocent lives were lost before his very eyes. Was the ninth prince truly so malevolent? Was a mere throne worth such carnage? For the sake of his own desires, he sacrificed countless lives. Could he escape divine retribution? Likewise, Li Qin was infuriated by Emperor Nanzhao's indifference. After more than a decade on the throne, did he lack even a modicum of political sensitivity? Had he not received any intelligence? Yet, why did Emperor Nanzhao remain motionless? This was his own flesh and blood. These were soldiers who had shed their blood for the nation. These were subjects who regarded him as their sovereign. How could they suffer such a fate? Was he truly so cold-hearted, so indifferent? Chapter 18. I wish to sue the emperor. The next day, as dawn broke, ministers gathered in the royal city. With 3 cracks of the whip, they filed into the Golden Lawn Hall. The civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, awaiting the emperor's arrival. At this moment, the ninth prince Li Mo stood at the forefront, his gaze fixed on the dragon throne, eyes burning with fervor and greed. The throne was but 10 paces away. He had traversed this distance for what felt like an eternity. All under heaven belongs to the king. All along the borders belong to the king's ministers. I am the law. I am a son of heaven. In a fit of rage, I can cause the deaths of millions. With a mere gesture, nations will come to pay homage. Such was his ambition. Such was the exhilaration. Today, he would ascend this throne, and none could thwart him. As the emperor arrived, the ministers prostrated themselves. Soon, a prolonged greeting echoed through the hall. Then, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe and flanked by several eunuchs, Emperor Nanzhao took his place upon the dragon throne. The ministers all bowed in reverence. Long live the emperor! Rise! With a wave of his hand, the emperor signaled for the ministers to stand. A eunuch stepped forward, addressing the officials. Those with matters to discuss may speak. Those without may withdraw. Just as the eunuch finished speaking, a loud voice resonated from outside the hall. Criminal Li Chun seeks an audience with your majesty. The ministers were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, incredulous at what they had heard. The sixth prince? What would he possibly want? Shouldn't he be languishing under Ying'er's torment? Indeed, their sixth brother had arrived. The purpose of his sixth prince's entrance was to present his grievances. He had intercepted a secret letter written to Prince Wan and sought to clear his name. But would it truly bear any fruit? In the face of overwhelming power, all else was as insignificant as dust. Today, his goal was to seize control of the realm. Why would he care about a mere letter? Nevertheless, Li Mo held a modicum of respect for his brother. He had not anticipated that the situation would spiral out of control, leaving only 300 of the 3,000 Black Riders. What could 300 Black Riders accomplish? Did he truly believe they could topple him? He had 1,000 palace guards and 3,000 assassins lying in wait within the royal city, ready for his signal. The sixth prince's arrival was merely a path to his own demise. Yet today, Li Mo felt unusually pleased and was curious to see what amusement his brother could conjure. Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Chen's voice, Emperor Nanzhao narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. I have entrusted Li Chen to the Mu family for their discretion. There is no need to summon him today. The guards were about to turn away when the ninth prince stepped forward upon witnessing the emperor's refusal. Father, since sixth brother has come, there may be significant matters to report. I suggest we grant him an opportunity. Sensing something amiss in the ninth prince's tone, the emperor regarded him with a hint of amusement. Very well, let him enter. Soon, the guards admitted Li Chen. However, at that moment, silence fell over the assembly. Li Chen appeared clad in tattered armor, severely damaged and stained with dark red blood, evidently remnants from the battlefield. Emperor Nanzhao scrutinized Li Chen's attire, his expression deepening. What is the meaning of your appearance in battle armor? Li Chen first bowed before the throne and then addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I have come today to lodge complaints against 2 individuals. The ministers gasped in shock at Li Chen's words. He had come to file a complaint. Even Emperor Nanzhao frowned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Whom do you wish to accuse? Li Chen lifted his gaze to meet the emperor's. I wish to accuse the reigning emperor Li Zhaonan, and secondly, the ninth prince Li Mo. The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall. No one had anticipated that Li Chen would dare to accuse the emperor. Was he truly courting death? Chapter 19. Who would believe your fabrications? With a resounding slap on the table, Emperor Nanzhao erupted in fury. Bold! You ungrateful wretch! Do you dare to accuse me? You ask. What transgressions have I committed against you? Li Chen faced the furious Nanzhao emperor with unwavering resolve, his demeanor neither servile nor obsequious. Your Majesty, it is not the guilty minister who has wronged you, but rather the 3 deceased elder brothers and the 120,000 valiant soldiers who perished in the battle against the Qingshuang. By permitting treachery to flourish and allowing it to run rampant in the court. By colluding with the Qingshuang and thus compromising state secrets. This is the second offense. While stationed in the capital, with bandits ravaging the land, resulting in the suffering of the common people. This is the third offense. At that moment, as Li Chen spoke, the court officials turned pale, their faces etched with fear. How audacious Li Chen was. The emperor, as the sovereign, could not possibly be at fault. The errors lay with the ministers and the common folk. Even if the emperor were to err, the ministers would only dare to hint at it subtly. How could Li Chen, without regard for the emperor's dignity, directly enumerate the emperor's 3 grave mistakes in front of all the civil and military officials? It was akin to courting death, hearing Li Chen's enumeration of the emperor's transgressions. The ninth prince could not help but smirk. One must admit, his sixth brother was indeed courageous. He had been seeking a pretext to compel the old emperor to abdicate. And now the sixth brother had laid bare the emperor's errors, rendering him a great service. The ninth prince felt increasingly reassured that bringing in the sixth brother had been the wisest decision. Meanwhile, the Nanzhao emperor's expression twisted in rage, his eyes gleaming with fury. After ruling for so many years, This was the first instance someone had the audacity to openly accuse him in court. Was this rebellious son truly challenging his limits? The Nanzhao emperor bellowed. "Where are the guards?" Several guards rushed in upon hearing the command. "Seize this madman." Just as the Nanzhao emperor issued his order, Li Chun interjected. "Father Emperor, the laws of the Nanzhao dictate that those who dare to speak in the court shall not be punished, and those who dare to advise shall not be punished. Does Father Emperor not allow the guilty minister to finish his words?" The Nanzhao emperor was infuriated, taken aback that the wayward sixth brother dared to invoke the laws of Nanzhao. The late emperor had indeed expressed a desire for a harmonious court and had issued decrees stating that those who spoke candidly in court would not be penalized. Yet, such notions had merely existed on paper, never before attempted in practice. Now, the obstinate Li Chun was the first to do so. The Nanzhao emperor's face contorted further, his eyes aflame with indignation. "What else do you wish to say, rebellious son?" Li Chun replied. "I have just mentioned that I wish to accuse two individuals. I have only accused one thus far, and the other I accuse is the ninth prince Li Mo. It is precisely because of Li Mo's treachery and betrayal that we suffered defeat against the Qingshuang, leading to the deaths of our 3 elder brothers on the battlefield and the loss of 120,000 brave soldiers. Li Mo's collusion with the Qingshuang and his aspirations to usurp the throne are crimes that cannot be forgiven. I beseech your majesty to punish him severely." As Li Chun's voice rang out, an eerie silence enveloped the court. No one anticipated that Li Chun would attribute the blame for the defeat against the Qingshuang to the ninth prince. Who was the ninth prince? A figure of great vision, loyal to the nation and its people, praised even by the Nanzhao emperor himself. And who was Li Chun? Merely a wayward prince who had squandered his time in the capital before the campaign. How dare he shift such a monumental accusation onto the ninth prince? At that moment, the ninth prince Li Mo remained impassive, his hands tucked within his sleeves, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Sixth brother, do you truly believe anyone will believe your words? What power do I, a powerless prince, possess to conspire with the Qingshuang? Look at the civil and military officials present. Who would believe you? It matters not whether they believe or not, for I possess irrefutable evidence." Li Shen raturta, producing an envelope from his chest. "For several days, I have had someone monitoring you, and, at long last, I have obtained this. The letter in my possession is the evidence of your treachery, a secret missive you sent to the Qingshuang's Prince Wanyan. What do you have to say now?" He then opened the envelope, revealing the contents of the letter to the assembly. Those who have seen the ninth prince's handwriting may compare it. Is this not his own hand? As Li Chun's words echoed, the officials gathered around, scrutinizing the letter in his hand against the known handwriting, murmuring in astonishment. Indeed, it resembles his writing perfectly. Meanwhile, the Nanzhao emperor's expression darkened as he gestured for the chief eunuch to approach. The eunuch hurriedly descended the steps, taking the letter from Li Chun and presenting it to the Nanzhao emperor. The emperor examined the letter multiple times, his expression increasingly grim. After a lengthy pause, he shifted his gaze from the letter to the ninth prince Li Mo. "The sixth prince claims this is correspondence between you and the Qingshuang. What do you have to say in your defense?" Facing the emperor's inquiry, the ninth prince displayed no sign of panic, his hands still resting in his sleeves. He then addressed the Nanzhao emperor. "Father Emperor, do you trust him or do you trust me? If I were to assert that I have never composed such a letter, would you believe me? There are countless individuals in the capital skilled in imitation. Would you not consider that a possibility?" With his nonchalant remarks, the ninth prince quelled any lingering doubts within the assembly. Originally, some among them had harbored suspicions regarding Li Chun. However, after the ninth prince's interjection, the prevailing sentiment turned to the belief that Li Chun was merely attempting to absolve himself of guilt by fabricating evidence to frame the ninth prince. Frustrated, Li Mo confronted Li Chun. "With just this letter, you think you can prove anything? Do you have any additional evidence to support your claim of treason against the ninth prince?" Hearing the Nanzhao emperor's words, Li Chun realized that his father had not yet placed his trust in him. Despite presenting the royal jade pendant of the eldest prince and the ninth prince's own written correspondence, they still did not believe him. Li Chun was left pondering whether this was their folly or his own tragedy. Beside him, Li Mo mocked. Do you truly believe your words hold any weight? In an instant, all eyes turned to Li Chun, anticipating his silence. Even the Nanzhao emperor shook his head, signaling for Li Chun to be removed from the court. Yet, at that moment, Li Chun suddenly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with determination as he faced the Nanzhao emperor. Is it merely evidence you seek? I have more. Li Chun pivoted, striding purposefully toward the ninth prince, seizing his robe and tearing it. With a rip, the outer garment fell away, revealing what lay beneath. Father Emperor, do you see this? Do you still think I am being foolish? The assembly gasped in disbelief, for beneath the ninth prince's clothing was a dragon robe, identical in style and adornment to that of the Nanzhao emperor. The yellow robe woven from Qingshuang silk, embroidered with 9 5-clawed Qingshuang dragons. Particularly the coiled dragon, symbolizing the permanence of the realm, was strikingly vivid. In an instant, everyone stood frozen, their minds momentarily paralyzed, especially the Nanzhao emperor, who gazed at the ninth prince, his eyes wide with shock and his expression vacant. Old Ninth, you possess remarkable audacity. Adorned in the dragon robe, do you truly seek to usurp the throne? The prime minister, standing beside the ninth prince, was utterly shocked. However, at that moment, the ninth prince Liemo, draped in the dragon robe and exposed before the crowd, remained composed, showing no sign of panic despite being unmasked. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings with a hint of disinterest and slowly spoke. I had intended to entertain you a little longer, but I did not expect to be exposed so swiftly. How dull, truly dull. Hearing the ninth prince refer to himself as I, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. It is known that this term can only be used by the emperor himself, and here the ninth prince had boldly appropriated it. His intentions to usurp the throne were now laid bare. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Liemo stepped closer to Li Chun and shook his head. Sixth brother, I cannot decide whether to commend your cleverness or chastise your foolishness. Would it not be better to live a quiet life in the Zhenguogong mansion? Why must you create such a ruckus in the court? Tell me, should I kill you or spare you? At this moment, Li Chun faced Liemo with a chilling demeanor. Do you truly believe that donning the dragon robe grants you the throne? You are sorely mistaken. Liemo looked at Li Chun with scorn. So tell me, who do you think can stop me? I must inform you that the entire imperial city has been encircled by my men. Now that everyone is present, let us bear witness together. With that, Liemo produced a wine cup that had been hidden in his sleeve. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered on the ground, and at the sound of the breaking glass, a cacophony of footsteps filled the air outside the hall. Soon, the palace gates swung open, revealing a multitude of armored soldiers converging from all directions, brandishing their blades. Following them were countless black-clad assassins, also armed, gathering in the center of the square outside the Golden Lawn Hall. The two factions assembled in the courtyard, weapons drawn, standing in perfect formation. They raised their steel blades and shouted in unison, with the ascension of the new emperor, those who comply shall flourish, while those who oppose shall perish. The ministers, witnessing this scene, turned pale, some even trembling in fear. They had not anticipated that the usually inconspicuous ninth prince had indeed plotted rebellion. Furthermore, they were aware that the imperial guards had already been dispatched, leaving no one to counter the insurrection. Was today truly the day for a change in dynasty? Seeing his soldiers and assassins fully assembled, the ninth prince grew increasingly arrogant and brazen, finally tearing off the mask of pretense. He pointed at the ministers, declaring, Now, I offer you a chance. If you submit to me, I shall promote you and double your salaries, ensuring that your descendants forever enjoy fortune. However, should you refuse, I shall personally send you on your way. He granted them a quarter of an hour to make their choice. As the ninth prince spoke, the ministers turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror. Having intimidated the ministers, the ninth prince then turned to face the Emperor Nanzhao. I extend the same opportunity to you. If you are wise, write the abdication decree now and pass the throne to me, and I shall honor you as the retired emperor. Gazing at Liemo, the emperor's expression darkened, his body trembling with rage. What if I refuse to abdicate? Hearing this, the ninth prince erupted into a wild laugh. Refuse to abdicate? If you do, I shall be forced to send you on your way, just like the others. Regardless, the outcome will remain unchanged. I will issue a decree in your name, proclaiming my ascension to the throne. After all, It is the victors who write history. As he faced the ninth prince, the emperor, seated on the dragon throne, felt a chilling, murderous intent arise within him, his voice laced with frost. Old ninth, do you truly believe that your rebellion will succeed? The ninth prince failed to perceive the menace in the emperor's words, or, if he did, chose to disregard it entirely. After all, regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to ascend the throne today. Father, since you refuse to recognize my worth, do not blame me for being ungracious. At that moment, the ninth prince turned to face the 1,000 soldiers and 3,000 assassins in the square, bellowing, "Come forth. Let us send the emperor to his demise." With the ninth prince's command, the soldiers and assassins surged forward toward the hall. However, just then, Li Chun, standing on the dais, suddenly raised his hand, releasing a concealed arrow that shot forth with a piercing whistle. Simultaneously, the sound of thundering hooves echoed as countless cavalry charged into the fray. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the gates of the square burst open, and a cloud of dust obscured the view, revealing a legion of black-clad cavalry rushing toward the square. Leading them was Ying'er, adorned in gleaming white armor, commanding a force of 3,000 elite warriors who began encircling the assassins. With a swift thrust of her spear, she struck down a soldier, who fell without a chance to retaliate. Ying'er then deftly dispatched the surrounding assassins with her fierce onslaught, while the cavalry unleashed devastating attacks on the soldiers and assassins alike. Though the black cavalry numbered only 3,000, they were the finest of the finest, fully armored and dominating the expansive courtyard. Even 10,000 would stand no chance against them. The ministers in the court, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, collectively exhaled in relief. The black cavalry? Sixth brother, the ninth prince, upon seeing the cavalry, felt a wave of dread wash over him. It dawned on him that he had been outmaneuvered by Li Chun. The black cavalry had not been disbanded. They had been lying in wait for this very moment of rebellion. As the black cavalry launched successive charges, the ninth prince's soldiers and assassins proved no match for them. Just as the traitorous forces began to crumble under the onslaught, the ninth prince suddenly threw back his head and let out a manic laugh, pointing at Li Chun. Do you truly believe that your black cavalry can determine the outcome? You are gravely mistaken. Even if the black cavalry slaughters the soldiers and the 3,000 assassins, it will be of no consequence. I still have a backup plan. Li Chun's heart raced with alarm as he sensed that he might have overlooked something vital. At that moment, the ninth prince directed his attention back to the dais, shouting, "Come forth. Seize him." With his command, the palace guards positioned nearby sprang into action. Even the eunuchs who had been serving the emperor abandoned their trays, drawing their blades to advance on the emperor. The swift movements caught the ministers off guard. Even if they wished to protect the emperor, they were too late. In mere moments, the emperor was restrained by the eunuchs, blades pressed against his throat. Seeing this, Li Chun's expression shifted dramatically. The black cavalry may have been valiant, but the situation had unfolded too rapidly for any rescue to be feasible. Old Six, do you see? What can you do, even with the black cavalry? As long as the emperor remains under my control, I can still hold sway over the entire situation. With the clamoring of the ninth prince, Li Chun's expression darkened considerably. He pondered everything but failed to consider that even those closest to the Nanzhao emperor could be swayed by Li Mo. Even the guards within this grand hall could fall under Li Mo's influence. But did the Nanzhao emperor truly have no preparations at all? Was he so easily ensnared? Although the betrayal of the close attendants caught him off guard, it did not imply that Li Chun was unprepared. Currently, his elder sister-in-law commanded the Black Riders to restrain Li Mo's guards and assassins in the square. Li Chun was entangled with Li Mo in the hall. However, his second sister-in-law, known for her unparalleled medical and toxic expertise, had not yet appeared, precisely to counter such unforeseen circumstances. Li Chun subtly raised his gaze to the second sister-in-law, who had already been lying in wait in the grand hall. She had signaled him. Once he gave the order, she would swiftly intervene to regain control of the situation. Although neutralizing so many guards might prove challenging, rescuing the Nanzhao emperor would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Just as Li Chun was about to signal his second sister-in-law, the Nanzhao emperor, with a blade pressed to his throat, suddenly sighed, his gaze fixed on the ninth prince. Old ninth, must we act this way, father and son? Facing the Nanzhao Emperor, the ninth prince became increasingly deranged. "You old fool, be silent. If it weren't for your indulgence and covert support, I would not have come to this. You are the one to blame for insisting on a balance of power and mutual restraint. The one deserving of death has always been you." Upon hearing Li Mo's words, the Nanzhao Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as they locked onto the ninth prince. At that moment, he issued a thunderous command. "Where are the Tiger Guards? Kill these traitors on the spot." With the Nanzhao Emperor's decree, the situation changed abruptly. Swiftly, countless hidden arrows shot forth from the shadows surrounding the palace, striking the treacherous eunuchs and palace guards squarely in the chest. In the blink of an eye, all the conspirators lay sprawled on the ground. Then came a fully armed squad clad in golden armor, rushing into the grand hall, standing protectively before the Nanzhao Emperor. These Tiger Guards numbered around 500, their imposing stature and gleaming weapons radiating a fierce aura. One could discern that without having undergone true life-and-death trials, such a formidable presence would be impossible to cultivate. Merely standing there, they instilled an overwhelming sense of awe and intimidation. The collective strength of these Tiger Guards appeared to surpass that of the Black Riders. Witnessing this formidable group, everyone's expressions shifted once more in disbelief. No one had anticipated that the Nanzhao Emperor possessed such a contingency. It was astonishing to realize that he had quietly assembled this formidable unit. The ninth prince's face turned pale at the sight of the Tiger Guards. It was evident that even he, a prince frequently traversing the palace, was unaware of their existence. Had he known, he would have taken precautions. In Li Mo's mind, the Nanzhao Emperor was merely a foolish monarch obsessed with maintaining a balance of power. Yet now, he realized he had underestimated him. The Nanzhao Emperor's thoughts ran far deeper than he had imagined. The sudden appearance of the Tiger Guards momentarily disoriented Li Chun. However, he also understood that a ruler who had dominated the court for over a decade could hardly be manipulated by a mere prince. Observing the court now under control, the Nanzhao Emperor turned his wrath upon Li Mo. "You ungrateful wretch, kneel before me." Li Mo, however, shook his head in defiance. He had been forced into a corner. Even if he begged for mercy, the Nanzhao Emperor would never spare him. Consumed by madness and volatility, he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha! You old emperor, you have a backup plan, but I have one too. I can bribe palace guards and eunuchs. Do you think I cannot sway the Qingshuang garrison? Let me tell you the truth. Commander Wang Feng of the Qingshuang garrison is advancing towards the capital with 10,000 men. What can 3,000 Black Riders do? What can 500 Tiger Guards do? They shall all perish." At that moment, seated upon the dragon throne, the Nanzhao Emperor regarded the ninth prince with a smirk. "You may have bribed the Qingshuang garrison, but have you considered where my imperial troops went yesterday?" As the Nanzhao Emperor's words fell, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically, particularly Li Mo, who staggered unsteadily, nearly losing his footing. He distinctly recalled that the imperial troops had exited the city the previous night. Hadn't they been dispatched to confront the mountain bandits? Were they instead targeting the Qingshuang garrison? Even Li Chun's eyes widened in realization. He finally understood why the imperial troops had departed the royal city late in the afternoon. Their objective had not been the mountain bandits in the outskirts, but rather to strike against the Qingshuang garrison. The night provided the ideal cover. Indeed, this was the Nanzhao Emperor. In the face of the ninth prince's rebellion, he was far from unprepared. He had long since made meticulous arrangements in the shadows. However, if he had been prepared all along, could he truly have been unaware of the events on the Qingshuang battlefield? If he was ready, why allow his 3 elder brothers to sacrifice themselves and 100,000 soldiers to perish on the battlefield? Was it not for the sake of the so-called balance of power? To eliminate the threats posed by the other princes to the throne? If such were the case, it was indeed terrifying. In that instant, a chilling dread surged through Li Chen's heart. The Nanzhao Emperor's machinations were profoundly deep and unsettling. Just then, a voice resounded from outside the hall. The commander of the imperial troops, Zhao Rui, requests an audience. The Nanzhao Emperor nodded. "Admit him." Shortly thereafter, a fully armored general strode into the hall. This was none other than Commander Zhao Rui of the imperial troops. Zhao Rui entered the grand hall. holding a bloodied head aloft, and knelt before the Nanzhao Emperor. Your Majesty, the rebel forces have been completely suppressed. The head of rebel leader Wang Feng has been severed. I present it for your examination. As he spoke, Zhao Rui raised the head high, allowing all to witness Wang Feng's severed head. The Nanzhao Emperor, however, appeared somewhat repulsed and waved dismissively. Too ghastly. Dispose of it, chop it into pieces, and feed it to the dogs. Furthermore, issue a decree to exterminate the Wang Feng clan down to the 9th generation, to be executed immediately. Zhao Rui's expression remained unchanged as he promptly knelt to accept the command. The Nanzhao Emperor's gaze finally settled upon the 9th prince. His eyes suffused with a chilling malice. Old Ninth, now, what do you have to say? At that moment, the 9th prince's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Whether from fear or something else, his legs weakened and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. Observing the 9th prince huddled on the floor like a dog, the Nanzhao Emperor let out a cold snort. He then turned to Li Chun. I never anticipated that old 9th would secretly collude with the Qingshuang, leading to the demise of your 3 elder brothers and the deaths of 120,000 soldiers. Now he dares to brazenly plot to usurp the throne. This is truly a heinous crime. I know you harbor hatred towards old 9th. Thus, I entrust the power to deal with him into your hands. How do you wish to handle old 9th? Hearing the Nanzhao Emperor's words, Li Chun was once again taken aback. This Nanzhao Emperor was exceedingly cunning. First, he shifted the blame for the defeat against the Qingshuang entirely onto the 9th prince, and then, under the guise of Li Chen's vendetta, he entrusted the authority to deal with the 9th prince into his hands. Is it truly to vent one's grievances? Clearly it is not. Whether through illicit dealings with the Qingshuang or engaging in rebellion, the culpability of the 9th prince has become indisputable. Yet, why would the Emperor of Nanzhao deliberately transfer the authority of disposition to Li Chun? The underlying intent is to shift the negative repercussions stemming from the execution of the 9th prince entirely onto himself. After all, the 9th prince's biological mother is the esteemed Rong Guifei, whose brother is the prime minister, the foremost among the current officials. Furthermore, the 9th prince has an elder brother, the 4th prince Li Rui, known for his ruthless nature. As chapter 25 unfolds, with the Emperor of Nanzhao voicing his decree, all eyes swiftly converge upon Li Chun, as though he alone possesses the power to determine the fate of the 9th prince. Suddenly, a cacophony of wails reverberates from outside the hall. In a frenzy, a disheveled lady rushes into the court, heedless of her scattered shoes, revealing herself as Rong Guifei. Following closely behind her is none other than the 4th prince, Li Rui. Upon entering the hall, Rong Guifei hastily kneels before the emperor, pleading, Your Majesty, please forgive, for Ying'er is but a child who has erred gravely. I implore you to grant him another chance. He has always been a dutiful son. In tandem, Li Rui also kneels before the emperor, exclaiming, Father, forgive me. It is my failure in discipline that has led to my younger brother's grievous mistake. I beseech you, show mercy and grant him a chance to live. After witnessing the kneeling of Rong Guifei and the 4th prince, the prime minister, Rong Qingshuang, furrows his brow at the sight of the prostrate 9th prince, shaking his head before finally kneeling as well. After all, he is the uncle of the 9th prince. Your Majesty, I implore you to consider that the 9th prince may have been incited by treacherous individuals to commit such heinous acts. I beseech you to show compassion for familial ties and grant him another opportunity. With the prime minister's plea, he exchanged a significant glance with the civil and military officials behind him, and under duress, many of them also knelt. Although a few remained standing, they were but a scant minority. The overwhelming majority of officials knelt in silence, their unspoken weight palpable. Beneath the expansive sleeves of his robe, the Emperor of Nanzhao gripped the dragon throne tightly. Preoccupied with other matters, much of the governance had been managed by the prime minister, and only now did he truly grasp the extent of the power wielded by the prime minister. To dare plead for a rebel, did this not imply a blatant disregard for his authority? Or was the prime minister deliberately showcasing his dominance? How audacious! Had they discarded all pretense? Most infuriating were these officials, who had clearly chosen sides in favor of the prime minister. The emperor's cold gaze lingered on the prime minister for an extended moment. Yet he ultimately swallowed his indignation. For now, he could not afford an outright confrontation with the prime minister, as he still held a metaphorical dagger that could be wielded to eliminate his foes. Feigning nonchalance, the emperor declared, "You have misdirected your pleas. As you all heard, I have entrusted this matter to my sixth son, Li Chun. Whatever course he deems fit, I shall abide by." He then turned to Li Chun, as though concerned that Li Chun might not comprehend his intentions, reiterating, "Ch, do you grasp my words?" With the emperor's pronouncement, all attention once again fixated on Li Chun, who now felt like a thorn in his side. The emperor's ploy was all too transparent. However, Li Chun understood fully that if he were to propose the execution of Li Mo, the wrath of Rong Fei, the fourth prince, and the prime minister would inevitably be directed at him, lacking power and influence, and devoid of any backing. How would he navigate the treacherous waters of their united front in the future? Nonetheless, Li Chun was acutely aware that within his father's heart lay the desire for the ninth prince's demise. In the emperor's eyes, notions of familial bonds and paternal affection were eclipsed by the paramount importance of imperial authority. The ninth prince's audacity to encroach upon the throne could only lead to one outcome: death. Moreover, for Li Chun, failing to eliminate the ninth prince would mean that the grievances of his three elder brothers and the fallen soldiers at the frontier, as well as the lost cities and the oppressed populace under Qingshuang's dominion, would remain unavenged. Even the blood-soaked revenge for the thousands of innocent lives recently taken by bandits would be left unaddressed. Despite the immense pressure, certain principles must be upheld. Li Mo must die today. Resolutely, Li Chun knelt before the emperor and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, Li Mo has colluded with the Qingshuang for personal gain, divulging military secrets, resulting in grievous losses for our realm. Furthermore, he harbors intentions of rebellion, defying the sovereign. Li Mo's execution is imperative for the integrity of our law and to quell public outrage. I beseech you to decree his death." Upon hearing Li Chun's declaration, the emperor of Nanzhao exhaled a breath of relief. Rong Fei fainted at the utterance of those words, while the fourth prince, Li Rue, glared at Li Chun with malevolent eyes. The prime minister, though silent, radiated a chilling aura towards Li Chun. As chapter 26 unfolds, the emperor gazes at Li Chun with feigned sorrow, raising a hand dismissively. "Very well, since you have made your decision, let it be known that the ninth prince, Li Mo, is to be stripped of his royal status and executed publicly at Wu Min. What does it mean for the sixth prince to be resolute in his decision? Is this not merely the rightful execution of the law?" As Li Chun stepped forward to argue, several tiger guards advanced, seizing Li Mo and escorting him away. In that instant, Li Chun felt a multitude of icy glares fixing upon him. Without needing to look, he knew they belonged to the fourth prince and the prime minister's faction. With Li Mo now facing justice, it was time for him to depart the capital and gather strength. As Li Chun prepared to voice his request for a title, the emperor turned to him, revealing a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. "Ying'er, you have endured humiliation in prison, bearing your burdens without complaint. And today you have led the Black Riders into the palace to rescue me, achieving great merit. Thus, I shall reward you handsomely. I intend to appoint you in the court for further training, so you may shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. What say you?" At the emperor's words, the court erupted in astonished whispers, as it was evident that he was favoring Li Chun for significant development. The current emperor had not yet appointed an heir, and among the princes, only the first prince had held a military position, while the others lacked tangible roles. Now, the emperor seemed to be signaling his intent to cultivate Li Chun for a future of prominence. Upon hearing the emperor's proposition, the fourth prince's eyes glinted with malice, and even the prime minister regarded Li Chun with an intense aura of hostility. Meanwhile, Li Chun, gazing back at the emperor, furrowed his brow, feeling a chilling sensation enveloping him. Had this been earlier, he might have expressed gratitude towards the emperor, but he harbored no illusions that the emperor genuinely sought to nurture him or wished to see him ascend as heir. In his view, the true intention behind NZHOD's words was to elevate himself as a pawn against the chancellor. Over the years, the chancellor's power had grown increasingly formidable, It was inconceivable that the ninth prince's numerous actions would go unnoticed by the chancellor. Therefore, NHOD, in an effort to counterbalance the chancellor's influence, positioned himself prominently. How could a solitary individual hope to contend with the chancellor? Would mere bravery suffice? With a stroke of luck, one might secure a victory once or twice, but should fortune turn unfavorable, a crushing defeat would lead to an abyss. Li Chun harbored no expectations of his father, the emperor. He believed that upon his failure, NZHOD would readily abandon him. In the emperor's heart, power and the throne reigned supreme. Paternal affection, if it existed, was but a mere fraction. Moreover, it was crucial to note that by uttering such words, NZHOD had effectively made Li Chun a target. To seize the throne, a prince must first eliminate him, which would inevitably lead to alliances being forged against him. NZHOD could then remain in the shadows, balancing the factions and exploiting their rivalries. Indeed, this old emperor was profoundly cunning, deeply calculating, and merciless. Li Chun could not afford to fall for such a ploy. Chapter 27. Do you not wish to alleviate the nation's burdens? To share my concerns? Li Chun knelt before NZHOD, offering a bow of respect. He expressed his gratitude for his father's affections, revealing that he had a matter of great importance to discuss, and requested the emperor's permission to proceed. And NZHOD, believing he had Li Chun under his control, regarded him with a semblance of warmth. What is it? Speak freely. Li Chun, maintaining a respectful demeanor, continued, I humbly request that my father bestow upon me a fief, for I have reached the age of maturity as per our ancestral customs. Upon hearing Li Chun's request, NHOD's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of sharpness appearing in his gaze. He had never anticipated that Li Chun would refuse his benevolence. In the emperor's eyes, he should have expressed immediate gratitude for his nurturing. Yet now, Li Chun sought to leave. What could this signify? Could there be a hidden influence behind his actions? Otherwise, it seemed implausible that Li Chun could orchestrate such a meticulously planned request on his own. The suddenness of this plea suggested the guidance of another. Instantly, the emperor's tone turned icy. Who taught you to speak thus? Do you not wish to exert yourself for the nation? Do you not wish to share my burdens? Recognizing the emperor's suspicion, Li Chun prostrated himself once more. I assure you, my father, that these thoughts originate solely from my heart, with no external counsel. I merely wish for the fief of MNU, so that I may serve my father by safeguarding the borders and repaying the debt of gratitude for my upbringing. At this declaration, the court was taken aback, and even NHOD appeared momentarily stunned, deeply surprised. He had assumed that Li Chun would request a prosperous territory, or at the very least, a moderate one. Yet he never expected MNU. What was MNU but a land of barbarians, largely uncultivated, a place to which criminals were often exiled? It was a chaotic region, one the court would prefer to avoid. The officials in charge of administering such a fief were more ceremonial than effective, unable to establish true governance. Who could have foreseen that Li Chun would seek a fief in MNU? What could this mean? At that moment, and NZHOD's eyes glinted with surprise as he fixed his gaze upon Li Chun. Tell me, why have you chosen MNU? Li Chun responded with another respectful bow. I wish to go to MNU primarily to defend the borders of the Southern Dynasty. Currently, due to espionage, we have lost 20 cities, and the Qingshuang can invade at any moment. MNU borders these lost cities, and if developed, could effectively control them. Furthermore, MNU serves as our best bulwark against the Qingshuang, hence my insistence on this request. I implore you, Father, to grant me this opportunity. Compared to his previous frivolous demeanor, Li Chun's earnestness now stood in stark contrast. And NZHOD perceived that Li Chun was not entirely forthcoming or perhaps had not revealed everything. Is that all? Are there no other motives? Li Chun sensed the emperor's lingering doubt and boldly declared, I wish to go to MNU for personal reasons as well. Although the traitors in the court have been exposed, my mission remains unfinished. My 3 elder brothers rescued me from the brink of death. How could I enjoy peace in the capital? I will never forget how my eldest brother perished while escorting me to safety, nor will I forget the sight of my second brother, pierced by countless arrows, or my third brother, who fell before me, wounded, Their lives were spared for my sake, and I vow to avenge them. This is the true reason I must go to MNU. Chapter 28. Requesting the Black Riders. Li Qian's heartfelt and impassioned words echoed throughout the hall, stirring a wave of emotion among the officials, many of whom found their eyes glistening with tears. Even an Nzhod, seated upon the dragon throne, regarded Li Qian with a complex expression. After a prolonged silence, the emperor spoke. Do you understand that MNU is rife with venomous creatures, miasma, and barren land? It is beset by piracy and is hardly an ideal destination. Moreover, the circumstances have changed. You are aware that the court is already burdened after dispatching an army of 12,000 just a month ago. We can hardly afford to provide support now. Li Qian replied earnestly, I am aware of the court's difficulties, and thus I seek no financial aid. I merely request the authority to establish a stronghold. Nzhod regarded Li Qian with a complex expression. For him, granting MNU was not an issue. It was merely a desolate land. The authority to establish a stronghold could also be granted, as it posed no threat from afar. However, the emperor wished to hear the opinions of his ministers. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his advisors and inquired, What are your thoughts on granting the 6th Prince of Fief? As the emperor spoke, the officials began to whisper among themselves, deliberating the matter. Soon, it was the chancellor who stood forth and bowed respectfully to Nzhod. Your servant believes that the 6th Prince's request for MNU is indeed a noble endeavor. It is well known that MNU is a remote region, where the populace lacks education. If a prince were to venture there to teach and develop the area, the people would undoubtedly recognize the benevolence of the Southern dynasty. Additionally, the 6th Prince's presence would demonstrate that we have not forgotten the sacrifices made during the battle against the Qingshuang, thereby inspiring our soldiers with a renewed sense of purpose. This is indeed a commendable initiative. Therefore, I support the 6th Prince's journey to MNU and hope that your majesty will grant your approval. Hearing the chancellor's words, a cold smile graced Li Qian's lips. It seemed that the chancellor harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, showing no desire to spare his life. If he were to remain in the capital, the chancellor might hesitate to act against him. However, should I leave the capital, my adversaries could easily take action. My decision to depart from Ying'er would play directly into their hands. Clearly, Emperor Nanzhao discerned the prime minister's intentions as the glint in his eyes flashed ominously. The prime minister, as the foremost among the officials, had many of his disciples among the court ministers. Once he expressed his stance, the surrounding ministers readily echoed his sentiments. Although some officials exhibited skepticism, they refrained from voicing their concerns, for Li Qian held no ties to them. Observing that the ministers had all expressed their positions, and considering that Li Qian had voluntarily requested a title, which did not infringe upon their core interests, this was merely a matter of facilitating affairs. Ultimately, Emperor Nanzhao nodded in agreement. Since you wish to go to Ying'er, I shall appoint you as the king of Ying'er, granting you the authority to establish your residence, appoint officials, and manage finances and taxes within your territory, without interference from a court. With the first objective achieved, Li Qian immediately expressed his gratitude to Emperor Nanzhao. Your son humbly thanks his majesty. However, I have one more request that I hope your majesty will grant. Emperor Nanzhao regarded Li Qian, his gaze softening slightly. Speak. Li Qian addressed Emperor Nanzhao. Your majesty, as I possess no wealth, provisions, or troops, and considering the long journey to Ying'er, I anticipate encountering various difficulties along the way. I humbly request that your majesty bestow upon me the Black Cavalry. Upon hearing Li Qian's request for the Black Cavalry, Emperor Nanzhao's expression turned stern. His previously calm eyes sharpened with intensity. The command of troops was always a sensitive subject for him, especially the Black Cavalry, renowned for its elite prowess. He had intended to consolidate the control of the Black Cavalry after this matter, yet now Li Qian boldly sought to command them. Chapter 29. Sister-in-law, allow me to explain. As Li Qian knelt before the emperor, Emperor Nanzhao's eyes burned with scrutiny, roving over Li Qian's figure. Meanwhile, Li Qian remained composed, showing no signs of distress. Emperor Nanzhao's gaze surveyed the court and suddenly noticed the historian diligently recording notes. A thought struck him. If his son were to leave for his new post without funds or a military escort, How would the world perceive him? How would history document this? Moreover, with the presence of the Tiger Guards, the need for the black cavalry seemed limited. Li Chun spoke the truth. The journey was fraught with risks. Being his son, Emperor Nanzhao, whether motivated by imperial authority or paternal compassion, could not bear to see Li Chun suffer a tragic fate on the road. Yet, the prospect of handing the black cavalry to Li Chun filled him with trepidation. What if Li Chun, armed with the black cavalry, attempted a coup during the chaos? After much deliberation, he inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" Li Chun bowed his head. "I intend to set forth in 3 days." Emperor Nanzhao's gaze sharpened as he considered Li Chun, shaking his head. 3 days is indeed a brief span. Even if you wish to accomplish something, success is not guaranteed. After a moment, he gestured dismissively at Li Chun. "Very well. I shall allocate the black cavalry to your command, permitting you to proceed to Mingyue. However, the black cavalry respects only the strong. If you cannot command them, I cannot assist you." Hearing Emperor Nanzhao's words, Li Chun's heart surged with elation. The emperor had ultimately entrusted him with the black cavalry. In this tumultuous era, possessing the black cavalry would provide him with a solid foundation. He immediately bowed to Emperor Nanzhao. "Rest assured, I shall not tarnish your esteemed name." Soon after resolving this matter, the court session concluded, and Li Chun made his way to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. With only 3 days until his departure from the capital, time was of the essence, and he had no funds or provisions, nor had he fully secured the loyalty of the black cavalry. Much remained to be done. Upon entering the Duke's residence, an unsettling premonition surged within Li Chun. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a glimmer of silver rushing towards his face. He hastily retreated a few steps, regaining his composure, only to find the eldest sister-in-law, Yu Mian, wielding a spear aimed directly at him. In the courtyard, the second sister-in-law, Mu Rongxian, stood with a frosty expression, her gaze fixed coldly upon him. As Li Chun retreated, he hastily spoke, "Sisters-in-law, is there a misunderstanding?" Mu Ying'er, seething with rage, pressed forward with her spear, showing no signs of restraint. "You scoundrel! We were truly blind to trust your deceitful words and cooperate unconditionally. You have cleared your name and been granted the title of prince, yet you cannot deceive me. Mingyue and the ancient Qingshuang are not aligned in any way. Your claims of defending the nation are mere fabrications. Furthermore, the Mingyue region is sparsely populated and barren. How do you expect to raise an army there? The capital is a vital stronghold, where resources can be mobilized with a single call. If you truly seek revenge, could you not better utilize resources here? You are merely using the guise of vengeance to secure a comfortable life for yourself. Why should the black cavalry, painstakingly assembled by the Duke of Zhengguo, be taken by you?" Confronted by Mu Ying'er's fury, Li Chun suddenly realized the depth of her misunderstanding. As the spear rushed toward him, he did not flinch. The spear approached his throat, but ultimately halted. Facing Mu Ying'er, he asked, "Sister-in-law, would you be willing to hear my explanation?" Mu Ying'er, still fuming, did not advance, but held her ground. "What more could you possibly say?" Li Chun shook his head and addressed both sisters-in-law. "I have not deceived you. My insistence on going to Mingyue has its reasons. If you wish to understand, please follow me to my study." Chapter 30. The alluring land of Mingyue. Without waiting for their reactions, Li Chun made his way to the study. Mu Ying'er and Mu Rongxian exchanged glances before following him. Upon arriving, Li Chun spread a map across the table, pointing to the location of the ancient Qiang capital, then indicating the 20 fallen cities, and finally directing their attention to Mingyue's position. "Behold, this marks the territory of the ancient Qiang. This is Mingyue, and these are the 20 fallen cities." Remarkably, these 3 locations form a triangle. The reason I sought the title of Mingyue is that it is crucial for controlling the ancient Qiang's southern advance. Upon hearing this, Mu Ying'er scoffed, her gaze still sharp. "What does this have to do with your desire for revenge? This is merely a pretext to curry favor with Emperor Nanzhao." Li Chun shook his head, again pointing to Mingyue's location. "Sister-in-law, your assertion is misguided. If Mingyue can dispatch troops to the 20 cities, it can also send forces against the ancient Qiang. Our deployment from Mingyue allows us to maximize both time and space. More importantly, Mingyue possesses the potential for sustainable development. Self-sufficiency and resilience, entirely independent of external influences. Upon hearing this, Mu Ying'er turned her attention back to the map, following Li Qin's line of reasoning. Gradually, a glimmer of understanding illuminated her eyes. As a daughter of a military family, she was no stranger to strategic terrain. A few pointed words quickly clarified her thoughts. Yet, her doubts were not entirely dispelled. After all, the issues of resources and manpower remained unresolved. Mingyue was still a desolate land, and Li Qin's earlier claims seemed like castles in the air. Sensing her concerns, Li Qian spoke again to both women. However, in my view, the current state of the land indicates that beneath the soil of Mingyue may lie an abundance of minerals, iron, ore, silver, and gold, foundations upon which we can establish ourselves. Furthermore, even if there are no minerals beneath the surface, it is of little consequence, as Mingyue is adjacent to the sea, rich in marine resources and well-connected, which can provide ample support for our rise. Imagine, dear sisters-in-law, if we were to acquire a vast fortune, would we still worry about a lack of followers? Moreover, although the land of Mingyue is shrouded in poisonous insects and miasma, once the pests are driven away and the miasma cleared, what remains is nothing less than fertile soil. At this moment, listening to Li Qin's words, they were astonished by how thoroughly he had considered the matter. Minerals and the ocean are inexhaustible resources. If what Li Qin asserts is true, then Mingyue is far from being a barren wasteland. It is, in fact, a true land of fortune. The changes that await Mingyue are tantalizing to contemplate. Chapter 31. I have two matters to attend to. Gazing at Mu Ying'er and Mu Rongxian before him, Li Qin sighed. The two sisters-in-law should understand that uncovering the spies in the capital is merely the first step towards revenge. The second step involves developing Mingyue and establishing our own power, which lays the groundwork for our vengeance. Only after solidifying our foundation can we truly proceed to the third step, utterly defeating the ancient Qingshuang people. My three elder brothers sacrificed their lives to send me away from the battlefield of the ancient Qingshuang. My second life was granted by them. Since my brothers rest in the ancient Qingshuang, how could I enjoy wealth and comfort in the capital? Therefore, I must avenge them. The situation in the capital is intricate. Our father would never permit us to amass military power, and Li Mo and the fourth Prince Li Rui are in league with Prime Minister Rome, colluding with the ancient Qingshuang. They are certainly implicated as well. Mingyue is far enough away that the court's influence cannot reach it. Thus, to truly exact my revenge, we must travel to Mingyue. Upon hearing Li Qian's words, Mu Ying'er and Mu Rongxian were visibly moved and felt a tinge of shame. Before Li Qin's explanation, they had not considered so many aspects. Now, upon reflection, Li Qin is indeed a prince. He could bask in glory and wealth in the capital. His sudden proposal to venture to Mingyue was solely to avenge his three elder brothers. Yet they had harbored doubts about him. Mu Ying'er looked at Li Qin, her expression somewhat awkward. Her pride made it difficult for her to find the right words of apology. Li Qin smiled at the two women and waved his hand. There is no need for concern. It was my failure to explain clearly beforehand. Just as Li Qin finished speaking, Mu Ying'er suddenly turned to him. How about I accompany you to Mingyue? Li Qin furrowed his brows as he gazed at Mu Ying'er. It would be best for the sister-in-law to go. But what would become of the Duke of the State's residence in your absence? Mu Ying'er shook her head and sighed deeply. It no longer matters. I am the last remaining member of the Duke of the State's residence. Even if I stay in the capital, I would struggle to uphold such a large estate. However, if I accompany you to Mingyue to vanquish our enemies, perhaps I can restore the glory of the Duke of the State's residence. Moreover, as the deputy commander of the Black Riders, it would be entirely appropriate for me to join you. Upon hearing Mu Ying'er's words, Li Qin nodded. Indeed, with Mu Ying'er's assistance, many matters would become much easier for him. At that moment, Mu Rongxian interjected, I can also accompany you to Mingyue. Hearing this, both Li Qin and Mu Ying'er were taken aback, considering the long distance to Mingyue and Mu Rongxian's status as a woman. Would it not be too arduous for her? Furthermore, despite her reputation as a healer, her own health was not particularly robust. Mu Rongxian, however, faced the two and gently shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. Moreover, Mingyue is rife with miasma and venomous insects, and my presence would be beneficial in clearing them out. Li Qin's expression brightened at Mu Rongxian's words. Previously, He had been contemplating seeking methods to eliminate the pests and miasma from the two sisters-in-law, and now that one of them was willing to go, it could not have been better. Li Chen was not one to be overly sentimental. He immediately rose and bowed to his two sisters-in-law. In that case, I thank you. Sisters-in-law. The two women waved their hands, indicating that he need not be so formal. Now that Mu Ying'er and Murong Xian had confirmed their intent to accompany Li Chen to Mingyue, his burden was significantly lightened. Nevertheless, many issues remained. Although the Southern Zhao Emperor had granted Li Chen the authority to establish a foothold in Mingyue, it was akin to a mere promise that could not be realized. The pressing concern was how to survive the journey to Mingyue. What do you plan to do now? Mu Ying'er directly inquired of Li Chen. Li Chen furrowed his brows and fell silent for a moment. There are two matters of great importance before my departure. First, I must subdue the Black Riders. Their combat prowess is crucial both on the journey and upon our arrival in Mingyue. I require a team that is absolutely loyal. The second matter is that I wish to visit my third sister-in-law, as I owe her an explanation regarding this undertaking. Chapter 32. Suppressing the Black Riders with absolute strength. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, both Mu Ying'er and Murong Xian's expressions turned serious. Her greatest concern was indeed the issue of the Black Riders. When Li Chen previously went to disband them, he left a very negative impression on the soldiers, especially now, as he planned to lead them to Mingyue. Far from their homeland, the Black Riders may not be willing. As for the matter concerning the third sister-in-law, it was indeed necessary to address it. Li Chen's third sister-in-law originally hailed from a prominent family and had hoped to rise to prominence through marriage with the third prince. However, with the prince's death in battle, the alliance fell through, and the family's attitude toward her changed. It was said that she was not faring well these days. After a moment of silence, Mu Ying'er spoke to Li Chen. I cannot intervene directly regarding your third sister-in-law, but I can help you reach out to Zhang Weiguo regarding the Black Riders. On one hand, it is in accordance with the Emperor's decree, and on the other, I can clarify matters. They should understand. Li Chen shook his head. It would be futile. Mere coercion is insufficient. One may comply outwardly, but remain unconvinced at heart. Moreover, the Black Riders are martial in nature. To secure their absolute loyalty, one must demonstrate true capability. What do you plan to do? Mu Ying'er could not help but inquire. The Black Riders esteem martial prowess. I must suppress them with absolute strength. I require an entire night to prepare, and I believe that with this preparation, subduing the Black Riders should pose no issue. Listening to Li Chen, Mu Ying'er hesitated, yet ultimately chose to trust him. I have matters to attend to now. I plan to head to the military camp tomorrow morning to subdue the Black Riders. You two sisters-in-law may continue with your own affairs. Hearing Li Chen's words, both women nodded. With their departure in 3 days, time was indeed tight. Since they had resolved to journey to Mingyue, they each needed to make their own preparations. Just as Murong Xian was about to leave, Li Chen suddenly called out to her. Second sister-in-law, please wait, I have a request. Murong Xian furrowed her brows, not expecting Li Chen would suddenly ask something of her, and nodded in acknowledgement. Please, go ahead. Li Chen addressed Murong Xian. Before leaving the capital, I wish to visit the outskirts and would like to request you to draw an accurate map of the area. Upon hearing this, Murong Xian furrowed her brows again. The outskirts? Is that not the area where bandits descended and attacked the common folk just days ago? Li Chen nodded. Yes. Seeing Li Chen confirm, Murong Xian did not inquire further and immediately agreed. Emerging from a study, Mu Ying'er had not heard Li Chen's arrangements regarding funds and provisions, which left her with considerable anxiety. With over 3,000 people relying on her for sustenance, and with the Nanzhao Emperor showing no intention of allocating funds, she had no choice but to raise military expenses independently. The Zhengguo Gong residents had been a family of military generals and did not place much value on wealth, leaving little in the way of silver reserves. Aside from the grand estate, there remained some agricultural land and shops, all of which Mu Ying'er intended to liquidate. A rough calculation suggested that this could sustain the troops for over 20 days, but for the remaining 10 days of travel expenses, she would have to devise another plan. The following day, as the sun rose brilliantly, heralding yet another splendid day, Li Chen and Mu Ying'er simultaneously exited their quarters. Mu Ying'er cast a glance at Li Chen. her demeanor weary, with dark circles under her eyes and slightly disheveled hair, clearly a result of a sleepless night. Yet, the excitement in her gaze was unmistakable. Li Chun, holding what resembled a bow, waved at her and inquired if she was ready. Ying'er, looking at him, reciprocated the question. Li Chun nodded and urged her to accompany him to the Heiji camp. Although Ying'er had intended to advise against it, she swallowed her words. Having pondered throughout the night, without arriving at a definitive solution for how Li Chun could convincingly win over the Heiji. Thus, she resolved to assess the situation on site. She promptly ordered 2 horses to be brought forth, and together they made their way to the Heiji encampment. Meanwhile, within the Heiji ranks, rumors of Ying'er selling off the Qingshuang estate to fund military expenses had already stirred a considerable uproar. With only a woman left to uphold the household, the news of her resorting to selling land to support Li Chen's expedition to Minyu incited a storm of controversy. Was Li Chen not a prince? Had he not been bestowed the title of King of Minyu? He had boasted before the emperor about not seeking a single grain from the court, thus preserving his reputation. Yet now, he was relying on a single woman to gather military funds? This King of Minyu certainly had a large ego. As they soon arrived at the Heiji camp, having received the necessary orders, Li Chun and Ying'er faced no obstructions. They were allowed entry into the main camp, only to be met by the unwelcoming gaze of commanding officer Zhang Weiguo. Despite the previous misunderstanding being resolved, the recent developments surrounding Li Chun deceiving the Qingshuang into selling land only deepened Zhang Weiguo's disdain for him. Your subordinate greets the deputy commander. Zhang Weiguo acknowledged Ying'er with a bow, but made no effort to salute Li Chun. Commander, have you not yet met the King of Minyu? Ying'er, wishing to ease the tension, prompted Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo merely scoffed, offering a dismissive wave to Li Chun, a half-hearted gesture of acknowledgement. Li Chun regarded Zhang Weiguo with a faint smile. It appears that the commander has reservations about me. Zhang Weiguo shook his head, somewhat perfunctory. I dare not. His Majesty has ordered us to escort the King of Minyu to his destination. We would not dream of disobeying. However, we shall only fulfill our escort duties, and other matters are to be arranged by the king himself. At these words, Ying'er's expression shifted, and she almost reprimanded Zhang Weiguo when Li Chun gestured for her to remain silent. I have heard that strength is esteemed in the military. The commander seems to harbor some discontent. How about we engage in a friendly contest? Zhang Weiguo's brow furrowed slightly, laced with sarcasm as he scrutinized Li Chun. A contest? What if you win? What if you lose? Li Shen smiled calmly. If you win, then the Heiji shall not proceed to Minyu. If I win, all of the Heiji must heed my command. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of intrigue flashing across them. Truth be told, had it not been for the emperor's command, he would not wish to go to Minyu, especially not under the aegis of such a disreputable and indulgent prince. Is this for real? Indeed. How shall we compete? Best 2 out of 3. The first round will be a close combat, the second round will be marksmanship, and the third will be a tactical command duel. Zhang Weiguo chuckled lightly at the mention of these 3 challenges. He initially expected Li Chun to suggest something else, yet found that these were precisely his areas of expertise as a commanding officer in the Heiji. King of Minyu, as you are a prince, your delicate frame might be at risk during a battle. How about I let you win 2 rounds? If you manage to win just 1, it will be deemed a victory for you. What do you say? Li Chun shook his head in response to Zhang Weiguo's proposal. No need. I have never intended for a best of 3. I am aiming for a clean sweep of 3 victories. At this declaration, Zhang Weiguo's expression darkened considerably. This King of Minyu was indeed quite audacious. As the terms of the contest were established, Ying'er looked on with growing concern. She had hoped that after a night of contemplation, Li Chun would present a more impressive strategy to win over the Heiji. Instead, he was challenging Zhang Weiguo to a duel. In her eyes, regardless of the form of combat, whether in close quarters, marksmanship, or tactical command, Li Chun, as a spoiled prince, was no match for Zhang Weiguo. Who is Zhang Weiguo? A seasoned warrior with countless battle exploits, a master of the 7th rank who emerged from the very depths of death. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Weiguo could defeat 10 men like Li Chun with ease. Though Ying'er wished to intervene, it was too late. as both parties had already ascended to the platform. What are the rules for close combat? Are weapons permitted, or shall we draw the lines? Zhang Weiguo inquired. Having removed his armor, Li Chun faced Zhang Weiguo. As it is close combat, which simulates real combat, weapons are indeed permitted, but you should know that I possess no internal strength. Zhang Weiguo shook his head at Li Chun's statement. I too shall refrain from using internal strength. At this, a smile crept across Li Chun's face. In genuine combat, he would undoubtedly be no match for Zhang Weiguo, a master of the 7th rank. However, in a mere close-quarters fight, Zhang Weiguo was destined to lose. As a former Special Forces commander, Li Chun had undergone countless life-and-death battles, with each encounter honing his reflexes into instinct. Moreover, the grappling techniques of the Special Forces were amalgamations of the most effective killing moves from 5 millennia of martial arts. Unquestionably, in terms of combat skills and experience, Li Chun feared no adversary. In this world, aside from external strength, there existed internal power, which posed the greatest weakness for Li Chun. He had sought counsel from Murong Xian, who informed him that his meridians were blocked, and now that he was an adult, reopening them would be exceedingly challenging. Before long, both men had shed their garments, and each held a short blade, carefully wrapped in cloth to prevent injuries. King of Minyu, do be cautious. After all, blades and spears are indiscriminate. Zhang Weiguo remarked dismissively, lunging forward with blinding speed, wielding his short blade against Li Chun. Zhang Weiguo's strikes were fierce and relentless, swift as lightning and thunderous in force, delivering blows that were both punishing and lethal. In the face of Zhang Weiguo's onslaught, Li Chun found himself initially on the defensive, retreating repeatedly. At the outset, Li Chun appeared somewhat sluggish. However, as he gradually became acquainted with Zhang Weiguo's techniques, he initiated a counterattack, wielding his short blade with determination as he advanced towards Zhang Weiguo. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 20 moves. With the deepening of their clash, Zhang Weiguo grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that he had underestimated this seemingly frivolous prince. Li Chun's strikes were fierce and direct, often allowing him to anticipate Zhang Weiguo's subsequent actions, responding with precision. Before Li Chun, Zhang Weiguo felt utterly constrained, as if he were a novice just stepping onto the battlefield, while Li Chun, in stark contrast, exhibited a straightforward, efficient, and ruthlessly fierce style, reminiscent of a king on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ying'er stood by, utterly astonished by the unfolding duel. Initially, she had expected Li Chun to succumb to Zhang Weiguo within no more than 3 moves. Yet, the reality was far removed from her expectations. How had Li Chun become so formidable? Having engaged with him twice before, she had failed to discern his true combat prowess. Had her judgment been flawed? Although they had fought on 2 occasions, Li Chun had voluntarily ceased combat each time, preventing her from grasping his genuine strength. This was utterly extraordinary. Observing the battle before her, Ying'er couldn't help but shake her head. She could already foresee that Zhang Weiguo would likely be defeated within 3 moves. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, as Li Chun twisted his wrist, the blade was poised at Zhang Weiguo's throat. The air seemed to freeze, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The 3,000 Black Riders stared, dumbfounded at the outcome. You have lost. Li Chun slowly withdrew his short blade. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo, regarding Li Chun, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had initially planned to subdue Li Chun within 10 moves, intending to deliver a harsh lesson to this oblivious prince of Minyu. However, the tables had turned, and he found himself on the receiving end of a lesson instead. Particularly in front of his comrades, being outmatched by a prince deemed a waste was indeed humiliating. Nevertheless, Zhang Weiguo was curious about the origins of Li Chun's combat style, swift, accurate, and ruthless, able to predict his reactions and counter them effectively. Are you convinced? Li Chun inquired of Zhang Weiguo. In response, Zhang Weiguo shook his head. A loss was a loss. There was no room for pride or resentment. There were still 2 more rounds to go, and he wondered if the Prince of Minyu could replicate such brilliance again. Chapter 35. I allow you to shoot 10 arrows first. Preparations for the 2nd round commenced. For the Black Riders, archery was a daily training necessity, especially for Zhang Weiguo, who excelled in hitting targets from 100 paces. In his domain of expertise, he had never feared anyone. The question arose, would they compete in distance or accuracy? The Prince of Min Yu was to delineate the terms. At this moment, Li Chun pointed towards a grove adjacent to the Black Riders training camp. Shooting at fixed targets lacks excitement. The battlefield is ever-changing, and the enemy won't stand idly by for you to shoot. I see a grove of birch trees. There must be birds within. Why not have someone flush them out? We shall see who can shoot more accurately and swiftly. Upon hearing Li Chen's suggestion, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Weiguo's lips. Very well. Whatever the Prince of Min Yu decides shall be the rule. He gestured for 2 sets of bows and 50 arrows to be placed beside them. A team of Black Riders was dispatched, their tails tied with branches. No need for bows. I have prepared my own, Li Chun declared, retrieving his bow from the saddle. The previous night, he had devoted time to modifying the existing bows of the Southern Dynasty. The revamped bow boasted significantly improved accuracy and a shooting speed that had more than tripled. Observing the peculiar bow in Li Chen's grasp, Zhang Weiguo squinted slightly, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his face. Li Chen's actions clearly indicated he held his own military's bows in contempt. A prince indeed, making a spectacle out of a simple bow. Little did he know that bows and arrows were instruments of death. Soon, with both parties ready, at a distance of 100 meters from the birch grove, Zhang Weiguo commanded a group of Black Riders to charge into the grove. As their tails whipped against the ground, they stirred up a cloud of dust, startling the birds within the trees. In no time, a flock of sparrows took flight, and onlookers noted how challenging moving targets were compared to stationary ones. It required not only keen eyesight and quick reflexes, but also the ability to predict their trajectories. As the sparrows soared from the grove, Zhang Weiguo had already readied himself, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow that found its mark, sending a sparrow plummeting from the sky. Excellent! As Zhang Weiguo struck his target, the Black Riders erupted into applause. He quickly notched another arrow and shot again, hitting another sparrow mid-flight. Cheers erupted once more as he continued to shoot, each arrow seemingly finding its mark. Truly, Zhang Weiguo deserved his title of sharpshooter. Impressed, Li Chun couldn't help but applaud Zhang Weiguo, offering a word of admiration. Noticing that Li Chun had yet to shoot, Zhang Weiguo raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What? Is the Prince of Min Yu not shooting? Li Chun chuckled, shaking his head. Not at all. I allow you to shoot 10 arrows first. Zhang Weiguo's brow furrowed. In over a decade of practice, he had never been so openly disregarded. He responded with a cold huff. Then I shall graciously accept the Prince of Min Yu's allowance. With Zhang Weiguo finishing his 10 shots, 9 sparrows had fallen. This result was undeniably impressive. Prince of Min Yu, do you find my archery skill satisfactory? Li Chun nodded slightly. It is acceptable. Chapter 36. Quite good. Hearing Li Chun's 3 words, Zhang Weiguo let out a cold snort. Since his skills were deemed acceptable, he anticipated witnessing the Prince of Min Yu's archery prowess. Observing Li Chun load 5 arrows simultaneously, the Black Riders shook their heads in disbelief. Who loads 5 arrows at once? They thought. This Prince of Min Yu clearly knows nothing of archery. Moreover, he had the audacity to boast about allowing Zhang Weiguo 10 shots. Li Chun was indeed the first to come here and act so pretentiously without the requisite skill. Meanwhile, Ying'er watched Li Chun with a furrowed brow. Even she found his method perplexing, though she considered stepping forward to advise him. She recalled Li Chun's outstanding performance in combat and reasoned that since he had proposed the archery challenge, he must have his own intentions. Ultimately, she restrained her impulse. Zhang Weiguo, observing Li Chun's actions, felt an even greater sense of disdain and couldn't help but comment, Prince of Min Yu, it is best to shoot 1 arrow at a time. Greed will lead to folly. At this moment, Li Chun had completed the loading of his arrows. With the crossbow poised before him, he took a brief aim and promptly pulled the trigger, sending the arrow hurtling forth with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck its target, causing the sparrow to fall helplessly to the ground. This remarkable feat left everyone present utterly astonished. Who would have thought that Li Chun's first shot would be so accurate? Without pausing, Li Chun deftly adjusted his crossbow and, in a single breath, loosed another arrow. This shot was equally precise, hitting the target once more. In rapid succession, arrows flew. Within 5 breaths, Li Chun had released all 5 arrows, each one finding its mark. Even Zhang Weigua, standing nearby, was taken aback, gazing at Li Chun in disbelief. Once again, Li Chun loaded 5 more arrows onto his crossbow, and with another round of firing, these arrows too struck the sparrow with remarkable accuracy. How could this be possible? Zhang Weigua stared at Li Chun, who was casually unleashing arrow after arrow, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. Initially, he had thought Li Chun was merely arrogant, but now he realized the young prince possessed genuine skill. The earlier claims of shooting 10 arrows were not mere bravado. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Weigua wondered about the extraordinary weapon Li Chun wielded, which allowed for such rapid and precise shooting. As Li Chun continued to knock arrows, Zhang Weigua, unwilling to be outdone, drew his own bow and began shooting. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Chun released his final arrow. Watching the sparrows still fluttering in the sky with a hint of disappointment, for he had exhausted his supply of arrows. In contrast, Zhang Weigua, after his rapid shooting, still had over 10 arrows remaining in his quiver. Zhang Weigua's gaze, naturally, fell upon Li Chun's situation. His already dark complexion deepened further with frustration. Nevertheless, he did not relent, maintaining his composure as he continued to shoot all his arrows. Observing Zhang Weigua's performance, Li Chun noted that he had done reasonably well, hitting most of his targets. As Zhang Weigua finished his rounds, some of the black cavalry hurried to tally the number of sparrows. The commander reported that after firing 50 arrows, Zhang Weigua had hit 46 sparrows. Hearing this result, Zhang Weigua felt somewhat satisfied. After all, hitting 10 out of 50 would be considered a good performance for most. Having hit 46, he had indeed surpassed his previous record. Now, all eyes were on Li Chun's results. However, uncertainty lingered about whether Li Chun's performance would match his bold claims. Zhang Weigua, brimming with disbelief, commanded one of the black cavalrymen to report. The soldier replied, "My lord, Wang Mingyue fired 50 arrows and hit all 50 sparrows." At this announcement, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. No one could fathom that Li Chun's 50 arrows had all found their mark, without a single miss. Did this not imply that Li Chun's archery surpassed even that of Zhang Weigua? It was well known that Zhang Weigua's archery was regarded as top tier among the black cavalry, ranking among the best in the nation. How could Li Chun have exceeded him? Ying'er, observing Li Chun, felt a spark of admiration in her eyes. She too had not anticipated his prowess. Every shot was a hit. Moreover, Li Chun had completed his shooting in less than half the time Zhang Weigua had taken. It was common knowledge that Zhang Weigua practiced daily, while Li Chun was merely a pampered prince. How had he achieved such remarkable skill? Over the past few days, Ying'er felt as though Li Chun was continually reshaping her understanding of the world. Upon hearing the results, Zhang Weigua could hardly believe it. Archery was his pride, and he refused to accept that this seemingly reckless prince could surpass him. "I do not believe it. I demand to verify the targets," he declared. Striding toward the sparrows Li Chun had shot, others among the black cavalry, equally skeptical, followed suit. As they gathered around the neatly arranged sparrows, they counted once more. Indeed, there were 50 perfectly lined up. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving Zhang Weigua speechless. Li Chun approached the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "So do you concede?" Zhang Weigua opened his mouth, but the words of submission would not come. His life had been marked by pride and countless victories. To concede would mean to yield, to bow before this dandy prince. The proud Zhang Weigua was not yet ready to submit to Li Chun. Noticing Zhang Weigua's hesitation, Li Chun shook his head. "There is no need for haste. Perhaps you should examine the placement of each arrow." As he spoke, Zhang Weigua's gaze returned to the row of sparrows. In that instant, a thunderous realization struck him. Each sparrow had been shot through the heart, with not a single exception. In stark contrast, Zhang Weigua's arrows were scattered haphazardly. Some struck the head, others the body, and even a few the rear, resulting in chaotic placements. Li Chun's arrows, however, were uniformly precise, with identical penetration depths. How could this be possible? Zhang Weigua was utterly stunned. To achieve such precision demanded an extraordinary level of skill, not only in accuracy, but also in power. He had never imagined that someone could control their shots with such finesse. The onlooking black cavalry, equally astonished, could hardly believe it. Li Chun's archery had transcended mere superiority over Zhang Weigua. It was a complete domination of the art. In the face of such prowess, Zhang Weiguo felt as if he could vanish into the ground. Turning to Li Chun, he stammered, I concede. Li Shen, witnessing Zhang Baiwu's daspundangi, smilad zhanli. Do not be too quick to surrender. Our contest is not yet over. There remains a third round of tactical warfare. I have stated that we shall compete in 3 rounds, and the victor shall be the one who wins 3 times. Your black cavalry is said to be the finest force in the south. I challenge you to bring 200 fully armed black cavalrymen against my 200 infantry. Let us see if your cavalry truly possesses the invincible might. The black cavalry, gripping their long spears and planting them firmly in the ground, echoed a resounding battle cry. Their eyes ignited with the flames of war. Let's compete. Why not? Zhang Weiguo felt his fighting spirit reignite. Though he had lost, the black cavalry represented his final honor. In the days of the Duke of the State, the black cavalry had never known defeat, even after the Duke's passing. Their legacy remained intact, not merely a toothless tiger. Now, Li Chun unexpectedly wishes to engage in combat with He Qi, adopting such a disdainful demeanor. A soldier's patience has its limits. The prowess of He Qi leaves no room for doubt. I may have lost, but He Qi remains undefeated. Since the king of Minuet is eager to witness the true strength of my He Qi, let Zhang lead the charge of our esteemed cavalry. When shall we commence? What shall be the precise format of the duel? I implore the king of Minuet to clarify. Li Chun addressed Zhang Weiguo, stating that each of us shall command 200 troops and engage in battle in the manner we excel, treating it as a real combat exercise. Upon hearing Li Chun's declaration, Zhang Weiguo's eyes ignited with fervor. He Qi predominantly comprises heavily armored cavalry, with both warriors and steeds encased in armor weighing at least 100 pounds. Their unstoppable charge renders them invincible on the plains. Zhang Weiguo promptly agreed. Excellent. Li Chun nodded slightly at Zhang Weiguo before turning to the ranks of He Qi behind him. I do not possess an army. I can only draw from among you. Those willing to battle alongside me against He Qi may step forward. At this moment, the soldiers of He Qi remained motionless, displaying no intention of joining Li Chun. Is there no one willing to come forward? After a prolonged silence, Li Chun awkwardly touched his nose. Zhang Ergo, take your men and join the prince. Zhang Ergo defiantly retorted, I refuse. Zhang Weiguo immediately raised his whip. Cease your prattle. Observing Zhang Weiguo's resolute stance, Zhang Ergo begrudgingly complied. And you, Sun Duzi, Xiao Dao, Zhou Bapi, bring your men to join the prince. With Zhang Weiguo's command, the reluctant soldiers finally positioned themselves behind Li Chun. However, each of them cast looks of hostility and arrogance towards him. Thus, Li Chun's foremost task was to thoroughly extinguish their pride. Gentlemen, I am aware of your sentiments. Being part of He Qi is your pride, and they have achieved numerous victories. Yet, those victories belong to the past. No army remains invincible eternally. For instance, your He Qi, in my view, harbors many vulnerabilities. I could easily identify over 100 methods to counteract He Qi's might. As Li Chun concluded his statement, a wave of disbelief rippled through the ranks. They deemed Li Chun's confidence excessive. Counteracting He Qi's might? How could that be feasible? All those who clashed with He Qi have perished. This is the testament to He Qi's strength. Li Chun observed the expressions of the soldiers, and with a cold smile, he shook his head. I understand your skepticism, your indignation. However, henceforth, I require every one of you to heed my command. Should I fail, it shall affirm my words were erroneous, and I shall personally apologize to you. Should I succeed, He Qi may learn from the experience and continue to evolve. Yet, I demand that, in the spirit of military honor, we treat this contest as genuine warfare, and each of you must exert your utmost effort. At this moment, Mu Ying, listening to Li Chun's newly coined terms, displayed a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. The spirit of a soldier? How fascinating. Chapter 39. The undersigned guarantees task completion. Soon, Li Chun isolated this contingent. To confront He Qi, the paramount strategy is to halt their charge, rendering them unable to surge forth on the battlefield. Thus, the formation I shall teach you is known as the Jin Guang Fang Zhen combined with the Chong Chong formation. The Jin Guang formation consists of 50 soldiers per row, wielding shields, one side resembling standard shields, while the other is crafted from brass, reflecting light. When the cavalry begins their charge, and the distance narrows to approximately 20 meters, we shall swiftly alter the formation, presenting the brass side to reflect light, dazzling the horses and riders, thereby maximizing the disruption of He-Chi's advance. As Li Chun elaborated, discordant murmurs arose among the soldiers. He glanced to see it was Li Ergo who spoke. "King of Mingyue, it is not my intention to oppose you. But this so-called Qingshuang formation may prove effective against others. Yet it is utterly futile against He-Chi. We are He-Chi. We know that once they charge, nothing can impede them. What use is dazzling their eyes? Even with closed eyes, cavalry can still advance. Frankly, our 200 men stand no chance against their onslaught." After Li Ergo's retort, he anticipated Li Chen's ire, yet Li Chun merely smiled gently in response. "You speak truthfully, yet it will deter them from charging with eyes shut. I have prepared another weapon, the Go Yin Chong Chong. This spear, most popular during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, serves dual purposes, to pierce foes and to sever the legs of horses. He-Chi is fully armored, yet the legs of their steeds remain unprotected for mobility." As Li Chun presented the Go Yin Chong Chong, a stir of excitement enveloped the crowd. Even Li Ergo fell silent, though he remained unconvinced that this weapon alone could counteract He-Chi. Li Shen napruka livideo stating. "At the onset of our conflict, we can intersperse these Go Yin spears within the gaps of the Qingshuang formation, slanting them into the ground. The enemy will perceive this formation and instinctively take caution, maintaining their distance. Of course, the primary aim of this formation is intimidation. Thus, our focus remains behind. When the enemy cavalry charges, the Qingshuang formation's principal role is to disrupt their advance. As they falter, our soldiers shall swiftly surge forth, employing the Go Yin spear to target their horses' legs. You can surely envision the outcome." Li Ergo's expression turned solemn. The Go Yin spear indeed proves advantageous against cavalry. Not only can it injure foes, but it is also remarkably effective in incapacitating horses. He comprehended the strategy. Envisioning the scene Li Chun had described, when He-Chi charges, our troops will coalesce, and He-Chi will likely perceive this as a standard battle formation. Yet, as they approach, the Qingshuang formation will suddenly reflect light, startling the steeds, and in that moment of surprise, the soldiers behind will unleash their Go Yin spears. The halted cavalry will become mere targets on the battlefield. If they execute Li Chen's strategy, He-Chi's defeat is inevitable. Li Ergo regarded him with newfound respect, astonished at this individual previously labeled as a wastrel, demonstrating such acumen. Moreover, while the Qingshuang formation appears cunning, its essence lies in the element of surprise. The true lethal component is the Go Yin spear. This person possesses skills beyond mere frivolity. Li Ergo nodded in acknowledgement toward Li Chun. The other members of He-Chi, observing Li Chun, shared contemplative looks, initially believing Li Chen's intent to confront He-Chi was mere bravado. However, as he presented these strategies, their prior beliefs were indeed challenged. Ultimately, the true test lies in the heat of battle. Recognizing the soldiers before him, Li Chen understood that they had begun to embrace his plan. In warfare, the soldiers' faith in their commander is of utmost significance. He then turned his attention back to Li Ergo. "Although this king has requested everyone to treat this battle as a real combat exercise, we are still comrades. To prevent any accidental injuries, all weapons, including the hook and spear, shall be crafted from wood. Additionally, bronze mirrors must be prepared separately. You have 2 hours for preparation. This should not pose a problem, correct?" Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, Li Ergo immediately nodded in agreement. It should take approximately 2 hours to create these items, leaving an additional hour for rehearsals. That should be manageable. Li Chun fixed a penetrating gaze upon Li Ergo. What this king desires is not mere assurances of capability. Instantly, Li Ergo's expression grew solemn, standing at attention before Li Chun. This subordinate guarantees the completion of the task. Chapter 40. The army assembles ready to charge. Meanwhile, on the side of Zhang Weigua, preparations were underway for the confrontation with Li Chun. However, witnessing Li Chun gather 200 soldiers to one side and equip them with weapons, he observed Li Ergo standing before Li Chun, bowing respectfully. a look of profound respect on his face. In that moment, Zhang Weiguo felt a surge of unease. What is happening? Has Li Ergo defected? Was he not the one who looked down upon the king of Mingyue? Then, Zhang Weiguo noticed other soldiers swiftly moving toward the forest, showing no immediate signs of engagement. Unable to contain his curiosity, he rode over to Li Chun. Isn't the king of Mingyue supposed to be preparing for battle? Why are they chopping wood instead? Li Chun shook his head. To avoid harming the comrades of the Black Cavalry, I instructed them to make wooden swords. 3 hours should suffice. You have no objections, I trust? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo's face broke into a wild grin. Concern for the Black Cavalry? The king of Mingyue certainly exaggerates. 3 hours is merely 3 hours. Good things are worth waiting for, and I can afford the time. Returning to his troops, Zhang Weiguo observed Li Ergo supervising the soldiers busily working in the woods. Eventually, he could no longer resist and commanded a young soldier to find Li Ergo to inquire about their activities. However, when the soldier approached and asked Li Ergo, he was met with a smirk. Cannot say. You will know soon enough. Li Ergo has indeed betrayed us. It must be noted that aside from being his superior, I am also his brother-in-law. This scoundrel dares to treat me this way. 2 hours swiftly passed. Li Ergo did not disappoint Li Chun. Everything was prepared meticulously, and even the formation rehearsals were executed with remarkable skill. Soon, Zhang Weiguo approached Li Chun once more. King of Mingyue, the time has come. Shall we engage in battle? Indeed, at this moment, Li Chun stood at the forefront of his troops. After such extensive preparation, it was finally time to test their combat capabilities. Whether they could triumph over the Black Cavalry would be determined by the outcome. Now everyone heed my command. Form ranks. With Li Chun's order, 200 warriors brandished their weapons, aligning themselves in front of him. Observing the soldiers before him, brimming with fervor and combat spirit, Li Chun nodded with satisfaction. Charge! Kill! 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 With Li Chun's resounding command, the soldiers advanced into the battlefield, voices raised in a battle cry. Meanwhile, a cold smile crept across Zhang Weiguo's face. In his heart, the Black Cavalry was an invincible force. Everyone prepare. Charge! With Zhang Weiguo's command, the Black Cavalry surged forward. Truly, they were heavy cavalry. Once they mobilized, they swept across the battlefield like miniature tanks, exuding an unstoppable momentum. On the other side, Li Chun also issued a command. Prepare the formation. Kill! In the instant Li Chun's order was given, all warriors in the formation let out a fierce roar. The front line held their shields steadfastly, while the second line positioned their hook and spear against the charging warhorses. The third line gripped their long spears, poised to charge. The rear ranks bent low, wielding sabers, ready to advance at any moment. 200 warriors coalesced into a single entity, exuding an immense killing intent. The distance between the two sides began to close rapidly. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. As the gap diminished to a mere 10 meters, Li Chun issued another command. Change formation. Simultaneously, the front line swiftly adjusted their shields, reflecting light in a dazzling golden hue. The startled horses were momentarily blinded, unable to open their eyes. While the soldiers could shield their sight with their hands, the horses, struck by the intense golden light, panicked instinctively, halting abruptly. The horses behind, unprepared for the sudden stop, collided into the ones ahead, resulting in utter chaos. The cavalry's advance was instantly thwarted. At that moment, Li Chun shouted again. Everyone prepare. Charge! Chapter 41. This subordinate submits wholeheartedly. With Li Chun's command echoing once more, the front two rows of soldiers wielding hook and spears lunged forward to ensnare the legs of the warhorses. The horses' legs were the only unprotected part of the Black Cavalry. Once injured, the warhorses could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the soldiers wielding sabers surged forward, delivering crushing blows to the fallen Black Cavalry. The charge was halted, leaving them trapped and powerless, akin to a toothless tiger, stripped of its menace. Ha ha ha! Witnessing the battlefield unfold precisely as Li Chun had predicted, Li Ergo burst into laughter. He had long harbored disdain for brother-in-law Zhang Weiguo. Today presented a perfect opportunity to diminish his prestige. Brothers, charge! Li Ergo wielded his saber, charging towards Zhang Weiguo. The chaos among the black cavalry persisted, but this was an expected outcome. The soldiers maneuvered with their hooks and sabers across the battlefield. In no time, they had decimated a significant portion of the black cavalry. At this point, the mounted commander, observing the scene, was taken aback, initially believing that the confrontation with Li Chun would last no more than 15 minutes. He was astonished that Li Chun had devised such a strategy, ensnaring him instead. Now, surrounded by fallen warhorses, he found himself utterly powerless to engage. Just then, Ying'er approached Zhang Weiguo with a sinister grin. Raising his saber, he struck down Zhang Weiguo's horse, bringing both him and his mount crashing to the ground. As Zhang Weiguo scrambled to rise, Ying'er, along with a few others, quickly pinned him down, rendering him immobile. They then mockingly bound him with a rope. Zhang Weiguo, now tightly restrained, felt a surge of humiliation and rage. Upon seeing the grinning Ying'er who had ensnared him, he erupted in anger. Ying'er, you scoundrel, what do you intend? Release me at once. Smack! Ying'er slapped Zhang Weiguo across the face. You defeated general, what right do you have to shout? Come, let us visit the prince. With that, he gleefully dragged Zhang Weiguo towards Li Chun. Upon reaching Li Chun, Ying'er, like a sycophant, beamed at him. My lord, I have captured the scoundrel Zhang Weiguo. Scoundrel? Is he referring to me? Zhang Weiguo's eyes widened in disbelief. With Zhang Weiguo captured, the remaining black cavalry naturally saw little purpose in continuing the fight. After all, resistance is futile. Trapped in place, the sabers struck down, and the horses fell helplessly. Mere lambs led to slaughter. At this moment, with the defeat of Zhang Weiguo's faction, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The remaining 2,600 black cavalry soldiers, who had been watching the battle, stood in stunned disbelief, unable to accept the grim reality before them. Zhang Weiguo had exerted every effort, employing the most esteemed strategies at their disposal, yet they still faced utter defeat. In this moment of despair, Li Chun approached, casting a smile at Zhang Weiguo before unbinding him. You have lost 3 battles in a row. Do you concede? He had never anticipated that the black cavalry could truly be defeated. Had anyone claimed they would conquer the black cavalry prior to this, he would have spat in their face. He had lost in close combat the first time, again in archery the second time, and now, in commanding the battle, he faced defeat once more. 3 matches, 3 losses. He found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Zhang Weiguo knelt before Li Chun, declaring, Your Highness, I acknowledge my defeat wholeheartedly. Chapter 42. A true man goes to Minuet to create lasting achievements. Li Chun then helped Zhang Weiguo to his feet, and addressing all the black cavalry soldiers, his eyes sparkled with fervor. A momentary setback is inconsequential. As long as we learn from our experiences and grow through battle, we shall ultimately forge an invincible army. The black cavalry, once renowned as elite in the Southern Dynasty, was confined to that realm. Yet on this vast and boundless land, countless formidable opponents awaited. Follow me to Minuet, where we shall engage with barbarians, confront pirates, battle the ancient Chang people, and perhaps even contend with other nations simultaneously. Endless growth. Infinite future. You are but ordinary soldiers now. Without significant warfare in the next 3 to 5 years, you shall remain soldiers. However, if you venture to Minuet, you will find yourselves in constant battle, earn military merit, and within a year, even the least among you may rise to command. Currently, you hold the rank of commander, but without conflict or merit, you may find yourselves stagnant. Yet, in Minuet, with countless opportunities to achieve military feats, it is conceivable that within 6 months, one could ascend to the rank of general. True men, go to Minuet. Though the region may be harsh, it brims with possibilities. Will you choose to stay here, languishing in endless internal strife, or venture with me to Minuet to conquer the world and create lasting achievements? With Li Chun's words, the black cavalry erupted into fervent excitement. The army is a collective that venerates strength and martial prowess. They revere power and idolize the invincible. Having triumphed in 3 contests, Li Chun had unequivocally demonstrated his unmatched prowess. His impassioned oration stirred the spirits of all the black cavalry. True men, go to Minuet, conquer the world, and forge eternal glory. Li Chun had etched a profound impression in their hearts. All black cavalry soldiers clutched their weapons, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Standing at the forefront, Zhang Weiguo's eyes sparkled with determination. "We are willing to follow your highness to Mingyue and create everlasting achievements." After his voice echoed, all the black cavalry shouted in unison, "We are willing to follow your highness to Mingyue and create everlasting achievements." At that moment, Mu Ying'er, observing the scene, could not help but shed tears of joy. Since the passing of her father, the Duke of the State, she had never witnessed the black cavalry united in such fervor. Although the black cavalry remained, they had lost their former invincible aura. Yet now, that spirit was rekindled before Li Chun. With a force that could move mountains and rivers, they were unstoppable. Mu Ying'er suddenly realized that bringing Li Chun before the black cavalry was indeed her wisest decision. Observing the fervor of the black cavalry, Li Chun was satisfied and raised his hand. Then, addressing the black cavalry once more, he cautioned, "Remember, do not speak of today's contest, especially the final match. As it concerns the secrets of the black cavalry, maintain confidentiality. Additionally, as you all know, I will depart in 2 days, so prepare accordingly." With Li Chun's words, all soldiers had no doubts regarding his decision to depart at night. This signified that the black cavalry had been fully won over. He then brandished a crossbow before Zhang Weiguo, stating, "This weapon can shoot 3 arrows in a single breath, with precision exceeding that of ordinary bows by over 3-fold. My earlier accuracy was largely due to this bow. Do you desire it?" Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhang Weiguo gazed at the bow in Li Chun's hands. His eyes filled with eagerness. He did not expect Li Chun to part with such a weapon, indicating that he regarded them as his own. Zhang Weiguo had witnessed its might. If equipped across the board, the combat capability of the black cavalry would significantly increase. "I want it." Li Chun nodded, retrieving a blueprint from his chest, then placing the crossbow into Zhang Weiguo's hands. "I will secretly craft 3,000 of these, with ample arrows. On the night after tomorrow, I will lead you to seize a grand victory." Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhang Weiguo's eyes brightened instantly. He nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 43. I regret entrusting the black cavalry to him. Li Chun also planned to visit the third prince's consort the following day, as his third brother had died saving him, and he needed to provide an explanation. With time on his hands, he took out the military route map once more, scrutinizing each city for potential dangers. Ultimately, he circled the cities of Pingwu and Yang'an, as they were crucial points along his intended path and within the domain controlled by the fourth prince, Li Rue. Li Rue would likely exploit these cities to his advantage. So determining the best strategy to counter him was also a pressing concern. Meanwhile, in the depths of the palace, the Emperor of the Southern Zhao was reviewing confidential reports regarding the officials, with the Grand Eunuch Feng Bao standing by his side. Following the recent rebellion of the Ninth Prince, the Emperor had realized his insufficient control over the officials. Thus, he had secretly organized a covert team to gather intelligence on their clandestine activities. Any signs of unrest would swiftly be reported to him. Before long, a cloaked figure hurried in, kneeling before the Emperor. "Your Majesty, there's been unusual activity concerning the Black Cavalry." Upon hearing the term Black Cavalry, the Emperor's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing on the figure before him. "What unusual activity? Speak." Under the Emperor's intense scrutiny, the cloaked figure felt a prickling sensation on his back. "Your Majesty, today, the King of Mingyue spent nearly 4 hours with the Black Cavalry. Initially, the Black Cavalry harbored significant hostility towards him, but by the end, they were shouting their willingness to accompany the King of Mingyue to establish everlasting merit." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression darkened, his brows furrowing tightly as his eyes grew dim. He had presumed that Li Chun would face considerable challenges in taming the Black Cavalry. However, he was astonished that in just a few hours, Li Chun had managed to win them over so swiftly. The Emperor increasingly suspected that his sixth prince was far more formidable than he appeared. Observing the Emperor deep in thought, the cloaked figure hesitated, wanting to say more. "And what else?" And Nzhod raised his head to face the man in black, his voice imbued with a formidable authority. "Furthermore, after the departure of the Wing of MNU, the servants discovered that some members of the HIQ army had ventured out to procure deer tendons, silk, chisels, and ink lines, materials essential for crafting bows and arrows. At this moment, upon hearing these words, Od's expression drastically changed, his face darkening ominously. Until now, the weaponry utilized by the HIQ have been exclusively supplied by the Ministry of Works. Given the existing armaments, they were undoubtedly sufficient for the HIQ's current needs. Why, then, were they acquiring materials for bow-making? Did they harbor intentions of rebellion? What had the sixth prince done within the HIQ today? The man in black turned pale, kneeling and bowing low. Reporting to my lord, I have sent someone to investigate, but all members of the HIQ remain tight-lipped, and I could not uncover any details regarding the procurement of these materials. Upon hearing this, NZHOD erupted in fury. Incompetent fool, you cannot even uncover such trivial matters. What use are you? Get out, within the hour. I demand to know everything that transpired within the HIQ today. After the man in black crawled away, and NZHOD clasped his hands behind his back, pacing restlessly within the study, his demeanor exceedingly agitated. He seemed to casually address the nearby Ying'er. What should I do? I regret handing the HIQ over to the Ying'er of MNU. What do you suggest? After a moment of silence, Ying'er added, moreover, the HIQ's acquisition of bow-making materials does not necessarily indicate treachery. It could be a precaution against potential dangers on their journey. After all, the road to MNU is long. Upon hearing Ying'er's words, and NZHOD's gaze sharpened, lingering ominously on Ying'er for a considerable time. BLF, I must still be in the cold palace, right? It would be fitting for the sixth prince to visit his mother before his departure. You shall handle this matter personally. As the night swiftly passed, the next day, LCHN rose early, heading to NBOF to purchase some exquisite gifts, hoping to comfort the third princess. The third princess, surnamed Y and named Qingshuang, hailed from a prestigious family. During the lifetime of her third brother, LCHN had met her. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed remarkable managerial skills, primarily overseeing the 208 shops of the Y family. Under her stewardship, the previously struggling business of the Y family thrived vibrantly. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Y family, Qingshuang knelt, her eyes swollen and red, filled with tears, exuding an air of resistance. In the hall, 2 rows of grand chairs lined either side, occupied by the elders of the Y family, particularly the matriarch, YLOJN, who leaned on her cane, glaring fiercely at Qingshuang below. I tell you, today you shall marry, whether you wish it or not. This matter is beyond your control. Qingshuang, with eyes blurred by tears, shook her head repeatedly. Grandmother, it has only been a month since the third prince's death. I was already betrothed to him. If I am to marry, I must observe 3 years of mourning, right? Today was supposed to be an ordinary day. After grooming herself, Qingshuang intended to visit the shops to review the accounts, but unexpectedly, a servant came to inform her that YLOJN wished to see her and requested her presence in the hall. Sensing the impending confrontation, Qingshuang concealed a dagger within her sleeve before going to the grand hall. Upon arrival, YLOJN straightforwardly declared that the third prince had died, and they had clandestinely met with the fourth prince, Elru, who, disregarding Qingshuang's status, consented to have her marry into the royal family as a concubine. Qingshuang was acutely aware that her family valued the third prince's royal lineage, seeking to elevate their status through him, for both emotional and rational reasons. She could not accept this. At this moment, the matriarch, leaning on her cane, remarked, "You have brought misfortune upon yourself. Your husband died before you even crossed the threshold. Fortunately, the fourth prince is magnanimous and does not hold your status as a widow against you. What is there for you to hesitate about?" The matriarch's words pierced Qingshuang's heart like daggers. Tearfully, she crawled forward, grasping the matriarch's legs, her voice trembling with a humble plea. "Grandmother, I am a person, not an object. Can you not consider my feelings? Moreover, the family business requires management." The matriarch scoffed coldly, kicking Qingshuang aside. The family business can be handled by others. You need not worry about it. In noble families, marriage is not a matter of personal choice. Even royal princesses are sent off for marriage. Why can you not make sacrifices for the family? This is my final ultimatum. At the fourth prince's request, I shall send you to his residence tonight for a trial engagement. Upon hearing this, Qingshuang shook her head vehemently. Meanwhile, the relatives present began to comfort her. Qingshuang, grandmother only wishes the best for you. Marrying the fourth prince, you will still be a princess. Indeed, Qingshuang, with the support of the chancellor, who knows, you might even become the empress one day. This would bring glory to your family. Qingshuang, you have grown up. After losing your parents at a young age, the family has raised you. It is time for you to contribute. At this moment, witnessing the relative support, Qingshuang could only scoff bitterly, despair filling her eyes. Interests, gluttonous interests, for their own gain. They disregard everything and sacrifice all. I have worked diligently since childhood, striving to elevate the family's business to earn respect and avoid scorn. Yet, I find myself unable to alter my fate. With a swift motion, Qingshuang drew the dagger hidden in her sleeve, pressing it against her neck. Facing the matriarch, her gaze was filled with despair. Grandmother, must it truly come to this? Must you force me so? The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, urging her to reconsider. Even Lojn, after an initial panic, quickly regained her composure, her eyes glinting with coldness. Even if you die today, it will not change the outcome. Hearing the matriarch's words, Qingshuang's heart sank completely. She slowly closed her eyes, pressing the dagger harder against her throat. However, at that moment, a loud crash echoed from the doorway. Everyone turned to see that the entrance had been forcefully kicked open, and a young man, hands clasped behind his back, strode in. It was Lchn. How dare you? Merely a month after the sacrifice of my third brother, you set your sights on his widow. With Lchn shout, everyone in the hall rose to their feet. Recognizing the tone, they understood immediately. This was the sixth prince, recently conferred the title of Wing of MNU. Lchn approached Qingshuang, offering her his hand to help her rise. Royal sister, stand up. Kneeling before them is beneath your dignity. Qingshuang accepted his assistance, gazing at Lchn with a complex expression. As long as you do not wish to marry, no one in this world can force you. I, Lchn, vow that should anyone dare to insult you again, I shall repay them 100-fold. Listening to Lchn's declaration, Qingshuang stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. At the same time, the expressions of everyone from the Y family changed dramatically. It was evident that Lchn had taken a stand to protect Qingshuang. Logically, as a prince and recently appointed Wing, the Y family had no right to speak with him. Yet the situation was no longer the same. The fourth prince, Ru, had already set his sights on Qingshuang and had indicated that the Y family should send her to his residence tonight. Li Shen, the Yu family is not to be trifled with, nor are the 14th prince and his faction. However, everyone in the capital is well aware that the 14th prince is backed by Rong Guifei and also by Minister Rong, who holds the highest position among all officials and wields tremendous power. Li Chun is merely an exiled vassal king, devoid of troops and followers. The Yu family understands very clearly what choice they must make. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch of the Yu family confronts Li Chun. Wang Yi, although the king of Minwei respects you, you must understand that Qingshuang is a member of the Yu family. This is merely a family matter. Even as a prince, you cannot meddle in our affairs, can you? Li Chun responds to the matriarch with a cold smile. Not from this moment onward. He then turns to face Qingshuang. The Yu family has wronged you, treating you with scorn and viewing you solely as a means to an end. If you wish, I can have the Jingzhou prefecture issue a certificate, severing all ties between you and the Yu family from this day forth. And if you desire, you may accompany me to Minwei. I guarantee that no one will dare to treat you with disrespect. What say you? At these words, the Yu family is left in shock. Historically, being cast out from one S family is regarded as an immense disgrace, and should Qingshuang be expelled, she would have nowhere to go. The Yu family believed they could manipulate her, but now, if Li Chun personally requests the Jingzhou prefecture to issue a certificate, they would undoubtedly comply, rendering the Yu family's hold over her meaningless. All eyes now turn to Qingshuang. Her decision is of utmost importance. In this world, few have treated her kindly, and Li Chun is one of them. Especially in this situation, his unwavering support brings tears to her eyes. She glances at her relatives in the Yu family hall, their gazes varied yet filled with warnings, interests, and exchanges. The choice she must make has long been clear to her. Kneeling on the ground, Qingshuang bows deeply to the matriarch. Then she produces a dagger and, gripping a lock of her hair, cuts it off with a swift motion. She lays her hair upon the ground. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Yu family. At these words, the expressions of the Yu family members change drastically. Without Qingshuang, they lose their leverage to connect with the imperial family. Just as they were on the brink of soaring to great heights, everything has suddenly collapsed. An unbearable reality for the Yu family. As Li Chun helps Qingshuang to her feet, intending to take her away, the matriarch's eyes flash with a fierce determination. Wait, you are a member of the Yu family. Can you sever ties so easily? After raising you for over 20 years, not even cutting your hair can change the fact that you are still a Yu. The matriarch suddenly raises her hand and shatters the teacup on the floor. Someone, in an instant, over a dozen family attendants appear in the courtyard, surrounding the two with unfriendly glares directed at Li Chun and Qingshuang. Li Shen abruptly turns, his fierce eyes conveying a warning. Do you intend to forcibly detain us? Even I cannot be held here? The matriarch's gaze is resolute as she points at Qingshuang, her voice unwavering. If I had not agreed to the 14th prince, that would be one thing. But now that I have, how could I possibly allow her to leave? The prince may leave at any time, but you cannot take Qingshuang with you. Seeing the family attendants poised to act, Li Chun's eyes become as cold as steel. Is the Yu family truly prepared for this? The matriarch stands firm. Qingshuang must remain. Li Chun shakes his head. That will surely disappoint you. I must take her with me. At that moment, a group of soldiers clad in black armor, brandishing weapons, suddenly storms into the courtyard. These are the Black Riders. Their fierce demeanor encircles the Yu family, swords drawn, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The previously arrogant attendants shrink back, resembling chastised dogs, too afraid to utter a word. Soon, another armored figure steps forward. Saluting Li Chun, I, Zhang Weigua, have arrived late to the rescue. Please forgive me, Wang Yi. Zhang Weigua is the deputy commander of the Black Riders. The Yu family, being a prominent clan in the capital, recognizes the weight of the Black Riders. Though they knew the emperor had granted the Black Riders to Li Chun, they were unaware that he had so swiftly gained their allegiance. The expressions of the Yu family members grow increasingly grim, especially the matriarch, who opens her mouth several times but ultimately cannot find her voice. With the Black Riders present, attempting to keep Qingshuang is nothing short of ludicrous. They can only report to the 14th prince afterward and devise a new plan. However, allowing Li Chun to leave like this would also be a blow to the matriarch's pride. After a prolonged silence, she finally concedes. If the king of Mingyue insists on this, I have nothing more to say. I only hope the 6th prince can maintain his composure before the 14th prince. Hearing the matriarch's words, a cold smile appears on Li Chun's lips. Initially, he intended to leave with his royal sister-in-law. But since the Yu family has shown such a lack of appreciation, he finds himself inclined to engage further. You mentioned that the Yu family raised the royal sister-in-law for over 20 years, claiming that ties cannot be severed at will. This reminds me of something. The royal sister-in-law has managed your family's shops for nearly 5 years now. During this time, I assume the Yu family has never paid her a single coin in wages, correct? Since I have the opportunity today, should we not settle this debt? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the matriarch's brow furrows as she glares at him, fury bubbling within her. King of Mingyue, is this not enough for you? Li Shen coldly smiles. Clearly, it is not enough. For those devoid of boundaries, I prefer to settle matters in one go. A common person spends about 5 taels of silver a year for sustenance. For one in the noble family, let us estimate 50 taels. The royal sister-in-law is now 21, which amounts to 1,050 taels. Managing your family's 208 shops, she should have received no less than 3 taels a month, totaling 7,488 taels a year. Over 5 years, This sums to 37,444 taels. Subtracting the 1,050 taels for her living expenses leaves 36,390 taels. This sum must be paid today. At these words, the expressions of the Yu family members transform. Even as a prominent clan, 30,000 taels is not a sum they can simply produce, especially since this amount is not one they rightfully owe. Qingshuang is a member of the Yu family. She should have worked for them unconditionally. The matriarch points at Li Chun, her voice trembling with indignation. King of Mingyue, do not go too far. Li Chun shakes his head with a smile. The phrase going too far is one I should direct at you. Over these 5 years, your family's shops have earned such a fortune. Yet has a single coin been given to the royal sister-in-law? To have someone manage your businesses without compensation is utterly unreasonable. If you find my words lacking in validity, I can summon the officials from the Jingzhou prefecture to calculate the sums involved. However, by the time the Jingzhou prefecture determines the monthly compensation, who knows what the final figure will be? After all, some managers earn 10 taels a month, and I am already being conservative in my estimates. At this, the matriarch's expression shifts once more, her face paling. How the Jingzhou prefecture calculates, only heaven knows. However, Li Chun is, after all, the king of Mingyue, and the Jingzhou prefecture is bound to lean more towards the prince. If they truly sought him out, I fear the sum would be even greater. Gazing at Li Chun before her, elder lady, you wished she could swallow him whole. Yet, for now, she could only swallow her anger. Although 30,000 taels of silver is a considerable amount, the Yu family is still capable of producing it. Someone, fetch money for the king of Mingyue. Li Chun looked at elder lady Yu. You are mistaken. This is not money for me. It is merely the wages earned by the imperial sister-in-law over 5 years of hard work. Elder lady Yu's eyes blazed with fury as she struck her cane heavily against the ground. Bring the money. The members of the Yu family, who had initially intended to comfort the elder lady, realized the situation was amiss and dared not say more, leaving it to the accountant to fetch the funds. Soon, a thick pile of banknotes was delivered into Qingshuang's hands, along with dozens of boxes of silver coins. Li Chun faced Qingshuang. Imperial sister-in-law, do you see anything missing? Or is there any personal item you need to take with you? Once you step out of this door, you shall have no further ties with the Yu family. Chapter 48. An imperial decree arrives. Upon returning to the Duke of State's mansion, Ying'er happened to be home. She immediately took Qingshuang's hand warmly, inquiring about her well-being and trying to prevent her from overthinking. We are all family from now on. Henceforth, we can look out for each other in times of need. Under Ying'er's enthusiastic demeanor, Qingshuang gradually began to adapt. Li Chun nodded at Qingshuang. Imperial sister-in-law, if you have other plans, you need not go to Mingyue. What was spoken at the Yu residence earlier was merely a pretext, not to be taken seriously. Qingshuang gazed at Li Chun and shook her head. I must go to Mingyue. After all, it is closer to him, and I need to check on him, as he is alone in the wilderness. Moreover, if the king of Mingyue does not mind, I possess some experience in managing shops and can assist in managing certain assets if I go. At this, a glimmer of light appeared in Li Chun's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. As I am about to leave the capital, there are countless matters to attend to once I arrive in Mingyue. What I lack is someone as adept at management as the third imperial sister-in-law. If she truly wishes to join, it would be most welcome. Li Chun bowed to Qingshuang. You exaggerate, imperial sister-in-law. Should you choose to assist your royal brother, I would be immensely grateful. Qingshuang waved her hand to indicate that there was no need for excessive courtesy. While they were conversing, the steward hastily entered. Someone from the palace has arrived, purportedly with the emperor's decree, requesting the king of Mingyue to receive it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three changed, exchanging puzzled glances. By common reasoning, with Li Chun soon to depart, the palace should not be sending a decree. Why the sudden summons, and what could it entail? Surely, what is meant to happen cannot be avoided. Let's step out and see. Exiting the door, they arrived at the main hall, where a high-ranking eunuch, Feng Bao, clad in a purple robe, stood at the center. Feng Bao is the trusted eunuch of the Southern Zhao Emperor. His personal delivery of the decree signifies something of great importance. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Feng Bao turned to face Li Chun. King of Mingyue, I am here on the emperor's orders. Li Chun nodded and, adhering to protocol, knelt in the hall. Upon hearing the decree, Li Chun was momentarily stunned. What? The Southern Zhao Emperor has granted me permission to see my mother. But why is it that I have so few memories of her? I only recall being raised by the palace maid since childhood. I vaguely remember a person who once existed in my life, only to vanish swiftly. I recall asking the maids about my mother when I was very young, inquiring what she was like and where she had gone. Yet, they all warned me to refrain from such questions, indicating it was a topic not to be broached. As time passed, I gradually lost the desire to think of my mother. Now, what could the sudden summons to see her mean? According to the emperor's character, he would never speak without purpose. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Li Chen's mind, as if a needle were stirring within. He instinctively clutched his head. What is happening? Are you all right? Noticing Li Chen's complexion turn pale and beads of sweat forming, Ying'er and Qingshuang rushed to his side with concern. Li Chen steadied himself and shook his head at the two women. Then he turned to the high-ranking eunuch Feng Bao. Your Majesty, is there anything else to convey? Feng Bao regarded Li Chen with a complex expression and shook his head. When would be an appropriate time for me to enter the palace? Feng Bao glanced at the fading light. It is getting late. The palace will soon close its gates, making it inconvenient. If the king of Minyue wishes to go, it shall be tomorrow. Chapter 49. The First Meeting with Mother. The night felt interminably long. Li Chen dreamt many dreams, visions of his mother, her features obscured, rendering him unable to see her clearly. He only remembered her singing gentle lullabies during his childhood, soothing him as he grew. The next morning, after a brief wash and grooming, Li Chen proceeded directly to the palace. At the palace gate, a matron awaited him, having been there early. This matron was the very one who had cared for him throughout his childhood. As he approached the moment of meeting his mother, Li Chen felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, never experiencing the genuine love of a father or mother. In this life, he was uncertain how to face her. The two walked in silence toward the cold palace, navigating through a maze until they finally arrived at its entrance. Just as the matron was about to leave, Li Chen stopped her. Matron, could you tell me, what kind of person is my mother? The matron gazed at Li Chen with a complex expression, her eyes reddening. Your Highness, you must remember, the princess is an incredibly good person. She has endured much hardship for you. If you have the chance in the future, you must repay her well. After speaking, the matron seemed to hesitate, quickly turning to leave. Gazing at the rusted, weathered door before him, Li Chen took a deep breath and pushed open the entrance to the cold palace. As he looked inside, he saw approximately 20 individuals confined within, mostly concubines from the palace, some of whom he recognized, yet all appeared to be in wretched condition, gaunt, disheveled, and dirty, their eyes hollow and devoid of life. Li Chen stepped inside, yet no one paid him any mind. They sat heedlessly on the ground, lost in their own worlds of illusion. Finally, beneath a parasol tree, he caught sight of a woman's figure. The woman was unkempt, emaciated, her appearance almost indistinguishable from that of a beggar on the street. She sat there, gazing absently at the fluttering leaves of the parasol tree, humming an unknown tune. Yet, it was this very melody that rendered Li Chen motionless. The tune felt so familiar, it was the very song from his dreams. He hazily recalled that as a child, whenever he was asleep, someone would hum this very song to lull him into slumber. As Li Chen stared in a daze at the woman, as if sensing his gaze, she turned her head. In that instant, their eyes met, filled with a tumult of emotions. Initially numbness, followed by a spark of recognition. Surprise, joy, concern, and even a hint of disarray and panic reflected in her eyes. With merely a glance, Li Chen became utterly certain that the woman before him was indeed his mother. In that instant, a thunderous explosion resonated in his mind, as memories long sealed within his consciousness were suddenly unveiled. His mother was, in fact, the daughter of the esteemed general of the Southern Dynasty. In a bid to secure military support, the Southern Emperor had sought the general's hand in marriage, thereby marrying Li Chen's mother. Subsequently, the Southern Emperor ascended to the throne, yet within 2 years, the general tragically perished on the battlefield, leading to a growing chill between the emperor and his consort. In an effort to solidify his reign, the emperor took the sister of the chancellor as his wife, Lady Rongue. Lady Rongue, much like her brother, was a master of cunning, and upon entering the palace, she instigated a power struggle, resulting in numerous consorts being imprisoned. When Li Chun was merely 3 years old, a calamity involving witchcraft struck the palace. The chancellor personally brought men to investigate, discovering many effigies inscribed with the emperor's birth date in Lady Li's quarters. Lady Li, along with young Li Chun, was seized by the guards, and it was only through Lady Li's desperate pleas that the emperor ultimately spared the young boy. From that moment, Lady Li vanished from Li Chun's life. Regrettably, he was too young to comprehend the situation, and the image of his mother gradually faded from his memories. It turned out that his mother had always been there, confined within the cold palace. Once a paragon of exquisite beauty, she now appeared as she did before him. A wave of sorrow washed over Li Chun, and his eyes felt as if they were filled with sand. Mother! He could no longer suppress his emotions and rushed towards her. However, upon seeing him approach, Lady Li quickly lowered her head, frantically attempting to escape. As Li Chun prepared to reach his mother, a cacophony erupted. Food is here! Food is here! The gates of the cold palace swung open, and 2 eunuchs entered. Carrying a large bucket, with practiced ease, they poured the contents into a stone trough in the corner. The occupants of the cold palace instinctively dropped to their knees before the trough, hastily shoveling the slop into their mouths. Lady Li, fearful of being recognized by Li Chun, mingled with the crowd in the chaos, deliberately curling her body to avoid detection. Witnessing his mother in such a state filled Li Chun with profound anguish. He understood that she was afraid their recognition would bring him trouble, and she did not wish to embarrass her son. Yet, she was unaware that Li Chun had grasped the entirety of the situation, and his heart was filled only with guilt toward her. It was precisely due to her sacrifices that he could lead a life outside the cold palace. Li Chun glanced at the trough, filled with filthy water, floating with remnants of meals, exuding a foul odor. Over 20 individuals clutched the slop, desperately consuming it, having long since grown accustomed to such a life. "Oh, isn't this His Highness, the 6th Prince? What brings you here?" One of the eunuchs seemed to recognize Li Chun and approached him. He suppressed the fury boiling within him. Was this not food meant for pigs? Why was it offered to them? These individuals were hardly human. They were akin to swine, fortunate to receive scraps. As he regarded the eunuch before him, a glint of anger ignited in Li Chun's eyes. The eunuch, oblivious to the tempest brewing within Li Chun, smiled broadly at him. He then turned, pointing at Lady Li, who was trying to avoid Li Chun's gaze, feigning ignorance as she continued to stuff her mouth with slop. How ungrateful! Li Chun thought, his anger reaching a boiling point as he approached Lady Li, intending to kick her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air, and the eunuch was sent sprawling against the wall. Li Chun's eyes blazed with fury as he seized the eunuch by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Do you not know that Lady Li is my mother? How dare you humiliate her in my presence? Who are you trying to impress?" The eunuch struggled frantically to free himself from Li Chun's grip, but Li Chun had no intention of relenting. With a swift motion, a sickening crack echoed as he snapped the eunuch's neck, ending his life instantly. The eunuch collapsed to the ground, and a wave of screams erupted around them as everyone fled in terror, casting fearful glances at Li Chun. Li Chun turned his icy gaze upon the remaining eunuch. "Hadyating Minas. In 15 minutes, summon your superior eunuch, or I shall ensure that all present here meet their demise." The young eunuch fled in panic. The other consorts, their faces etched with fear, distanced themselves from Li Chun, save for Lady Li, who rushed towards him in a state of distress. "Child, you must leave quickly. I will handle this." Feeling his mother's concern warmed Li Chun's heart. It had been a long time since he experienced such genuine care. He embraced her tightly. After 20 years, mother and son were finally reunited. "Ying'er, listen to me. This is not the time for recklessness. We are in the depths of the palace. You have taken a life. You must leave at once. This cannot implicate you," Lady Li urged, pushing him away to encourage his escape. Yet, Li Chun gazed at her with resolve. "Mother, I have been bestowed the title of Wang of Mingyue. Come with me. We need not endure this suffering any longer." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope shone in Lady Li's eyes as she looked at her son with pride. She nodded gravely, but soon her expression shifted, and she shook her head. Gently caressing Li Chun's face, she conveyed her reluctance. Realizing her plight, Li Chun's brow furrowed in understanding. He comprehended the true intent behind the Southern Emperor's decision to allow him to visit his mother. By keeping Lady Li in the capital, the Emperor ensured Li Chen's loyalty, knowing he would not dare rebel while she remained hostage. The Emperor's gesture was not one of compassion, but a warning to Li Chen not to act rashly, reminding him that his mother was still in his grasp. A profound sense of desolation enveloped Li Chen. The harsh realities of imperial life were indeed merciless. "Chinner, you must leave. It will soon be too late," Lady Li urged him. Just as she spoke, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously. A middle-aged eunuch clad in a purple uniform, exuding authority, entered the cold palace, flanked by several young eunuchs. This purple-clad eunuch was the chief eunuch of the palace, of the fourth rank, just a step below the grand eunuch who served the emperor. Observing the lifeless body in the courtyard, a sinister gleam appeared in the chief eunuch's eyes as he addressed Li Chen with a chilling tone. "Sixth Prince, we are aware that you have just been bestowed the title of Wang of Mingyue, yet there are rules within the palace. You have taken the life of one of our own, and this matter demands an explanation." Li Chen's gaze turned frigid as he faced the chief eunuch. Having been crowned, one should hesitate to demand an explanation. It either indicates the backing of powerful allies or a reckless pursuit of death. Upon hearing the words of the chief eunuch, Li Fei was about to kneel and plead for Li Chen, but he gently lifted her up, patting her shoulder to reassure her. However, he strode purposefully towards the chief eunuch, indifferent to who orchestrated the drama within the cold palace. His mother had endured countless grievances here for years. Standing before the chief eunuch, Li Chen questioned, "What explanation do you seek?" A sinister smile crept across the eunuch's face. "The sixth prince has slain a member of our family. Surely, there must be some form of accountability, lest others presume us easy prey." With a swift motion, Li Chen delivered a resounding slap to the eunuch's face. "Is this explanation sufficient?" Anger flashed in the eunuch's eyes. "You dare strike me? I am a fourth-rank chief eunuch." Without hesitation, Li Chen unleashed a powerful kick, sending the eunuch flying several feet away. He advanced and placed a foot upon the eunuch's chest, declaring, "You, a dog, dare to act so arrogantly before me. You withhold the treatment of the cold palace and oppress the royal consort. Do you believe I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Humiliated and enraged, the eunuch realized he had never faced such indignity on his own turf. "Mingyuang, do you dare to insult me thus? Have you considered the consequences? You may escape, but your mother remains here in the cold palace. Can you protect her for a lifetime?" Chapter 52. At worst, we flip the table, and no one plays anymore. Li Chen's demeanor turned icy at the eunuch's words, igniting a murderous resolve within him. Yes, he could leave, but what of his mother remaining here? If she were to be bullied in the future, what would he do? Thus, he concluded, "Then you shall perish." As the chief eunuch thought he had intimidated Li Chen, the latter raised his foot and stomped down heavily on the eunuch's chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed ominously. This single blow shattered the eunuch's ribs. Staring at Li Chen, the eunuch's eyes widened in horror, realizing that Li Chen truly intended to kill him. Just as he contemplated pleading for mercy, Li Chen coldly commanded, "In your next life, be a good dog." He pressed down once more, the eunuch's chest collapsing entirely. With widened eyes, he could scarcely believe he was dying at the hands of Li Chen. As Li Chen murdered the chief eunuch, the surrounding young eunuchs stood in stunned silence, having anticipated that the eunuch's arrival would humiliate Li Chen, but instead, they witnessed the sixth prince's ruthless nature as he killed the chief eunuch without hesitation. Turning to face the remaining eunuchs, Li Chen's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. "Summon Feng Bao to me. Tell him I await a satisfactory answer here." Upon hearing Li Chen's furious order, all the eunuchs trembled. They had never realized the sixth prince could be so merciless. The young eunuchs scurried away in haste. Meanwhile, Li Fei looked at Li Chen with growing anxiety. "My child, they are all high-ranking eunuchs. The palace's struggles are often bloodless yet lethal. These eunuchs are notorious for their cunning and cruelty. If the Emperor of Nanzhao learns of your actions today, the consequences could be dire." Li Chen shook his head in response. "Mother, do not worry. They will not dare to act against us. The stronger I become, the more they will fear me. They will not dare to harm you. Submissiveness only invites further bullying." Hearing Li Chen's words, Li Fei nodded, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. He was right. Her son's growing strength would instill dread within the palace. Regrettably, her compassion had previously hindered her ability to protect herself and her son. Yet now, she saw her son was thriving. About a quarter of an hour later, Feng Bao arrived at the cold palace. Glancing at the two lifeless bodies, he merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze and bowing to Li Chun. "This servant greets Min Yuang." Li Chun nodded, anticipating Feng Bao's response. He knew Feng Bao was well aware of the situation in the cold palace, and the Emperor of Nanzhao would undoubtedly be informed as well. Feng Bao's delay of a quarter of an hour suggested the Emperor had already issued instructions. Today's confrontation seemed a prelude to Li Chun's eventual clash with the Emperor. Yet, Li Chun was eager to hear how the Emperor would respond. He had mentally prepared for the worst outcome. If it came to it, he would flip the table, and none would play anymore. Facing Li Chun, Feng Bao spoke, "Zhou Hai." Regarding the cold palace matter, this servant acknowledges negligence. "I have arranged for the execution of all eunuchs responsible for its management, and a dedicated team will now oversee the cold palace. All provisions will be standardized, and no further withholding will occur. As for Lady Li, she will be attended to by dedicated caretakers, so please rest assured." Upon hearing Feng Bao's words, Li Chun narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of clarity. Ultimately, the Emperor had retreated, placing the burden upon Feng Bao. Although the Emperor had not removed his mother from the cold palace, arrangements for her care had been made, vastly improving her conditions. This indicated that the Emperor had begun to regard him with caution. Nonetheless, it was a positive development. At least no one would dare to easily humiliate his mother any longer. Chapter 53. I have already found my reasons to kill you. Your Highness, the time has come. Staying too long in the palace is ill-advised. Feng Bao Zeminde Li Chun. Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly. So much had transpired today that time felt insufficient. The reunion with his mother had been precious, yet they had barely exchanged words. Turning to his mother, Li Chun opened his mouth, and all he could convey was, "Mother, take care." Li Fei nodded, yet tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Watching her, Li Chun felt a profound sorrow. "Mother, you must wait for me. 3 years. At most 3 years. I will surely bring you out." Ultimately, Li Chun was led away by Feng Bao, watching as the gates of the cold palace slowly closed. The heart-wrenching gaze of his mother and the barrier between them filled him with a sense of anguish. On the bustling streets, the initial din of voices faded as he walked through. Suddenly, all noise vanished. Li Chun furrowed his brow, seeing a carriage ahead, beside which stood a man clad in a dragon-patterned robe, a sinister expression on his face. None other than the fourth prince, Li Rui. "Sixth brother, you've emerged from the cold palace? I presume you've encountered that madwoman? How is it? Did she sing for you?" Upon hearing Li Rui's chilling voice, a fierce light flickered in Li Chun's eyes, filled with a deep, dangerous intent. "You would do well to watch your tongue, should you fail to restrain it. I can assist you in silencing it." Li Rui shook his head. "Sixth brother, you've become quite arrogant, as if you've transformed into a different person. Had I known back then, I should have compelled Mother Empress to act, imprisoning both you and her in the cold palace." Hearing Li Rui's words at this moment, Li Chun's eyes darkened instantly. He had discerned the pivotal information embedded in Li Rui's statement. Back then, imprisoned together in the cold palace? The calamity of witchcraft was indeed their scheme? Suddenly, a chill surged in Li Chun's gaze. "So, it was you who orchestrated the events of that year?" Li Rui shook his head, his cold laughter growing more pronounced. "What use is it to know now? We have the power to confine that woman to the cold palace, and we can just as easily take your life. Do you truly believe that once you seek the title of King of Mingyue, you can escape? My royal brother shall send you straight to the underworld to fulfill your role as King of Mingyue." As he spoke, Li Rui clapped his hands in rhythm with the carriage. Soon, the sound of clanking chains echoed from the carriage, and the door curtain was lifted, revealing a robust man emerging from within. The man stood 9 feet tall, as strong as an ox, with disheveled hair and a fearsome countenance, clad in death row garb, chains binding his hands and feet. At that moment, Li Rui pointed at Li Chun and commanded the burly man, "Kill him, and this prince shall grant you a path to survival." Upon hearing this, the burly man gazed at Li Chun with blood-red eyes, revealing a terrifying glint. He nodded and let out a chilling roar. Observing the formidable figure before him, Li Chuan furrowed his brow. The man was likely a fifth-grade expert, albeit slightly inferior to Zhang Weiguo. However, Zhang Weiguo had not employed his internal power during their previous duel, given Li Chen's current abilities. Facing this fifth-grade master alone would undoubtedly be a tremendous strain. Li Chen confronted Li Rue. "Are you not afraid of the consequences of plotting against a prince in broad daylight?" Li Rue shook his head, a sinister smile plastered on his face. "But this prince has already cleared the scene, hasn't he? Rest assured, all here are my royal brother's men. Your death will arouse no suspicion. If our father inquires, we shall inform him that a notorious inmate escaped from prison and killed the king of Minuet in the streets. How about that for a compelling reason?" Chapter 54. Setting the stage for the show. A thoroughly convincing rationale. Even the Jingzhou prefecture need not investigate further. The fourth prince, Li Rue, stepped forward to unshackle the iron chains binding the burly man, then clapped his hands and retreated to a corner of the street. "This is now your domain. Kill him." In his eyes, Li Chuan was merely a worthless being, and a fifth-grade expert was more than enough to send him on his way. As the chains fell away from the burly man, he flexed his limbs, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Then, eyeing Li Chuan, a sinister smile crept across his face. Just as Li Chuan was deep in thought, the burly man charged forward, launching a powerful punch aimed at Li Chen's chest. In that instant, Li Chen distinctly heard the sound of an explosive strike accompanying the man's punch. Curious about the true strength of this fifth-grade master, Li Chen instinctively raised his hands to guard his chest, bracing himself for the onslaught. Yet the force of that blow sent him staggering back 10 paces. His arms tingled, and a surge of blood rushed through him. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had been struck head-on by a bull charging at full speed. The might of a fifth-grade master was indeed terrifying. Without internal power, he could not hope to match strength with strength. The best strategy was to leverage his combat experience for grappling. Meanwhile, the fourth prince, Li Rue, observed Li Chen's predicament with a sinister grin. Nonchalantly, he grabbed some sunflower seed from a nearby stall, relishing the spectacle as if it were a performance. After the burly man had sent Li Chuan reeling, he did not afford him much time to recover and charged again. Approaching Li Chuan, the burly man attempted to seize him by the chest, but Li Chuan deftly sidestepped. Evading the grasp, the burly man retaliated with another attempt. Yet Li Chuan slipped past once more, not even grazing his clothing. Witnessing Li Chen's allusive movements, the burly man let out another furious roar. Li Chuan danced around the burly man, refusing to engage him directly. After several exchanges, he discerned the man's weakness. Despite being a fifth-grade expert, the burly man's intelligence appeared dulled from his time in prison. He relied solely on brute strength, lacking any sophisticated techniques or strategies. Realizing this, Li Chuan understood that as long as he avoided direct confrontation, he had a significant chance to turn the tide. Seizing an opening, Li Chuan unleashed a powerful punch to the burly man's chest. The man's body swayed slightly, but suffered little damage. Yet, the burly man responded with another furious shout. He lunged forward, arms outstretched to seize Li Chuan. Ultimately, the disparity in their strengths proved too great. Amidst Li Chen's evasive maneuvers, the burly man managed to grasp his chest. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man hoisted Li Chuan into the air, spinning him around before slamming him down to the ground. Bang! Li Chuan crashed to the ground, disoriented and tasting blood in his throat. At that moment, Li Rue, still munching on sunflower seeds, gazed at Li Chuan with a look of satisfaction. Suddenly, the burly man charged toward Li Chuan with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. As the burly man approached within 3 steps, he leaped into the air, intent on delivering a crushing blow upon Li Chuan. Faced with the impending threat, Li Chuan's expression turned grave. If the burly man landed on him, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pulp. As the burly man descended upon him, Li Chuan summoned his strength, executing a swift roll to evade the lethal strike. Boom! The burly man crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In that fleeting moment, Li Chuan seized the opportunity to rise and grabbed a rolling pin from the stall, swinging it fiercely at the burly man's head. Chapter 55 now. just for claiming a bit of interest. Bang! Li Chen's blow landed squarely on the burly man's head. The man clutched his head, dizzy and dazed, his eyes rolling back as he staggered before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Li Chen approached the burly man, observing him twitching on the ground. Li Chen struck again with the rolling pin, ensuring the man lay completely still. Finally, he turned to face the fourth prince, Li Rue, who was still at the corner sunflower seed stall. "You, come over here," Li Chen shouted angrily, brandishing the rolling pin. Under the oppressive aura emanating from Li Chen, Li Rue found himself inexplicably compelled to approach. Bang! Li Chen brought the rolling pin down fiercely upon Li Rue. Caught off guard, Li Rue cried out in pain, doubling over and kneeling on the ground, frantically rubbing the area struck by Li Chen. "You dare to hit me?" Li Chen, rolling pin in hand, pointed it accusatorily at Li Rue's nose. "Do you believe this prince would hesitate to kill you?" In that moment, witnessing Li Rue being struck, the guards who had previously dispersed the crowd approached with grim expressions, weapons drawn as they surrounded Li Chen. They were bound to obey Li Rue's commands. If he ordered them to attack, they would undoubtedly do so. However, Li Rue had yet to call for assistance from his guards. Meanwhile, Li Chen's chilling voice rang in the air. "If you possess the confidence to escape from my grasp, then call out. Otherwise, let them retreat." Li Rue raised his gaze to Li Chen, who stood merely 3 steps away, while his guards lingered approximately 20 steps behind. Fearing that he might be subdued before his guards could arrive, Li Rue reluctantly issued a command to them. "Leave, all of you." As he felt a sharp impact on his shoulder, he cried out in pain, attempting to evade Li Chen. However, Li Chen showed no signs of stopping, wildly wielding a rolling pin against Li Rue. The guards, witnessing their master being assaulted, longed to intervene but dared not approach. As Li Chen mercilessly struck Li Rue, the latter knelt in evasion, repeatedly shouting, "Li Chen, I am still a prince. Do you not fear the wrath of our father?" Li Chen responded with a cold smile, mockery dancing in his eyes. "You did not fear when you ordered my assassination, so why should I? Moreover, the evidence you provided is glaringly apparent, is it not? A criminal escaping from prison, brazenly killing the fourth prince in the streets, and only thanks to the arrival of the sixth prince was the criminal dispatched. Alas, the fourth prince succumbed to his grievous injuries. To his dismay, Li Rue found that the justification he had crafted for Li Chen was now being wielded against him. Overcome with dread, he pleaded with Li Chen, "Sixth brother, I beseech you, spare me. I am willing to negotiate." Li Chen shook his head, his expression darkening further. "Did you consider this moment when you sought my life? It is too late to plead for mercy now." With that, Li Chen resumed his relentless assault with the rolling pin, striking Li Rue as if rain were falling upon him. The anguished cries of Li Rue persisted for a quarter of an hour, a deliberate act by Li Chen. It was only when Li Rue lay on the ground, utterly exhausted and unable to defend himself, that Li Chen ceased his onslaught. Li Chen approached Li Rue, placing his foot upon the latter's face. "Now, I shall send your family on their final journey." With that, he discarded the broken rolling pin and addressed the guards of the fourth prince. "Carry your master away. Depart." At the sound of Li Chen's command, the guards finally dared to step forward, hastily lifting the nearly unconscious Li Rue and retreating in disarray. As for seeking revenge against Li Chen, with the fourth prince in a state of near death, not a single guard possessed the audacity to entertain such thoughts. Chapter 56. The pressure from the imperial sisters-in-law falls upon Li Chen. Li Chen felt no apprehension regarding retaliation. After all, he had the Black Knights firmly under his control. Who would dare to bring misfortune upon themselves? As for the Emperor of Nanzhao, Li Chen was equally unconcerned. Given the Emperor's character, he would undoubtedly prefer the princes to fight fiercely against one another, enabling him to consolidate resources more effectively and swiftly. At that moment, the two imperial sisters-in-law approached him with concern. "What transpired? Did you engage in conflict? Are you unharmed?" Li Chen, noticing the worry in their eyes, smiled and shook his head to indicate that he was fine. "It's nothing, just dealt with a minor inconvenience." Observing Li Chen's reluctance to elaborate and recognizing that he was unscathed, Ying'er and Qingshuang refrained from pressing further. Checking the time, they noted that it was already past noon, and the moment for Li Chen's planned departure was drawing near. "How are the preparations coming along? Has Zhang Weiguo relayed any news?" Mu Ying'er nodded in response to Li Chun. Zhang Weiguo just visited. They are nearly ready. Thanks to the soldiers' tireless efforts. They have modified 3,000 crossbows, and nearly 50,000 arrows have been produced. Upon hearing this, Li Chun nodded, a glimmer of joy evident in his eyes. Indeed, the Black Knights are remarkably efficient and proactive. I initially believed the complexity of the crossbows would limit their output to 2,000. Yet they have surpassed expectations with 3,000, one for each person. With 50,000 arrows, in addition to the existing stock, we are well equipped. However, Mu Ying'er looked at Li Chun, a hint of shame coloring her expression as she hesitated to speak. Li Chun, curious, inquired, "What is it?" Mu Ying'er, her demeanor momentarily subdued, replied, "However, the land deeds of the Duke of Zhenghua were only sold for 38,000 taels. And with the 36,000 taels from my sister Qingshuang, we have only managed to gather 74,000 taels. After discussing with Qingshuang, we estimate that the journey to Mingyue will take about a month, and even without considering military salaries, the expenses for over 3,000 men will amount to at least 110,000 taels. We are still short by 36,000 taels." Listening to Mu Ying'er's words, Li Chun's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between her and Qingshuang. So these past few days, the Duke of Zhenghua's household has been bustling with activity to sell land in order to raise military funds? Mu Ying'er, avoiding his gaze, worried that the matter of money might hurt Li Chun's pride, quickly added, "Please rest assured, we are doing this of our own volition." Both women then spoke in unison. "You need not worry. We are all willing to contribute." Faced with the two imperial sisters-in-law, Li Chun found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions, gratitude, appreciation, and a profound sense of responsibility. During his stay at the Duke of Zhenghua's residence, he had understood that they possessed little spare wealth. The land and shops were their last bastion of security. If sold, how would they survive thereafter? Moreover, the funds from a Yu family were Qingshuang's own, her last refuge. By offering them, what would happen to her should Li Chun face misfortune in Mingyue? Thus, Li Chun shook his head at the two imperial sisters-in-law. "I absolutely cannot accept this money. You have already done more than enough for me. If I accept it, what kind of person would I be? Moreover, I have already devised a plan regarding the military expenses." Chapter 57. The Sixth Prince becomes increasingly impressive. You have a plan? The two women looked at Li Chun with curiosity, just as they suspected this might be a mere excuse. A figure clad in a pink gown approached from outside the courtyard. It was the second imperial sister-in-law, Mu Rongxian. Mu Rongxian appeared hurried and disheveled, her delicate cheeks glistening with perspiration. Upon seeing Li Chun, she quickly retrieved a folded piece of paper from her bosom and handed it to him. "Here is what you requested." Afterward, she poured herself a cup of water and began to drink heartily. As Li Chun accepted the paper, elation surged within him. Everything was in place. He merely awaited this envelope. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the second imperial sister-in-law. "Thank you, second sister-in-law." Mu Rongxian waved her hand dismissively. "It's a small matter." Li Chun held the letter before the two women, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is my plan." The sisters-in-law looked at him with puzzled expressions, uncertain of what he was alluding to. As Li Chun unfolded the paper, a detailed map of the outskirts of the capital unfolded before them, marked with not only forest trails and caves, but also encampments of various personnel. "This is a map of the bandits' encampments in the outskirts of the capital. Do you intend to take action against them?" Mu Ying'er gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Li Chun. At this moment, Li Chun gazed intently at Mu Ying'er, a serious expression forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the bandits in the outskirts of the capital had colluded with the imperial princes, persistently wreaking havoc in the region for several years. During this time, they had robbed merchants and plundered the common folk, causing great suffering. The authorities dared not act against them, and even the imperial guards had to avoid confrontation. Thus, I shall confront the bandits that the government fears to challenge and eliminate those they dare not execute. I plan to eradicate this hidden threat on the day I leave the capital, while also replenishing our granaries along the way. At this moment, Mu Ying'er stood stunned, shaken by Li Chun's resolve. She had never anticipated that Li Chun would set his sights on the bandits in the outskirts. After a moment, she spoke. "But they have 50,000 men, While we only have 3,000, and the terrain favors them, the advantages of the Black Riders cannot be fully realized. Listening to Mu Ying'er, a smile crept across Li Chen's lips. Indeed, that was her perspective, and it mirrored the thoughts of many others, especially from the bandits' viewpoint. Stationed in the outskirts, they believed no power would dare challenge them, leading to a laxity in both defense and response. However, the map we possess allows us to stealthily infiltrate the bandit stronghold and deliver a devastating blow. Furthermore, I have instructed the Black Riders to create crossbows that can shoot 3 arrows in a single breath, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities in terms of speed and accuracy. Although disadvantages exist, they will not be glaringly apparent. More crucially, we will launch our assault at night, when the bandits are largely an unruly mob, unaccustomed to nighttime combat. Once the fighting begins, in their panic, they will resemble headless flies, scattered and vulnerable to our onslaught. At this moment, as she absorbed Li Chen's words, Mu Ying'er inhaled deeply. With meticulous preparations, the prospect of catching the mountain bandits off guard filled her with confidence. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a newfound admiration for Li Chen. She had not expected him to orchestrate such a grand scheme so quietly, and even she had been oblivious to it. Brave, cunning, and responsible. This sixth prince was increasingly awe-inspiring. Chapter 58. The transformation of Li Chen as Mu Ying'er remained lost in thought. Li Chen suddenly turned to her, stating, "Please have someone inform Zhang Wei to come here. Although we have made extensive preparations, we still need to meticulously assign roles to ensure everyone knows their responsibilities, preventing chaos during the battle. Additionally, instruct the Black Riders to rest. Tonight is crucial." Under Li Chen's gaze, Mu Ying'er hurriedly averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. "All right," she exclaimed, stealing a glance at her sisters to ensure they were not watching, before quickly scampering away. Although Li Chen noticed her small actions, he paid it no mind and focused his attention on the map before him, his mind racing to devise the optimal strategy for the night. Approximately 15 minutes later, clad in armor, Zhang Wei entered Li Chen's study. Upon learning that they might engage the bandits in the outskirts that night, an overwhelming surge of battle fervor ignited within him. Since the passing of the Duke of the State, the Black Riders had been kept dormant in the capital, devoid of combat missions and opportunities for distinction, leading to years of pent-up frustration among the brothers. Now, with a chance to fight, how could Zhang Wei not be thrilled? Upon seeing Li Chen, he immediately knelt before him. "Your Highness, I am Zhang Wei." Li Chen raised his head from the desk and nodded in acknowledgement. "Rise." Once Zhang Wei stood, Li Chen addressed him directly. "I trust the Deputy Commander has informed you of our plans for tonight's operations, so I shall not elaborate on the objectives and significance here. Our main focus now is to organize the tactics for tonight and assign roles among our personnel. Please remember your duties and refrain from making arbitrary changes." At this moment, Li Chen's self-reference had shifted from I to this prince, signifying a change in his status. In daily life, Li Chen and the 3 women were like family, bickering without concern. However, during wartime, especially in strategic discussions, such familiarity could not be allowed to blur the lines. Li Chen's gaze turned authoritative as he surveyed the group, and in that instant, everyone felt the weight of his commanding presence. The amiable Li Chen they once knew had vanished, replaced by a cold, battle-hardened general. This sensation was particularly palpable for Mu Ying'er, who hailed from a military family. Instantly, all present straightened, their expressions serious as they fixed their eyes on Li Chen. "I have thoroughly analyzed the map. The bandits are entrenched in Qingshuang, which extends 10 miles, characterized by steep terrain, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. Notably, the bandits have gathered at the highest point, Qingshuang, with approximately 30,000 men, presenting a considerable challenge for us. However, I have discovered 4 lesser-known paths leading directly to Qingshuang, albeit in a state of neglect. Therefore, tonight, we shall abandon the main road and ascend via these smaller trails. I propose we divide ourselves into 4 groups, each approaching the center from different directions. 800 Black Riders, led by the Deputy Commander, will ascend from the east, targeting Qingshuang. Another 800, under the command of the Black Riders Commander, will approach from the north, also aiming for Tian Songfeng. 800 more, led by Mu Rongxian, will come from the west, with the same objective. Lastly, I shall lead 500 black riders from the south towards Tian Songfeng. Following us, Qingshuang will command 100 black riders, primarily tasked with clearing and securing the bandits' accumulated supplies for military use. Does anyone have objections to this arrangement? Chapter 59. The First Battle of the Black Riders' Deputy Commander. Do you have any objections? Li Chen inquired of Zhang Weigua. Zhang Weigua, furrowing his brow as he studied the map, remained silent for some time. Li Chen's battle plan was sound from every angle, flawless. These 4 hidden paths, though difficult to traverse, led directly to the summit, catching the bandits completely off guard, akin to a person being ambushed in their sleep. A lethal surprise. However, with his years of combat experience, he noted a potential concern. The routes assigned to the prince, Mu Ying'er and Mu Rongxian, appeared relatively easy. In contrast, the path chosen by the prince was closer to the main road, where the bandits had likely stationed the majority of their forces. Given the fewer soldiers allocated to himself, was this not risky for the prince? Your Highness, I have no objections to the arrangement, but might your contingent be somewhat under strength? Li Chen shook his head. No matter, I have a plan. Zhang Weigua nodded in understanding. Beyond that, I have no objections. Li Chen then turned to Mu Ying'er. Deputy Commander, do you have any objections? I have no objections either. Next, Li Chen shifted his gaze to Mu Rongxian. Do you have any objections? Mu Rongxian furrowed her brows, blinking her long eyelashes as she faced Li Chen. Although I am not well versed in strategy, it is evident to me that your plan is meticulously crafted. However, the route I am responsible for does not necessitate such a large number of people. You ought to be aware that I possess the ability to command beasts, and I have already observed that there are indeed many wild creatures lurking on Dian Songshan, most of which prefer nocturnal activities. Therefore, I can effectively utilize them as my allies. The individuals under my command can be allocated to your team or theirs. At this moment, upon hearing Mu Rongxian's words, Li Chen's eyes brightened, and he was instantly reminded of the scene where he was ensnared by tens of thousands of Wudu. He had no doubt about Mu Rongxian's capability to command beasts. In the current critical situation, every additional He is a crucial force. Excellent. Li Chen then addressed the others. In light of this, let us adjust the personnel deployment. I will allocate 200 individuals from Mu Rongxian's side for contingencies. Additionally, the total number of Mu Ying'er's group will be adjusted to 1,000, while Zhang Weigua's will be adjusted to 900, and I will lead 800, with Qingshuang's number remaining unchanged at 100. The objective remains unchanged. All personnel will exert their utmost efforts to ascend the mountain, concentrating our forces to directly confront Tian Songfeng. Do you all understand? The crowd responded in unison. Understood. With the plan established, everyone began their preparations. It was just after the hour of view, and the capital had a curfew policy forbidding anyone from leaving the city after the hour of shu. According to Li Chen's directives, the He must exit the city today and establish camp 20 li outside the capital, away from the bandits. This way, they would not arouse the bandits' vigilance, and it would facilitate lighter operations. Thus, the group had only 1 hour to prepare. Soon, it was the hour of shu, and according to the predetermined plan, the He troop successfully passed through the city gates. After an hour of marching, they finally reached their destination. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the area was deserted for 10 li around, the surroundings empty as the wilderness. Only the sounds of frogs croaking and insects chirping could be heard. The night seemed to favor Li Chen. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, casting a silvery glow over the earth, as if draping it in a thin veil. The light was just right, concealing their movements while still allowing for clear visibility. At that moment, Li Chen stood in the open field, gazing in the direction of the capital, his expression uncharacteristically complex. Ultimately, he had successfully stepped out of the capital. From now on, the sky is high for the birds to fly, and the sea is vast for the fish to leap. Li Chen harbored numerous aspirations for the future. What nonsense royal authority! What absurd father-son affection! No one would restrain him any longer. While Li Chen was deep in thought, Mu Ying'er also stepped forward. We are all ready. Li Chen nodded slightly. Moments later, standing at the forefront of the battlefield. The 3,000 He had assembled in their designated formation. The war horses had their arrows drawn. The soldiers donned soft armor. Curved sabers hung at their waists, bows and crossbows in hand, and quivers on their backs. Each soldier equipped with 50 arrows, awaiting Li Chen's final command. At this moment, Li Chen rode forth, facing the 3,000 He. With a passionate voice, he addressed them. Brothers, for years, the bandits have occupied the mountains, robbing merchants and plundering the common folk, committing countless atrocities. Especially recently, they have descended from the mountains to wreak havoc, harming over 3,000 innocent lives and abducting countless wives and daughters. The crimes against our people are intolerable. As a valiant soldier, how can we allow treachery to run rampant? Today marks the first battle for the He in many years. Although the enemy outnumbers us, the people need us. The common folk require our protection. In the face of adversity, true heroes emerge. Though we may be but 1,000, we shall press on. Today, we act in the name of justice, to eradicate the wicked and annihilate the bandits lurking in the outskirts of the capital, to establish a stronghold and instill fear in all banditry. The He shall prevail. With a sudden flourish, Li Chen drew his curved saber, shouting to the crowd. All soldiers were already stirred by Li Chen's fervor, raising their sabers and echoing in unison. The He shall prevail. The He shall prevail. The He shall prevail. Chapter 60, The Final Summit. Onward. At that moment, with Li Chen as command, the 3,000 He swiftly set forth towards Qingshuang, 2 li from the mountain, all personnel dismounted, wielding their curved sabers, crouching as they stealthily approached the ascent. The narrow paths were indeed treacherous, overgrown with thorns, and some depressions were filled with fallen leaves, requiring climbing in certain areas. Ying'er led the charge, personally scouting the way, guiding the He soldiers upward. As Li Chen anticipated, the mountain bandits had never considered that anyone would dare to launch an attack. Their defenses were alarmingly lax, primarily focused on the main paths, leaving the secluded trails unguarded. As Ying'er advanced, encountering isolated bandits, the He unleashed their crossbows when faced with a gathering of 100 bandits. Ying'er commanded the He to encircle them from different directions, and when they were close enough, she ordered a volley of arrows to be released. Often before the enemy could even utter a cry, they were pierced like hedgehogs. Li Chen was correct. These mountain bandits were largely a rabble, especially at night when their combat effectiveness plummeted to a pitiable level. After half an hour, Ying'er had already reached halfway up the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei's situation was not much different from Ying'er's. Their progress was essentially synchronized. Li Chen's direction, however, was slightly slower, not due to any flaw in his plan, but rather because he intentionally reserved the toughest challenges for himself. While a direct ascent posed no issues, Li Chen's goal was to eliminate all the mountain bandits, and thus he chose a path closer to the main road, which had the most guard stationed by the bandits. However, the cover of night often provided the best concealment. The bandits were lax in their vigilance, and with Li Chen's previous experience in mountain warfare, combined with the elite nature of the He, their actions were swift and decisive. Hence, they did not lose much time. As for Murong Xian's side, the situation seemed even simpler. Just as they reached the base of the mountain, a peculiar sound escaped Murong Xian's lips, and soon after, dozens of black mountain leopards approached the group. Each of these leopards was as tall as a person, their claws sharp, and under the moonlight, their eyes glowed eerily green, appearing particularly fearsome. Just as the crowd tensed, readying their bows, Murong Xian instructed them to lower their weapons. Subsequently, she stepped forward and emitted several low calls towards the leopards, who soon appeared to comprehend her words, nodding in an almost human-like manner before swiftly disappearing into the darkness, leaving one leopard to guide Murong Xian. Observing the unhurried leopard before them, the crowd marveled. These were ferocious beasts, yet they obediently followed Murong Xian's lead. As docile as kittens, before long, they heard several cries of despair emanating ahead, and upon rushing over, they found dozens of bandits had been decapitated by the leopards. After dispatching the bandits, the leopards approached Murong Xian, wagging their tails and rolling on the ground to expose their bellies, seemingly eager to present their achievements to her. At that moment, Mu Rongxian gently patted the head of a leopard, and after being touched by her, the leopards appear to have received a reward. Affectionately rubbing against her side, letting out a few soft calls before scampering ahead to continue their tasks for her. Relatively speaking, Mu Rongxian's team appears to have the simplest and most relaxed tasks among the other 4 groups. They only intervene when the mountain leopard is unable to handle a situation. Approximately an hour later, the 4 teams gathered at the mountainside. Along the way, they had successfully dealt with the scattered bandits, sustaining minimal losses among the 3,000 Heiqi. Now, only the final peak, Tiansongfeng, remained. This peak was home to roughly 30,000 bandits, including their leaders and elite members, with no hidden paths left for them to advance furtively. To ascend the mountain, a direct assault was the only option. Chapter 61. The women in the hands of the bandits. Meanwhile, at the summit of Tiansongfeng, a vast cave capable of housing 1,000 individuals echoed with raucous sounds. Within, 1,000 bandits were indulging in revelry, clinking cups and drinking merrily. In the cave, a stone platform was occupied by dozens of women dancing, while a few others played pipa. However, without exception, their faces reflected fear and anxiety. These women were all respectable ladies abducted by the bandits. The beautiful ones were claimed by the bandit leaders, while the less attractive suffered at the hands of the underlings. Their daily existence was a living hell, each day spent in eager anticipation for rescue. Previously, they had heard rumors of the imperial court preparing to send troops against the bandits, which had filled them with hope for a brief moment. Yet, they later learned that the court's military action was merely a facade, with no real intention of rescuing them. Their joy quickly morphed into despair. If the court disregarded their plight, who else would care for their lives? Subsequently, they also heard that the Wang of Minyu had taken command of the Heiqi and was heading to his fiefdom. They hoped that he might eliminate the bandits and liberate them from this living nightmare. Yet again, they learned that the Heiqi numbered only 3,000, while the bandits were 5 times that number. Even if the Wang had the intent, he lacked the power. The greater their hope, the deeper their disappointment. At this moment, the best choice for them seemed to be to escape through death. Meanwhile, the bandits below, intoxicated, leered at the women on the platform. One audacious bandit even approached, seizing the woman playing the pipa, ripping her clothes apart in front of the crowd, intent on committing an unspeakable act. The woman screamed in terror, struggling to escape. But as she attempted to rise, she was caught by the bandit, while several others restrained her, facilitating his vile intentions. Ultimately, the bandit lunged at her, surrounded by the raucous laughter and whistles of his comrades. Soon, the bandit realized something was amiss as the woman suddenly coughed up blood. She had bitten her tongue to end her life. The bandit, taken aback, cursed and stood up, carelessly pushing the lifeless body aside to resume his revelry. Such incidents transpired daily. Countless women perished, yet no one cared. In the eyes of the bandits, they were not human, merely tools for their gratification. Atop a high platform made of massive stones, a burly man in his 40s, bare-chested and sporting a thick beard, raised his cup before several bandit leaders. "Come, brothers, let's drink to this," he proclaimed, downing the contents of his cup with gusto. The bandit leaders beside him, not wanting to offend, followed suit, though their faces remained troubled. "What troubles you, brothers? Is life here not enjoyable?" Chuckling, the leader inquired of his companions. The bandits exchanged glances, unable to contain themselves. "Brother, we may revel here, but we worry about our future. With the 9th prince dead, our support is gone. What if one day the court sends 100,000 troops to annihilate us? What then?" Listening to the concerns of his junior, the leader laughed heartily, gazing at them as if they were fools. "Who told you our support was the 9th prince? Allow me to enlighten you. Our true ally has always been the 4th prince, Li Rue. The 9th prince was merely a pawn, pushed forward to test the emperor's limits." The bandit leaders beside him looked astounded. They had never imagined that the seemingly formidable 9th prince was merely a puppet. "How do you know this so well? Have you been in contact with the 4th prince?" Chapter 62. Not a single one left. Send them to the underworld. Observing the shocked expressions of his subordinates, the bearded leader wore a disdainful smile. "There is much you do not know. If you follow me diligently, benefits will surely come your way. I have always been a man of the 4th prince. He intentionally introduced me to the 9th prince and deliberately funneled information about the southern barbarian battlefield through that fool. That fool failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation, believing himself to be significant. In truth, neither the fourth prince nor Prime Minister Rong ever regarded him with any respect. Now that he is dead, it does not affect us. Rather, it is a boon for us. Soon, we will have the opportunity to rise and achieve titles and honors. The crowd gasped again, struggling to absorb the weight of his revelations. Though they were bandits, they had long harbored dreams of nobility. After all, who did not desire to bring glory to their family? Being a bandit was ultimately a dead-end profession. In an instant, the bandit leader's eyes sparkled with ambition, and they eagerly set down their cups, gravitating towards their leader. At this moment, the bandit leader, clearly intoxicated, noticed the admiration in their eyes and spoke freely. Consider this. The old emperor's secrets have been fully revealed. He relies solely on his so-called tiger guards, or the 20,000 imperial guards, and now, with the He Qi departing with the Wang of Minyu, he is left with only 20,000 imperial guards and 500 tiger guards. Truth be told, those 20,000 imperial guards and 500 tiger guards are nothing. We outnumber them 2 to 1. If the fourth prince intends to rebel, he will undoubtedly need us. Once we overthrow the old emperor and the fourth prince ascends the throne, we will be his loyal subjects. Titles and honors will be within our grasp. Just think, you could be made a general, and he could be elevated to a prince. What a glorious life that would be. So what are you all worried about? Cool, me. Let's drink. Seeing the bandit leader raise his cup once more, his comrades' eyes gleamed with desire, and they eagerly lifted their cups to clink with his, exclaiming, "Brother, we shall follow your lead. Wherever you go, we shall follow. My dear brother, in the future, when you ascend to nobility and high office, please be sure to elevate us as well. My demands are not extravagant. A title of general would suffice. Brother, do I possess the demeanor of a lord? If you were to bestow upon me the title of a prince, it would indeed bring glory to our family." At this moment, the throng of subordinates surrounded their elder brother, flattering him and indulging in their grand aspirations. However, just then, a thunderous sound erupted from beyond the stone gate. Soon after, they witnessed a dark figure swiftly soar overhead, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was one of the guards stationed at the entrance of the stone grotto. As the crowd stood in shock, more individuals entered through the grotto's entrance, with none other than Li Chun leading the way. Behind him loomed a formidable contingent of black-clad riders. The black riders had already encircled the exit of the grotto. Your lofty dreams may soon find themselves condemned to the netherworld. At that moment, the bandit leader realized the gravity of the situation and bellowed at Li Chun. "Who are you?" "I am Li Chun, the king of Minyu." Upon hearing these words, the bandit leader's countenance shifted dramatically. The presence of the king of Minyu, accompanied by black riders, signified that his bandits outside had suffered complete annihilation. It is known that there are over 40,000 men outside. How could Li Chun have ascended with only 3,000 black riders? Just as the bandit leader contemplated ordering the mountain bandits within to arm themselves and fight to the last, a voice rang out. "Not a single one shall escape. Send them to the underworld." Chapter 63. Spare me, I know many secrets. With Li Chun's command, a torrent of arrows rained down upon the mountain bandits within the cavern. The mountain bandits, caught completely off guard by the night assault, scrambled in panic, seeking cover without any suitable weapons at hand. Yet, the black riders offered them no chance to evade. Another volley of indiscriminate arrows struck, and the cries of the wounded echoed throughout the grand hall. Soon, only about 100 remained standing within the cavern. Even the bandit leader, in his frantic state, seized one of his subordinates and used him as a shield to avoid injury. After 3 waves of arrows, the black riders ceased their onslaught. These bandits, notorious for their misdeeds, deserved no mercy in death. "All black riders, charge with me." At this moment, Ying'er brandished her spear, pointing it towards the mountain bandits, and charged forward. Simultaneously, the other black riders unsheathed their curved blades and surged towards the bandits. Those who had been struck by arrows but still clung to life were swiftly dispatched, while those who attempted to flee had their legs severed before their heads were taken. The black riders, now transformed into harbingers of death, ruthlessly harvested the lives of the mountain bandits before them. As the bandit leader observed his comrades falling around him, Despair filled his heart. He understood that all hope was lost. Behind him lay a concealed path leading to the base of the mountain, a contingency he had prepared for himself. Seizing the opportunity, the bandit leader darted towards the entrance of the secret passage. However, just as he activated the mechanism to enter, a crimson-tasseled spear was suddenly pressed against his throat. Turning his head, he found a female warrior gazing coldly at him. Escape was evidently no longer an option. The bandit leader promptly discarded his weapon. At that moment, Li Chen approached the bandit leader. The bandit, in desperation, pleaded for mercy. "I am a bandit leader. Spare me, and I shall offer you a fortune in gold and jewels." Li Chen regarded the bandit with a cold smirk. "Even should I slay you, that wealth would rightfully belong to me." Seeing that his offer had failed to sway Li Chen, the bandit leader fell to his knees. "My lord, I possess knowledge of many secrets. In truth, I am aligned with the fourth prince. I can reveal all of the fourth prince's secrets, including how he obtained intelligence on the southern barbarian battlefield." Upon hearing this, Li Chen furrowed his brow in surprise. He had initially presumed these bandits were allies of the ninth prince, only to discover they were, in fact, under the fourth prince's command. Li Chen had long harbored suspicions regarding the fourth prince. After all, the ninth prince was ambitious yet lacking in strategy. Furthermore, the ninth prince had limited resources within the court, making it improbable for him to acquire military secrets or establish contact with the ancient Qingshuang people. Yet he had managed to achieve both. This could only imply that the fourth prince had been covertly orchestrating events, maneuvering the ninth prince into the spotlight while driving him to the brink. The bandit leader, perceiving Li Chen's contemplative demeanor, assumed that his intelligence had piqued their interest and hastened to negotiate. "If you agree to spare me, I will divulge everything I know. What you wish to convey is merely that the fourth prince is the true puppet master behind all these events, while the ninth prince is but a distraction." At this moment, the bandit leader's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Li Chen's words, his face a mask of horror. "How do you know this?" Li Chen shook his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Is it difficult to deduce? It is rather evident. Moreover, you are merely a lowly bandit. What true secrets could you possibly possess?" Chapter 64. Benefactor. "May I know your name?" Li Chen turned to Ying'er. "No need for further discussion. Send him on his way." Ying'er nodded, swiftly thrusting her spear into his chest, causing blood to flow as the bandit fell, ultimately succumbing to his fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo, bloodied and battered, approached Li Chen, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. "Your Highness, the 50,000 mountain bandits in the outskirts have been completely annihilated. None have escaped. The Black Riders await your orders outside the cave." Zhang Weiguo's voice boomed with pride, for 3,000 had vanquished 50,000. This achievement was unparalleled in the entire Southern Dynasty. Not only in the Southern Dynasty, but throughout history, such a feat was a rarity. This was the first battle of the Black Riders since their emergence, and the victory was resounding. Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement of Zhang Weiguo's report. "Indeed, relay to the Black Riders to rest here. At dawn, we shall sever the heads of all the bandits and erect a display to instill awe throughout the realm." "As you command." Zhang Weiguo bowed respectfully before departing to manage subsequent affairs. It was now the hour of the tiger, with merely 2 hours remaining until dawn. Many tasks awaited completion, as the heads of over 50,000 men would likely form a small mountain. When unveiled to the world, the impact would be monumental, a testament to the military achievements of the Black Riders, destined for eternal recognition. At this moment, the third princess consort, Qingshuang, approached Li Chen's side. While assessing supplies, they had discovered a stone prison on the opposite side of the cave, containing hundreds of women held captive. For these individuals, she was uncertain how to manage the situation and required Li Chen to make a personal decision. As Li Chen approached the stone prison, he discovered that it was divided into 3 distinct sections, each housing different groups of women. The first section contained nearly 300 women, tightly packed together. The second section held over 50 women, while the innermost section confined approximately 10. Li Chen found himself perplexed by the bandits' classification. However, after a moment, clarity dawned upon him. The women in the first section appeared quite ordinary, likely common folk. The second section housed women of decent appearance and demeanor, presumably from modest families. The third section clearly contained the wives or daughters of wealthy families or nobility. Their segregation suggested intentions either to extort wealth or to deliver these women to the imperial city as offerings to the fourth prince. The thought ignited a surge of fury within Li Chun. The fourth prince, that scoundrel, had secretly perpetrated such vile acts. He should be struck by divine retribution. Regret washed over Li Chun as he lamented not having dispatched him on the street back then. Nevertheless, he believed that such a person would eventually face their due punishment, even if he himself did not deliver it. At that moment, the women imprisoned in the stone prison recoiled in fear upon seeing Li Chun approach with his men. Yet, Li Chun reassured them, "Do not worry, the bandits have been completely eradicated, and you are all safe now." After speaking, he gestured for his men to unlock the prison doors. However, when the locks were broken, the women remained huddled in the corners, too terrified to step outside. "Are you truly going to set us free?" After a long pause, one brave woman finally mustered the courage to question Li Chun. He nodded and instructed all the Black Knights to step aside. Observing this gesture, the woman cautiously emerged from the prison. Upon reaching the entrance and seeing the corpses of the bandits scattered about, her expression shifted from fear to a glimmer of joy. "Sisters, come out quickly. He is not deceiving us. Those wretched bandits are truly dead." As her voice echoed, the other women, initially hesitant, began to emerge from the stone prison. Upon witnessing the fallen bandits, their disbelief transformed into exuberance, and they joyfully embraced one another. From despair to newfound hope, Li Chun appeared to them as a savior, granting them a second chance at life. At that moment, one woman knelt before Li Chun. "Could it be that you are the Wang of Mingyue?" Li Chun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. He sought neither gratitude nor offerings. His motivations for confronting the bandits were twofold: to replenish military supplies and to uphold justice. "When heaven is unjust, I shall slay heaven. When the court is unjust, I shall slay the court. Only when justice prevails can the common people have hope." Suddenly, one woman gazed at Li Chun and exclaimed, "The Wang of Mingyue? Could you truly be him?" "I have heard the bandits mention that the court conferred the title of Wang of Mingyue upon the sixth prince, granting him 3,000 Black Knights. And now, it is these knights who have rescued us. You must be the Wang of Mingyue." With her declaration, excitement erupted among the women, their eyes shining with admiration. Although they had harbored hopes for the Wang of Mingyue, they never anticipated that he would personally ascend the mountain to save them. While the court's 20,000 elite troops dared not engage, the Wang of Mingyue led merely 3,000 men into battle without fear of death. This act of valor would be eternally etched in their hearts. Immediately, all the women knelt before Li Chun, expressing their profound gratitude. "Thank you, Wang of Mingyue, for your great kindness. If given the chance, we shall repay you for this life-saving grace." Observing the crowd, Li Chun waved his hand once more. As the women rose, they began to exit the cave. At that moment, several elegantly dressed women cast lingering glances at Li Chun, seemingly wishing to etch his visage into their memories. Given their status, it was inappropriate for them to approach Li Chun directly, but they vowed to find a way to repay his life-saving generosity in the future. Time passed swiftly, and the eastern sky revealed the first light of dawn. The sun ascended, bringing with it renewed hope. After persistent searching, Qingshuang successfully located the bandits' hidden treasure cave. With her guidance, they discovered that the bandits had amassed a staggering sum of 300,000 taels in gold and silver, including various jade artifacts and jewels. This amount was enormous, considering that the court's annual tax revenue amounted to merely 30 million taels. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news, not only covering the expenses incurred along the way, but also leaving a substantial surplus, sufficient to support Li Chun in many endeavors. However, Li Chun had already devised a plan for the funds. "Help me calculate the annual military expenses for the Black Knights," he instructed. Zhang Weiguo furrowed his brow. Though he was unsure of Li Chun's intentions, he complied with the order. The Black Knights, being elite troops, received higher compensation than other soldiers. On average, each soldier earned about 1 tael of silver per month, leading to an annual expenditure of approximately 36,000 taels. Zhang Weiguo reported this to Li Chun. Li Chun nodded and addressed Zhang Weiguo. "I intend to triple the Black Knight's compensation and issue a full year's salary in advance. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo was left speechless. For years, corruption plagued the court, leading to chronic delays in military pay. And some commanders were so greedy they withheld every last coin from their soldiers. The soldiers, though filled with indignation, dared not voice their grievances. Now, Li Qian's first act upon acquiring funds was to increase the Black Knight's pay threefold and distribute an entire year's salary at once. This was nothing short of astonishing. Zhang Weiguo found himself at a loss for words, struggling to express his emotions toward Li Qian. Meanwhile, Qingshuang instinctively opened her mouth to respond to Li Qian's proposal. Having managed finances for many years, she had already formulated a clear accounting in her mind upon receiving the money. The expenses for food, lodging, and travel alone would require 110,000 taels, and additional costs would be incurred upon reaching Minwei. With Li Qian allocating such a significant sum for military expenses, the remaining funds would total only 82,000 taels. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, this amount might prove insufficient. At this moment, Li Qian addressed the group. They have families to support. If we distribute the military pay to them now, their families will certainly be well provided for. As he spoke, Qingshuang's eyes sparkled, and she ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ying'er looked at Li Qian, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Li Qian's decision had genuinely taken her by surprise. She had not anticipated that he would allocate funds to the soldiers. However, it was evident that if he proceeded with this plan, the 3,000 Black Knights would undoubtedly be profoundly grateful, willing to repay him with their lives. Such benevolence toward the Black Knights would surely bring peace to his father in the afterlife. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo gazed at Li Qian, his eyes brimming with tears. Overcome with emotion, he knelt before Li Qian, exclaiming, "This humble servant, leading 3,000 Black Riders, expresses profound gratitude to the prince." Li Qian stepped forward to assist Zhang Weiguo to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality. From this day forth, we shall be brothers, bound by life and death." Zhang Weiguo nodded solemnly, completely captivated by Li Qian. The first time he was conquered was due to Li Qian's prowess. This time, it was his character that won him over. The Wang of Minwei is truly worthy of lifelong loyalty. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the Black Riders were diligently at work. Following Li Qian's orders, they beheaded all the bandits and erected a magnificent Jing'an, a tower constructed from the heads of enemies, symbolizing martial prowess and instilling fear in the hearts of all. At this moment, over 50,000 severed heads stood in an imposing manner, resembling a small mountain, casting a shadow that instilled dread. Beside the Jing'an, a massive stone was brought forth, clearly inscribed with the account of the battle. Li Qian then stepped forward, addressing all the Black Riders. "Brothers, yesterday marked our first battle since the Black Riders emerged. We achieved a resounding victory without a single casualty. 3,000 Black Riders vanquished 50,000 bandits. This accomplishment shall echo through the ages. Thus, we established this Jing'an today for 3 reasons. First, to uphold justice and eradicate evil. Second, to instill fear in the hearts of the wicked, deterring them from further misdeeds. And third, to proclaim the might of the Black Riders. After this battle, none shall dare underestimate us." Li Qian's words ignited the fervor of the Black Riders below. The soldiers valued honor above fame or fortune, and following this battle, the Black Riders could be deemed the foremost army in the realm. Pride filled their hearts as they drew their swords, shouting in unison, "The Black Riders are formidable." In an instant, all the soldiers unsheathed their blades, echoing Li Qian's cries. "The Black Riders are formidable. The Black Riders are formidable." Their voices resonated through the heavens, lingering long after. Chapter 67. What if the Wang of Minwei rebels? Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the Emperor of Nanzhao wore a grave expression as he perused secret reports. He was fully aware of the events involving the Black Riders from the previous day. The 6th Prince, Li Qian, had dueled with the commander of the Black Riders, emerging victorious in all 3 matches, an outcome that had completely taken him by surprise. He also understood the purpose behind the Black Riders acquiring materials to craft arrows. Yet, he remained puzzled over the necessity for such a vast number of arrows. Despite his confusion, he was relieved that the Black Riders had left the city. posing no immediate threat to the imperial palace. However, since awakening that morning, his left eyelid had been twitching inexplicably, as if foretelling some impending calamity. Suddenly, a figure clad in black entered the hall and knelt before him. "Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report." The emperor lifted his gaze, casually raising a cup of tea to his lips. "What news do you bring?" The cloaked figure replied, "Your Majesty, last night, 50,000 bandits in the suburbs were completely annihilated, and a Qingshuang was erected to intimidate the world." Upon hearing this, the teacup slipped from the emperor's hand and shattered on the floor. He immediately rose from his throne, fixing a piercing gaze on the messenger, his eyes glinting with intensity. "What? All 50,000 bandits were killed? Do you know who did this?" The black-clad figure responded, "Upon investigation, it was determined that the Wang of Mingyue led the Black Riders in this endeavor." The emperor's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the implications of this revelation. He was about to inquire further when the messenger continued, "Your Majesty, the Black Riders are now over 100 miles from the capital, advancing towards Pingwu." Hearing this, the emperor finally exhaled in relief. The sixth prince bore no ill intentions. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Regaining his composure, the emperor swiftly analyzed the situation's pros and cons. For him, the eradication of the bandits was undoubtedly beneficial. He had gathered intel suggesting that several princes were closely linked to the banditry. With Li Qin's decisive actions eliminating this threat, he had resolved a significant concern. Yet, the display of strength Li Qin had exhibited made the emperor increasingly wary. He felt fortunate to have taken a step back in the palace the previous day. Had he confronted Li Qin directly, the outcome could have been unpredictable. At this moment, the cloaked figure spoke again, "Your Majesty, the fourth prince was publicly beaten by the Wang of Mingyue. He has since regained consciousness and is expressing a desire for revenge. How shall we proceed?" The emperor's eyes flickered with intrigue, a cold smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. "Let them quarrel. It is of no consequence. The fourth prince's humiliation at the hands of Li Qin has forged an unbreakable enmity between them. For me, the conflict between my two sons is most advantageous. The fourth prince represents the chancellor's faction, while the newly risen Li Qin signifies an unknown power. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. Once they weaken each other, I shall gladly reap the benefits." He instructed the messenger, "Keep a close watch on the Wang of Mingyue. Should any anomalies arise, report immediately." "Understood." The messenger bowed deeply before departing. The emperor turned his gaze to the window, lost in thought, and then addressed Feng Bao, who stood by his side. "Go check on Li Fei, see if she requires anything. As long as it is reasonable, do your utmost to fulfill her wishes." "Yes." Chapter 68. The chancellor takes action. Meanwhile, at the residence of the fourth prince, Li Rue lay on his sickbed, his body swathed in white bandages, resembling a mummy. After a day and night of treatment, he had finally regained his strength. Just as he awoke, his uncle, Chancellor Rong, delivered troubling news. The bandits in the suburbs had been completely wiped out, their heads displayed as a Qingshuang to intimidate the populace. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to Li Rue. The bandits in the suburbs were one of his most crucial backup resources, providing him with substantial wealth and a multitude of beautiful women each year. Now, hearing that they had been entirely eradicated, it felt as though his lifeline had been severed. How could he possibly accept this? Who did this? Do we know? Li Rue glared fiercely at the chancellor beside him, watched his nephew with a shake of his head. "It is said to be the Heike." Li Rue shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. The Heike, no matter how valiant, numbers only 3,000. Moreover, their forte lies in open plains. Should this have taken place on flat terrain, annihilating 50,000 might have been plausible, but here, in Qingshuang, amidst the mountains, it is entirely outside their expertise." The prime minister faced Li Rue. "Yet, the facts remain." Li Rue persisted in shaking his head. "It must be that treacherous emperor, that wretched emperor, who has secretly dispatched the imperial guards or summoned other troops. Otherwise, no force could possibly slaughter 50,000 in Diansong Mountain." The prime minister beside him also shook his head at Li Rue. "If that individual were to act, perhaps he would have already perished. After all, there are many rumors circulating, claiming you are the leader of those mountain bandits." Furthermore, news has just reached the palace that the Emperor of Nanzhao has sent Feng Bao to the Cold Palace to visit the lovely concubine, bestowing numerous gifts. I suspect this matter is closely tied to the sixth prince. At this moment, upon hearing these words, Li Rui's gaze turned steely and fierce. A growing sense of crisis began to engulf him. If this continues, the outcome is uncertain. No, Li Chen must die. Only with Li Chen's demise will everything return to a state of tranquility. Immediately, Li Rui addressed the prime minister. I shall write a letter to the governor of Pingwu. The governor is my consort's father, and I want him to perish in Pingwu. As he spoke, Li Rui struggled to rise, but the prime minister restrained him. Have you not considered that if this letter falls into Li Chen's hands, what then? You are already on the edge of a precipice. It would be wise not to provide anyone with incriminating evidence. The fourth prince's gaze flickered, hesitating momentarily. What then shall we do? The prime minister looked at Li Rui and shook his head. He is the father of your consort. He knows how to proceed. After all, he has long been tied to your fortunes. Success or failure, they are intertwined. If it succeeds, the outcome will benefit you. If it fails, it will be seen as his personal action, bearing no consequence on you. Upon hearing this, Li Rui furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. After a moment's pause, worry still lingered. What if he truly fails? The prime minister shook his head at Li Rui, a cold smile emerging amidst the wrinkles of his face. Even if he fails, it matters not. The current governor of Mingyue pays tribute to me annually, hoping to become my disciple. I have always ignored him. But if the sixth prince manages to reach Mingyue, why should I not grant him an opportunity for acknowledgement? At this moment, upon hearing the prime minister's words, Li Rui nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His uncle has controlled the court for over a decade, engaging in a battle of wits with the emperor of Nanzhao, shrewd and calculating, acting only after careful consideration. If his uncle intervenes, the matter is nearly settled. On the other side, after 10 days of marching, Li Chen's troops had advanced. Since leaving the capital, the sky had opened up, and even the air felt much fresher. Inside the carriage, Li Chen was engrossed in his reading, while Ying'er observed him intently. Noticing her gaze, Li Chen looked up in confusion. What is it, sister-in-law? Have you something to say? Caught in her small act, Ying'er felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, she posed a question to Li Chen. Have you not noticed the significant changes in you lately? Changes? Li Chen furrowed his brow, unable to grasp Ying'er's meaning. Meanwhile, Ying'er continued to gaze at him. Furthermore, your duel with Zhang Wei showcased techniques I have never witnessed before, and winning all 3 matches, both in process and result, was truly astonishing. Meeting Ying'er's sparkling eyes, Li Chen smiled. The matter of time travel was not something he could divulge to Ying'er. Even if he did, she might not comprehend or believe it. As for his victories, without a reasonable explanation, Ying'er's doubts would remain unaddressed. After a pause, Li Chen faced Ying'er. Sister-in-law, have you heard of concealing one's strength? Sometimes, under certain conditions, individuals deliberately hide their abilities. His intention was to convey that he had intentionally masked his capabilities before others. However, at this moment, Ying'er was clearly contemplating further. As a woman, her thoughts were more intricate. The mention of concealing strength reminded her of the past calamity involving witchcraft. She had heard her father mention that everyone knew the lovely concubine was framed. Yet no one could stand up for her due to the circumstances. It was evident that the Emperor of Nanzhao sought the support of Prime Minister Rong through this incident, necessitating some sacrifices. For Li Chen, however, it was a devastating blow. After all, he had left his mother at the tender age of 3, forced to conceal his talents for survival, leading to years of hardship. Now, gazing at Li Chen, Ying'er felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Sensing the shift in her emotions, Li Chen realized Ying'er might have misunderstood something and was about to clarify, when suddenly, the carriage jolted. Ying'er, caught off guard, stumbled into Li Chen's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her, and for a brief moment, their eyes met, freezing time in that instant. Just then, the carriage halted, and the wretched Zhang Wei suddenly lifted the curtain and entered. What greeted his eyes was the sight of the two closely entwined, their gazes locked in an undeniably intimate pose. Zhang Weigua's eyes widened, his mind momentarily blank. After a long pause, he finally regained his senses. I seem to have arrived at an opportune moment. With that, Zhang Weigua hurriedly dropped the curtain and retreated in a somewhat flustered manner. Wait! At that moment, the two quickly separated, Mu Ying'er sitting to one side, slightly adjusting her attire, her cheeks still flushed like ripe peaches. Come in. Li Chen glanced at Mu Ying'er and cleared his throat. After a considerable time, Zhang Weigua finally lifted the curtain and re-entered. Upon entering, he swiftly scanned the two, then quickly lowered his head, pretending as if nothing had occurred. However, the awkward grin on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Mu Ying'er, observing Zhang Weigua's expression, felt compelled to clarify. I want to say I did nothing with the Wang of Mingyue just now. Do you believe me? Zhang Weigua nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking a grain, unable to suppress his laughter. Of course, I believe you. The deputy commander and the Wang of Mingyue are united by imperial decree. Whatever transpires is entirely appropriate. Looking at Zhang Weigua, Mu Ying'er felt speechless. After all that, it was evident he did not believe her. What is it? Speak. In contrast, Li Chen maintained a calm demeanor, looking directly at Zhang Weigua. Zhang Weigua met Li Chen's gaze, his expression growing increasingly serious. My lord, I have come to inform you that we are nearing the borders of Pingwu. Ordinarily, when passing through Pingwu, local officials are required to meet us 10 miles out. Yet we still have not seen the presence of Governor Song Zhonghua. Upon hearing Zhang Weigua's words, Li Chen furrowed his brow. Pingwu is a significant city, an essential route to Mingyue. It is utterly impossible to bypass. After 10 days of relentless marching, the army found itself in dire need of supplies. Just a couple of days prior, while perusing the map, it became evident that Pingwu might pose a risk. After all, Pingwu was the territory of the fourth prince's father-in-law. How much do you know about Song Zhonghua? At this moment, Li Chen turned to Zhang Weigua and Mu Ying'er for answers. As a female general, Mu Ying'er had little interaction with court officials, but Zhang Weigua, a member of the Black Cavalry, had accompanied the Duke of Zhenghua in numerous campaigns, thereby gaining a fair understanding of many officials, particularly those at the level of governor. Zhang Weigua furrowed his brow for a moment, and then shook his head in response to Li Chen. Song Zhonghua was a man of profound cunning and had a notoriously poor reputation in court, known for his sycophancy and ruthless nature. 5 years ago, he had merely been a lowly county magistrate. During the fourth prince's travels, Song Zhonghua had sought to establish a connection by offering his daughter to the prince. This unexpected act garnered her the prince's favor, leading to her elevation as a royal consort and propelling Song Zhonghua to the position of governor. The transition from a 7th-rank official to a 3rd rank in just 5 years was indeed remarkable, reflecting his rapid ascent. However, to sacrifice his own daughter for the sake of his career revealed the man's merciless disposition. My lord, Zhang Weigua said, the Ministry of Rights should have informed all counties and prefectures of our journey by now. The fact that Song Zhonghua has yet to make an appearance is a blatant show of disrespect towards you and the royal family. Such insolence could warrant severe punishment, perhaps even execution. Allow me to go to Pingwu and teach Song Zhonghua a lesson on propriety. Seeing Li Chen's frown, Zhang Weigua was filled with indignation. Li Chen glanced at the sky, noting that it was already Yu hour, and according to the prohibitions of the Southern Dynasty, the city gates would close at Su hour. Song Zhonghua might have already concocted an excuse for his absence, and should Zhang Weigua go, he would likely be met with evasion. If Zhang Weigua delayed, they might not even gain entry before nightfall. Furthermore, Li Chen held no illusions about the officials of Pingwu offering him any special courtesies. Thus, he addressed Zhang Weigua. There is no need for that. We shall proceed onward and ensure we reach Pingwu before the curfew. With Li Chen's command, Zhang Weigua promptly rode off. Meanwhile, Mu Ying'er regarded Li Chen with concern. Given that Song Zhonghua had attained the position of governor, he was surely well versed in the rules of the court. His current behavior might indeed be a deliberate attempt to create difficulties, suggesting that their passage through Pingwu would not be smooth. Li Chen casually picked up a map of Mingyue and smiled at Mu Ying'er. I have long been locked in a deadly rivalry with the fourth prince. Given that Song Zhonghua is his father-in-law, it is only natural for him to assist his son-in-law. However, I hope he does not overstep. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to hasten the end of his father-in-law's tenure. Mu Ying'er nodded in agreement, a spark of battle spirit igniting in her eyes. Pingwu was a plain, the very terrain where the black cavalry excelled in combat. Should the officials of Pingwu disregard the rules, the might of 3,000 black cavalry could easily raze Pingwu to the ground, allowing the Fourth Prince's faction to truly grasp the ferocity of the black cavalry. As the black cavalry hastened their march, they ultimately reached the gates of Pingwu City half an hour before the curfew. However, it appeared that a celebration was underway, with the gates adorned in festive decorations and bright red ribbons. Observing the queue extending about a mile ahead, Zhang Weiguo could not contain himself and rode forth to the city gates. Producing his command token, he addressed the guard. "I am Zhang Weiguo, Deputy Commander of the Black Cavalry. Behind me is the royal convoy of Mingyue. Please open the gates swiftly and allow us entry." The token bore his identity and rank, and under normal circumstances, the guards would promptly verify it and facilitate their entry. Yet, as Zhang Weiguo spoke, the guard before him displayed a defiant demeanor, disregarding the command token entirely. Was this black cavalry deputy commander? Was Mingyue Wang? I have no knowledge of that. I only know that Pingwu has its own rules and treats everyone equally, regardless of whether you are a general or a prince. If you wish to enter the city, you must queue like everyone else. As a deputy commander of the black cavalry, Zhang Weiguo was accustomed to respect wherever he went, yet here he was mocked by a mere guard. His temper flared, especially after Song Zhonghua had failed to greet them. Were the people of Pingwu truly this arrogant? Just as Zhang Weiguo was about to draw his whip to teach the guard a lesson, Mu Ying'er galloped up beside him. She cast a cold glance at the guard before addressing Zhang Weiguo. "My lord has spoken. Since Pingwu insists on treating all personnel equally, let us adhere to their rules." As time ticked away, the guard's efficiency plummeted to an infuriating level. Finally, with a mere quarter hour remaining until curfew, it was at last the black cavalry's turn. The same guard approached Zhang Weiguo once more, his attitude as nonchalant and arrogant as before. "Present your command token." Zhang Weiguo felt his anger boiling, but, to avoid further delay, reluctantly handed over his token. The guard casually inspected it and began reading aloud. From Yinzhu, Sichuan, 35 years of age, married with 3 children. After a brief pause, the guard smirked at Zhang Weiguo. "Oh, your combat prowess seems commendable. 3 children at 35. The guard then flipped the token and read again. Deputy Commander of the Black Cavalry. Oh, a 5th-rank official. Upon seeing Zhang Weiguo's rank, the guard's expression shifted from indifference to mockery. He passed the token to a fellow guard, who joined in the laughter. Observing their blatant disrespect, Zhang Weiguo's fury escalated. Had it not been for the urgency to enter the city, he would have drawn his sword on the spot. Over the years, anyone who dared to disrespect him had met their demise. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the guards finally returned the token to Zhang Weiguo. Now tell us, where have you come from? Where are you headed? What business do you have in Pingwu? How long do you intend to stay? Faced with the guard's inquiries, Zhang Weiguo could no longer contain himself. I have already made myself abundantly clear. This is the royal convoy of Mingyue, en route to Mingyue to establish a fief. We are merely passing through Pingwu and require supplies along the way. The guard, undeterred, pressed further with his questions. What supplies do you need? How much will you require? What time do you plan to procure them? Where will you make your purchases? And how will you conduct the transactions? At this point, Zhang Weiguo could no longer hold back his outrage. This was clearly a deliberate act of provocation. They had yet to even enter the city. How could he possibly know where to procure supplies? What time they would purchase? Or what method they would use? Were these questions even reasonable? Zhang Weiguo slammed his palm onto the registration desk before him. Speak frankly, can I enter Pingwu City or not? At this moment, the guard faced Zhang Weiguo with a cold smile. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you the truth. You cannot enter Pingwu City. Chapter 72. The Black Riders await orders to conquer Pingwu City. As soon as the guard's words fell, 3 sharp sounds echoed from the city gate. Do you hear that? The curfew has begun. This is the law of the Southern Dynasty. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, he would not be allowed entry. With that, the guard turned and waved to his comrades stationed at the gate. Brothers, time's up. It's time to close up. Saying this, the guards at the gate began to push the heavy door shut. At this sight, a glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Zhang Weiguo's eyes. He finally realized he had been toyed with like a monkey. Whether it was the delay or the deliberate provocation, their ultimate goal was to prevent them from entering the city. It didn't matter if he had to endure some humiliation. But their true intent was not about him at all. They were targeting the Wang of Minwei, a dignified prince arriving half an hour early at the gates of Pingwu City, only to be barred entry by the guards. That would be a colossal joke. As the city gate was about to close, Zhang Weigua suddenly leaped forward, his spear striking the ground with a resounding thud. He shouted at the guards, "Today, I challenge anyone who dares to close this gate." The guards exchanged glances, their cold smiles growing more pronounced. Without hesitation, they unsheathed their swords and immediately accused Zhang Weigua. "As a fifth-rank official, you dare to break the law and obstruct the curfew. Brothers, seize him and hand him over to the magistrate." As the guards surrounded Zhang Weigua, Ying'er, witnessing their arrogance, could no longer contain herself. She raised her red tassel spear and shouted, "All Black Riders, follow my command and conquer Pingwu City. Kill!" With Ying'er's command, all the Black Riders gripped their long spears tightly, letting out a unified battle cry, instantly readying for combat. At this moment, Ying'er charged forward, leading the Black Riders like a tidal wave toward the city gate. Her spear pointed directly at the forehead of one guard, who stood frozen, sweating profusely. The city guards, mere sentinels, had never witnessed the true might of the Black Riders in battle. As the Black Riders assumed their combat stance, the guards were left utterly petrified. It's all a misunderstanding. Just as Ying'er was about to strike, a middle-aged man in a purple official robe rushed out from the inner city. The official approached Ying'er, smiling and waving his hands. "General, please do not act rashly. This is all a misunderstanding." Ying'er, her expression icy, replied, "Who are you?" The official stood tall before her. "I am Song Zhonghua, the third-rank magistrate of Pingwu City." Song Zhonghua? He finally made an appearance. However, had Li Chun not been able to enter the city tonight, he would never have had the chance to meet Song Zhonghua. Now, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, he hurriedly came forward, clearly having prepared for this moment in advance. After all, a third-rank official in the Southern Dynasty was considered a high-ranking position, while Ying'er was merely a fourth-rank military official. Yet Ying'er showed no respect to Song Zhonghua, issuing a furious command, "Get lost," under the watchful eyes of many. Song Zhonghua was momentarily stunned, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. Realizing he would gain no favor from Ying'er, he quickly turned and approached Li Chen's carriage, bowing respectfully. "Your humble servant, the magistrate of Pingwu, greets the prince. I apologize for the delay. Please forgive me." Just as Song Zhonghua was about to assess the situation, Li Chen's cold voice rang out. "If the magistrate is so ignorant of the rules, it is no wonder the guards are so audacious." At that, Song Zhonghua's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily knelt on the ground. "Your humble servant, Song Zhonghua, bows before the prince." Chapter 73. What do you think of the magistrate's handling of this matter? "I shall not enter this city. Let the world know that you, Song Zhonghua, possess the ability to reject a prince personally bestowed by the court at the city gates." How does that sound? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Song Zhonghua broke into a cold sweat. The current situation was vastly different from before. Earlier, had he not intervened and Li Chun remained blocked outside the city, he could have easily claimed he was busy with the grand ceremony, which involved thousands of people. However, now that he stood directly before Li Chun, who was unjustly treated and refused entry, word of this would surely lead to accusations of disrespecting the royal family, resulting in severe punishment. He could even face execution or annihilation of his clan. Immediately, Song Zhonghua prostrated himself before Li Chun, repeatedly bowing. "Your humble servant deserves death. Please show mercy, my prince." After a moment, Li Chen's voice cut through the air again. "I have been stranded here for half an hour without being allowed entry. Tell me, were those guards acting on your orders or merely being difficult?" Song Zhonghua trembled. He dared not admit it was his directive. He quickly began to defend himself. Li Chun coldly interrupted, "No need. If they lack discernment, then they are of no use." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Song Zhonghua's expression darkened as he contemplated Li Chen's intentions. Just then, Li Chen's light voice spoke again, "Execute them." As Li Chen's words fell, the Black Riders swiftly advanced, capturing the guards at the gate, roughly 20 of them, and lined them up, kneeling in unison. "Magistrate, save us! Please, magistrate, help us!" The guards cried out, their pleas resonating in the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Zhonghua suddenly reacted, intending to plead for the guards when he witnessed the Black Riders draw their blades. Blood splattered everywhere. Heads rolled like watermelons. Seeing this sight, Song Zhonghua's face turned pale. His mind shaken, he was filled with dread, breaking out in goosebumps. He never anticipated that Li Qian would execute his guards before his very eyes. It was the first time such an event had occurred in the Southern Dynasty. "Magistrate, what do you think of this prince's handling of the matter?" Li Qian's voice rang out once more. By now, Song Zhonghua's eyes were filled with resentment. To kill his men and then inquire whether the action was appropriate was utterly humiliating. For many years, no one had dared to treat him this way. However, at this moment, Song Zhonghua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his emotions. He had prepared a grand surprise for Li Qian within the city. Once Li Qian entered, he would surely face dire consequences. Immediately, Song Zhonghua nodded vigorously. "Your Highness's handling is most appropriate. I have no objections." Then, Song Zhonghua composed himself and faced Li Qian. "Your Highness, this evening marks the annual PNGW blessing ceremony, where all the citizens will gather in the city, creating a vibrant atmosphere. I implore you to step into the city and witness this grand occasion of PNGW. Moreover, I have prepared a gift for you, which I believe you will greatly appreciate." Chapter 74. Request for Your Highness's blessing. Qingshuang is not a commendable character. LCH doubts he would truly prepare a gift for him. Nevertheless, entering the city is a necessity, as the army supply must be replenished. Soon, under Qingshuang's guidance, they entered the city, though LCH remained inside the carriage, not revealing himself. As Qingshuang had mentioned, the PNGW city was indeed celebrating. It was now the hour of the dog, and the sky was gradually darkening. Yet the streets bustled with people, vendors fervently selling their wares. In the central square, a stage had been erected, where performers entertained and captivated audience, rendering the entire PNGW city exceptionally lively. By LCH's carriage, Qingshuang hurried alongside, making a great show of deference. "Your Highness, this blessing ceremony occurs only once a year, and it is the only occasion when the citizens can enjoy the night. With tens of thousands gathered in the city, I was so caught up in the festivities that I lost track of time. I beg Your Highness's forgiveness." Indeed, he had prepared an excuse for his breach of etiquette, leaving no grounds for reproach. Inside the carriage, LCH smirked at the irony. Qingshuang busies himself with the populace, who would dare to blame him for a minor faux pas. Hearing the barbs in LCH's words, Qingshuang feigned ignorance. Soon, they arrived in the city, and Qingshuang stepped forward, blocking LCH's carriage while gesturing toward a nearby tall building. "Today, upon hearing of your visit, I have prepared a banquet at this establishment. As for the other attendants, all arrangements have been made. I humbly request Your Highness's presence." As he spoke, Qingshuang bowed deeply to LCH's carriage. At that moment, due to Qingshuang's obstruction, LCH's carriage came to a halt. Ying'er, vigilant, rode forward to confront Qingshuang. "We appreciate the magistrate's kind invitation, but our lord has traveled a long distance and requires rest." Qingshuang's face turned anxious, and he hurriedly bowed again. "Your Highness, today is the PNGW celebration, a rare occasion. Tradition dictates that a person of great virtue blesses the citizens. Your esteemed status is unparalleled. Should you bless the people of PNGW today, it would indeed be a great fortune for them. This is not merely my request, but the heartfelt wish of tens of thousands of citizens. I hope for Your Highness's understanding." As Qingshuang concluded, Ying'er's anger flared. What was Qingshuang attempting? Forcing the prince to stay? His intentions seemed dubious, cloaked in a guise of invitation. Just as Ying'er considered expelling Qingshuang, LCH's voice resonated from within the carriage. "If that is the case, I shall graciously attend your blessing ceremony." Chapter 75. Does the magistrate wish to do something for the fourth prince? Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing LCHN's agreement, Qingshuang's expression brightened. Soon, as the carriage curtain was drawn aside, LCHN, dressed in plain attire, descended from the carriage. Qingshuang glanced at LCHN. The latter appeared handsome, exuding a composed and noble aura, somewhat reminiscent of the fourth prince, yet undeniably youthful. As LCHN stepped down, Qingshuang quickly rose, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation, leading LCHN to the 5th floor of the tavern. The main seat of the private room was near the window, adorned with an array of dishes, meticulously prepared. On the opposite side of the room, a beautifully carved wooden box awaited. As LCHN entered, Qingshuang hastily invited him to take the seat of honor. According to protocol, a magistrate hosting a prince would not include Ying'er at the table. However, concerned about Qingshuang's intentions, she stood beside LCHN. Noticing her vigilance, LCHN smiled. There's no need for you to stand, sister-in-law. Please join me at the table. Ying'er regarded him, hesitating, but ultimately sat beside him. May I inquire, Your Highness, who is this lady? Assuming Ying'er to be a subordinate, Qingshuang's curiosity piqued upon hearing LCHN refer to her as sister-in-law, seeking to ease the atmosphere. This is Ying'er, daughter of the Duke of Qingshuang and deputy commander of the Black Riders. Upon hearing this, Qingshuang's expression shifted, and he promptly bowed to Ying'er. I see, a descendant of the Duke of Qingshuang. My apologies for the oversight. Ying'er, however, offered no warmth in return, merely responding dismissively before turning away. As Qingshuang filled LCHN's cup, the latter sought to cut through the pretense. Recently, I had an unpleasant encounter with the fourth prince. As you are his father-in-law, I wonder if you might consider doing something for him. At LCHN's words, Qingshuang was taken aback, a cold sweat forming on his brow. He had encountered directness before, but this was unparalleled. Did LCHN uncover something? Qingshuang met LCHN's gaze, which bore an enigmatic smile. Surely, he was merely testing him. He discreetly wiped his forehead, hastily adopting a conciliatory demeanor. Your Highness jests. Both you and the fourth prince are of royal blood, akin to brothers. Even if misunderstandings arise, they can surely be resolved. My daughter is fortunate to have the fourth prince's affection, but my humble status prevents me from meddling in royal affairs or acting recklessly. With Qingshuang's words, LCHN shook his head with a smile, observing him with keen interest. Earlier, Qingshuang mentioned a gift for me. I wonder what it is. Now that I am present, perhaps he can reveal it. Feigning mystery, Qingshuang waved his hands. The gift is related to blessings and should only be revealed when Your Highness bestows blessings upon the people. Allow me to keep you in suspense for now. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Qingshuang raised his cup. Your presence in PNGW is a blessing for the city, and the citizens are fortunate to partake in this blessing ceremony. I, on behalf of the citizens, toast to you. After speaking, Song Zhongwa downed the wine in his cup in one swift motion. Opposite him, Li Chen nodded and similarly finished his drink. Noticing that Li Chen had emptied his glass, Song Zhongwa promptly rose again to refill it. As the two continued to drink, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. They enjoyed each other's company for a while longer when a series of rhythmic drum beats echoed from outside, followed by a resounding clang of metal, signifying the commencement of some ceremonial event. Hastily, Song Zhongwa rose from his seat and opened the window, gesturing for Li Chen to join him. Your Highness, the blessing ceremony is about to begin. I kindly request that you come to the window to witness the proceedings. At this moment, as Li Chen approached the window, he observed that a throng of over 10,000 citizens had gathered below, with a dragon dance taking place in the central square. Two majestic dragons, each several yards long, were gracefully dancing and vying for a pearl. As Li Chen appeared at the window, the two dragons simultaneously turned their heads toward him, bowing 3 times in succession. Following their bows, both dragons opened their mouths, revealing 2 vertical banners adorned with words that read, Your Highness, bestow blessings for the well-being of the people. At that moment, the gaze of every citizen was fixed upon Li Chen. The blessing ceremony was straightforward. All the prince needed to do was sprinkle some copper coins. These coins, infused with the prince's fortune, would provide protection to those who collected them. Observing Song Zhonghua's actions, Mu Ying'er gradually eased her previously tense demeanor, realizing her concerns were unfounded. It was merely a blessing ceremony. However, due to the weight of the basin, Li Chun found it cumbersome to scatter the coins. Mu Ying'er stood beside him, taking the large basin from Song Zhonghua's hands and placing it on the window ledge to facilitate Li Chen's task. As Li Chun grasped a handful of copper coins and scattered them, the crowd erupted in jubilation, eagerly scrambling to collect the coins. Yet at that moment, Song Zhonghua, who stood next to Li Chun, revealed a cold smile. With deliberate steps, he quietly retreated a few paces to the chest containing the coins. Swiftly seizing a yellow brocade robe, he then hurried back to Li Chun, draping the robe over him with remarkable speed. Feeling an unusual sensation, Li Chun looked down and his expression turned grave. The yellow robe adorned with 9 majestic 5-clawed golden dragons was, in fact, a dragon robe. Mu Ying'er turned to see the robe on Li Chun and was momentarily struck dumb. This was a grave offense, punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. If this were to happen in his fief, Li Chun might escape notice due to the remoteness of the emperor. Yet now, still nearly 20 days away from his territory, he stood publicly adorned in a dragon robe. How could he possibly explain this to the emperor of Nanzhao? In a state of shock and anger, Mu Ying'er realized that her oversight had allowed Song Zhonghua to exploit this opportunity, leading to this perilous situation. Meanwhile, the citizens below, who had been fixated on Li Chun, were now taken aback. No one could have anticipated that the Wang of Minyue would don a dragon robe. Everyone knew that only the emperor could wear such a robe. For a commoner to privately possess or wear a dragon robe was a capital offense, potentially leading to the annihilation of their entire family. How dare the Wang of Minyue appear in public wearing a dragon robe? As Song Zhonghua regarded Li Chun, a chilling smile spread across his face. Your Highness, how do you find this gift? Do you appreciate it? Li Chun, looking at Song Zhonghua, shook his head slightly, a hint of resignation in his eyes. What was this? A coup d'etat draped in a yellow robe? Regrettably, he was not Zhao Kuangyin, nor did he command the military forces of the nation. More tragically, this yellow robe had been bestowed upon him by an adversary, leaving him with no chance to decline. Now, adorned in a dragon robe before the gathered crowd, he was certain that within mere hours, this news would reach the capital. To appear publicly in a dragon robe was tantamount to treason. Even if Li Chun could provide an explanation, who would believe him? Without a command from the emperor of Nanzhao, the loyal troops across the land would likely converge upon him. Even if he managed to escape to his fief, he would forever bear the stigma of treason. Song Zhonghua's scheme was indeed ruthless and cunning, a trap from which there seemed no escape. Gazing at the dragon robe draped over him, Li Chun felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. At this moment, Mu Ying'er turned to Song Zhonghua and shouted fiercely, drawing her sword and aiming it at him. You have the audacity to frame the Wang of Minyue. As Mu Ying'er prepared to strike, Li Chun suddenly intervened, raising his hand to stop her. No, even if we kill him now, it would be futile. Mu Ying'er hesitated, her eyes reflecting her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Song Zhonghua watched the two with a mocking smile. He had been waiting for this moment, having meticulously calculated this scenario. Li Chun, now clad in a dragon robe before the public, had no possible means to extricate himself from his predicament. Even if he were to kill Song Zhonghua, it would merely solidify the charges against him. Mu Ying'er, unable to contain her frustration, turned to Li Chun again. He shook his head once more, reiterating that it was futile. Upon hearing this, Mu Ying'er's expression hardened as realization dawned on her. The fact that Li Chun was now wearing the dragon robe was indisputable, with so many witnesses present. Regardless of the circumstances, the Emperor of Nanzhao would undoubtedly punish Li Chun. What would they do now? Must they simply resign themselves to fate? Mu Ying'er, acutely aware of the consequences of donning a dragon robe, recalled the fate of the previous 9th prince. As her mind spiraled in confusion, Li Chun turned to her with a gentle smile and spoke softly. To be honest, I quite appreciate this gift from Song Sishi. At this proclamation, the air in the room shifted dramatically. Both Mu Ying'er and Song Zhonghua were momentarily stunned. Despite their opposing positions, neither could fathom Li Chen's current mindset. Particularly, Song Zhonghua furrowed his brow in disbelief. Was Li Chun truly oblivious to the repercussions of wearing a dragon robe? As Song Zhonghua pondered this, Li Chun addressed him directly. I find this gift delightful, and today is a day for blessings throughout Pingwu. It would be inappropriate for me to appear so elevated. Since my mood is quite favorable, why not accompany me downstairs, Song Sishi? I would like to continue dispersing these copper coins among the people, sharing joy and blessings with them. Wishing to descend and revel with the people? Does he truly seek a swift demise? Though Song Zhonghua could not decipher Li Chun's intentions, he understood that this move served his own interests. The more individuals who witnessed Li Chun in a dragon robe, the more undeniable his guilt would become. Immediately, Song Zhonghua made a gesture of invitation toward Li Chun. Since your highness is in such high spirits, I shall accompany you. Seeing Li Chun genuinely intent on descending, Mu Ying'er stood up, determined to stop him. At this moment, Li Chun waved his hand at Mu Ying'er, indicating that there was no need for concern. Please, royal sister-in-law, take good care of the copper coins and bestow blessings along with this prince. On the ground floor of the tavern, Zhang Weiguo, Morong Xian, and Qingshuang were on high alert. Although they were unaware of the events unfolding upstairs, they had already discerned that Li Chun was clad in a dragon robe. The most prudent course of action now was to minimize the impact and contain the situation. Suddenly, they caught sight of Li Chun descending the stairs, leaving everyone momentarily dumbfounded. In such a time, subtlety was paramount. How could the prince possibly come down wearing a dragon robe? Had he remained upstairs, they could have argued that dim lighting had obscured their vision. But now, with Li Chun himself descending, it was impossible for anyone to overlook his regal attire. At this moment, however, Li Chun faced them with an expression of delight, appearing even more cheerful than usual. This dragon robe, gifted to me by Governor Song, may be a tad large, but it is indeed a token of his sincere intentions. Do you find it unappealing? The expressions of the onlookers turned grim as they gazed at Li Chun, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Li Chun shook his head with a hint of boredom and strolled out of the tavern. Upon exiting, he was met with a throng of people outside, and as they beheld Li Chun in the dragon robe, a profound silence engulfed the crowd. The dragon dancers froze in place, their exuberance extinguished. Even the drummers and cymbalists momentarily forgot their rhythms. Countless eyes were fixated upon Li Chun. Earlier, they had only caught a glimpse from above, but now that he was before them, they could see clearly. The golden robe embroidered with 9 five-clawed dragons, every detail vividly apparent. It was a genuine dragon robe. The Wang of Min stood before them, clad in the dragon robe. Chapter 78. If Li Chun were to rebel, then let us all rebel together. What is this? Is today not a day for blessings? Why the silence? Li Chun addressed the assembled crowd. As he spoke, Governor Song Zhonghua stared at him, uncertain whether to view him as genuinely foolish or merely pretending. With a cold smirk, he bellowed towards the musicians. What? Did you not hear the prince's words? Resume the music and dancing. Following Song Zhonghua's command, the drummers struck up their rhythms once more, though the sound felt oddly disordered. At this moment, Li Chun seized a handful of copper coins and scattered them towards the gathered citizens. Zhang Weiguo and his loyal black-clad guards, along with the 3 royal sisters-in-law, followed closely behind Li Chun, their expressions serious as they ensured his protection. The situation had already unfolded. There was no point in pondering other options. They faced 2 choices: either seize Li Chun and present him to the Nanzhao emperor for judgment, or walk the path of rebellion alongside him. If Li Chun were to rise against them, then they would rise together. The crowd had fully embraced Li Chun. Whatever course of action he chose, they would follow without hesitation. As Li Chun scattered the coins, the attention of the people shifted. Regardless of whether he truly wore the dragon robe, it mattered little to them. These were real coins, blessed coins, symbolizing great fortune in the coming year. One by one, they bent down to collect the money. Li Chun appeared to revel in the moment, and upon witnessing the joy of the crowd as they gathered the coins, he tossed another handful into the air. Observing their merriment, he remarked, "You see, Governor Song is quite generous. Upon my arrival in Pingwu, he gifted me this dragon robe, and today, I don it to bestow blessings upon you all." As Li Chun continued to distribute the coins, the basin soon ran low. In the distance, Many citizens had yet to gather their share of the blessed coins. Governor Song, my spirits are high today, and I wish for everyone to collect their share. But it seems the coins in the basin have dwindled. Song Zhongwu was taken aback by Li Chen's words. To be honest, he found it difficult to comprehend Li Chen's actions. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his heart. He felt as though he had been outmaneuvered by Li Chen. Just then, Li Chen approached him with a bemused expression. What is it, Governor Song? Are you reluctant to part with the coins? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Song Zhongwu let out a cold laugh. Since assuming the role of governor, he had never lacked for money. Besides, it was Li Chen wearing the dragon robe, not himself. Why should he feel any trepidation? Witnessing Li Chen's insistence on courting danger, he boldly declared, "It is rare for the prince to be in such high spirits. I shall do my utmost to ensure that the entirety of the city witnesses your regal attire." With that, Song Zhongwu gestured, summoning a man who quickly departed upon receiving his instructions. As a box was opened, it revealed a wealth of copper coins, numbering in the tens of thousands. Your Highness, feel free to take as you please. Song Zhongwu made a gesture of invitation to Li Chen once more. Li Chen smiled and gave a thumbs up to Song Zhongwu. He instructed Mu Ying'er to refill the basin and resumed scattering coins among the crowd. As he tossed the coins, he addressed them. Do you see what I wear? A dragon robe? Li Chen queried again. Do you know who bestowed it upon me? Governor Song. He seemed quite pleased with this answer. After showering coins on the eastern side, he moved to the west and repeated his inquiry. Initially, Song Zhongwu wore a smile, watching Li Chen as if he were a fool, fearing that others did not know he was adorned in a dragon robe. Why did Li Chen emphasize that the robe was a gift from him? It served to embed the memory in the hearts of the people. Now, all the citizens knew that this dragon robe had been gifted by him, which effectively communicated to the entire city that it was his personal creation. As for the reason behind gifting it to Li Chen, it was simple. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that he was the father-in-law of the fourth prince. Presenting Li Chen with a dragon robe was a scheme to ensnare him. And now, nearly the entire city was aware of this matter. He had lost control of the situation. Damn it, he had been sold out and was unwittingly aiding in the deception. Chapter 79. Was this dragon robe intended for the fourth prince? Would he face execution or the annihilation of his clan? Song Zhongwu had no way of knowing. The only certainty was that he was finished. His family was doomed. He had underestimated the Wang of Minyu. The art of using the current situation to his advantage was executed with remarkable finesse. In that instant, Song Zhongwu felt a chill sweep over him. Just as he contemplated slipping away amid the chaos, he found himself surrounded by the black-clad guards as he made a move. At that moment, Li Chen had just finished scattering the last of the coins. Turning to face Song Zhongwu with a knowing smile, he asked, "What is it, Governor Song? Are you upset that I'm spending too much?" Song Zhongwu's face turned ashen as he fell to his knees before Li Chen. "Your Highness, spare me. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please grant me a chance." Li Chen regarded Song Zhongwu with a shake of his head, feigning ignorance. "What chance are you referring to? Are you suggesting that the dragon robe was not meant for me? But if it was not intended for me, then what was the purpose of your arduous efforts to create it?" He continued, "Oh, I understand now. No wonder this robe feels a bit large on me. You must have tailored it to fit the fourth prince. You are the father-in-law of the fourth prince. Thus your true intention is to bestow this dragon robe upon him, is it not?" At this moment, as Li Chen spoke, Song Zhongwu stumbled and fell to the ground, feeling as though struck by lightning. The calamity before him had escalated to a point where even his death would not bring it to an end. Li Chen's deliberate words aimed to shift the blame onto the fourth prince. He had initially sought to ensnare Li Chen, yet unexpectedly found himself ensnared in turn. Furthermore, the fourth prince was now implicated. Indeed, the Duke of Minyu was truly malicious. Instantly, Song Zhongwu faced Li Chen in defense, declaring no, this dragon robe was not prepared for the fourth prince. Li Chen, with his smile now withdrawn and his eyes glinting with intensity, pressed, "Then for whom was it prepared? Is it your intent to frame me?" Such a heinous crime could lead to the extermination of entire clans. He had no choice left. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo and the three imperial sisters-in-law, who had been following Li Chen, suddenly grasped the situation, realizing that Li Chen had intentionally donned the dragon robe in public for this very moment. By parading through the streets and scattering money, he had successfully turned the tables. exposing the truth that the dragon robe was crafted by Song Zhonghua. The fourth prince and Li Chun were now locked in a deadly conflict. And as the father-in-law of the fourth prince, Song Zhonghua naturally stood in opposition to Li Chun. Therefore, the purpose of his actions was crystal clear: to entrap Li Chun. Whether the dragon robe was indeed tailored to fit the fourth prince was ultimately of little consequence. After all, as the father-in-law of the fourth prince, Song Zhonghua could resort to any means to support him. It would now depend on how the Nanzhao emperor perceived this situation. What had initially seemed an insurmountable scheme was thus unraveled by Li Chun. At that moment, the onlookers felt their scalps tingle, overwhelmed by the intricacies of political maneuvering. Such high-stakes political battles were not for the faint of heart. Without a modicum of intelligence, one could easily find themselves oblivious to their own demise amidst such strife. Only now did the crowd truly exhale in relief. The imminent threat had been averted. The pressing concern now lay in how to deal with Song Zhonghua. According to conventional wisdom and court protocol, this matter involved a dragon robe, a prince, and a duke. Thus, Li Chun resolved to firmly establish Song Zhonghua's guilt to eliminate any lingering threats. He believed that after taking such action, even if it violated protocol, the Nanzhao emperor would surely express his gratitude. At once, Li Chun bellowed to those around him, "Come forth. Song Zhonghua has illegally crafted a dragon robe and conspired against the prince. His crimes are unforgivable. Seize him and execute him publicly." As Li Chun's command echoed, the black-clad guards swiftly advanced, pinning Song Zhonghua to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo raised his waist dagger. Execution. With Li Chun's decree, Zhang Weiguo's blade descended, blood splattering 3 feet away as a severed head rolled forth. The surrounding spectators gasped in shock. Facing the assembled populace, Li Chun clasped his hands in salute. "Today, you have all witnessed that the dragon robe was crafted by Song Zhonghua with the intent to frame me. In the interest of upholding the law and punishing traitors, I have executed him. As for the subsequent governance of Pingwu, I will petition the court for capable officials. So you need not worry. Life shall return to normal." Hearing Li Chun's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. They recognized the clarity of the situation and saw no grounds for dispute. Li Chun's actions were within reason. The auspicious ceremony had concluded, and aside from Song Zhonghua's execution, no further changes occurred. Moreover, the black-clad guards maintained order within the city, deterring any disorderly conduct. As night deepened, the throngs dispersed quickly. Upon returning, Li Chun sat at his desk to draft a memorial, beginning with a plea for forgiveness and requesting punishment from the Nanzhao emperor. However, he knew he must still compose the memorial to convey his current stance. Dressed in the dragon robe and having executed a third-rank official of the court without permission, although it was framed as a request for atonement, it was essentially a declaration of the facts. Li Chun was confident that upon receiving his memorial, the Nanzhao emperor would not only refrain from punishing him, but would also bestow significant rewards. After all, Pingwu had long been under the control of the fourth prince and the chancellor. By eliminating Song Zhonghua, Li Chun had effectively returned Pingwu to the Nanzhao emperor's grasp, an invaluable prize. Soon, having completed the writing, Li Chun dispatched Zhang Weiguo with urgency. At that moment, the 3 imperial sisters-in-law entered Li Chun's study. The events of the day had left them unsettled, still feeling a sense of dread. The second sister-in-law, Murong Xian, addressed Li Chun. "Do you realize that your actions today nearly scared us half to death? In the future, could you please inform us before taking such actions?" Li Chun smiled at the 3 sisters-in-law. "The situation unfolded too suddenly, and I had to adapt to the circumstances." Hearing this, the third sister-in-law, Qingshuang, shook her head in frustration. "Honestly, when I saw you don the dragon robe and go out, I was genuinely terrified, thinking you were preparing to rebel." Li Chun chuckled, gazing at the 3 sisters-in-law with a teasing smile. "If I truly were to rebel, how would the 3 of you react?" The third sister-in-law, Qingshuang, sighed. "As for me, I am alone and unprotected. It matters not what I do." The second sister-in-law, Murong Xian, glared at Li Chun. "What are you looking at? The Medicine King Valley operates independently of the court. The court has no authority over us. Besides, it is you rebelling, not me." The third sister-in-law, Ying'er, regarded Li Chun with a complex expression. To be honest, in that moment, I was prepared to go all in. Observing the sincerity of the three sisters-in-law, Li Chun felt a stirring in his heart, recognizing the heavy burden of responsibility he bore. What had begun as a mere jest had turned into a profound realization of their unwavering support. With such genuine loyalty from the sisters-in-law, how could Li Chun possibly let them down? Meanwhile, in the capital, the dragon robe incident had fermented over several days, and rumors ran rampant. The court had engaged in heated debates, clearly dividing into two factions. One side, led by the chancellor, insisted that Li Chun's flaunting of the dragon robe and his unauthorized execution of a third-rank official demonstrated an arrogant and reckless attitude that warranted the harshest punishment. Conversely, the other faction, led by Minister of War Wu Ying'er, took a contrary stance. They argued that the Duke of Mingyue had easily quelled 50,000 bandits with merely 3,000 black-clad cavalry. If he intended to rebel, who could withstand his might? Moreover, since the Duke of Mingyue did not rebel in the capital or in his own fief, why would he choose to do so in distant Pingwu? This was clearly a plot hatched by the governor of Pingwu to frame him. The Duke of Mingyue was not only innocent, but had also rendered great service, and the court should reward Li Chun. Furthermore, why did the governor of Pingwu, Song Zhonghua, craft a dragon robe based on the fourth prince's measurements? Was there a deeper connection that warranted further investigation? The sudden shift in Wu Ying'er's attitude left many ministers bewildered, speculating on the reasons behind his newfound position. However, there are two signals worthy of attention. Recently, the Nanzhao Emperor summoned Minister of War Wu Ying'er to the palace, where they conferred for nearly an hour. The contents of their discussion remain a mystery to all. On another note, the female members of Wu Ying'er's household went missing for several days while visiting relatives, only returning home a couple of days ago. In the ongoing disputes among the ministers, the Nanzhao Emperor chose not to mediate this time, but issued a decree directly, decisively. The decree commanded the extermination of Song Zhonghua's clan, placed the fourth prince under house arrest for 6 months, and awarded 50,000 taels of silver to the king of Mingyue. Additionally, the Ministry of Personnel was instructed to draft candidates for the governor, which would be submitted to the Nanzhao Emperor for personal approval before assuming office in Pingwu City. This outcome surprised many, as not only had the Minister of War changed, but the Nanzhao Emperor himself appeared to have undergone a transformation. For the Prime Minister, this was particularly infuriating. Having barely dealt with Li Chun, now another figure, Wu Ying'er, had emerged, and even the Nanzhao Emperor seemed increasingly uncontrollable. At this moment, within the fourth prince's residence, he was consumed by rage, smashing a bowl to the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. How could Song Zhonghua be so incompetent? To drape the dragon robe over Li Chun? What was he thinking? The last one to privately create a dragon robe, the ninth prince, had yet to see the grass grow over his grave. Now, with another incident of a privately made dragon robe, did he think it amusing? More importantly, this now implicated him, with the death of his consort and his own confinement. The mere thought incited his wrath. Just then, he heard a sob nearby. It was his consort, Song Fei, who had come before him. The decree had just arrived at the residence, and Song Zhonghua's clan was to be exterminated, which naturally included Song Fei. The imperial guards had already arrived to take her away for execution. Your Highness, you must save me. I do not wish to die. I want to remain by your side forever. Gazing upon the enchanting beauty of the woman before him, the fourth prince felt a mixture of compassion and reluctance. Yet, given his own punishment, how could he protect her? Under normal circumstances, he would have embraced Song Fei for a final farewell. However, now he was still wounded, his heart yearning, but his strength insufficient. He could only weakly raise his hand to caress her face. You must go in peace. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Next year, I shall present Li Chen's head at your grave. Watching as Song Fei was taken away by the imperial guards, the fourth prince's eyes burned with deep-seated hatred. He summoned his trusted aide and instructed him to send a message to the prime minister's residence. He urged the prime minister's agents in Mingyue to prepare swiftly. Even if Li Chun were to arrive safely in Mingyue, so what? He could ensure that Li Chun met his end far from home. Chapter 82. This has never been a land of fortune. The decree from the Nanzhao Emperor swiftly reached Pingwu. As anticipated, the emperor seized this opportunity to tighten his grip on Pingwu. However, his handling of the fourth prince was merely a mild warning. It seemed the Nanzhao emperor preferred stability and was unwilling to engage in open conflict with the prime minister's faction. The silver awarded would naturally be escorted to Mingyue by other troops, alleviating Li Chen's concerns. Over the past few days, Li Chen had nearly completed his procurement of supplies in Pingwu. Once everything was prepared, he intended to set out. Time flew by, and in a mere 15 days, the army began to approach the borders of Mingyue, but the roads became increasingly arduous. Winding paths stretched ahead, consuming much time, and the troops encountered towering mountains that had to be traversed. They also faced numerous swamps filled with traps. Once a horse or man stepped inside, escape became impossible. As they journeyed south, the land grew ever more desolate, with salt flats where not even grass could thrive. Observing the harsh environment before him, Li Chen shook his head. He had come to profoundly understand why Mingyue had never been a coveted battleground. It was not merely the difficult terrain or the scarcity of food. It lacked any substantial economic resources. It was both remote and impoverished. For the ancients, this land was never a blessing. The closer he got to Mingyue, the more he felt an inexplicable calling. It was as if someone had been beckoning him all along. Upon stepping out of the carriage and surveying the surrounding land, Li Chen realized he had been here before, the very place from which he had fled. 800 miles hence lay the battlefield of the southern barbarians, where his 3 elder brothers had perished. His heart was restless because his 3 brothers remained behind on that battlefield. Since childhood, his brothers had cared for him deeply. Later, on the battlefield, they had desperately ensured his escape. More than a month had passed since the tragic deaths of his 3 brothers, their remains still unburied. Exposed to the elements, each thought of it was unbearable. Meanwhile, Li Chen noticed the unusual demeanor of his 3 sisters-in-law. They often stepped out of the carriage to gaze sorrowfully toward the south. Li Chen understood their sentiments mirrored his own. However, the battlefield of the southern barbarians was under the control of the Jin people, and fearing it would affect Li Chen's march, they had refrained from mentioning it to him. Soon, Li Chen made a decision. He would detour to the battlefield of the southern barbarians to pay tribute to his brothers. The journey was close enough not to cause any timing conflicts. Although he could not avenge his brothers at present, he could at least ensure their remains were collected, freeing them from the torment of wind and rain. A moment later, Li Chen called his 3 sisters-in-law and Zhang Weiguo to his side. We are now very close to the battlefield of the southern barbarians. I intend to return to pay respects and gather the remains of my 3 brothers. What do you all think? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the sisters-in-law exchanged glances, panic evident in their eyes. Traveling past the southern barbarians without paying tribute would weigh heavily on their hearts. Faced with Li Chen, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their thoughts aligned with his. Just then, Zhang Weiguo interjected, cautioning Li Chen. Your Highness, this cannot be. The 20 cities are already under the control of the Qingshuang people, who patrol regularly. If you were to enter their territory and be discovered, it would be extremely perilous. Li Chen shook his head in response to Zhang Weiguo. This time, I do not intend to bring the Black Riders. It will just be myself and my 3 sisters-in-law. With a smaller group, the risks will be reduced. Hearing this, Zhang Weiguo became even more anxious. Your Highness, this is even more inadvisable. If you do not bring the Black Riders, what if the Qingshuang people take action? As Zhang Weiguo spoke, the sisters-in-law's faces reflected their hesitation. They understood the inherent dangers. At that moment, Li Chen furrowed his brow as he faced Zhang Weiguo. Then let a portion of the Black Riders carry supplies onward to Mingyue. You take 1,500 Black Riders to follow me at a distance. If there is any commotion, the Black Riders can respond in time. How's that sound? Zhang Weiguo frowned at Li Chen. On the plains, the combat strength of 1,500 Black Riders could match that of 15,000 infantry. Although the Qingshuang people were also skilled in cavalry, most were light cavalry. As long as their numbers did not exceed 10,000, their safety could be assured. Zhang Weiguo nodded in agreement with Li Chen. In that case, it is indeed feasible. Chapter 83. The mysterious disappearance of the royal brothers' remains. Following their deliberations, Li Chen and his 3 sisters-in-law set out separately. Zhang Weiguo led the Black Riders. Maintaining a distance of nearly 10 miles from Li Chen, while the remaining black riders continued laden toward Minwei, as Li Chun and the three imperial sisters journeyed forward. After several hours of arduous travel, they soon arrived at the city of Urshi. Li Chun recalled that when he first accompanied his three elder brothers to Urshi, the streets were alive with the sounds of bustling crowds, and every household welcomed them with open arms. However, now, as he surveyed the scene, he was met with crumbling walls and charred remnants of homes, the ground littered with the unburied corpses of those slain by the ancient Qiang people. The entire town lay in eerie silence, a stillness so profound it incited a sense of dread and despair. The ancient Qiang had never intended to cultivate Urshi. It was merely their hunting ground. As they passed through, wild dogs appeared before the corpses, regarding Li Chun and his companions with fierce, menacing glares. Witnessing the harrowing sights before him, Li Chun felt a heavy weight of anguish settle in his heart. He urged his steed onward, hastening towards the battlefield of Nanman. After a few more hours, they finally reached the battlefield of Nanman, where the devastation was even more severe. In the waning light of the setting sun, the ground was strewn with bodies. None of the Southern Dynasty soldiers' remains had been collected, remaining as they fell on the battlefield. Each soldier bore a unique expression in death, yet all shared the same haunting gaze, eyes wide open, filled with unyielding defiance, refusing to close. The sight deepened Li Chen's sorrow, and tears welled in the eyes of the three imperial sisters. In the capital, they could scarcely have imagined such a scene, nor could they fathom the brutality of war. "Let us first locate the remains of our three elder brothers," Li Chun said, his voice breaking the silence. The three imperial sisters nodded in agreement, dispersing to search for their kin. Logically, the three princes, distinguished by their attire and bearing, should have been easily found. Yet, after traversing the vast battlefield, they uncovered no trace of the princes. Even Li Chun relied on his memories to guide him to the spot where the eldest prince had bid him farewell, but still, there was no sign of the three. Why are their bodies missing? Could they have been buried? Or perhaps they were rescued? As the group grappled with their uncertainty, Li Chun's peripheral vision caught a flicker of movement in the grass nearby. In a place filled with the fallen, how could anything still be moving? Li Chun approached, only to discover a middle-aged man feigning death, clutching scattered coins as if he had not yet had the chance to pocket them. In an instant, realization dawned upon Li Chun. This man was clearly a thief, seeking to profit from the dead. The soldiers had met a tragic end on the battlefield, and now, even in death, someone sought to exploit them. Without hesitation, Li Chun placed his blade against the man's throat. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man's face contorted with fear, and he pleaded for mercy. "I am also a Southern man. After being captured by the ancient Qiang and enslaved, I escaped. When I passed through here, I succumbed to greed. Please, spare my life for the sake of our shared heritage." Li Chun held back the surge of anger within him. "I have but one question. What transpired after the great battle? Why are the bodies of the three commanders of the court absent?" The man hesitated, his eyes darting with suspicion. "Why do you wish to know? Who are you?" Li Chun pressed his blade down harder, compelling a response. The man's gaze flickered with cunning. If the commanders fell in battle, they are likely displayed on the walls of the ancient Qiang capital. At this revelation, Li Chun's fists clenched, and his eyes blazed with fury. The ancient Qiang had committed heinous acts against the Southern Dynasty. Even in death, his brothers would suffer such indignity. This was utterly unacceptable. The ancient Qiang would not be spared. He would not rest until justice was served. As Li Chun absorbed the man's words, Mu Rongxian staggered and fainted, her hopes dashed in an instant. The thought of her brothers being displayed on the city walls, enduring daily humiliation, was unbearable. In that moment of distraction, the man seized his chance, producing a concealed dart and firing it skyward. With a piercing whistle, the dart soared, trailing a plume of red dust behind it. Chapter 84. A modest interest upon witnessing the man's actions, Li Chun's eyes turned icy with resolve. He was no mere slave. He was an undercover agent of the ancient Qiang. As the agent attempted to flee, Li Chun swiftly drew his blade, driving it into the man's back. The agent fell, unyielding in his defeat. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, drawing their attention. They looked up to see a dark mass of riders approaching from the edge of the battlefield. In the golden light of dusk, the ancient Qiang banners stood out prominently, their numbers estimated to be around 3,000. It was clear that the ancient Qiang had discovered them and were advancing. Li Chun gazed at the distant Qiang flag, his heart ablaze with vengeance. Now was the moment to unleash the fury that had been building within him. 3,000 ancient Qiang cavalry were arriving at the perfect moment. The three imperial sisters clenched their fists, equally eager to release their pent-up rage. Another thunder of hooves resounded as the black cavalry led by Zhang Weiguo rapidly approached from behind. In a matter of moments, both forces stood poised for confrontation. Among the ranks of the ancient Qiang, a man clad in white armor rode forth. Li Chun recognized him immediately. It was Wan Yinhonglai, son of the ancient Qiang general Wan Yindakong. The last ambush had been orchestrated by the father-son duo, resulting in the deaths of his three elder brothers. As Wan Yinhonglai regarded Li Chun, he mistook him for the same frivolous prince from before. He dismissed the black cavalry behind Li Chun with contempt. "Ah, I thought who it was. Turns out to be the sixth prince of the southern dynasty. The heads of your two brothers have already been delivered to the capital by my father. What brings you here? Come to meet your demise?" Li Shen Baoja momentarily, confusion flickering in his mind. Two brothers? Was it not three? But the thought vanished quickly, replaced by a steely determination. His eyes narrowed as he gripped his steel blade tightly. At that moment, Li Chun resolved to strike first at Wan Yinhonglai. With Wan Yindakong absent, he would eliminate his son and reclaim a measure of vengeance. "By my command, all black cavalry, assemble, form ranks." With Li Chun's orders, the black cavalry swiftly repositioned into a formidable formation. He was curious to see if this spoiled royal had the audacity to engage him in combat. However, this was fortuitous. Claiming the head of the sixth prince would also serve as a testament to his martial prowess. Brave warriors, the opportunity for glory has arrived. Whoever claims the head of the sixth prince shall receive a bounty of 100 liang of gold from the ancient Qiang. At this, the ancient Qiang forces, outnumbering the black cavalry 2-1 and having previously triumphed over the southern dynasty, were emboldened. They had little regard for Li Chun and his men. As Wan Yinhonglai's bounty echoed through the ranks, the ancient Qiang soldiers erupted with excitement, rallying to charge at the black cavalry with fervor. At this moment, Li Chun, atop his warhorse, gazed upon the ancient Qiang soldiers before him, steel blade in hand. He issued the second military order to engage in battle against the Qiang. "All black riders, heed my command. Strike with full force. Leave no survivors." With the command given, Li Chun charged ahead, leading the charge against the Qiang forces. As heavy cavalry, the black riders were the elite of the southern dynasty, and upon witnessing the corpses of their fallen comrades scattered across the ground, they were filled with a fervent determination. Today, they must spill the blood of the Qiang to honor the souls of the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives in this land. Soon, the two sides clashed together, clad in full armor. Even their steeds were heavily protected, rendering them nearly impervious to swords and blades. The black riders, swift and fierce, surged forward like a steel blade, splitting the enemy cavalry in two. Fearless and unstoppable, they fought fiercely. As the sun set, casting a crimson hue across the battlefield, the sounds of galloping hooves echoed ominously. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Qiang army grew increasingly fearful, realizing with horror that their previously underestimated adversaries had turned the tide against them. The cavalry, initially numbering 3,000, was halved in the span of mere moments. The Black Riders had completely isolated their forces, rendering their advantages in group combat virtually useless. And the casualties continued to mount rapidly. Meanwhile, the situation for Wan Yinhonglai was dire. He found himself encircled by Mu Ying'er and Mu Rongxian. Even Qingshuang, who had no martial prowess, was fiercely brandishing a blade, repeatedly attempting to charge at Wan Yinhonglai, only to be restrained by Li Chun. Initially, Wan Yinhonglai believed that defeating two women would pose little challenge. However, he soon realized his grave error. As the battle intensified, Mu Ying'er, clad in armor and wielding a red tassel spear, struck with lethal precision. The other woman, dressed in a flowing pink gown and wielding a long sword, while slightly less formidable than Mu Ying'er, displayed a unique fighting style with considerable power. Though Li Chun did not engage directly, he remained mounted nearby. coldly blocking one Yin'er Li's escape route. A glance at the battlefield revealed that only about 1,000 Qiang soldiers remained. The Black Riders held an overwhelming advantage. If the battle was not resolved swiftly, when Yin'er Li feared he would not survive this day. He faced two choices: retreat quickly and perhaps save his life, or continue fighting. At this moment, one Yin'er Li still regarded Li Chun as the frivolous prince he had previously encountered. Thus, he instinctively chose the latter option. He feigned an attack with his spear and charged at Li Chun. As Li Chun observed one Yin'er Li approaching, a cold smile crept across his lips. Earlier, he had refrained from intervening to allow the two royal sisters to vent their anger. Now that one Yin'er Li had come for him, he would not hold back. Clash! The blade in one Yin'er Li's hand met Li Chen's steel blade. He had expected Li Chen's weapon to be knocked aside, allowing him to seize victory. To his surprise, during their clash, Li Chen skillfully dissipated the force of the blow. In an instant, a searing pain shot through him, and he realized his shoulder was bleeding profusely. He had been wounded by this frivolous prince? Filled with shame and rage, Wan Yin'er Li swung his blade at Li Chen once more. However, it soon became evident to him that while his internal strength surpassed Li Chen's, the latter's combat skills far exceeded his own. Moreover, Li Chen's speed was astonishing. In mere moments, Wan Yin'er Li found himself wounded in multiple places. This was impossible. A seasoned general like him could not be bested by a wasteful prince. The humiliation was unbearable. As he looked at his bloodied wounds, Wan Yin'er Li was consumed by fury. He roared at Li Chun, "Die!" A relentless storm of attacks yielded no desired results. "General, we must retreat. It will soon be too late," shouted one of Wan Yin'er Li's subordinates. Yet, Wan Yin'er Li was blinded by rage, having lost all sense of reason. "No, I will not rest until this waste is dead." Ignoring his subordinates' pleas, he charged at Li Chun once more. Unbeknownst to him, the Black Riders had fully encircled the Qiang forces, tightening their grip with each advance. In a matter of moments, 3,000 Qiang soldiers had been virtually annihilated. The southern battlefield was now under the complete control of the Black Riders. Meanwhile, the clash between Li Chun and Wan Yin'er Li continued, drawing to a close as it devolved into a game of cat and mouse. Wan Yin'er Li was covered in wounds, his body a canvas of blood. His vision blurred. He felt the life ebbing from him. After sustaining another stab from Li Chun, he could no longer endure and fell from his horse. As he surveyed the battlefield, horror filled his eyes. The 3,000 cavalrymen he had brought lay lifeless on the ground, not a single one surviving. He could not fathom when they had met their demise. Why has the southern army become so formidable? How has this wasteful prince grown so powerful? He questioned in disbelief. "You sought my head, did you not? Here I am." At that moment, Li Chun, mounted on his horse, beckoned Wan Yin'er Li with a finger. Wan Yin'er Li's eyes filled with humiliation, quickly giving way to a sinister laugh. He had failed, yet he believed Li Chun would not dare to kill him. After all, the southern dynasty lacked the strength to resist the Qiang, and his father was vying for the throne. If he succeeded, he could command the Qiang's million-strong cavalry to crush the weakened southern dynasty. Li Chun approached Wan Yin'er Li step by step. In the fading light of dusk, he raised his steel blade slowly. Wan Yin'er Li looked at Li Chun with derision. "Do you dare to kill me? Does the southern emperor permit it? Are you truly prepared for war with the Qiang? My million-strong cavalry can strike at any moment." Before he could finish, a flash of steel blinded him, and his head soared into the air, plunging him into darkness. With Wan Yin'er Li's severed head hitting the ground, the battle came to an end. The Black Riders raised their long spears in unison, shouting in triumphant chorus, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" This marked the first victory of the Southern Dynasty against the Qiang. It was also the first time the Southern Army had slain a high-ranking Qiang general. This victory held monumental significance for both the Black Riders and the Southern Dynasty. Were it not for the Qiang being still far away and Li Chun commanding merely 1,500 Black Riders, he might have sought to obliterate the Qiang capital in one fell swoop. Although Wan Yin'er Li has been vanquished, his father, Wan Yin'er, remains alive and well. The remains of the three royal brothers still lie in the ancient Qiang kingdom. Li Chun has vowed that within 2 years, at most, he shall not rest until the ancient Qiang kingdom is utterly subdued. Chapter 87. The territory of the court is limited. After a month of relentless struggle, the bodies of all the soldiers on the southern barbarians' battlefield have yet to be collected. It is impractical to bury each one individually under the current circumstances, especially as many comrades' corpses have begun to decay, rendering them immovable. Ultimately, Li Chun ordered the collection of branches and firewood to be placed atop them. As the inferno blazed to life, it swiftly engulfed the entire southern barbarians' battlefield in flames. After several days of arduous travel, on the 30th day at noon, they finally reached the territory of Minyu. The climate here is characterized by a subtropical maritime monsoon, marked by abundant rainfall and considerable humidity. The weather can be quite extreme, with scorching heat that can be unbearable, while the cold can be equally punishing. Although the region does not yield much grain, it does produce a variety of fruits. At this time, the governor of Minyu, Zhang Zhihe, was well informed. Upon learning of Li Chen's journey, he had arrived early, waiting 10 miles away. As soon as he spotted Li Chen's carriage, Zhang Zhihe promptly approached and bowed. "I am Zhang Zhihe, the humble governor of Minyu, paying my respects to your highness." With Zhang Zhihe's greeting, Li Chen opened the curtain of the carriage and glanced up. Zhang Zhihe appeared dark and thin, with a face no larger than an adult's palm. Not only was his face small, but he was also quite short in stature. Although he was around 35 years old, he looked as though he were 53. His youthful appearance belied the weight of his years. Were it not for the official robe he wore, one might mistake him for an elderly farmer. Li Chun had already gathered some knowledge about Zhang Zhihe during his journey and felt a sense of sympathy for his plight. Zhang Zhihe hailed from a humble background. His ancestors had only held the position of a 7th-rank county magistrate, and his parents had devoted themselves to his education. When he first entered office, Zhang Zhihe aspired to serve his country with integrity, committed to being accountable to his conscience and the people. He achieved several significant accomplishments during his tenure, which caught the attention of the Southern Zhao Emperor, leading to his promotion by the Ministry of Personnel. However, as he ascended the ranks, Zhang Zhihe found himself increasingly uncomfortable. He realized that the higher he rose, the more he was expected to simply perform his duties without question. In the court, birthright, relationships, alliances, and factions took precedence, while actual achievements became the least important factor. None of this was Zhang Zhihe's forte, thus he chose to maintain his integrity in solitude. Nevertheless, due to an inexplicable minor incident, Zhang Zhihe was reassigned to govern Minyu. After arriving, there had been no further news of him, except for whispers that in recent years, he had begun to curry favor with the Prime Minister by sending local specialties as gifts. Regrettably, the Prime Minister had shown little interest in Zhang Zhihe's overtures. Facing Zhang Zhihe, Li Chun offered a slight nod. "You have worked hard, Governor Zhang." Zhang Zhihe did not respond with much emotion, merely offering polite formalities. "I have prepared a banquet at the residence. Your Highness, please follow me." Upon entering the city of Minyu, Li Chun chose to dismount and walk alongside Zhang Zhihe, who provided insights into the local scenery. During this initial encounter, Li Chun noted Zhang Zhihe's indifferent demeanor, as everything seemed to be conducted in a strictly official manner. The city gates appeared ancient, their surfaces marred by rust. Upon entering, Li Chun observed the distinctive architecture of Minyu, characterized by structures primarily built from a mixture of earth and wooden frames. Perhaps in response to the coastal winds, many of the buildings were quite low. As they traversed the city, they arrived at an imposing hall, and Li Chun naturally prepared to enter. "Your Highness, please hold." Upon hearing Zhang Zhihe's voice, Li Chun furrowed his brow. "What? Am I not allowed to enter the residence?" Zhang Zhihe could only smile wryly, shaking his head. "Your Highness seems to have misunderstood. That belongs to another. Our residence is located elsewhere." Following Zhang Zhihe, Li Chun looked over, only to find himself momentarily stunned. The so-called residence was merely a few lowly houses, dilapidated and unmaintained, resembling a decayed homestead. Were it not for the 3 large characters reading Min Yu Fu hanging above the door, Li Chun would never have guessed that this was the residence of a major province. Witnessing Li Chun's incredulity, Zhang Zhihe offered a self-deprecating smile. "Your Highness, please do not take offense. In truth, this is the only territory of the court within Minyu City. The rest belongs to others." Chapter 88. I beseech the emperor to rid me of this position. I can no longer serve as governor. Although it was termed a residence, it was, in reality, a mere dwelling. The furnishings were stripped down to the bare essentials, with virtually no furniture or facilities. The so-called official hall had been minimally renovated, transformed into a public meeting space, yet it seemed to have been long neglected, with dust accumulating in many areas. Soon, Zheng Ji he led Li Chun into the hall and seated him at the head of the table, while Zheng Ji he took his place on the left. Several royal sisters-in-law and Zhang Wei was settled around the table. After a long journey, the group had not enjoyed a hearty meal in quite some time and were eager to seize the opportunity to indulge in a proper feast. Soon, a server approached with dishes, placing them on the table. Upon seeing the offerings, disappointment flickered across their faces. It was merely a plate of greens. More dishes followed, all consisting of greens, and more greens. Finally, the main dish arrived, but it was merely a small fish, hardly larger than an adult's palm. At this moment, Zheng Ji he addressed Li Chun. "Your Highness, the dishes are nearly ready. Please enjoy your meal." Upon hearing Zheng Ji he's words, the expressions of those present shifted. There are established protocols for hosting officials at various levels within the court. For a prince, the dining budget should not fall below 10 taels of silver and should not exceed 20 taels. However, it was customary for receptions to exceed this standard. The higher the official's rank, the more lavish the expenditure, which had become routine. Everyone knew that Li Chun was not one to indulge in ostentation or wastefulness. Yet this was a welcome banquet, the first meal offered by the subordinates of Minyu to the prince. Zheng Ji he had prepared a meager 5 dishes, which seemed excessively frugal. Moreover, throughout the entire event, no other officials from Minyu, aside from Zheng Ji he, had come to pay their respects. What could this mean? Was it a sign of disdain for Prince Li Chun, or an attempt to humiliate him? At that moment, Li Chun, seated at the main table, remained composed. But Zhang Weiguo, known for his fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself and abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the table. "Governor Zheng, what does this mean? Is this how you entertain the prince?" After a moment, he put down his chopsticks and looked up at Zheng Ji. "I wish to adhere to the proper standards. But where is the money? Where does it come from?" Zhang Weiguo's outburst incited his anger. The court allocated a budget for official receptions each year, providing ample funds to cover expenses, and officials were only required to report the details for reimbursement. Moreover, the court also issued separate subsidies to provincial residences for various daily expenditures. What precisely do these matters signify? Where has all this money gone? At this moment, with Zhang Weiguo's furious exclamation, Zheng Jiha also shook his head, a cold smile emerging on his face. "The court has such regulations, but what of the money? Where did it vanish? Since my arrival here, the court has never disbursed even a single coin. Even my salary has been in arrears since the year before last. I have received not a single penny. If you doubt my words, you may verify with the Ministry of Revenue to ascertain the truth. To speak candidly, had it not been for the prince's visit, I would not have dared to consume even these vegetables, even during the new year." After uttering these words, Zhang Jia evidently carried a sense of resignation, gazing at the few individuals before him, his sarcasm intensifying. "You all hail from the capital, being esteemed ministers of the Son of Heaven, either princes or generals. If not, I implore you, could you at least submit a memorial? I beseech the emperor to remove me from this position. Whoever wishes to be the governor may take my place. I cannot endure another moment." Chapter 89. Ignorance of the court's nature. At this moment, upon Zheng Jia's declaration, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Along the way, they had encountered various officials. Yet none had witnessed a figure like Zheng Jia. A third-rank official's slightest stomp could cause an entire province to tremble. Typically, a third-rank official is revered and respected, their black cap regarded as a symbol of life itself. Yet now, Zheng Jia dares to request that they petition the emperor to eliminate him? Has he lost his mind? Or is he merely foolish? This audacious move left Zhang Weiguo utterly bewildered, staring at Zheng Jia, questioning his true intent. "Do you truly mean what you say? If so, I could leave at this very moment." At that moment, Li Chun furrowed his brow. You should be aware that the emperor has conferred upon me the title of Wang of Mingyue, granting me authority to establish a residence. In other words, as the governor of Mingyue, you fall under my jurisdiction. Your reassignment is now within my grasp. Should you wish to resign, I could allow it. With matters having reached this stage, Zheng Jiehe held nothing to lose. His hopes for reassignment were long gone, and he had no intention of remaining here. It was better to conclude this quickly and depart. Thus, Zheng Jiehe turned to Li Chun, offering a cold smile. My prince, must I state the obvious? Everyone knows what sort of place Mingyue is. It is a desolate land, a territory of savages, historically the site of exile for criminals. Who would come to this remote area without being marginalized or having committed an offense? As Zheng Jiehe finished speaking, Ying'er immediately stood, glaring angrily at him. I must remind you, our prince has neither been marginalized nor committed any offense. He actively sought the title in Mingyue. With Ying'er's interjection, Li Chun raised a hand to silence her, then looked at Zheng Jiehe, urging him to continue. Zheng Jiehe cast a glance at Ying'er, a hint of derision in his eyes, and proceeded. Although Mingyue is nominally under the court's jurisdiction, in reality, apart from the Mingyue prefecture, there is nothing belonging to the court. Though I am officially the governor, I am utterly alone, without soldiers or subordinates. This land has long been divided among the 7 The populace hardly knows what the court is. Is the court unaware of this situation? Clearly, they are aware. But why do they not intervene? One reason is their inability, and the other is the lack of value. It is well known that Mingyue is barren and not strategically significant. The court cannot station troops here. As long as the 7 do not openly rebel, the court's stance towards Mingyue is one of indifference. When I first assumed my position, I wished to achieve something, to convey the teachings of the Central Plains and the court's authority. Yet not only has the court provided no support, but it has also ceased even the basic funding. I have endured here for 7 long years. I am utterly exhausted and can no longer sustain myself. Chapter 90. The Origins of the 7 After Zheng Jiehe concluded, he let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Li Chun regarded him with a furrowed brow, having pondered many thoughts along the way, but never anticipated that Mingyue had deteriorated to such a state. He had always believed that Mingyue merely governed the 7 as 7 districts. However, it now appeared that these 7 had evolved into 7 distinct powers, entrenched within Mingyue, effectively obstructing the court's movements. No wonder the emperor of Nanzhao, a man so attuned to power, would generously relinquish Mingyue to himself. In truth, this so-called king of Mingyue is more of an empty title. He also realized why the chancellor had so eagerly supported his request for the title. He had initially thought the chancellor merely sought to assassinate him externally. Yet now it seemed that the external threat was just one aspect. The greater peril lay within the local powers of Mingyue. Without any support, one could only await a slow demise. Gazing at Zheng Jiehe, Li Chun comprehended why the staunch man ultimately yielded and presented gifts to the chancellor. It was because, under such circumstances, one could be driven to madness or folly. Even the most idealistic and ambitious individuals would find themselves utterly disillusioned. Li Chun also understood why Zheng Jiehe had only presented the chancellor with local fruits. It was simply because Zheng Jiehe was so impoverished that he could not afford anything else. These years had indeed been a hardship for him. At this moment, Zheng Jiehe turned to Li Chun. My prince, I have now laid bare the situation here. May I take my leave? Li Chun, however, wore a slight smile, shaking his head. Not yet. I wish to hear detailed information regarding the 7 Is that too much to ask? Zheng Jiehe exchanged a glance with Li Chun, a smirk appearing on his lips. At that moment, Li Chun faced Zheng Jiehe with unwavering confidence and assertiveness, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Zheng Jiehe, gazing at Li Chun, felt a moment of disorientation. For an instant, he nearly found himself aligning with Li Chun's conviction. Yet upon recollecting the stark reality before him, Zheng Jiehe shook his head. To subdue the 7 within 6 months, is that truly so simple? Failing to govern Mingyue remains the greatest regret of my political career. Yet it has become an unavoidable reality. My foremost duty now is to hand over my responsibilities to Li Chun. After that, All matters of Mingyue shall no longer concern me. Since Li Chan desires detailed information about the 7U, I shall provide it. After a brief moment, Zhang Ji had turned and retrieved a detailed map of Mingyue. This map was far more intricate than any Li Chan possessed, accurately depicting every river, every hill, and even the gathering places of the various factions of the 7U. It indicated approximate populations and numbers of warriors as well. A single glance provided a comprehensive understanding of Mingyue. Indeed, what a meticulous map! Li Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. Your Highness, your praise is undeserved. Here, I am powerless, and this map is the only asset I can present. Should your Highness require it, I can certainly offer it to you. Immediately after, Zhang Jia pointed at the map while addressing Li Chen. Your Highness should be aware that Mingyue is governed by the 7U, Beiyue, Nanyue, Xie, Zhongyue, Baiyue, Yangwue, and Ouyue, each representing distinct factions. Except for Zhongyue and Xie, the other 5U primarily originated from migrations. Each U possesses its own history and characteristics, often embroiled in conflict with one another, resulting in Mingyue being a fragmented realm. For instance, Nanyue is the most formidable among them, reputed to be descendants of the Qiyu tribe. After their defeat by the emperor, they fled to Mingyue, where they took control of Nanyue, adopting a warrior lifestyle marked by tattoos and extraordinary strength, adept at commanding beasts in battle, numbering around 30,000. As for Beiyue, it is the wealthiest and most duplicitous of the 7U, said to be descendants of the renowned King Gojian. Carrying a vast treasure trove, they settled in Beiyue, the only region in Mingyue abundant in grain, with an estimated population of 60,000. At this point, as Zhang Zhe narrated, the listeners furrowed their brows, realizing they had underestimated the complexities of Mingyue. The backgrounds of Nanyue and Beiyue are already impressive. One can only wonder about the remaining 5U. Chapter 91. The Kingdom of Daughters in Mingyue. The audience did not interrupt Zhang Jia, allowing him to continue. Zhongyue, the original royal lineage of Mingyue, once held dominion over the entire region. However, their treachery during the previous dynasty led to their downfall, as they wavered between various powers and were eventually cast aside. Despite their decline, they controlled the coastal areas, relying on fishing for sustenance and boasting the largest population among the Yu, approximately 100,000. Listening intently, Li Chen nodded, committing Zhongyue to memory. He contemplated that for Mingyue to truly prosper, control of the maritime territories was crucial. Zhongyue must be firmly in his grasp. On the other hand, Xie is the most impoverished and superstitious of the Yu, attributing their fortunes to divine intervention. Despite their dire circumstances, their spiritual lives are rich, worshipping various deities with fervor. Legend has it that a sacred tree in their territory bears leaves that invigorate those who consume them, though their population is modest, around 20,000. Perhaps parched from speaking, Zhang Jia poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it contentedly. After a brief pause, he resumed, discussing Beiyue. Beiyue is the most pitiable yet coveted of the Yu, renowned for its beauty. Its territory is predominantly inhabited by women, reminiscent of the legendary Kingdom of Daughters. They elevate women above men, and their reproductive customs are unique. If a male child is born, they leave the tribe to hand him over, while female offspring are raised within the community. Notably, their craftsmanship is exceptional, producing exquisite garments and embroidery, yet they harbor a strong distrust of outsiders, forbidding anyone from entering their lands. Due to their isolation, their population is likely less than 10,000. Upon concluding his account of Beiyue, Zhang Jia cast a knowing glance at Li Chen, suspecting that if Li Chen had not fled to Mingyue for refuge, it must be for the allure of Beiyue, given its distinctive charm and abundance of beauty. Li Chen, caught off guard by Zhang Jia's gaze, realized that the information he had gathered primarily stemmed from the Duke of the Nation's archives, offering only a superficial understanding. Had Zhang Jia not elaborated, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a realm within Mingyue. Suddenly, Li Chen felt eyes upon him and turned to see several imperial sisters-in-law observing him. Their expressions were complex, tinged with amusement, concern, and a knowing look. Faced with their scrutinizing gazes, Li Chen felt somewhat exasperated. Why were they all fixated on him? Zhang Jia may not know him well, but surely they did. What significance did the presence of women hold for him? He harbored no particular thoughts regarding them. After a brief silence, Zhang Jia resumed his discourse. Now, only two you remain, both regarded with disdain. One of them, Yang'er, is the most terrifying, not due to its strength, but because of its chilling customs. The mere thought of exhuming corpses by night is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yang'er is indeed unsettling. Chapter 92. I shall make Mingyue the foremost in the realm. At this moment, Zhang Jia gazed at the assembly and unveiled the last few. Oh, the most despised among them. They arrived by sea from an unknown land, seeking refuge in Mingyue. The locals welcomed them with kindness, only to be met with betrayal as the newcomers, having established themselves, turned against their hosts and gradually expanded their influence along the coast. As more people flocked to Mingyue, Oyue's territory grew, solidifying their presence. To be frank, the other 6 harbor animosity toward Oyue, yet their weapons are exceptionally sharp, particularly their steel blades, making them formidable despite the collective disdain. Oyue's population is not large, around 20,000. As Zhang Jia concluded his account, the audience narrowed their eyes, a chill creeping into their expressions. Such treachery is most detestable. To receive kindness from others only to repay it with malice is a crime deserving of punishment. Zhang Jia, visibly disturbed by the situation, lifted his teacup and took a long sip. After a moment, he steadied himself and turned to Li Chun. Your Highness, what are your thoughts? Though Mingyue is not vast, its complexities are indeed intricate. The 7 are like fierce dragons vying for dominance, each formidable in their own right. Surely, your earlier ambitions have been doused with cold water. Hearing Zhang Jia's taunt, Li Chun detected the mockery, but did not show any anger. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. In his view, these 7 were hardly formidable. They were mere local bullies in Mingyue. They had occupied various geographic resources, yet failed to develop them over the years, a grave waste indeed. Now, Li Chun regarded Zhang Jia with a knowing smile. Does this imply that I have conceded? At this moment, as Li Chun spoke, Zhang Jia was momentarily taken aback. He then looked at Li Chun and shook his head with a smile. The situation in Mingyue was already dire. Even if the emperor himself were to come, he would likely be at a loss. Facing Zhang Jia, Li Chun's eyes sparkled with a powerful confidence, an undeniable conviction. In just half a year, I will not only unify Mingyue, but also develop it thoroughly, making it the foremost in the world, both economically and militarily. At that moment, Zhang Jia stood there, utterly stunned by Li Chun's audacious ambition. In that instant, he found himself genuinely swayed by Li Chun's words, feeling an involuntary respect for him. He shook his head slightly, fully aware of the grim realities facing Mingyue. It was precisely because he understood Mingyue so well that he deemed Li Chun's assertions unrealistic. However, he did not wish to dampen Li Chun's spirits. Youth was a virtue. With courage and determination, perhaps success could be achieved. Yet, he felt that this matter no longer concerned him, and it was time for him to take his leave. After a brief moment, Zhang Jia cupped his hands before Li Chun. Your Highness, I have shared everything I know with you, and it is time for me to depart. At this, Li Chun nodded in response. You wish to leave? I shall not hinder you. Are you truly prepared to abandon the mission entrusted to you by the Chancellor? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhang Jia's expression changed dramatically, astonished as he gazed at Li Chun. How do you know the Chancellor assigned me a task? Chapter 93. Arriving in Mingyue, establishing authority. Looking at Zhang Jia before him, Li Chun could not help but chuckle. No wonder this fellow had been marginalized to Mingyue. At that moment, Li Chun gazed at Zhang Jia with a bemused smile. Wasn't this matter rather straightforward? They initially set a trap in Pingwu, but ended up suffering losses themselves, leaving them with no choice but to pin their hopes on Mingyue. Therefore, even if the Chancellor did not relay orders directly, someone would surely contact you in secret. Should you eliminate me, the Chancellor would undoubtedly remember your favor. Yet you have squandered this opportunity. I had indeed underestimated this king of Mingyue. On the surface, he appeared calm and collected, yet in truth, his heart was as clear as a mirror. The Chancellor's people had indeed reached out to him, promising many things. However, for Zhang Jia, he ultimately declined. For someone who needed to harm others to achieve personal gain, Zhang Zhihe could not bring himself to do it. As a noble from a humble background, despite years of service, he held onto his principles and pride. Moreover, even if he agreed to the Chancellor's request, it was uncertain whether he could actually harm Li Chun. After such an act, he would be irrevocably tied to the Chancellor, with more innocent blood on his hands. This was contrary to his beliefs. After a while, Zhang Zhihe faced Li Chun, shook his head, and let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I know my limitations and cannot undertake such deeds, so I shall not entertain the thought." Li Chun directly laid his cards on the table with Zhang Zhihe. This was both a test and a trial. Zhang Zhihe was a man of integrity, straightforward and sincere. Albeit overly rigid and serious, he was nonetheless a person of value to Li Chun. As he had just arrived in Mingyue, with countless matters to address, it would be beneficial to have Zhang Zhihe as an ally. However, with such a person, one cannot be overly accommodating, only provoke. At this moment, Li Chun smiled at Zhang Zhihe. "Do you not believe in my ability to reclaim Qingshuang? Do you not believe that I can elevate Mingyue to become the greatest in the world? I now offer you an opportunity. You may remain here for another month, during which you will work for me. I will grant you a salary, and I shall personally advocate for your previous remuneration from the court. What say you?" Faced with Li Chun's offer, Zhang Zhihe pondered. Just a month, and 30 taels of silver would be a significant boon. Without further contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "What does the prince intend to do now?" Zhang Zhihe inquired of Li Chun. At this juncture, Li Chun addressed Zhang Zhihe. "As I have just arrived in Mingyue, I have a keen interest in Qingshuang. 3 days hence, I plan to host a banquet for the leaders of Qingshuang. Their attendance or absence will reflect their attitude towards me and influence my subsequent decisions. The consequences are theirs to bear." Upon hearing Li Chun's somewhat threatening words, Zhang Zhihe's expression shifted to desire to dominate Qingshuang upon his arrival in Mingyue. While he understood that Li Chun commanded 3,000 black cavalry, Qingshuang was nonetheless the most formidable local force. Was Li Chun not overreaching in his attempt to intimidate Qingshuang? What if they united against him? At this moment, Zhang Zhihe contemplata dissuading Li Chun. However, Li Chun gestured dismissively. "You need only relay the message. I will arrange the rest." Upon my arrival in Mingyue, 3 matters are of utmost importance: to establish authority, to establish authority, and to establish authority. A tiger that does not roar is regarded as a mere sick cat. Of course, in addition to the banquet for Qingshuang, Li Chun also instructed the black cavalry to plaster the city of Mingyue with notices, proclaiming that the emperor had appointed the king of Mingyue to establish his court here. The purpose was to create a grand spectacle throughout the city. Chapter 94. This grievance. I cannot swallow. With 3 days remaining until the banquet for Qingshuang, Li Chun planned to personally visit various locales within Qingshuang. This was not due to a lack of trust in Zhang Zhihe, but rather to witness the terrain and conditions of Qingshuang firsthand, thereby facilitating his future developmental plans. According to Zhang Zhihe's population statistics, Qingshuang had approximately 240,000 residents, a number insufficient to match even a wealthy county in the Central Plains. Yet, these inhabitants would serve as a crucial foundation for Li Chun's future endeavors in Mingyue. Therefore, he could not simply resort to forceful suppression. The optimal approach would be to sit down and engage in earnest dialogue. If the leaders of Qingshuang were perceptive, Li Chun might offer them some incentives. Soon, 3 days passed, and Li Chun had nearly traversed all of Qingshuang, gaining a more detailed understanding of its situation and clarifying his future developmental strategy. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, as the time for the banquet approached, Li Chun awaited eagerly at the government office. He placed great importance on this banquet, setting a lavish table filled with a variety of exquisite dishes and delicacies. He even prepared gifts specifically for the leaders of Qingshuang. As the time for the banquet drew near, not a single leader from Qingshuang had arrived. In fact, at this point, they had not even sent a representative to explain their absence. Li Chun, seated in the main position, closed his eyes to rest. Beside him, Ying'er and Zhang Weiguo wore grim expressions. Qingshuang was utterly disrespectful. These savages were insufferably rude. The prince had extended an invitation, yet not a single one showed up. They had not even bothered to concoct a reason for their absence. At this moment, Zhang Zhihe, glancing at Li Chun at the table, felt a sense of embarrassment. He had indeed delivered the invitations personally to every location, yet the attitude of Qingshuang towards these invitations was beyond words. Some even tore up the invitations in front of Zhang Zhihe, with remarks that were exceedingly humiliating. There are certain words that Zhang Zhihe cannot express directly to Li Chun. Time swiftly passes, yet no one from the Minuet prefecture has made an appearance. At this moment, Li Chun, seated at the head of the table, slightly opens his eyes to glance at Zhang Zhihe. "What time is it now?" Zhang Zhihe, looking at the sky, responds, "Your Highness, it is already past noon." Li Chun furrows his brow. The absence of any visitors from the 7U indicates a multitude of issues. Immediately, Li Chun turns to Zhang Zhihe, who hesitates to speak. "You may speak candidly," Li Chun insists. Finally, Zhang Zhihe, meeting Li Chun's gaze, relents. "Your Highness, when I delivered the invitation, the attitude of the 7U was exceedingly poor. They demanded to relay a message to you in my presence. They have never acknowledged the existence of a Minuet Wang and will not do so now or in the future. If the new ruler is dissatisfied, he can either bow down or send troops. We welcome either action." As Zhang Zhihe concludes, the atmosphere in the hall grows tense. Particularly, Li Chun's eyes blaze with fierce intensity. Despite the heat of the day, Zhang Zhihe breaks into a cold sweat, understanding that, as a prince, Li Chun would undoubtedly be enraged by such insolence. He fears that Li Chun's impulsive reaction may lead to disaster. After all, in the 7U, any one of them outnumbers the Black Riders. Though the Black Riders are valiant, they are still outsiders and may not be their match. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to endure for now and strategize for a future counterattack. However, Zhang Zhihe's greatest concern soon materializes. Zhang Weiguo steps forward and kneels, clasping his fists in front of Li Chun. "Your Highness, the 7U are too arrogant. I request permission to lead the Black Riders to subdue them." Meanwhile, Ying'er, watching Li Chun from her seat, clenches her fists, her anger palpable. Regardless of their perspectives, if the 7U are not taught a lesson, no one will be able to swallow their pride. Zhang Zhihe senses the escalating tension and wishes to interject. But Li Chun gestures dismissively at Zhang Weiguo. "Why the haste? This feast has been prepared for so long. If they refuse to partake, we shall enjoy it ourselves." With that, Li Chun picks up his chopsticks and begins to serve himself. At this moment, Zhang Zhihe breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that Li Chun has not acted impulsively. Just as he feels reassured, the situation abruptly shifts. Li Chun suddenly slams his chopsticks down onto the table, rising and overturning it in front of him. "Damn it, I cannot swallow this insult." He roars at Zhang Weiguo. "Zhang Weiguo, relay orders to the Black Riders. Act now." As Li Chun strides out of the Minuet prefecture, several individuals stand at the entrance, affixing seals to the doors, indicating their intention to seal off the entire Minuet prefecture. Their garb is loose and unkempt, resembling mere rags draped over their bodies. With shaved heads save for a single braid, they present a particularly unsightly appearance. Through recent observations, Li Chun has discerned that these individuals are, in fact, ancient Hua people. Amidst internal strife, these ancient Hua fled across the seas, fortuitously discovering Minuet, and thus forcefully occupied it. Once they consolidated their power in Minuet, these ancient Hua showed no gratitude, turning against their former benefactors and enslaving them, gradually establishing their own dominion. After decades of development, the ancient will have expanded their territory through brutality and bloodshed, ultimately forming the present-day Ouyue, the entirety of Minuet City. Aside from a Minuet prefecture where Zhang Zhihe resides, has been steadily overtaken by the ancient Hua, who now evidently intend to seize the prefecture as well. Seeing the individuals preparing to seal the doors, the prefect Zhang Zhihe, in desperation, rushes to intervene. "What do you intend to do? This is a government office established by the court." However, as Zhang Zhihe approaches, he is violently shoved to the ground by the ancient Hua. "What nonsense about a government office? I will tell you this. From now on, this place belongs to us, the ancient Hua. You have 15 minutes to gather your belongings and leave." Hearing these words, Zhang Zhihe's urgency escalates. "You have such audacity. Are you not afraid that I will report this to the court?" The ancient Hua burst into raucous laughter. "And what of it? Will the court send troops?" Will they come? You think that some worthless prince has the power to make a difference? Let him step forward and see if he dares to utter a word before us. As the ancient Hua taunt, Zhang Jihe's expression shifts to one of terror as he glances at Li Chun, aware that Li Chun is already simmering with rage. The brazen provocations of the Hua could very well ignite his fury. Indeed, upon hearing their insults, Li Chun's expression darkens. He slowly turns to face the ancient Hua, his gaze icy. Without waiting for Li Chun's command, Zhang Weigua immediately signals for the attendants to restrain the ancient Hua. Despite their desperate resistance, they are easily subdued by the Black Riders. Standing before the ancient Hua, Li Chun declares, "I am the so-called worthless prince you speak of, and I stand right here before you. Do you have any words to share?" The ancient Hua exchange glances, their faces revealing disdain. "Since you are that prince, we shall inform you. If you know what is good for you, leave this place at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Li Chun's lips curl into a cold smile. "Perfectly well. I have no intention of being polite." With a glance at Zhang Weigua, he nods, and Zhang Weigua promptly draws his whip, delivering a fierce strike against the ancient Hua. The whip cracks down, tearing through their garments and drawing blood, eliciting cries of pain from them. "You dare strike me? This is our territory. Do you not fear the wrath of the Hua?" They howl in agony. Yet Zhang Weigua does not relent, each successive strike growing more forceful. After dozens of lashes, one of the ancient Hua collapses, unconscious. Moments later, only one remains. Witnessing Zhang Weigua prepare to strike again. Terrified, the last ancient Hua pleads for mercy. In response, Zhang Weigua kicks him mercilessly. "Prepare for the arrival of the Mingyue Wang in 1/4 of an hour. Ensure you are ready to face his wrath." A sharp whistle pierces the air. All Black Riders assemble immediately. With Zhang Weigua's command, the Black Riders swiftly gather, weapons in hand, ready for action. The Black Cavalry, clad in heavy armor, armed with long spears and waist knives, also carried powerful crossbows, each soldier equipped with 100 arrows. With such an imposing array, even the King of Hell would surely retreat. "Your Highness, please endure," urged Zhang Jihe, attempting to counsel Li Chun to remain patient and strategize. However, Zhang Weigua forcefully pushed Zhang aside. "Zhang, you are aging. Rest here." Li Chun swiftly mounted his steed, urging it forward, galloping towards the outskirts of the city. 3,000 Black Riders followed closely in his wake. "Oh dear, what should we do?" Zhang Jihe lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration, but no one paid him any heed. For Li Chun, the annihilation of Oyue was paramount. Establishing the might of Qingshuang must commence with Oyue. Their influence had already stretched into Mingyue City, and as the king of Mingyue, Li Chun asserted that Mingyue City was his stronghold. If they controlled it, how could he continue to operate? A noble lord could not be subjugated by Oyue. Moreover, the ancient Wokou were, in essence, the progenitors of the modern Japanese, and Li Chun harbored an enduring animosity towards them from his past life. Lastly, Oyue commanded a significant portion of the sea, aside from Zhongyue, a vital area that Li Chun intended to develop vigorously. Thus, from every conceivable angle, Oyue had no chance of survival against him. The primary territory of the ancient Wokou was concentrated in a settlement 10 miles away, a rare flat expanse in Mingyue, advantageous for the charge of the Black Cavalry. As Li Chun personally led the charge, they reached the frontier of Oyue's influence in nearly 1/4 of an hour. Clearly, the ancient Wokou had prepared for Li Chun's arrival. Nearly 20,000 of them stood at the entrance of their encampment, brandishing sharp blades, glaring fiercely at the newly arrived Black Cavalry. The individual previously whipped by Zhang Weigua stood at the gates, conversing with a brawny man clad in armor, equipped with a helmet and a steel knife at his waist. As the Wokou spoke, the imposing figure's expression darkened further, eventually turning to face Li Chun, his gaze filled with a cold malice. After murmuring a few words in a foreign tongue, the man, as if empowered by a talisman, limped towards Li Chun, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Listen well, you so-called prince. Our chieftain is exceedingly displeased with your actions. Yet, he is willing to grant you another chance. If you kneel and bow your head to our chieftain, becoming our slave, he may spare your life." At this, a cold smile appeared on Li Chun's lips. Become his slave? Did he truly believe he was worthy? Li Chen had no interest in conversing with a pack of wild dogs. The ancient Wokou did not deserve to exist in this world. Without hesitation, Li Chen drew a crossbow from his side and aimed it at the messenger. A swift shot rang out. The man's face twisted in terror, but before he could flee, Li Chen's arrow struck him squarely in the chest, and he collapsed to the ground in defiance. With the demise of the messenger, the ancient Wokou erupted into chaos. The armored Wokou leader seethed with rage. Heaven has shown mercy. I intended to give you a chance, but you have proven utterly ungrateful. Now, you shall pay for your foolishness. Prepare to face the wrath of the ancient Wokou. The leader was not incapable of speaking the official tongue. He merely chose to emphasize his identity by speaking in Wokou dialect. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! The ancient Wokou behind him brandished their steel knives, revealing their ferocity. They believed they had the advantage with 20,000 warriors against only 3,000 black riders. What could armor do against their specially forged blades, which could slice through anything with ease? Furthermore, they were all warriors, and 2,000 samurai wielding swords could easily contend with 5,000 elite soldiers. This was precisely why the other factions hesitated to confront Oyue. Warriors, charge! The leader unsheathed his steel knife, bellowing at Li Chen. Instantly, all the ancient Wokou surged towards the black cavalry. Li Chen, observing the advancing Wokou, smirked coldly. Since arriving in Mingyue, the black cavalry had been resting. A tiger that does not reveal its claws is often mistaken for a sickly cat. Today marked the first exhibition of their true strength in Mingyue, a day destined to be etched in memory. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was already the hour of the dog. 1 hour, at most 1 hour. The battle must come to a decisive end. All black riders, prepare your bows. At Li Chen's command, the black cavalry drew their crossbows, knocking arrows and aiming at the oncoming ancient Wokou. Upon witnessing the crossbows being readied, the Wokou's expressions shifted dramatically. They had assumed their blades would be sufficient to fell the black cavalry's steeds and penetrate their armor, thus underestimating them. Yet, they had not anticipated the black cavalry's readiness to use bows and arrows first. Fire! At Li Chen's command, 3,000 arrows rained down upon the ancient Wokou. The dull thuds echoed as arrows found their mark, and a substantial number of Wokou fell to the ground. Thanks to Li Chen's modifications, the accuracy and reloading speed of the crossbows had significantly improved. Before the Wokou could catch their breath, the black cavalry readied their bows again. Fire! At Li Chen's order, a deluge of arrows cascaded down like raindrops, inflicting further casualties among the Wokou. Fear finally gripped the ancient Wokou as they recognized their strategic blunder. Fire! With the third volley released, nearly a third of the Wokou had been decimated, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, mingled with their anguished cries. Witnessing this scene, the Wokou leader's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that if this continued, his kin would be annihilated before they could even engage in battle. Quickly, take cover! With his command, the ancient Wokou scattered, seeking nearby shelter. However, given that they were in a camp and had not prepared for an archery assault, suitable cover was scarce. Some managed to find refuge, yet many others had nowhere to hide and could only flee in panic towards the encampment. At this moment, the ancient Wokou, under the onslaught of Li Chen's 3 volleys, found themselves devoid of the will to fight. Their only desire was to survive. At this moment, observing the ancient WRN fleeing in all directions, LCHN could only shake his head slightly. His own combat power was still lacking. Each of the 3,000 black cavalrymen could shoot 1 arrow, and even if every arrow struck its target, it would only wound 3,000 foes. He reminisced about the Qin army of Ying'er, where a rain of arrows from 1,000,000 strong could unleash such devastating power that it could hardly be resisted even by the gods. Nevertheless, LCHN continued to issue military commands without pause, commanding, fire! Again! Fire again! With the release of 6 volleys of arrows. The ancient WRN had already suffered losses exceeding 2/3 of their forces. The remaining third cowered behind cover, too fearful to show themselves. Under this relentless barrage, they had completely lost the courage to confront the black cavalry. With the path ahead now entirely clear, LCHN issued another order. All black cavalry, prepare your lances. Full assault. Annihilate the clan. Shooting was merely one skill of the heavy cavalry. Their true passion lay in the exhilarating charge across the battlefield. Each heavy cavalryman, upon entering the fray, surged forth like a tank, unstoppable by any foe. As Qingshuang's orders were given, the black cavalrymen stowed their bows and grasped their lances, charging towards the enemy encampment. Chapter 98. Much obliged, imperial sister-in-law. Kill. At this moment, leading the charge was Ying'er, brandishing a red-tasseled spear. As she surged forth against the ancient WRN, the black cavalry behind her followed suit, galloping in pursuit, gazing at the WRN before them. Their lances were eager to pierce the enemy's flesh. What thrill could compare to thrusting a spear into an opponent's chest? The sight of blood bursting forth as a spear penetrated the enemy was the greatest romance of a warrior on the battlefield. With a swift motion, Ying'er swung her spear, piercing through the chest of her opponent, the force of her charge propelling him 5 meters away. Brave warriors, step forth and engage the enemy. It is now our turn to strike back. The ancient WRN leader bellowed to the remaining warriors. Upon hearing their leader's call, a few ancient WRN mustered the courage to emerge, brandishing their katana, hoping to inflict harm upon the black cavalry with their finely honed blades. However, they overlooked a grave reality. Their katana, measuring approximately 3 feet, paled in comparison to the black cavalry's lances, which stretched a formidable 7 feet, over double the length. On the battlefield, an inch of reach equates to an inch of strength. Before their katana could even close the distance, the black cavalry's lances had already pierced through their skulls. How could they possibly fight back? The ancient WRN, already diminutive in stature and lacking in strength, found their proud katana utterly ineffective against the black cavalry. Their sole purpose on the battlefield now was to serve as targets for the black cavalry. The only option left for them was to flee. Atop his steed, Qingshuang surveyed the battlefield, his eyes narrowing into slits, a cold smile creeping across his lips. The inherent faults of the WRN people had indeed been passed down through generations. They would bully and plunder those weaker than themselves, yet cower and beg like dogs when faced with greater strength. Despite the presence of 5,000 ancient WRN, they now dared not engage in combat. The advance of the black cavalry was akin to a tidal wave. With the ancient WRN having relinquished their resistance, they were afforded great ease in their assault. Now, all they needed to do was thrust their lances forward, like harvesting radishes, one after another, to eliminate the threat. The slaughter continued as the black cavalry pressed into the depths of the encampment. Qingshuang remained mounted, waiting quietly at the entrance. Upon entering, he encountered the previously armored leader, now bloodied and battered, appearing like a lifeless dog in Ying'er's grasp. Soon, Ying'er approached Qingshuang, throwing the leader at his feet. Your Highness, the leader of the ancient WRN has been captured. Facing Ying'er, Qingshuang nodded acknowledgement. Much obliged, imperial sister-in-law. His gaze then fell upon the ancient WRN leader, who, despite his injuries, struggled to rise, glaring at Qingshuang with fierce defiance. You, a mere prince, dare treat me thus. Do you know who I am? I am of the Musashi clan. It would be wise to release me and apologize. Our people possess thousands of warships and millions of iron-blooded warriors. If they learn that you have dared to act against us, our nation will surely send 1,000,000 strong to trample over the entire Ying'er region. Upon hearing the leader's threats, a chilling smile graced Qingshuang's lips. He relished those who spoke boldly. It made the act of slaying them all the more exhilarating. Chapter 99. Suppressing the Southern Dynasties. Clang. E la Suiza, ina basta nobrat. Dismounting swiftly and drawing his steel blade, advancing toward the fallen ancient WRN leader. Sensing Qingshuang's lethal intent, the ancient WRN was overcome with dread. He realized that his threats held no weight against Qingshuang. Immediately, he shifted his tone, pleading, "If you spare me, we will ensure no vengeance is sought. This Oua is yours. Everything we control belongs to you. We will withdraw from Oua forever and will not dare return. What do you say?" LCHN's lips curled into a cold smile at the leader's words. In this world, the most untrustworthy of promises came from the WRN. Just as LCHN prepared to strike, the sound of galloping hooves approached once more. ZHNW rode near, dismounting and bowing respectfully to LCHN. Your Highness, all ancient WRN and OUA have been exterminated, leaving not a single one alive. ZHNW gestured to the soldiers behind him. Soon, several soldiers advanced, bearing a collection of items, which they placed upon the ground. LCHN looked down and was momentarily stunned. At that moment, upon seeing what HNW had brought forth, the ancient WRN leader's face turned pale, muttering incomprehensible words in a frantic tone, displaying both rage and fear. Observing these objects and then glancing back at the ancient WRN leader, LCHN recalled a news article he had encountered online. It detailed the discovery of a soul suppression tower in WGU, beneath which lay 218 feng shui stones. These stones hailed from various locales, including stones from Mount Tai, the Qinling Mountains, Changbai Mountain, bricks from the Great Wall, and even marble from the Qingshuang Mausoleum. Experts had speculated on their purpose: to suppress the fortune of an entire nation. Now, ZHNW and his men had uncovered similar items deep within the encampment. What was their intent? To suppress the other 6U, ensuring they remained subservient beneath their feet. This was but the beginning for the 6U, and soon, the entire southern dynasties would follow. They sought to transform the entire southern dynasties into their colony, a realm where they could wield their blades with impunity. This was yet another testament to the inherited flaws of a nation, passed down through the ages. At this moment, LCHN's fury was uncontrollable. For the first time, he harbored the desire to annihilate an entire race. As LCHN raised his gaze, he found the ancient WRN leader staring at him in sheer terror, retreating frantically while pleading for mercy. I am willing to return all these things to you. I only seek to be granted a path to survival. At this moment, Li Qin's lips curled into a sinister smile as he strode forward to stand before the ancient Hua person. With his hands firmly gripping the steel blade, he struck. The leader of the ancient Hua slowly collapsed to the ground, a look of terror still etched upon his face. Victory! 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 At this moment, as Li Qin sheathed his blade, all the black riders in attendance raised their spears to the sky in jubilant celebration. Chapter 100. Do not harm my lord. Halt! Do not harm my lord. The lord is personally appointed by the court. Should you dare to bring harm upon the lord, you shall surely face the wrath of a 1,000,000-strong army. At this time, a shout echoed from behind the village. Due to Li Qin's horseback journey, Zhang Jihe, lacking funds for a horse, had hurried from Minyue City to this OUS stronghold, fearing for Li Qin's safety. He recognized that Li Qin aspired to unify Minyue. His ambition commendable, though his methods were open to debate. At the very least, he ought to establish a firm foothold before plotting further. Earlier, Zhang Jihe had heard the cries of victory, erroneously believing the OUA people had triumphed and captured Li Qin. Thus, he shouted in urgency, imploring the ancient Hua not to harm Li Qin. However, upon arriving at the scene, Zhang Jihe sensed something amiss. Why were there black riders surrounding him? Why was the lord standing there, blade in hand, seemingly unharmed? A glance at the stronghold revealed the aftermath of a fierce battle. The vicious ancient Hua lay lifeless upon the ground, breathless. Could it be that they truly exterminated all the ancient Hua? Those ancient Hua numbered 20,000. Yet the lord commanded merely 3,000 black riders. How could this be possible? At this moment, Zhang Weiguo, observing the flabbergasted Zhang Jihe, shook his head with a smile. Though somewhat obstinate and rigid in his thinking, Zhang Jihe's intentions were ultimately for the lord's safety. Zhang Weiguo casually handed Zhang Jihe a water flask, his tone slightly teasing. Lord Zhang, it appears you have arrived a moment too late. We have already eradicated the ancient Hua. Zhang Jihe, still in a daze, had even forgotten to accept the water flask offered by Zhang Weiguo. Is this truly your doing? Facing Zhang Jihe, Zhang Weiguo nodded emphatically, speaking once more in jest. Lord Zhang, serving under the lord entails two characteristics you must remember. First, The Lord does not tolerate grievances. He retaliates immediately. Second, the Lord abhors procrastination and indecisiveness. Despite Zhang Weigua's assurance and the sight of the ancient Hua corpses scattered around, a multitude of onlookers, many of whom were OUS citizens, had gathered. For years, they had endured the oppression of the ancient Hua, forced into servitude, and now, witnessing their annihilation at the hands of Li Chun, they were momentarily at a loss. Simultaneously, they harbored concerns about what Li Chun's victory would mean for them. Would their circumstances improve or worsen? The uncertainty loomed large. At this juncture, Li Chun addressed the assembled populace. I suspect some of you have discerned my identity. Indeed, I am the court-appointed Wang of Mingyue. The ancient Hua have occupied Ouyue, tyrannizing the common folk with their malevolence. Today, I have decisively vanquished the ancient Hua. Mingyue is my fiefdom, and all citizens of Mingyue are my subjects. Rest assured, upon my arrival in Mingyue, I have always upheld the principle that a prosperous populace is the foundation of a thriving nation. All my efforts are aimed at ensuring your prosperity. Henceforth, all my subjects within my fief shall be exempt from all land taxes, including all oppressive levies, such as grain taxes, property taxes, and various other burdensome fees. As Li Chun's proclamation resonated, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Li Chun would abolish all taxes. These levies had a tremendous impact on the lives of the common folk. Regardless of the hardships faced, the people could endure, but the weight of these relentless taxes had driven them to destitution. Moreover, how would the Wang sustain himself if he relinquished all tax revenues? Surely, this must be a deception. Chapter 101. Planting a seed. Just then, a man of approximately 50 years stepped forward, gazing at Li Chun in disbelief. My lord, are your words true? Will we truly no longer be required to pay these taxes? With this query, every gaze in the crowd turned to Li Chun. At that moment, Li Chun nodded in affirmation. What I say is undoubtedly true. I also pledge that in regions where land is scarce, I shall command the reclamation of wasteland. And regarding the oceans, I will re-establish boundaries, distributing these lands equitably among you. Furthermore, I shall ensure that all properties and lands previously held by the ancient Hua are accounted for and allocated fairly based on population. From now on, you may choose to farm or fish as per your own discretion. I shall impose no interference. As Li Chun concluded his address, the atmosphere grew fervent. Each individual gazed at Li Chun, their eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Having endured the tyranny of the ancient Hua, they had lived at the lowest echelons of society. Now, thanks to Li Chun, they glimpsed a new dawn. Yet, they understood that these were merely promises. The reality of their implementation remained to be seen. At this moment, Li Chun turned to Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia, I entrust you with the task of distributing land and housing to the people. What say you? Zhang Jia stood there dumbfounded. Li Chun's actions were utterly incomprehensible. As a government official for many years, he was acutely aware that in this era, land taxes and various levies constituted a significant source of revenue. If Li Chun truly abolished these taxes, how would he sustain himself in the future? Moreover, the properties occupied by the ancient Hua could yield considerable income if rented to the populace. Would Li Chun genuinely bestow these properties upon the people for free? Cautiously, Zhang Jia regarded Li Chun. My lord, do you truly intend to abolish these taxes? Will you distribute land and housing equally? At this, Li Chun's expression hardened, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he faced Zhang Jia. What? Is my statement not clear enough? Or have you not comprehended it? Sensing Li Chun's ire, Zhang Jia immediately knelt. I understand, my lord. I shall certainly fulfill your wishes, ensuring fairness and justice in this matter. Upon concluding these arrangements, Li Chun nodded with satisfaction. He recognized that among the throng gathered, there were undoubtedly other individuals from the 6U, and his actions today were intended for their observation. Whether it was the extermination of the ancient Hua or the abolition of land taxes and the free allocation of housing to the people of Ouyue, these actions would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar throughout all of Mingyue. On one hand, he seeks to create momentum, ensuring that all the people of Qingshuang perceive his sincerity, while simultaneously planting a seed in the hearts of the Mingyue populace, a seed that yearns for justice. The way he, the king of Ying'er, treats his subjects starkly contrasts with how the leaders of the other six treat theirs. This exemplifies psychological warfare. On the other hand, to be frank, Li Chun holds little regard for these petty taxes and the properties involved. They are mere trifles, akin to draining a pond of its last drop. His aspirations are set upon the vast starry seas, maritime trade, the production of sea salt, marine fisheries, mineral resources, porcelain, tea, and exquisite embroidery. These are the treasures Li Chun truly values. At this moment, a portion of the populace is gradually departing, composed mainly of individuals from the other 6U. Their intention in coming today was to witness a spectacle of the Ying'er king's embarrassment. The banquet hosted by the Ying'er king for the leaders of Qingshuang, with none of them attending, undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to his dignity. They are eager to see just how uncomfortable the Ying'er king might become. Initially, when they saw him leading his elite black cavalry towards Ouyue, they laughed heartily, believing that Li Chun's 3,000 black riders were akin to striking a rock with an egg. However, witnessing the complete annihilation of the ancient warren and the subsequent distribution of land and properties to the people of Ouyue for free by the Ying'er king has profoundly shaken their perceptions. The king of Ying'er is not only formidable in battle, but also possesses unparalleled wisdom. This maneuver is nothing short of a decisive blow to the other 6U, necessitating a re-evaluation of the Ying'er king's power. In Chapter 102, he commanded that all the corpses of the ancient warren be buried deep within the forest to avoid contaminating the land. After addressing the immediate concerns, Li Chun also issued orders to his black cavalry. Initially contemplating casting the warren corpses into the sea to feed the fish, he ultimately decided that, given their reliance on the ocean for future development, it was more prudent to bury them instead. Once these matters were settled, Li Chun intended to explore the village and assess the specific conditions of Ouyue. Ouyue controls a portion of the ocean, and Li Chun has several ideas for maritime development that he can now implement. As the crowd began to disperse and individuals from the other 6U gradually departed, two elegantly attired women caught Li Chun's attention. These two women, tall and of pleasing proportions, were exceptionally beautiful, standing amidst the crowd like vibrant flowers, naturally drawing many gazes. Particularly, the woman on the left, adorned with a floral hairpin, possessed a graceful figure and stunning features, embodying both feminine charm and a wild spirit. Around 20 years old, an age when beauty blossoms most splendidly. At this moment, the two women exchanged glances with Li Chun, their eyes sparkling with interest. They hailed from Baiwei, the daughter kingdom of Ying'er, and the woman wearing the hairpin was the holy maiden of Baiwei. As the holy maiden gazed at Li Chun, a subtle smile graced her lips, for she had expected the king of Ying'er to be an elderly man, but was pleasantly surprised by his youthfulness, striking features, and impressive stature. The holy maiden's purpose in venturing from her village was twofold. One of her objectives was to discern the true strength of the Ying'er king. Unlike the other U, Baiwei is entirely composed of women, rendering their military defenses relatively weak. Consequently, they have drawn the envy of the other U, who either seek to exploit them or covet their lands. As circumstances grow increasingly dire, particularly with the knowledge of their customs, unfamiliar men often appear near their territories, seeking to be taken away by Baiwei women for fleeting moments of intimacy. Some, having failed to win the favor of a Baiwei woman, even attempt to force their way into Baiwei to seize its maidens. Thus, the situation surrounding Baiwei has become exceedingly complex, with the safety of its women facing significant challenges. The Holy Maiden's assessment of Li Chun's capabilities was crucial. Should an alliance prove beneficial, it might alleviate Baiwei's pressures. However, this was merely her personal view, as the village's matron held contrary opinions, advising caution towards all outsiders. Thus, without hesitation, she declined Li Chun's invitation for lunch. "What do you think of the king of Ying'er?" the holy maiden inquired of her attendant. "His strength is considerable, yet he exhibits a degree of recklessness. The ancient warren are not as simple as they appear. Beyond the seas, they have even more formidable forces. If they were to arrive, the king of Ying'er might find himself in dire straits," the attendant replied. Upon hearing this, the holy maiden smiled softly, her gaze fixed on Li Chun. I was referring to his physique. The attendant, still captivated by the sight of the king, found herself at a loss for words. Holy maiden! It would be wise to refrain from such thoughts. He is far too dangerous, and the matron would never permit it. After uttering this, she noticed the holy maiden's gaze lingering on Li Chun. The attendant narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him for a moment before adding, "To be fair, the king of Mingyue does possess an admirable physique. If he were to unite with the holy maiden, their offspring would undoubtedly be remarkably beautiful." Upon hearing this, the holy maiden's lips curled into a delightful smile, her exquisite face radiating joy. Her preference lay in cherubic daughters, plump and rosy-cheeked. In Chapter 103, the news arrived that the king of Mingyue had personally led his army to annihilate the ancient Warren. How could this be? Did he not possess only 3,000 cavalry? The Warren numbered a staggering 20,000. The leaders of the six were taken aback, unable to fathom the outcome. The changing circumstances compelled them to re-evaluate this new adversary. However, their responses varied according to their own strengths. The leaders of Beiyue and Nanyue felt little concern, rooted in their inherent pride as descendants of the legendary kings Gojian and Qiyu. Although they were intimidated by Li Chun's conquest of Ouyue, they did not perceive him as a significant threat. Their military capabilities, while comparable to those of Ouyue, were fortified by their mountainous terrain, which naturally disadvantaged Li Chun's cavalry. Observations from their scouts had revealed the main tactics of the Black Cavalry, allowing them to devise targeted countermeasures. In contrast, Zhongyue felt considerable pressure upon hearing the news. Being in close proximity to Ouyue and both controlling maritime domains, they recognized that the lands seized by the ancient Warren were originally theirs. The flat terrain of Zhongyue would favor Li Chun's cavalry during an assault, providing them with significant advantages. Their only reliance lay in their larger numbers. Even if Li Chun's 3,000 Black Riders were formidable, they would have to tread carefully before advancing. As for Beiyue, comprised entirely of women, the matron wore a furrowed brow upon hearing this news. In just 3 days since their arrival in Mingyue, Wanyu had already been destroyed, revealing the ambitious nature of the Mingyue king. They feared that he might target them next, given their relatively lower numbers and combat prowess. The presence of 20,000 ancient Warren effectively translated to an unexpected increase in formidable troops. The process of corpse refining is exceedingly intricate and demands considerable time. Meanwhile, after surveying Ouyue, Li Chun felt no significant joy. Ouyue spans approximately 300 square kilometers, akin to a modern town, primarily relying on the sea for its economic development, with the populace mainly engaged in fishing. However, the maritime position of Ouyue is not particularly advantageous. Many areas consist of sea cliffs, and the available maritime space is insufficient to support Li Chun's industrial expansion. Relying on the sea for sustenance, agriculture, and salt production, as well as maritime trade, necessitates ample maritime territory. Therefore, Li Chun's gaze shifted toward Zhongyue, which actually controls the largest expanse of maritime territory. Only by seizing Zhongyue could he gain complete control over the waters necessary to realize his vision of maritime industrialization. Yet for Li Chun at this moment, capturing Zhongyue proved exceedingly daunting. After all, he possessed only 3,000 Black Riders, and the citizens of Ouyue were merely ordinary folk, making it nearly impossible to transform them into a fighting force. As evening descended, while Li Chun was in his chambers with 3 imperial sisters examining the map of Qiyue and formulating targeted strategies, an unexpected visitor arrived at his residence. Introduced by Zhang Jiha. Your Highness, I hail from Zhongyue. You must have heard of the royal family of Zhongyue. I am indeed one of its descendants. At this moment, Li Chun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The visitor's arrival in the evening surely held significant implications. Speak, what is your intention? Li Chun nodded, observing the young man before him. At this juncture, the visitor gestured towards the 3 imperial sisters. Understanding the visitor's concern for their presence, Li Chun promptly reassured him, "They are all my kin. Feel free to speak openly." Seeing that Li Chun showed no intention of dismissing those present, the visitor cast a meaningful glance at the imperial sisters before bowing respectfully to Li Chun. Your Highness, your initial arrival and the recent acquisition of Ouyue are indeed matters of great joy. Upon meeting you, I was struck by your gallant demeanor. You truly embody the spirit of a dragon. I have come today to propose a significant collaboration that, if realized, could facilitate your capture of Zhongyue. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's interest was piqued. It was as if fortune had knocked at his door. He had been contemplating how to capture Zhongyue, and unexpectedly, assistance had presented itself. With the appearance of this individual, the imperial sisters also brightened, fully aware of the challenges Li Qin faced. Now that someone had come forth to offer assistance, it was indeed fortuitous. The visitor, noticing the glimmer of interest in Li Qin's eyes, was eager to continue his discourse. However, Li Qin interjected, "Frankly, I find your logic perplexing. As a member of the Zhongyue royal family, you should wish for its prosperity, yet the other 6 you regard me as a formidable adversary. Why then do you seek to deliver Zhongyue in my hands?" The visitor smiled at Li Qin's pointed query. "In this vast realm, all land belongs to the king, and all within its borders are the king's subjects. Your Highness, being of royal blood, is the rightful ruler of Mingyue. You have shown compassion for the people. Only under your stewardship can Zhongyue flourish. Thus, I am willing to entrust Zhongyue to you." Listening to the visitor's words, Li Qin furrowed his brow, sensing insincerity. Such grandiloquent rhetoric lacked substance. He demanded clarity regarding the visitor's true intentions. Upon hearing Li Qin's directness, the visitor was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled in admiration. "Your Highness is indeed no ordinary man. Since you are so forthright, I shall dispense with the pretense. To be candid, we are indeed of the Zhongyue royal lineage, passed down through generations. Currently, my elder brother leads Zhongyue, while I oversee shipbuilding and my younger brother manages the fisheries. However, my elder brother is excessively domineering and suspicious of my younger brother and me, hoarding resources unjustly. Consequently, we have endured much. Recently, my elder brother rejected your invitation without consulting us, which we deemed improper. Therefore, I have come to seek your intervention on our behalf. As for your acquisition of Zhongyue, I ask for nothing more than the ancestral properties and shops of the royal family. All else can be left to you. What say you, Your Highness?" Li Qin grasped the situation. In essence, a conflict had arisen within their family, with the second and third brothers seeking to leverage his power to eliminate the eldest. When he first arrived in Mingyue, Zhang Jihe had mentioned that Zhongyue was the largest royal family in Mingyue, yet internal strife and duplicity had reduced them to controlling only a small area. It was surprising they had not learned from past mistakes and continued to engage in such intrigues. Nevertheless, for Li Qin, this presented an opportunity to exploit their discord to unify Zhongyue. Yet, Li Qin's suspicions remained unallayed, and he maintained a vigilant stance. "Your requests are not unreasonable, but you have yet to clarify the current power dynamics within Zhongyue. What is the extent of your elder brother's control? What of your own power? And what of your younger brother?" The visitor nodded in acknowledgement. "I dare not conceal from your Highness that Zhongyue has approximately 100,000 inhabitants, with a principal fighting force of about 40,000. My elder brother commands 25,000, I lead around 10,000, and my younger brother oversees 5,000. As the visitor spoke, a glimmer of light sparked in Li Qin's eyes as he scrutinized him. "You should be aware that I command only around 3,000 troops, while you wield over 10,000. I fail to comprehend why you would seek my assistance. If your elder brother mistreats you and your younger brother, would it not be more prudent to unite against him?" Upon hearing Li Qin's inquiry, the visitor shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Your Highness, you are unaware that my brothers and I have reached a point where trust is scarce among us. Thus, I cannot fully rely on my younger brother. Regarding military strength, I have devised a plan. In half a month's time, we will hold our traditional ancestral rites, during which all family members will gather at the altar. You need only lead your troops to the altar. I will discreetly command the gates to be opened for your entry. Additionally, on that day, I can arrange for my younger brother's forces to be diverted, while I will keep my elder brother's troops occupied. However, you will need to contend with the remaining 15,000 under my elder brother's command." To preempt any reluctance from Li Qin, the visitor promptly lavished praise upon him. "Today, I witnessed firsthand the circumstances surrounding the prince's assault on Ouyue. Although the prince commands merely 3,000 troops in the vast plains, he could very well contend with 20,000 elite soldiers. Thus, my elder brother's contingent of 15,000 would undoubtedly prove no match for him. As I gazed at the individual before me, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth. Truly, he was a member of the Ying'er royal family, possessing a sharp wit and having accounted for every possible variable. However, he may not have heeded the ancient adage, cleverness can lead to one's own demise. Chapter 105. He schemes against me. I scheme against him. Let us all play together. At this moment, Li Chen regarded the man with a serene smile. Your request is one I can acquiesce to, but how can I trust you? If, after half a month, I arrive in Ying'er and cannot even enter its villages, what then? Upon hearing Li Chen's inquiry, the man furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he produced a jade pendant from his waist and placed it in Li Chen's hand. Your Highness, this is my personal jade pendant. When the time comes, you need only present it. Li Chen accepted the pendant, a look of appreciation gracing his features. I have one more question. Can you truly divert your third brother's troops and prevent them from causing any disruptions? The man, exuding confidence, pounded his chest. Your Highness need not worry. I have successfully embedded my own people among his ranks, ensuring the mission as success. Once you have dealt with my elder brother's remaining 15,000 men, if the third brother proves obstinate, we shall dispose of him as well. At that point, the entirety of Ying'er will belong to you. Hearing these words, Li Chen nodded with a smile, appearing exceedingly satisfied. Since you are so understanding, I shall not treat you unfairly. Once I have secured Ying'er, not only will I grant you control over its shops and lands, but also the shipbuilding and fishing industries of the territories I command. We shall all prosper together. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the man cast a deep gaze at him, a broader smile spreading across his face. I thank your Highness in advance. After half a month, I shall send someone to contact you. Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and the man took his leave. Left alone in the room, Li Chen toyed with the jade pendant, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the three royal sisters-in-law looked at him with varied expressions. In their eyes, this individual was nothing but a schemer, one who relished inciting discord within the royal family. How could Li Chen collaborate with such a person? They worried that perhaps Li Chen's desire to conquer Ying'er had clouded his judgment. At that moment, the eldest sister-in-law, Ying'er, could not suppress her concern. You are being exceedingly reckless, agreeing to collaborate so hastily. What if this is a conspiracy intended to ensnare you? The second sister-in-law, Xian, shook her head at Li Chen. I do not have a good impression of this man. You should exercise caution. As their words resonated, the third sister-in-law turned her gaze toward Li Chen. Even if what he says is true, you have promised to relinquish all shipbuilding, shops, and fisheries in the territories to him. What will become of the future development of those lands? Observing the three concerned sisters-in-law, a subtle smile graced Li Chen's lips. Do you not see? This is, in essence, a scheme. It merely contains both truth and deception. Upon hearing this, the three sisters-in-law furrowed their brows, their expressions revealing confusion as they failed to grasp Li Chen's meaning. Li Chen, still playing with the jade pendant, patiently elaborated from the very beginning. I never truly trusted him, especially when he tested me at the end. His demeanor when I offered to give him control over the fisheries and shipbuilding revealed everything. It was far too nonchalant, indicating that his ambitions extend far beyond what he professes. However, I believe that much of what he claims is indeed true. There is conflict among the three royal brothers of Ying'er. The eldest does indeed mistreat the second and third, who are eager to seek external assistance to eliminate the eldest. Such information is accessible, and he would not lie about it. His purpose in approaching me is to draw me into a conflict with the eldest, allowing him to reap the benefits from our mutual destruction. Thus, his ambitions encompass not only Ying'er, but also the Ying'er I currently govern. At this revelation, the expressions of the three sisters-in-law shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the depth of the machinations at play. The seemingly innocuous man concealed such treachery within. How despicable! They lamented that they should have never allowed him to leave the Minuet government office alive. At this juncture, Ying'er could no longer restrain herself from addressing Li Chen. If that is the case, why do you still agree to his terms? Our 3,000 Black Riders are clearly no match for Ying'er's 40,000 elite troops. Li Chun regarded the three sisters-in-law with a smile, shaking the jade pendant left by the man. So, isn't this a solution? If he intends to ensnare me, why can't I ensnare him in return? If we are to engage in deception, let us all partake in a game. Chapter 106. May I inquire if you are searching for me? On another front, with Li Chen's command, all properties and lands occupied by the ancient warren were redistributed to the common folk. They experienced an unprecedented sense of respect. Now, as they entered and exited the government office, chests puffed out, many citizens proactively greeted Zheng Zai, reverently addressing him as Governor Zheng. This feeling was exhilarating for Zheng Zai, who finally found a sense of purpose in his existence. After nearly 3 days, Zheng Zai meticulously compiled a list of all the properties and lands, alongside the remaining populace of Oyue, and presented his proposal to Li Chun. Li Chun glanced over it, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his eyes as he nodded. Zheng Zai proved to be a capable individual, executing the task with remarkable finesse, primarily employing a headcount distribution method that ensured a degree of fairness and justice. With Li Chen's approval, Zheng Zai felt invigorated and promptly set his plan into motion. When the people of Oyue discovered that the properties and lands previously held by the ancient warren had indeed been allocated to them, they were overjoyed, affirming that this Minuet king was not merely a figure of empty promises. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I finally have my own house and land. The arrival of the prince is a blessing we have earned through 8 generations of virtue. Henceforth, the prince is like a reborn parent to me. Who dares to show disrespect to him? I shall be the first to retaliate. The citizens of Oyue eagerly shared this joyous news, eager for the world to know of the Minuet king's kindness toward them. Meanwhile, the citizens of the other 6 felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing this news. They were the lowest strata of society, enduring suffering regardless of how power shifted. They toiled tirelessly in the fields to produce grain, only to surrender substantial profits to the leaders of the 6U. The disparity was stark, naturally inciting a wave of unrest in the region. Meanwhile, Li Chen had spent the past few days surveying the geographical environment of Oyue. He soon realized 2 essential tasks that must be addressed: salt and ships. Salt has historically been a vital strategic resource. The sea is abundant in salt, yet the local populace primarily produces coarse salt by merely evaporating seawater, which is then consumed directly. This type of salt not only possesses an exceedingly bitter taste, but is also detrimental to human health. The significance of ships is even more pronounced. The vast ocean facilitates trade and self-defense, making vessels indispensable. Currently, the construction of fishing boats along the coast is predominantly controlled by Zhongyue and Yu, yet their focus is primarily on profit, resulting in poorly constructed vessels that are not only simplistic, but also severely lacking in capacity. For sustainable development, control over salt and ships must rest firmly in one's own hands. Consequently, these 2 matters require dedicated oversight. However, Li Chun lacks the energy to manage these issues personally, and Zheng Zhihe is burdened with numerous responsibilities of his own. The search for a suitable individual to oversee these matters has now become a pressing concern for Li Chun. Just as he was pondering this predicament, the enchanting San Huang saw Qingshuang appeared beside him with a radiant smile. Upon seeing her, Li Chun couldn't help but slap his forehead in realization. San Huang saw, with control over 208 shops in the capital, has proven her capabilities beyond doubt, and being one of their own, she inspires confidence. However, due to the geographical challenges and resource scarcity in Oyue, Li Chun's grand aspirations cannot be entirely realized. Thus, his gaze shifted once more towards Zhongyue, for only by securing Zhongyue can he fully dominate the seas and genuinely implement his visions. Fortunately, that day is drawing near. As the days passed, Ying'er diligently studied the maps and terrain of Zhongyue, ensuring Li Chun's safety during the upcoming ritual. Yet, despite her meticulous planning and strategizing, she remained convinced that the risks associated with Li Chun's venture into Zhongyue were exceedingly high. In contrast, Li Chun exhibited an unwavering calmness, remaining serene and composed. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the Zhongyue ritual arrived. Li Chun was escorted to the entrance of the Zhongyue village, where the guards, alarmed by the sudden appearance of 3,000 cavalry, assumed a defensive stance. However, soon a messenger approached the guards with a handwritten letter. After perusing it with skepticism, the guards ultimately permitted Li Chun and his entourage to enter. Guided by a local, they made their way unobstructed towards the Zhongyue altar, where the grand ceremony was already in progress. The entire Zhongyue royal family, garbed in ceremonial attire, stood before the ancestral altar paying their respects. The eldest brother, clad in purple robes, was solemnly presiding over the incense offering. Meanwhile, the second brother, dressed in red, held 3 sticks of incense while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The third brother, in yellow, displayed a flickering gaze, his heart equally restless. Behind them, numerous elders from Zhongyue, adorned in formal garments, maintained a somber demeanor as they faced the ancestral tablets. After the incense offering concluded, everyone took their designated seats. Naturally, the leader occupied the main seat, yet intriguingly, an additional chair was placed beside him, accompanied by a small table adorned with peanuts and fruits. At that moment, the Zhongyue leader addressed the assembly, expressing gratitude for the ancestral blessings, as this year had brought favorable weather and a notable increase in overall business within the clan. Nevertheless, challenges persisted, particularly in the shipbuilding and fishing industries, where profits had declined compared to previous years. Thus, he seized this opportunity during the ritual to convene everyone and discuss potential adjustments. He encouraged all present to voice their thoughts, emphasizing that any proposal beneficial to the Zhongyue royal family would be welcomed. Following his words, an elder stood up in agreement, asserting that historically, fishing and shipbuilding had been the foundation of their ancestors and a crucial source of income. Given that profits had stagnated under the leadership of the second and third brothers, he proposed that the leader should unify control to safeguard the Zhongyue royal family's dominance. Indeed, with the recent emergence of a new ruler from Mingyue, who had swiftly vanquished the ancient warren and redistributed land to the commoners, it was imperative to remain vigilant. Concentrating power in a single individual's hands would fortify the clan's strength. Others echoed this sentiment, asserting that the Zhongyue royal family could only thrive with a singular voice, as division would hinder development. As the elders' remarks resonated, several others echoed their agreement. Yet, within the elder council, a few members wore stern expressions, their eyes narrowed, remaining silent. Due to internal strife, the elders had fragmented into factions, one supporting the eldest brother, another backing the second, and a third rallying behind the third brother, with the eldest commanding the most support. Hearing the eldest brother and several elders speak, the second and third brothers' expressions darkened. They recognized that the eldest was attempting to seize their power under the guise of unity. The second brother glared fiercely at the eldest. Over the past few years, the eldest had leveraged his position to usurp many of his resources. If he were to reclaim control over shipbuilding, the second brother would have no foothold left within the clan. The eldest brother was indeed ruthless, but fortunately, the second brother was prepared. Otherwise, he would have been completely consumed. Meanwhile, the third brother's expression was equally grim, harboring similar thoughts. His influence was already the weakest in Zhongyue, and the fishing industry he controlled yielded the lowest profits, far inferior to commerce and shipbuilding. The eldest's ambitions were vast, aiming to swallow both the second and the third's territories. If he lost his power to the eldest, how would he survive? Would he merely exist as a mere ornament, devoid of any voice? The eldest brother was no paragon of virtue, and his second brother was equally treacherous, often plotting against him. Nevertheless, the third brother was also prepared, ready to seize the opportunity to turn the tide. Let both the eldest and the second brother meet their demise. In the ensuing discussion, the second brother rose defiantly, declaring, "I oppose this. Why should shipbuilding fall into your hands? You are the clan leader, and you dictate the rents for land and shops without challenge. Who dares to defy you? The shipbuilding market is already saturated. The market is limited, and a single vessel lasts 4 to 5 years. With so few fishermen, who will buy boats daily?" As the second brother voiced his objections, the third brother also stood up. "Regardless of your circumstances, the fishermen under my control are struggling to catch any fish. Historically, the shallow waters have been exhausted. Even if fish remain, they are deep-sea varieties. Even if we could construct large vessels, how could we fish in depths of dozens or hundreds of fathoms? As the second and third brothers countered, the eldest brother's expression darkened. He faced them directly, demanding, "What do you mean by that?" The second brother glanced at the eldest with a glint of malice in his eyes. "Regardless of today's intentions to relent, I am resolutely committed to my course." At this moment, as the second elder spoke, the first elder's expression abruptly changed, and he slammed his hand on the table. "You dare to be so audacious? The management of lands and shops has always been the prerogative of the clan's leaders. You, with your wolfish ambitions, actually dare to covet the clan's assets. Do you also wish to lay claim to my position as leader?" Upon the completion of the first elder's words, the second elder let out a cold laugh. "Now that we have reached this point, I must admit, I am indeed tempted to test the waters for the leader's position." Instantly, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The second elder's declaration was utterly outrageous, tantamount to treason. The first elder's eyes glinted with fury, and he pointed an accusatory finger at the second elder. "You traitor! The position of leader has always been passed down through direct lineage. You dare to threaten my position? You must be seeking your own demise." In that moment, the first elder bellowed, "Someone seize this traitor!" As soon as the first elder issued his command, the surrounding guards prepared to act. However, just then, a commotion erupted outside the altar. The crowd turned to see Li Chun leading 3,000 black cavalry arriving. The guards at the entrance attempted to block Li Chun, but were forcefully pushed aside by Zhang Weiguo. With a fierce glare at the guards, they were momentarily paralyzed by Zhang Weiguo's imposing presence. Yet this was the altar of Zhongyue, and there were still other guards present. Upon seeing the intrusion, a throng of dark-clad guards quickly surrounded Li Chun. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a commanding voice rang out from the altar. "Cease your insolence. Step aside at once. The Wang of Mingyue is my esteemed guest." At that moment, the second elder stood up, speaking with a sense of pride towards the entrance of the altar. The crowd's expressions shifted once more. This was indeed a sacrificial ceremony belonging to the royal family of Zhongyue. Why had the second elder invited the Wang of Mingyue? Was he seeking support? It was no wonder the second elder exhibited such arrogance today, daring to confront the first elder, clearly relying on the Wang of Mingyue's influence. Observing the second elder's actions, the first elder's demeanor darkened significantly. His eyes fixated on Li Chun, flickering with uncertainty, pondering his thoughts. This was the Zhongyue altar, and the guards were loyal to the first elder. As the second elder spoke, the guards glanced at the first elder seated in the main position. Yet, in an unexpected move, the first elder gestured for the guards to allow Li Chun to enter. The guards, following the first elder's signal, parted to create a pathway for Li Chun. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Li Chun strolled into the altar, naturally taking a seat beside the first elder in the empty position. He casually peeled a peanut from the dish before him and ate it, then waved his hand at the others. "Continue your discussions. I am merely here out of boredom to explore my fief. I hope I have not disturbed you." Upon Li Chun's arrival, the second elder seemed to gain newfound confidence. Simultaneously, the previously tense third elder also exhaled a sigh of relief. At this moment, observing Li Chun seated beside him, the first elder appeared somewhat apprehensive and cautiously inquired, "The Wang of Mingyue's visit today is not to support anyone, is it?" Li Chun, still peeling peanuts, calmly shook his head. "As I mentioned earlier, I am merely here to pass the time." Relieved by Li Chun's response, the first elder turned his attention back to the second elder, pointing a finger at him. "I have treated you well, allowing you to oversee the shipbuilding. Yet you have revealed such treachery, attempting to usurp the leadership of our clan. If I do not eliminate you today, I would be failing our ancestors." The first elder's voice thundered once more. "Someone, seize him." However, just as the guards prepared to apprehend the second elder, a contingent of armed men suddenly surged forth from the periphery of the altar, standing defiantly before the guards. The second elder, who had remained silent until now, flashed a menacing grin at the first elder. "You have your forces, and I have mine. Today we shall see who prevails." With the appearance of this group, the first elder's expression shifted once again. The guards at the altar were now evenly matched with the second elder's men, making it considerably challenging to apprehend him. The first elder confronted the second elder with a furious shout. Must we truly resort to this? The second elder shook his head. Did you not intend to spare me? The first elder furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with the elder at his side. The elder, understanding the unspoken cue, rolled up his sleeves and shot an arrow into the sky. With the release of the arrow, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a red signal smoke billowed into the sky. This was the signal for the clan leader to summon his personal guards. According to regulations, upon seeing this signal, the guards must arrive by the leader's side within 3 hours. Yet, as time passed, no sounds of approaching guards could be heard from outside the altar. The first elder's expression shifted, and beads of cold sweat dripped from the elder's forehead. Why had the guards not arrived? What was transpiring? As the first elder grew increasingly anxious, the second elder leisurely lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and set the cup back on the table with a slight smile towards the first elder. Do not wait. Your guards have long been detained by my men. Upon hearing this, the first elder's expression changed once more, exchanging alarmed glances with the elders beside him, finally grasping the second elder's premeditated scheme for today. However, the first elder commanded an army of 25,000, while the second elder had only 10,000, even if he had detained the personal guards. The first elder still had a remaining 15,000 station troops, though their primary duty was to guard the borders of Zhongyue and typically remain inactive. They were indeed loyal to the clan leader and would unquestionably obey orders during internal conflicts. Thus, the first elder signaled to the third elder in charge of the station troops. The third elder, comprehending the implication, promptly drew back his sleeve and shot another arrow into the sky. In an instant, another arrow soared into the air, trailing a dense black smoke. This was the signal to summon the station troops, which were required to arrive at the location of the arrow's launch within 15 minutes. This time, there were no unforeseen circumstances. Following the arrow's release, the station troops began to arrive in succession. Once the troops were in position, they promptly surrounded the entire altar. The situation now clearly favored the first elder. Despite this, the second elder remained unperturbed, seated calmly in his place, sipping tea with a smile. The first elder pointed at the second elder, his voice filled with fury. You treasonous wretch, do you truly believe that by detaining my guards, I am powerless against you? What other trump cards do you possess? If you have any, reveal them all. At this moment, the second brother shook his head at the eldest brother, a hint of derision appearing on his face. Haven't my trump cards always been right beside you? As soon as the second brother finished speaking, the atmosphere turned electric with astonishment. All eyes were fixed on Li Chun, who was attentively peeling peanuts at the side. One might wonder why King Mingyue had suddenly appeared at this Zhongyue altar. It turns out he was the second brother's secret weapon. In Chapter 110, drag him out and chop him to feed the dogs. Observing the drastic change in the expressions of those present, the second brother felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Proudly confronting the eldest brother, surely you are aware of the incident half a month ago when the prince's 3,000 black cavalry annihilated 20,000 ancient Woku? You are now left with only 10,000 garrison troops. Do you truly believe you can withstand the prince's 3,000 black cavalry? With the emergence of the second brother, the expressions of everyone in attendance shifted once more, all eyes locking onto the eldest brother's face. Initially, it was assumed that upon hearing Li Chun was the second brother as trump card, the eldest brother would certainly show signs of shock and would readily concede in fear. However, the eldest brother maintained a calm demeanor, displaying no signs of upheaval. After a while, he merely shook his head at the second brother with a mocking expression. Do you genuinely believe that King Mingyue would support a useless person like you? You are truly overestimating your own worth. As the eldest brother spoke, the second brother's expression changed. He glanced at Li Chun, who was still nonchalantly peeling peanuts at the main table, his heart inexplicably filled with dread. Why was there suddenly an empty table beside the eldest brother during this sacrificial ceremony? It must have been specifically prepared for Li Chun. Moreover, when Li Chun had just arrived at the altar, the eldest brother had effortlessly allowed him entry. It was evident that the eldest brother had long known of Li Chun's coming and had made preparations. But how could he know? The only explanation was that the eldest brother had been in contact with Li Chun all along. At this moment, The second brother found it hard to believe. If Li Chun turned against him, what would become of him? What would the eldest brother do to him? He dared not continue that line of thought. Nonetheless, a flicker of hope arose within him. Had Li Chun not promised him that day? Although his initial intention was to utilize Li Chun, the prince should not be one to break his word, right? Immediately, the second brother knelt before Li Chun. Your Highness, now that the eldest brother's men have arrived at the altar, I implore you to swiftly eliminate all Zhongyue garrison troops, and Zhongyue will immediately fall under your control. As the second brother's plea echoed, all eyes fell upon Li Chun. Even the third brother, who had been watching Li Chun intently, was now sweating nervously. In response to the collective gaze, Li Chun casually brushed the peanut shell fragments from his hands and smiled at the assembly. I have already stated that I am here merely to wander about idly today. This is your private matter. Please continue. With Li Chun's words, the second brother's face turned ashen. He finally understood that he had been played. Li Chun had evidently been in contact with the eldest brother all along. This time, Li Chun was not his ally, but rather the eldest brother's accomplice. Could it be that he had indeed failed? The second brother felt utterly defeated. As the eldest brother gazed at the crumpled form of the second brother, a sinister smile crept onto his face. Did you not expect this? The prince ultimately stood by my side. You have lost completely. As the eldest brother's mocking laughter filled the air, despair flickered in the second brother's eyes, igniting a fierce resolve. No, I have not entirely lost. The eldest brother is only 10 steps away. If I kill him, the leadership of Zhongyue shall still be mine. The third brother is of no concern. He is merely a useless pawn. As for Li Chun, it makes no difference to him whom he collaborates with. Li Chun had promised to bestow many things upon me. This I cannot deny. In that moment, the second brother's expression morphed into one of pure malice. He bellowed at his subordinates below, attack. Kill the eldest brother. Following his command, the second brother's men surged toward the platform, only to be blocked by the guards. The second brother then drew a dagger from his chest and charged at the eldest brother. The surrounding elders gasped at his audacity. Just as the second brother neared the eldest brother, mere steps away, several elders restrained him, pinning him to the ground. Despite his struggles, the second brother could not break free. At this moment, the eldest brother, looking at the subdued second brother, shook his head, his tone grave. Did you not expect this? Your treacherous ambition has led you to attempt fratricide. You cannot be spared. Rising from his seat, the eldest brother approached the second brother slowly. As he neared, he suddenly drew a glinting dagger from his sleeve. Without hesitation, he lunged at the second brother, plunging the dagger into his chest with ferocity. One strike was not enough. After several thrusts, the second brother's chest became a gaping wound. As the elders loosened their grip, the second brother collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog. At that moment, the eldest brother casually retrieved a silk handkerchief from his sleeve, methodically wiping his hands clean. He tossed the handkerchief onto the second brother's face with disdain. Drag him out and chop him to feed the dogs. Watching the fratricidal scene unfold from his seat, Li Chun allowed a cold smile to grace his lips. The younger brother wishes to kill the elder, and the elder similarly does not intend to spare the younger. Indeed, this family is filled with treachery. In chapter 111, I, too, wish to confront the prince head-on. The rebellion of the second brother was swiftly quelled. Not only was the second brother chopped to pieces and fed to the dogs, but the fates of his accomplices were equally grim. No one was left with a complete corpse. Meanwhile, Li Chun continued to sit at the main table, peeling peanuts with an air of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. The third brother sat uneasily in his chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body restless. With the second brother dead, it was customary for the eldest brother to turn his attention to him next. However, the eldest brother's focus was evidently locked onto Li Chun, who remained undisturbed. The eldest brother lifted a teacup from the table, taking a small sip before gazing at Li Chun. Should I thank you, Your Highness, for refraining from intervening, allowing me to successfully eliminate that rogue? Li Chun met the eldest brother's gaze with a smile. I made a promise to you. I would not meddle in your family affairs. Thus, there is no need for gratitude. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the eldest brother chuckled and raised his teacup again. Half joking, half serious, he remarked to Li Chun, now that the second brother's issue has been resolved, it is time to discuss our matters. However, before we proceed, I wish to confirm one thing. The second elder just mentioned that the black cavalry in the prince's hands is an invincible force, and that my 15,000 elite troops are insufficient to contend against the 3,000 black cavalry under the prince's command. However, he seems to have overlooked a crucial premise. We are currently on my home turf of Zhongyue, and the prince's black cavalry is now completely encircled by our stationed troops, leaving them no room to charge. Even if our soldiers are 5-1 against them, we should at least be able to hold them at bay. Therefore, I wish to inquire of the prince how he perceives the current situation. At this moment, with the elder's words, Ying'er and Zhang Weigua, standing behind Li Chun, suddenly tensed, gripping their spears tightly. It was evident that the elder had dealt with the second elder and could now turn his attention to the prince. Listening to the elder's words, Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly, yet his expression remained calm and untroubled. He casually brushed off the peanut shells stuck to his hands and took a sip from his teacup, setting it down lightly on the table. Looking up at the elder, he shook his head gently. The elite troops of 15,000 have yet to engage with the black cavalry, so this prince is uncertain about the outcome. What? Do you wish to test it? With Li Chen's statement, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, particularly among the elders' council behind him, who felt the gravity of the situation. Dealing with Li Chun is not the same as handling the second elder. The black cavalry in Li Chen's hands are formidable heavy cavalry. Although they are now besieged by Zhongyue's stationed troops and possess a geographical advantage, their inner confidence remains tenuous. Furthermore, Li Chen's demeanor is remarkably composed, as if he is entirely unperturbed by their presence. The elder's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze sweeping over the black cavalry. Struggling with his thoughts, Li Chun is within his own territory, surrounded by his troops, while he commands 15,000 men against Li Chen's 3,000. If he could seize Li Chun, you would also fall into his grasp. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he take the risk? The elder, having been absent during the devastating encounter with the ancient Warren, is also hindered by the pride inherent in a Zhongyue royal family, leaving him unwilling to submit to anyone. Ultimately, the elder made his decision. He would confront Li Chun head-on. He could not believe that his 15,000 stationed troops would falter against Li Chen's 3,000 black cavalry. His hesitation transformed into determination, and then into resolution. Facing Li Chun, his expression hardened. "Prince, there is no better time than now. Our troops and your black cavalry are here. Let us test our strength today." As Li Chun listened to the elder's declaration, he shook his head slightly. There is an ancient saying, "Those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door." This family is indeed united in their cunning and ambition, now even contemplating an attack against him. Does he not realize that overreaching can lead to dire consequences? At this moment, Li Chun turned to the third elder with a faint smile and spoke. "So, what are you waiting for?" Instantly, all eyes in the room fell upon the third elder, their expressions shifting. What does this mean? Is the third elder also allied with Li Chun? Even the elder's face showed signs of astonishment. He had refrained from dealing with the third elder due to his perceived weakness, having only 5,000 troops at his command. However, if the third elder was indeed aligned with Li Chun, the situation would drastically change. The once assured victory now hung in the balance. In the midst of the audience's astonished gazes, the third elder stood up without unnecessary words. He rolled up his sleeves, and with a swift motion, a concealed arrow shot into the air, trailing blue smoke. This act summoned a group of fighters from outside the stronghold, charging toward Zhongyue's stationed troops and initiating a fierce battle. These were the 5,000 men under the third elder's command. The elder watched the third elder with a furrowed brow, a glimmer of cold malice in his eyes. He regretted having dealt with the second elder before the third. Had he done so, he would not be in such a passive position now. "I truly did not expect you to join the rebellion." The third elder shook his head at the elder. "What do you mean by rebellion? It is you who wishes to harm us brothers. Having killed the second elder, I am next, am I not?" The elder's face tightened as he suddenly drew a steel knife from a nearby pillar and strode toward the third elder. Seeing the elder approach, the third elder hurriedly grabbed a long sword from a nearby rack, preparing to defend himself. However, the elder's strength was evidently superior. After a fierce exchange of blows, the third elder was swiftly brought down. As he lay on the ground, the elder approached, thrusting the knife into the third elder's chest until he lay completely still. Witnessing this scene, Li Chun shook his head in disappointment. The third elder was truly pathetic. He had barely appeared for 3 minutes before meeting his demise. Fortunately, he had not placed too many expectations on him. After eliminating the third elder, the elder turned his gaze back to Li Chun, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Mingyue Wang, with the second and third elders dead, do you still have any reliance left? I must admit, you have surprised me greatly by managing to contact all 3 of us brothers, leading us to turn on each other. Given some time, I believe Mingyue could indeed be unified under your banner. However, it is a pity you shall die here. Everything must come to an end. Ultimately, Mingyue will belong to the Zhongyue royal family. As the elder's sinister laughter echoed, Li Chun merely shook his head, gesturing toward the battlefield below. The elder turned his gaze downward, and his expression suddenly shifted. The third elder's 5,000 troops had disrupted the encirclement of the Zhongyue station forces against the Black Cavalry. Their chaotic assault had effectively restrained half of Zhongyue's forces. From the elder's perspective, the third elder's 5,000 troops were like a stirring stick, completely unraveling the encirclement and granting the Black Cavalry a space to maneuver. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo, positioned before the altar, addressed the Black Cavalry with a commanding shout. All Black Cavalry, heed my command. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. The Black Cavalry swiftly assembled into formation, drawing their steeds close and gripping their long spears, ready for combat. With another command from Zhang Weiguo, they charged forth. As the order rang out, the 3,000 Black Cavalry surged forward like a torrent of darkened steel, crashing into the Zhongyue station troops. The battle cries erupted. The Black Cavalry brandished their spears, and with their charge, a significant portion of Zhongyue's station forces fell. The originally tenuous encirclement was forcefully breached by the Black Cavalry, carving a bloody path through the fray. After dispatching the station troops of Qingshuang, the Black Cavalry divided into 2 teams, advancing fiercely to the left and right. Clad in full armor, the Black Cavalry was virtually invincible on this open battlefield. The soldiers were fully equipped. Even their steeds were encased in armor. Although the enemy was aware that the horses' legs were a vulnerability, they had no opportunity to approach these weaknesses. Often, before the enemy could close in, the Black Cavalry would strike them down from their mounts. As the Qingshuang troops were eliminated, only a handful remained on the battlefield, all of whom gazed at the Black Cavalry with dread, utterly devoid of the courage to engage in battle. Atop the altar, the leader's face was ashen, and he had come to a grave realization. Even without the interference of the third, his 15,000 Qingshuang troops were no match for Li Chun's 3,000 Black Cavalry. But now what use was this knowledge? A deep resentment and regret surged within him. At that moment, Li Chun turned his head, a smile tinged with irony gracing his lips as he inquired of the leader. What could he possibly say? The principle of victors and vanquished was clearer than ever to him. The fate of Qingshuang had irrevocably fallen into Li Chun's hands. He could even foresee that, in the near future, the remainder of Wuyue would also submit to Li Chun, and the entirety of MNYU would bow before him, indomitable and unstoppable. Gazing at Li Chun, a sudden glint of ferocity ignited in the leader's eyes. He was a mere 5 steps away from Li Chun and began to contemplate if he could strike him down. Yet as this thought took root, Ying'er and Zhang Weiguo stepped forth, positioning themselves protectively in front of Li Chun. Observing the two, the leader could only manage a smile, realizing that fate had left him no final chance. He turned to Li Chun, declaring, "You need not lift a finger. The royal family of Qingshuang possesses its own pride." He then straightened his garments and approached the ancestral tablets, bowing 3 times in reverence. "Ancestors, I, your unworthy descendant, have led our brethren to mutual destruction. I am incompetent, unable to safeguard the realm of Qingshuang. Acknowledging my unforgivable sins, I shall take my own life today. Please forgive me, ancestors." He bowed 3 more times before rising, wiping the blade upon his sleeve and placing it against his neck. With a firm grip, blood gushed forth, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Li Chun observed the fallen leader, shaking his head. Initially, he held disdain for the royal family of Qingshuang, Zhu. Yet the leader's final act had imparted a slight shift in his perception. With the leader's demise, the royal family had lost its backbone, and Li Chen's gaze shifted toward the elders nearby. As he surveyed them, the elders fidgeted uneasily. "What do you intend to do?" Li Chen's voice resonated slowly. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their apprehension. The older they became, the more they feared death. They were reluctant to sacrifice themselves in vain. After a prolonged silence, the eldest elder knelt before Li Chen. "My lord, since the traitors have met their end, we were coerced. Your unification of MNYU is inevitable. We wish to serve you as our master, vowing never to harbor rebellious thoughts." With the elders kneeling, the others followed suit, pleading for mercy. "We are aged and pose no threat to you, my lord. We implore you to spare our lives." Observing the elderly figures before him, Li Chen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Indeed, humanity's nature is profoundly peculiar. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Weiguo and then strode out. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo stood bewildered. What did the Lord's final glance signify? Should he kill or spare them? The uncertainty weighed heavily on his mind. Ultimately, to prevent any misinterpretation of the Lord's intentions, it was perhaps wiser to eliminate them. As Li Chen exited the altar, Ying'er, her beautiful eyes wide with curiosity, could no longer contain herself. "How did you manage this?" Li Chen turned slightly, perplexed by his sister-in-law's inquiry. Ying'er gazed at him in awe. "With such ease, you subdued Qingshuang. You are truly the most astute individual I have ever encountered. Such brilliance is a boon to our side, but a calamity for our foes. I am deeply curious. How did you convince the 3 members of the Qingshuang royal family that you were their ally, only to incite them to turn on one another?" Li Chen smiled at his third sister-in-law. "It was quite simple. When a second approached me, I deliberately had him leave behind token. When I presented this token to the leader, he was already convinced of my allegiance. The same applied to the third. Upon seeing the token from a second, he grasped the entirety of the situation. Their downfall stemmed from their own issues, mutual distrust, and insatiable ambition that exceeded their grasp." As Li Chen spoke, Ying'er nodded thoughtfully. Just then, a cacophony of shouts and clashes erupted from outside. "Hurry, protect the Lord. Whoever dares to harm my lord shall face my wrath. The world is vast, but my lord is paramount. Anyone who dares to harm him shall find their ancestors cursed." The atmosphere shifted as the group exchanged glances. Who could this new force be? Judging by the shouts, it seemed to be no fewer than 5,000. Black cavalry prepared for confrontation, bows drawn taut. Yet Zhang Weiguo sensed something amiss. This did not sound like an army, and the cries were peculiar. As the figures emerged, Zhang Weiguo recognized the leader, Qingshuang, the governor of MNYU, accompanied by a throng of fishermen. The fishermen, of varying ages and genders, wielded fish spears and hoes, rushing forward while shouting incoherent slogans. Observing the scene, Zhang Weiguo shook his head. It seems Qingshuang has grown bolder. Last time he came alone, and now he commands a force of 5,000. Though he always arrives at the last moment, it is not entirely his fault, as no one informed him of the expedition. Zhang Weiguo called out to the perspiring governor, "What is the meaning of this? Can you not see? We are here to protect the Lord." While Zhang Weiguo felt touched, he replied, "I must inform you that the Lord is quite safe." "Safe? How can that be? Qingshuang has 40,000 elite troops, and they should be in the midst of fierce combat. Moreover, how come all the Black Knights have appeared?" Zhang Zhihe, unable to believe his eyes, turned his head and indeed saw Li Chen gazing at him from atop his steed. For a moment, Zhang Zhihe was taken aback. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something and hurriedly rose on his toes to peer inside. As expected, around the altar of Zhongyue, the corpses of the Zhongyue garrison had piled high. Zhongyue had actually been defeated, the entire army wiped out. Although he found it hard to believe, the evidence lay before him, leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, as Zhang Zhihe looked at Li Chen, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Who exactly was this Li Chen? What extraordinary prowess he possessed. He had vanquished the ancient Wokou, which could be attributed to their lack of preparation, catching them off guard. But what about Zhongyue now? How could one explain that? More importantly, Li Chun had only been in Minyue for a mere 18 days. Not only had he conquered Ouyue, but he had also subdued Zhongyue, the region with the largest military force. Such a remarkable achievement shone brightly, no matter where it was placed. At this pace, unifying Ouyue within 6 months seemed entirely plausible. At this moment, Li Chun cast a gentle glance at Zheng Jiehe. Should I express my gratitude to you? Coming back to his senses, Zheng Jiehe quickly knelt before Li Chun. Your Highness, the fishermen of Minyue have heard that you were trapped in Zhongyue's territory and were worried for your safety. They came rushing to my side without any need for mobilization. They said you provided them with houses and land, and you are their benefactor. They couldn't possibly stand by and do nothing when you were in peril. Though none had fought before, they were all willing to sacrifice their lives for their prince. Upon hearing Zheng Jiehe's words, Li Chun felt a surge of emotion. He looked up at the fisherman before him and clasped his fists in salute. After a moment, he turned his attention back to Zheng Jiehe. Since you have arrived, I have matters to entrust to you. Please expedite the census of Zhongyue's populace and inventory all properties and farmland, so that we may distribute them equitably among the people of Zhongyue. Hearing Li Chun's command, Zheng Jiehe's expression turned solemn. He promptly pledged his compliance to Li Chun. Soon, news of Li Chun's reclamation of Zhongyue spread rapidly through the other 5 regions of Yu. This time, the 5 regions were no longer as indifferent as before. Zhongyue, being the largest in terms of both populace and military strength, possessed wealth that rivaled their own. Such a colossal entity had fallen to Li Chun's might. The man was far more formidable than they had imagined. Who would be his next opponent? To whom would he next direct his efforts? No one could tell. It was imperative to devise some countermeasures. They could not afford to remain idle. After conquering Zhongyue, Li Chun routinely set out to survey the newly acquired territory. It was undeniable that the disparity between Zhongyue and Ouyue was immense, with Zhongyue's actual controlled area being roughly 4 times that of Ouyue. Moreover, its coastal territory was broader and more advantageous, incomparable to that of Ouyue. Most significantly, the recent confiscation of Zhongyue's royal assets yielded an unexpected delight. Aside from the land deeds, treasures worth over 120,000 taels of silver had been seized. Previously, after the encounter with the bandits, Li Chun had retained 82,000 taels, and now, with Zhongyue's wealth combined, he possessed 200,000 taels of silver. While this sum appeared substantial, it was still far from sufficient for Li Chun. After all, Minyue was his fief, and beyond unification, it was crucial to develop the region. Such development required a considerable influx of capital. Li Chun had now completely grasped control of this maritime domain. Thus, he planned to initiate Minyue's development, starting from these waters. At this moment, Li Chun strolled along the shore with a 3rd princess consort, Qingshuang. The gentle sea breeze tousled her hair, and as she raised her hand to smooth it, the sunset cast a warm glow upon the scene, creating a beautiful and heartwarming tableau. You summoned me. It must not be merely for a breath of fresh air, correct? Qingshuang inquired, tilting her head toward Li Chun. Li Chun slightly lifted his gaze to meet hers, a smile gracing his face. Your Highness is truly perceptive. Do you recall the 2 approaches I mentioned last time? I would like to hear your thoughts. Qingshuang nodded, directing her attention to Li Chun. You primarily spoke of salt production and shipbuilding. Over the past few days, I have traversed the waters of Zhongyue and Ouyue, contemplating the 2 issues you raised. The vessels manufactured in Zhongyue are indeed lacking in both capacity and quality. This is partly due to their shipbuilding techniques, and partly because of the inferior timber they use. The best materials for shipbuilding are pine and cedar, which are predominantly found in Nanyue, controlled by the descendants of Qiyu. I am currently seeking individuals to see if we can procure some timber for experimentation. On the other hand, regarding salt, there is indeed a significant market for it. However, the current method employed by fishermen involves boiling seawater, resulting in a bitter and unappealing product. I am preparing to inquire inland to see if their salt production techniques can provide us with some insights. As for other potential avenues for economic benefit, I am considering options such as the depletion of fish in the shallows. While we cannot venture into deep waters at the moment, could we perhaps cultivate fish fry in designated areas? This would alleviate the fisherman's dependence on nature. Furthermore, the fisherman's tools are rather outdated. Can we enhance their tools to boost productivity, thereby increasing economic returns? Additionally, the regions where they previously sold their catch were primarily local. If we could extend their reach to Nanyue or Beiyue, it might open up new markets. I believe we should encourage the populace to engage in commerce, facilitating the flow of the economy and enhancing their enthusiasm. Of course, for critical matters, particularly those of strategic importance, we must maintain our own oversight. As Qingshuang continued her discourse, Li Chun found himself captivated, momentarily entranced by her insights. His third princess consort was indeed deserving of her reputation as a masterful steward of the capital, with clear reasoning and actionable strategies that brimmed with practicality. Many of her ideas resonated remarkably well with modern commercial paradigms. It was truly rare for someone of this era to possess such foresight. Had she been in the present day, her capabilities would undoubtedly place her among the ranks of billion-dollar female executives. His initial decision to seek her counsel had proven to be one of his wisest choices. Li Chun could already foresee the impending economic surge of Nanyue under Qingshuang's stewardship. As Qingshuang spoke, she sensed something amiss, turning her head to discover that Li Chun's gaze had remained fixed upon her. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "What is it? Why do you look at me so?" she asked, slightly embarrassed. Li Chun quickly shook his head. No. You are absolutely correct. I was merely contemplating how fortunate I am to have encountered you. Third princess consort." Upon uttering these words, Qingshuang's face reddened further. Realizing his misstep, Li Chun hastily sought to clarify. As Li Chun appeared flustered, Qingshuang offered a subtle smile, seemingly unperturbed. She also perceived that Li Chun was indeed not very adept at handling matters between men and women. At that moment, Li Chun cast a glance at the third empress, and it must be said that her smile was exceptionally enchanting. Her eyes shimmered like gentle spring waves, and her brows arched gracefully like willows. The corners of her lips turned upwards, revealing two delicate dimples, making her appear extraordinarily captivating. To avoid any awkwardness, Li Chun deftly shifted the topic. Earlier, the third empress had mentioned the issue of wood for shipbuilding. Once Nanyue was subdued, there would be no obstacles. Until then, it would be wise to purchase materials in advance and experiment with production to gain experience. However, concerning the matter of salt, it had always been a vital controlled resource in the southern dynasties. The empress's curiosity in gathering information would likely prove challenging, and the back and forth would take at least 2 months. Yet, during my time in the palace, I had perused several texts, and perhaps I could attempt to produce salt from seawater. As Li Chun spoke, the third empress raised her brows in disbelief, gazing at him. "You understand salt production?" Li Chun chuckled softly. In his past life, as a special forces king, the fundamental skills of outdoor survival and salt supplementation were indeed trivial for him. However, he found it inconvenient to reveal his time-traveling circumstances to the third empress, so he could only claim to have learned it from books. Thus, he faced her, acknowledging that what he had read was merely theoretical. The practical outcome would require experimentation. Just then, as they passed by a household, Li Chun approached and fetched a bucket of seawater, pouring it into a pot. He then proceeded to boil it over a fire. While Li Chun stirred the mixture, Qingshuang actively added firewood from behind the stove. Although Qingshuang hailed from a prestigious family, she was clearly a refined lady and was visibly inexperienced in such labor. Despite her clumsiness, she worked with great dedication. The flames blazed fiercely. To maintain the heat, Qingshuang continually added wood, and soon she was drenched in sweat. After a moment, she looked up, observing Li Chun's earnest expression as he stirred the seawater, and suddenly recalled something, unable to suppress a smile. "What is it? Are you curious about something?" Li Chun inquired, puzzled. Qingshuang gazed at him, her face blooming with a smile before she spoke. "Moreover, your eldest imperial sister-in-law has already sought the emperor's permission to wed you. Although it was initially to expose the hidden hand behind the scenes, it remains a legitimate betrothal. Have you considered how to address this matter?" At that moment, the third empress blinked her eyes, looking curiously at Li Chun. He stood there, momentarily stunned. He had not truly pondered this issue. The eldest prince had indeed made such remarks, and his relationship with the eldest imperial sister-in-law was merely a marriage contract. Now that the eldest prince had passed away, the southern Zhao emperor had also conferred a marriage agreement upon him. However, he surely could not truly marry the empress. Could he? Watching Li Chun fall silent, Qingshuang smiled at him. Then let me ask another question. What do you think of your eldest imperial sister-in-law? Li Chun nodded. Naturally, she is an exceptional person. Qingshuang then faced him again. If now the emperor were to bestow Mu Ying'er to another, would you be willing? As her words fell, Li Chun furrowed his brow. Although nothing had transpired between him and the eldest imperial sister-in-law yet, he was certain that he would not want her to marry someone else. Gazing at Li Chun, Qingshuang smiled, already knowing the answer in her heart. After a while, she seemed to recall something serious. By the way, your eldest brother left you a message. Your second and third brothers must have left messages as well. What did they say? Staring at the third empress, Li Chun felt stiff. Could he tell her that both the second and third brothers had advised him to take good care of the two imperial sisters-in-law, and perhaps even marry them when necessary? But now, could he directly disclose this to the third empress? Especially after this, how would he face them? Observing Li Chun's hesitation, Qingshuang furrowed her brows, urgently asking, "Did they really leave you a message?" Looking at her, Li Chun finally nodded. What did they say? Qingshuang gazed at him, eager to know the answer. However, at that moment, Li Chun found himself unable to speak as he met her gaze. Qingshuang looked at him, her eyes filled with curiosity, desperately wanting to know. Just then, Li Chun hurriedly pointed at the pot. "Reduce the fire. It's about to burn." The third empress finally reacted, quickly adjusting the firewood. At that moment, the pot contained only a pale yellow residue, the seawater having evaporated entirely, leaving behind a coarse salt with many impurities. The third empress took a pinch of the salt and tasted it, shaking her head at Li Chun. Yes, this is the coarse salt used by fishermen, but the taste is not great. It will be difficult to promote this. Seeing that the third empress had successfully shifted her attention, Li Chun let out a long sigh of relief and faced Qingshuang. Yes, I understand, but this is merely the first step. There are several more steps to follow. With that, Li Chun approached the stove, scooping some ash and sprinkling it into the pot. Upon seeing his actions, the third empress gasped, her eyes wide in astonishment. After adding the ash, Li Chun poured in some water, stirring the mixture until it was uniform. He then tore a piece of cloth from his garment, cleaned it, and used it as a makeshift filter. He proceeded to filter the mixture of coarse salt and ash through the cloth before boiling the filtered water until it evaporated completely. After repeating this process, a layer of white crystals began to form at the bottom of the pot. Li Chun scooped the crystals from the pot and tasted a small amount with his fingertip. His eyes lit up with delight. It worked. The third empress, filled with curiosity, dipped her finger in the white crystals and tasted them. Moments later, her expression brightened, and she looked at Li Chun with astonishment. This salt tastes perfect, evidently superior to the salt we consume in the capital. My goodness, you actually succeeded. This is remarkable. The third empress gazed at Li Chun, showering him with praise, her eyes alight with admiration. At that moment, she appeared as an innocent girl before her idol, filled with admiration. In the following days, Li Chun spent time with the third empress, Qingshuang. Now that they had secured control over the maritime regions of Zhongyue and Ouyue, there were countless tasks to undertake. Besides the method of boiling salt, Li Chun also imparted the method of solar salt production to the third empress. Essentially, it involved dividing coastal areas into sections, utilizing sunlight to evaporate seawater, and then continuously refining the salt. This method was quite similar to boiling salt, with the significant advantage of not requiring specialized tools, allowing for large-scale production of salt at once. Soon, following Li Chun's method, San Huang Sa personally made an attempt, and before her eyes appeared the gleaming white salt. This brought her immense excitement, as the sense of accomplishment from personal involvement was unparalleled. More importantly, facing the vast ocean, which served as an inexhaustible source of salt, her costs were virtually non-existent. When she first introduced the refined salt to the market, it was no surprise that all of it was snatched up immediately, with the common folk singing its praises for its exquisite quality. This also greatly encouraged Qingshuang. I have come to realize that Mingyue is indeed a land of fortune. I regret not arriving here sooner. Just think, once I evaporate all this seawater, shall we not be the wealthiest of fiefdoms? At that moment, Qingshuang playfully smiled toward the sea, her joy palpable. Li Chun, observing San Huang saw, could only chuckle. The ocean could hardly be dried up, and when salt production increased, its value would inevitably decrease. Nevertheless, even then, sea salt would continue to bring Li Chun a steady stream of silver. Moreover, salt was just one aspect of Mingyue. Aside from salt, there were countless minerals, tea leaves, crystalline porcelain, and exquisite embroidery. When all these treasures were consolidated under his control, Mingyue would truly be regarded as a blessed land. At this moment, San Huang Sa seemed to have recalled something and suddenly addressed Li Chun. By the way, you haven't finished your earlier statement. What did your third brother instruct you to tell me? Li Chun, gazing at San Huang Sa, hesitated, caught between words. Ultimately, he replied, "There isn't much. My third brother simply asked me to take good care of you." San Huang Sa furrowed her brows at Li Chun, about to press for more details. However, she quickly remembered that Li Chun had used the word also. This implied that the instructions from the third prince were likely similar to those from the eldest prince. The atmosphere fell silent. Qingshuang gazed at Li Chun with mixed emotions, unsure of what to say. The sea breeze tousled her hair, framing her beautiful face, and she forgot to tidy it. At this moment, Li Chun looked at San Huang Sa, his mouth opening as if to speak, but ultimately he decided against it. In the following days, San Huang Sa remained tirelessly busy. She first selected the salt ponds, then recruited workers, offering competitive wages compared to local rates, which encouraged the people of Mingyue to participate wholeheartedly. Within just a few days, the salt production workshop was quickly established, and San Huang Sa, following Li Chun's salt-making steps, set a detailed process, assigning workers accordingly. Under this system, the speed and capacity of salt production multiplied several times. Furthermore, San Huang Sa's sales strategy opened Li Chun's eyes. She clearly positioned herself as a producer, wholesaling the refined salt to the local populace. Had he not been aware of her background, Li Chun might have thought she was from another era. This sales model mirrored that of the factories from his previous life. Li Chun increasingly admired San Huang Sa, silently giving her a thumbs up. Chapter 119. The next campaign against Beiyue. Meanwhile, the people of Zhongyue were filled with unease. At this point, 5 full days had passed since Li Chun spoke of the equitable distribution of land, yet no news of allocation had emerged. Panic spread among the populace, with whispers suggesting that during the allocation of Oyue, it was too impoverished, and now, Zhongyue being a prime location, the king of Mingyue was unwilling to part with it. Others claimed there had never been any intention to distribute land. Those were merely the imaginations of the people. Rumors circulated, and the people grew increasingly anxious about their future lives, worried whether they would fare well under the king of Mingyue. What? Has Zheng Jia not yet compiled these assets? Li Chun furrowed his brow. Zheng, the inspector, had been tirelessly gathering data for days. Zhongyue's area was over 4 times that of Oyu, and he was the only one handling it. Ying'er explained this to Li Chun, who nodded, deep in thought. With the area under management expanding, additional manpower was necessary for Zheng Jia. After all, many daily administrative issues within the fief required his attention. My lord, the plan is ready for your review. Finally, on the 6th day, Zheng Jia presented the allocation proposal to Li Chun. Zheng appeared significantly more haggard, especially noticeable around his eyes, yet his demeanor still radiated excitement. Truth be told, Zheng had initially underestimated Li Chun, perceiving him as impulsive and overly sharp. His intelligence was unquestionable, bordering on uncanny. Moreover, he treated the common folk with fairness and utmost care, devoid of the extravagance exhibited by other princes. He placed unwavering trust in himself and never set defenses. Most importantly, the results spoke volumes. He had accomplished what he had only dared to dream of for 5 years. Occasionally, he even audaciously compared Li Chun to the emperor, pondering whether the latter could achieve better results under similar conditions. Zheng Jia eagerly anticipated the day when Li Chun would unify the 7 Yu. Unifying Mingyue was his aspiration. Thus, Zheng devoted all his energy to the tasks assigned by Li Chun. Indeed, before long, Li Chun examined the proposal and nodded in approval. Zheng's reliability remained steadfast, This version of the plan adhered to the previous distribution rules, allocating land per capita and averaging out the good and poor plots. However, Li Qian noticed a deliberately left blank area and looked up at Zheng in confusion. Zheng explained, "My lord, this area is the remainder after the per capita allocation, currently capable of accommodating approximately 5,000 more people. I have an immature idea that I hope you will consider." Li Qian nodded thoughtfully. "Since we currently only control Ouyue and Zhongyue, our actual population is still insufficient. Given that we have surplus land, why not utilize these properties to attract other citizens from Beiwei?" Li Qian furrowed his brow, curious as to why only the people of Beiwei. Zheng patiently elucidated. "The people of Beiwei are descendants of King Gojian, who migrated here. Upon arriving in Minwei, the upper echelons of Beiwei retained their former royal decadence, failing to regard the common folk who accompanied them as their own citizens. As their wealth gradually dwindled, they began to exploit their subjects rather than nurture them. As for the southern region of Nanyu, its inhabitants predominantly belong to the Qiyu tribe, characterized by their distinctive shaved heads and tattoos. Their temperament tends to be extreme, and they exhibit a predilection for wild beasts, making it challenging for them to integrate with the common folk. Regarding the western region, due to religious beliefs, their ideologies are firmly confined within their own territory, rendering them temporarily inactive. In the case of Baiyu, it is largely a matriarchal society where the women have grown accustomed to independent living, leading to little change in their circumstances for the time being. In contrast, Yangyu has customs centered around corpse refining and controlling the dead, which most individuals find intolerable. Thus, our proposal primarily aims to attract the populace of Beiyu. This will not only serve to fragment the power of Beiyu, but also augment our own population. What does your highness think?" At this moment, as Zheng Zhihe finished speaking, Li Qian nodded in agreement. Zheng Zhihe's assertions were indeed astute. However, he had overlooked one crucial point. Beiyu controls the iron mines. And as Li Qian seeks to develop, iron is an indispensable resource. Consequently, Li Qian has resolved that the next target for conquest shall be Beiyu. Very well, let us implement this plan. Li Qian decisively approved the proposal. Upon receiving Li Qian's endorsement, Zheng Zhihe's expression brightened with exhilaration, and he promptly set about executing the plan. However, just as he was about to leave, Li Qian called him back. In response to Li Qian's concern, Zheng Zhihe shook his head, assuring him he was not fatigued. Li Qian smiled gently, and upon hearing his words, Zheng Zhihe's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Chapter 120. We of Bei you are not to be trifled with. Soon, as the proposal was announced, it caused an uproar among the citizens of Zhongyu. No one had anticipated that Li Qian would truly distribute the properties and lands previously occupied by the royal family of Zhongyu among them. Furthermore, this distribution included a portion of the shops that had long been under the control of the Zhongyu royal family. Now, not only were they granted houses and farmland without any tax burdens, but they also received shops. One could well imagine the remarkable improvement in their future circumstances. The Wang of Minyu is indeed a benevolent ruler. The Wang of Minyu is truly our benefactor. The arrival of the Wang of Minyu here is a blessing we have earned over several lifetimes. In a fervor of gratitude, the citizens of Baiyu expressed their heartfelt thanks to the Wang of Minyu. They finally understood why 5,000 citizens had risked their lives with fishing spears and hoes to save him upon learning of his arrival at the Zhongyu altar. It would be a calamity to lose such a benevolent ruler, who would then ensure their future happiness. Empathy led them to be ever more willing to support the Wang of Minyu. As the citizens settled into their allocated homes and received their shops and fertile land, another explosive piece of news emerged. In addition to their resettlement, Zhongyu still had approximately 5,000 households worth of properties and land remaining. Any citizens willing to move to Zhongyu would receive these properties and lands unconditionally, without any barriers to entry. The announcement of this news once again ignited widespread excitement, swiftly spreading across the land of Minyu. On one side, there were those being relentlessly exploited, while on the other, there were opportunities to seize control of their own destinies. It was an obvious choice. Are you truly offering free houses and land here? At that moment, Zheng Zhihe was busy when a young man, approximately 30 years of age, peered over at him, inquiring with great curiosity. Indeed, We are not only providing free houses and land, but also offering a certain amount of food assistance to those who have just relocated. If one does not wish to farm, they can work at the newly established saltworks and receive a monthly salary. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Are there any requirements? Is there a limit on the number of people? Zheng Zhihe shook his head, gazing at the young man with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course it is true. How many people do you have? How many can you bring? Can you bring all the citizens of Beiyu here? Zheng Zhihe then personally escorted the young man to the area designated for distribution. Upon seeing the fertile land that would soon belong to him, far surpassing the quality of his previous residence, the young man was instantly overwhelmed with joy, and that very night brought his family to their new home. With the first having arrived, naturally, more would follow. Soon, an increasing number of citizens from Beiyu fled to Zhongyu and settled down. However, this also caught the attention of the Beiyu royal family. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Beiyu royal family, the leader of Beiyu is seething with rage. How dare these commoners act in such a manner? We were the ones who rescued them from the fires of war. Yet they now betray us for a mere trifle offered by the enemy. This is utterly unforgivable. At that moment, a solemn-faced general spoke to the Beiyu leader. My lord, we have just learned that another batch of around 100 commoners has secretly fled toward Zhongyu. The influx of citizens into Zhongyu is increasing, and if we do not take action, our position will become extremely precarious. Moreover, the loyalty of the populace is wavering. Hearing this news, the Beiyu leader's expression darkened, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Now, send my orders. From this day forth, no one is allowed to leave the territory of Beiyu without my command. Not even a fly shall escape. Finally, demand the return of those commoners who rightfully belong to Beiyu from the Wang of Minyu. If the Wang of Minyu refuses, we shall consider it an act of war. Let him not think for a moment that I am unaware of his true nature. The only reason he was able to eradicate the Gua people was because they were caught off guard. The only reason he conquered Zhongyu was due to the internal strife among those foolish enough to be divided. Does he truly believe himself invincible? I, a descendant of the Yu kings, have never endured such humiliation. Soon, as the orders of the Beiyu leader were issued, the generals below swiftly set about their tasks. Chapter 121. This is the territory of the Wang of Minyu. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow, akin to a delicate veil draping over the land. Along the border, a group of around 100 citizens, laden with bundles, hurried towards Zhongyu. They were the people from Beiyu. Upon witnessing the housing and farmland offered by Zhongyu, they collectively resolved to head there. By this time, they had already traversed nearly 30 miles of mountainous terrain. Observing the anxious expressions and evident fatigue of the group, the young man who had previously consulted Zheng Zhihe rallied his fellow villagers. Do not fret, everyone. Just one more mile, and we shall reach the territory of Zhongyu, where we will be entirely safe. They have promised us free houses and land upon arrival, and if we do not wish to farm, we can work at the saltworks and receive a monthly salary. They treat us common folk exceedingly well. At this moment, an elderly man, around 50 years of age, addressed the young man. Young man, is it truly as you say? What kind of person is the Wang of Minyu? Why is he so benevolent towards us? I still cannot comprehend why the Wang of Minyu would freely distribute houses and land to us. Would it not be better to sell them? Or perhaps charge rent each month? The young man chuckled in response. It is about vision and generosity. The Wang of Minyu must be above such trivial matters. I cannot speak to the character of the Wang of Minyu, but I do know that the citizens here have all received houses, farmland, and shops. They all praise the Wang of Minyu as the best ruler in the world. Regardless of the circumstances, in terms of public perception, he far surpasses our despicable Beiyu leader. Unlike that wretched offspring, we placed our trust in him and followed him here, yet they regard us as less than human, subjecting us not only to endless servitude, but also demanding taxes with open eyes and donations with closed ones, insatiable in their greed. It is no wonder they produced a son without an anus. As the young man concluded his remarks, laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, the distant lights of Zhongyu became visible, igniting their imaginations of a brighter future. The steps of the people grew lighter with each passing moment. However, just as they were only a few dozen paces from the Zhongyue border, a sudden clamor of hooves and shouts arose behind them. Turning to look, they discerned the silhouette of 100 horsemen hastily approaching. The expressions of the townsfolk shifted dramatically. "Quickly, we must flee. Those scoundrels are pursuing us. Run." The young man's expression tightened as he hurriedly led the crowd forward. Yet how could human legs outrun horses, especially burdened with supplies? In a mere moment, the townsfolk found themselves encircled. The commanding officer bellowed, "You dare to leave your territory without permission. You shall be treated as traitors." With that, he unsheathed his sword, the blade glinting coldly under the moonlight. The townsfolk's faces turned pale as they gazed at the officer, while the young man stepped protectively in front of them. "On what grounds do you intend to kill us? What treachery have we committed? This is the Southern Dynasty, and this land belongs to the Mingyue king. We have merely departed from Beiyue, seeking a better life. What crime is there in that?" The officer's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated these commoners would dare to argue, to defend themselves. In his mind, there was no Southern Dynasty, no Mingyue. Only the leader of Beiyue mattered. And whatever he decreed was law. He had no desire to waste words with the rabble. "Leaving Beiyue is a crime," he shouted. "Seize them." As the soldiers prepared to advance, chaos erupted among the townsfolk. Just then, a new sound of hooves approached from the distance. The crowd turned to see a troop rushing in from the direction of Zhongyue. Clad in heavy, jet-black armor, they were shrouded in darkness. As they drew nearer, their oppressive presence became palpable in the moonlight. Chapter 122, In 10 Breaths, Retreat. At this moment, the black cavalry was merely 50 meters from the Beiyue horsemen. Even at this distance, they exuded a formidable pressure. As the black cavalry parted, a pathway opened, revealing Ying'er, armored and riding forth. She faced the opposing Beiyue cavalry with a cold inquiry. "Who are you? What is your intent in the dead of night?" Upon realizing the opposing commander was a woman, the Beiyue officer felt a twinge of disdain. "These peasants have fled Beiyue and committed treason. In the name of our leader, they shall be executed on the spot. Additionally, many of our lowly folk have escaped to Zhongyue. I demand you hand them over immediately." Hearing the officer's words, Ying'er let out a mocking laugh. "It seems your leader holds himself in far too high regard. The movement of the people is their own freedom. How can you unilaterally decree their fates? Otherwise, we shall have no mercy." As she spoke, the officer's countenance grew icy. From childhood, he had never endured such humiliation. This young woman dared to speak so boldly. He glared at Ying'er, his expression darkening. From the outset, he had felt the weight of her presence bearing down upon him. And now her audacity only intensified his discomfort. Glancing at the 50 black cavalry behind her, he rapidly calculated his chances of victory. He had 100 men, while the enemy had only 50. If his 100 were driven away by just 50, how could he ever hold his head high again? In a flash, the young officer made his final decision. He would engage the black cavalry. Meanwhile, Ying'er regarded the young officer with a shake of her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. She raised her right hand and commanded, "All black cavalry, prepare. Charge!" At her command, the 50 black cavalry surged forward toward the Beiyue horsemen. The young officer spurred his horse toward Ying'er, and soon the two forces clashed. The sound of their spears meeting echoed in the night. The young officer felt a jolt shoot through his arm, while Ying'er seemed unperturbed. A sense of dread washed over him. He had perhaps underestimated her. As they exchanged blows, the pressure mounted on the young officer. This woman fought with a ferocity that was relentless. Her spear danced like a silver serpent, striking from every angle. With another resounding clash, their weapons collided once more, and this time he was violently dislodged from his horse. Falling from his steed usually meant certain death. Panic surged within him as he scrambled to remount. But Ying'er offered him no reprieve. Just as he attempted to climb back onto his horse, her spear pressed menacingly against his throat. In that moment, the young officer's expression froze in disbelief. He had never expected to fall so swiftly. Chapter 123, A Masterful Use of a Knife to Kill. "You cannot kill me," the officer protested, facing Ying'er. "Why can't I?" she retorted, her face a mask of derision. "I am the nephew of the Beiyue leader, and our 40,000 elite soldiers are far beyond what the rabble of Zhongyue can muster. If you kill me, our leader will surely seek vengeance. Ying'er regarded the young officer with a cold smile and shook her head. 40,000 elite soldiers, you say? I hardly consider that substantial. I look forward to your leader's vengeance. As her words resonated, she thrust her spear forward, piercing the young officer's neck. His eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend that Ying'er had truly slain him. Meanwhile, the battle involving the remaining black cavalry was drawing to a close. Hundreds of Baiyue cavalrymen lay defeated beneath the blades of the black cavalry. The entire skirmish had taken less than a quarter of an hour. Victory, Ying'er proclaimed. Raising her spear high, the black cavalry echoed her cry, raising their weapons in unison. Victory! Soon after, Ying'er escorted the townsfolk into the city, where the magistrate Zheng Jihe arranged for their accommodations. The people of Baiyue, having endured prolonged hardship, gazed in disbelief at the well-maintained properties and fields before them. Is this truly a place for us to reside? Is this genuinely free of charge? Meanwhile, the leader of Baiyue swiftly learned of the events transpiring at the border. At this moment, he was consumed by an uncontrollable rage. He could not fathom that Li Qin's men would so brazenly disregard the boundary agreements and dare to lay hands on his people. Not only had they slaughtered hundreds of his cavalry, but they had also killed his own nephew. Was this not akin to ruthlessly trampling his dignity into the dirt? How could he ever govern the people of Baiyue after this? How could he maintain any semblance of authority? The king of Minyu has gone too far. I must not rest until he is vanquished. In his fury, the leader of Baiyue was ready to mobilize his troops to retaliate against Li Qin. Just as he was about to rise, an elderly advisor beside him urged him to reconsider. This elder had served the royal family of Baiyue for many years, playing a role akin to that of a military strategist. Your Majesty need not be so hasty. What is required now is calmness. The leader of Baiyue, however, was still seething with rage. In such dire circumstances, how could he remain composed? Why do you consistently bolster others' ambitions while diminishing our own? No matter how formidable the king of Minyu may be, can he truly contend with my 40,000 elite soldiers? The strategist shook his head, earnestly imploring the Baiyue leader. Your Majesty must comprehend that sometimes sheer numbers do not dictate the outcome of a battle. The conflict with Zhongyu serves as a clear example. Furthermore, upon careful consideration of these events, I suspect that the king of Minyu has ulterior motives. He is likely attempting to provoke us into action. Should you indeed mobilize, it may very well play into his hands. The leader of Baiyue's expression suddenly shifted in astonishment. What do you mean by that? The strategist explained. Your Majesty should realize that our purpose for coming to Baiyue is not merely due to its rich lands and abundant resources, but also because its treacherous terrain is easily defensible. A small force can effectively secure all of Baiyue. Over the years, our soldiers have become accustomed to mountain warfare, granting us an advantage in the rugged landscape, while the king of Minyu's strength lies in open plains, particularly with his 3,000 heavy cavalry, who are nearly invincible in such terrain. If we hold our ground in the mountains, the king of Minyu would not dare to assault us. As the elder spoke, the leader of Baiyue furrowed his brow in contemplation, acknowledging the strategist's wisdom. Yet, the bitterness of his indignation remained unassuaged. What then? Should we simply do nothing? How will others perceive me? The strategist shook his head, addressing the Baiyue leader. First, your Majesty must understand that the king of Minyu harbors grand ambitions. He will not be satisfied with merely swallowing Oyu and Zhongyu. His ultimate aim is to unify all of Minyu. Thus, he has inadvertently become our common enemy across all 5 Yus. Why not rally the strength of all 5 Yus, unite in purpose, and collectively oppose the king of Minyu? No matter how powerful he may be, he cannot contend with the combined might of all 5 Yus. Can he? More importantly, this strategy would allow us to preserve our strength. As the strategist spoke, a glimmer of realization shone in the leader of Baiyue's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. Using another's blade to slay. This is indeed a brilliant idea. The king of Minyu is not just our adversary in Baiyue. Why should we take the lead in this conflict? Once they have battered each other, we may well reap the benefits from the sidelines. I shall arrange for lavish gifts to be sent to the other 4 Yus, striving to unite all 5 Yus in confronting the king of Minyu. Chapter 124. Our village is one of belief. Shortly after the leader of Bei Yu dispatched his grand gifts, Nan Yu and the Qiyu tribe dismissed Bei Yu's overtures with disdain, casting aside the offerings before the Bei Yu envoy. They boldly proclaimed, "We of Nan Yu disdain alliances with anyone. What is the Bei Yu leader to us? What is the king of Minyu? In this vast world, we, the Qiyu tribe, stand supreme. Though our numbers are merely 30,000, we can summon the wolves and invite the tigers to battle alongside us. These are the most loyal allies, far more reliable than mere humans. Begone, and do not disturb our peaceful existence." Observing the formidable and burly leader of Nan Yu, the Bei Yu envoy suppressed his rising anger and silently exited with his gifts in hand. As for Yang Yu, they displayed their cunning by first accepting Bei Yu's gifts, only to ultimately reject them. As a clan of corpse refiners and controllers, they remained unmoved by Bei Yu's goodwill. They unabashedly expressed their intentions, stating, "Why should we be involved in your conflicts? Do you not realize that the more deaths there are, the more delighted we become? When you are locked in a deadly struggle, that will be the moment we of Yang Yu ascend to power. At that time, your fathers will become our soldiers. Your mothers will become our soldiers, and you, along with your sons and daughters, will all be our soldiers. And what of the king of Minyu? He will become just another corpse, a remarkable achievement for us." Upon concluding, the leader of Yang Yu cast a sinister gaze at the Bei Yu envoy, as if contemplating their transformation into corpses. The chilling aura emanating from him left the envoy feeling uneasy and desperate to escape without uttering another word. In contrast, Bei Yu displayed a flicker of interest towards Bei Yu's overtures, but the saintess swiftly dissuaded the Holy Mother. "Mother, you must understand that our Bei Yu has the smallest population among the various Yus and the weakest combat strength. Our joining Bei Yu would not significantly impact them. Moreover, if the Bei Yu leader is confident in defeating the king of Minyu, why would he seek our alliance? There must be something amiss." The Holy Mother, upon hearing the saintess's words, narrowed her eyes in contemplation. After years of navigating treachery, they had learned to be cautious. Eventually, she conveyed to the Bei Yu envoy, "As for this war, Bei Yu will not take any stance. However, we shall not oppose any power. We hope the Bei Yu leader will consider this carefully. Due to their secluded nature, their village had long been impoverished, relying on the whims of nature for survival. The gifts from the royal family of Bei Yu were a timely relief for their pressing needs. Yet, the appetite of Shi Yu was evidently greater than Bei Yu had anticipated, as their leader presented new demands to the envoy. "You must know that our village is one of belief, thus we do not easily forge alliances. If you wish to demonstrate sincerity, we currently lack 50,000 jin of grain and 30,000 taels of silver. Once you provide these, we shall undoubtedly become your most loyal allies." At this moment, the leader of Bei Yu was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Resisting the king of Min Yu was clearly a shared endeavor among the 5 Yus. It seemed to fall solely upon his shoulders, especially with Shi Yu, who resembled a starving dog, eager to bite anyone in sight. What does it mean to demonstrate sincerity in forming an alliance? Must sincerity entail giving away 50,000 jin of grain and 30,000 taels of silver without cause? Truly, they had deluded themselves into thinking they were of great significance. Cursed be the feudal beliefs. Inform the people of Shi Yu to roll away as far as they can. At this moment, the leader of Bei Yu was consumed by fury. Meanwhile, the strategist shook his head in response to the leader's anger. "It is a good thing that Shi Yu has put forth their demands. Why should the king not indulge them? Those with needs are often the easiest to control, and we are in dire need of capable individuals at this time. Perhaps granting them a slight favor would prompt them to act as our vanguard. Should they manage to deal with the king of Minyu, that would be splendid. Yet even if they fail, merely consuming some of Minyu's strength would suffice." After pondering the strategist's suggestion for a moment, the leader of Bei Yu ultimately concurred. After ordering the requested items to be handed over to Shi Yu, he also made a demand. They must act against the king of Minyu swiftly. In the Minyu government office, Li Chun, Mu Ying'er, Mu Rongxian, Yu Qingshuang, Zhang Weiguo, and Zheng Ji he gathered together for the first time to convene a meeting. The purpose of this gathering was to inquire about their perspectives on the military strength of Bei Yu. If we were to engage in battle with Bei Yu, what would be our chances of victory? Mu Ying'er furrowed her brow and shared her thoughts with Li Chun. Just days ago, we clashed with Beiyu soldiers. They were no match for our Heiji warriors, not only due to their inferior strength, but also because we possessed a significant advantage in terrain. Beiyu's foundation is undoubtedly substantial, as they are descendants of the legendary king Gojian. They have thrived in the mountains and forests for decades, and are more adept at forest warfare. Moreover, should we attempt to force an assault in the mountains, the Heiji would not hold a significant advantage. As Mu Ying'er spoke, Li Chun nodded in agreement. His views were largely aligned with hers. Zheng Zhihe, also looking at Li Chun, furrowed his brow and expressed his opinion. I concur with Miss Mu's assessment. Aside from the southern Yu barbarians, Beiyu's overall combat capability should surpass that of Zhongyu. Furthermore, Beiyu's internal cohesion is relatively strong, making it difficult for us to find significant weaknesses as we did with Zhongyu. This implies that to conquer Beiyu, we must rely solely on military strength and confront them head-on. After Zheng Zhihe's remarks, Li Chun nodded in acknowledgement. The prior victory over Zhongyu indeed had a significant element of luck. Yet now, Beiyu has not revealed any substantial vulnerabilities. Thus, there are limited strategic options available. Li Chun then sought the opinions of the others present. The sentiments of the remaining attendees were similar to those of the first two speakers. Even Zhang Weiguo, known for his cautious nature, expressed his concerns. My lord, while the Heiji fear no adversary in open plains, their advantage diminishes in mountainous terrain. Moreover, Beiyu possesses an elite force of 40,000 troops, incomparable to the 50,000 bandits we faced in the outskirts of the capital. Nevertheless, the Heiji will unfailingly obey your commands. Should you order them to act immediately, they would do so without hesitation. Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's words, Li Chun nodded. He understood the unwavering loyalty of the Heiji. However, valor and loyalty alone cannot resolve every challenge on the battlefield. At this moment, all eyes turned to Li Chun, who slowly unfolded a sketch he had drawn on the table. I intend to reorganize a special infantry unit specifically tailored for combat in complex terrains, not only to confront Beiyu, but also to be of use against the southern Yu in the future. As Li Chun spoke, the gaze of the assembly fixated on the sketch before them. The illustration depicted a soldier clad in 3 layers of armor, donning a steel helmet, wielding a long spear in one hand and a shield in the other. A bow and crossbow hung from his left hip, while a machete was secured at his right. An arrow quiver was strapped to his back, and even a dagger was tucked into his boots. He was truly armed to the teeth. In fact, Li Chun's concept for this special infantry was inspired by the Wei Wu battalion of the spring and autumn period, with modifications tailored to suit contemporary needs. Historical records indicate that the Wei Wu battalion fought in 72 significant battles, emerging victorious in 64, with the remaining 8 ending in stalemate. Their most remarkable achievement was the Battle of Ying'er, where the Wei Wu battalion, numbering 50,000, with 100 chariots and 3,000 cavalry, defeated an astounding force of 500,000 from the Qin state, solidifying their unparalleled status in military history. As Li Chun's sketch was presented, the assembly was left in awe. Words such as imposing, majestic, and invincible flooded their minds. Mu Ying'er and Zhang Weiguo gazed at the drawing with fervent admiration. Coming from military backgrounds, they recognized its exceptional potential. The mere sight of such an arsenal combined in one unit hinted at immense combat prowess. They marveled at the thought of assembling such a force, envisioning it as an invincible entity. Even a Heiji would have no guarantee of victory against such a battalion. In agreement, Zhang Weiguo nodded vigorously at the sketch. With this unit, they would indeed have no fear of either the southern barbarians or Beiyu. Mu Ying'er lingered on the illustration, captivated by its design. Meanwhile, Mu Rongxian scoffed, expressing her indifference. She held little interest in the complexities of warfare and soldier armament. She would prefer to employ poisons. Of course, concocting toxins could be troublesome, with dire consequences for any miscalculations, but it was undeniably the simplest and most efficient method. Qingshuang cast a wistful glance at Li Chun. This endeavor is likely to require a considerable amount of funds, isn't it? Li Chun smiled at her. Indeed, Sister San Huang, your observation is astute. Equipping a single soldier will cost at least 200 taels. He then raised a finger to emphasize his point. This is only for one person. To form a battalion, we would need at least 1,000 men to establish basic combat capability. Upon hearing Li Qin's words, a collective gasp echoed in the room. The cost of outfitting one soldier at 200 taels would amount to 20,000 taels for 1,000 soldiers. Qingshuang fixed a penetrating gaze on Li Qin, her expression filled with concern. Is he truly counting the costs, as if it were mere ledger? They had a total fortune of only 20,000 taels. It seemed that to keep pace with Li Qin's terrifying expenditures, they would need to work even harder to earn more. Zheng Ji, he then posed a crucial question. My lord, have you considered where we would recruit the personnel for this unit? At his inquiry, a heavy silence fell upon the group. While the sketch was complete, and the funds for equipping the soldiers were available, the question of sourcing the personnel remained. Would they recruit locally? Currently, Li Qin controlled only Zhongyu and Oyu. It seemed unlikely that these two regions could supply sufficient manpower for such a battalion. Moreover, more importantly, forming this special unit would necessitate training. Given the standards for equipping such a force, it would likely take years to mature. Yet, with Beiyu poised to strike, how could they afford such a luxury of training time? At this moment, Zhang Weigua tentatively addressed Li Qin, proposing, Your Highness, why not allow the Heiqi to directly transform into this special forces unit? Firstly, the brothers of Heiqi are our own people and are familiar with Your Highness's style. Secondly, the brothers of Heiqi already possess a solid foundation, making training relatively straightforward. Upon Zhang Weigua's suggestion, Li Qin shook his head in disapproval. No, the Heiqi excels in cavalry tactics, and their mindset is predominantly aligned with cavalry combat methods. The operational approach of this special forces unit significantly diverges from that of the Heiqi. Furthermore, the Heiqi has been painstakingly trained and will have immense utility in the future. We cannot afford to dismantle it for the sake of forming this new unit. As Li Qin spoke, the others furrowed their brows in concern. If this option is not viable, what then shall we do to establish the special forces unit? At this juncture, Ying'er, after a moment of silence, interjected to assemble such a unit. The optimal approach would be to seek individuals with battlefield experience who do not possess rigid mindsets. When my father commanded the military, he discovered a group of talented soldiers. However, after his passing and the cessation of conflict, some left the military, while others, feeling disheartened by the stagnation of their promotions, became disillusioned. I wonder if we could recruit them to form this so-called special forces unit. Following Ying'er's suggestion, Li Qin's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Indeed, that would be splendid. Firstly, they possess ample combat experience and could develop combat readiness in the shortest time possible. Secondly, those who have garnered the attention of the Duke of Jinghua are undoubtedly skilled and trustworthy. Chapter 127. Oh no, there are snakes. A multitude of snakes. With Ying'er's words, Zhang Weigua smacked his forehead in realization. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten that? After the decisive battle against the 50,000 mountain bandits, especially when Your Highness tripled our salaries, my old friends were positively envious. Many have reached out to me, eager to join our ranks. They have been waiting for their military pay for half a year and are desperate for a change of scenery. Now, if Your Highness requires personnel, it is the perfect opportunity to contact them. Upon Zhang Weigua's remarks, Li Qin smiled. This is fortuitous. I am indeed in need of capable individuals. For those who possess talent, I shall welcome them all. Their salaries will match those of the Heiqi, tripled from their original compensation. Hearing this, Zhang Weigua felt invigorated. Your Highness's greatest trait is your generosity. Especially when it comes to finances, you are exceedingly magnanimous. At the mention of monetary matters, Qingshuang cast a lingering glance at Li Qin. Currently, we have already exhausted 200,000 taels in assembling this unit. How will we manage to fund the new recruits with salaries tripled? Shall we sell salt? We have only just begun and have yet to establish any production. Coincidentally, Li Qin turned his gaze toward Qingshuang and smiled. Sister-in-law, the issue of personnel has been resolved. As for the matter of equipment, I may require your assistance in organizing it. I will provide you with a detailed list shortly. Some raw materials can be procured externally, but due to weaponry regulations, we may need to trouble you to recruit a batch of craftsmen to expedite production. Faced with Li Qin's request, Qingshuang felt somewhat helpless. This clearly adds more tasks to my plate. I still have a multitude of matters to attend to. What can be done? What can be done? Who told me to indulge him? Who allowed my master to be so ambitious? She had no choice but to satisfy his every demand. After resolving the logistical matters, Li Chun turned to Ying'er. Elder sister-in-law, you shall oversee the formation of the Special Forces Unit, particularly regarding the careful selection of personnel. Li Chun's intent was clear. The unit must remain pure, free from the infiltration of the Fourth Prince or the Chancellor's people, and certainly not tainted by those of the Nanzhao Emperor. Mu Ying'er nodded in agreement. Very well, I will ensure everything is in order. Within a month, all personnel will be in place. At the latest, within 3 months, I will present you with the initial formation of your special infantry. Hearing Mu Ying'er's assurance, Li Chun nodded contentedly, feeling completely at ease. The personnel would be managed by the elder sister-in-law and the equipment by the third sister-in-law. He merely needed to stand behind them and enjoy the fruits of their labor. As night fell, just as Li Chun contemplated sharing a jest with them, a peculiar rustling sound caught his attention. It was an odd sensation, unlike anything he had heard before, as if something was sliding. The noise grew increasingly closer, accompanied by an inexplicable, foul odor that permeated the air. The second sister-in-law sensed the anomaly and abruptly rose from her seat. Her previously languid demeanor now transformed into one of icy vigilance. Her eyes glinted with an ominous light. Oh no, there are snakes. A large number of snakes. As the second sister-in-law spoke, the dim light revealed elongated forms on the windowsill, completely covering the window. Simultaneously, strange noises emanated from the door, and the group turned to see a swarm of snakes slithering through the crevice. To make matters worse, a creaking sound resonated from above, as if the ceiling could no longer bear the weight, and a section suddenly collapsed. Countless snakes cascaded down from the opening, entangling one another as they emerged, their elongated, crimson tongues flickering ominously at the gathered individuals. Just then, a snake fell onto Qingshuang's shoulder, causing her to go limp with terror. Screaming as she leaped into Li Chun's embrace, her arms tightly clutching his neck, burying her face in his chest, too frightened to open her eyes. Chapter 128. These snakes must be under some form of manipulation. Soon, the room was inundated with a multitude of snakes, their sheer numbers causing a tingling sensation on the scalp. Many bore triangular heads, their appearances grotesque and menacing, with brightly colored scales that were undoubtedly venomous. As the snakes glared at the group with malevolent eyes and flicked their tongues, they prepared to attack. At that moment, Murong Xian acted swiftly, sending silver needles flying, which struck down the snakes before them. However, this did little to alleviate the situation. The sheer volume of snakes remained overwhelming, and they continued to surge forward relentlessly. The snakes exhibited a frenzied demeanor, encircling the group, their red eyes glaring, bodies coiling, and heads poised to strike. Murong Xian, acting again, unleashed a barrage of silver needles, pushing back the snakes momentarily. Yet, the problem remained unsolved. The quantity was simply too vast. Compounding the issue was the fact that, amidst their political discussions, the group had left their weapons on the armory racks in the outer room. Glancing at Murong Xian, Li Chun instructed, ensure their safety. With that, Mu Ying'er swept away the mass of snakes before her, and, seizing the opportunity, leaped a distance of 3 meters to escape. The ground on the other side had also been occupied by serpents. As Mu Ying'er descended from the sky, the snakes beneath her extended their scarlet tongues, their gaping mouths awaiting her landing. However, Mu Ying'er did not grant them the opportunity. Just as she was about to touch down, she deftly stepped onto a serpent's head, leveraging the force to propel herself towards the weapon rack. After several swift ascents and descents, she arrived at the weapon rack, swiftly grasping her red tassel spear. Upon securing the spear, a profound sense of safety enveloped her. Observing the multitude of serpents encircling her, Mu Ying'er gripped the spear tightly and executed a sweeping strike, sending the nearby serpents flying backward. After clearing a space, she wasted no time in tossing the weapons from the rack to Zhang Weigua and others inside the room. As the crowd received the weapons, the tide of battle swiftly turned in their favor. Zhang Weigua swung his machete with great force, unleashing a fierce gust that cleaved the attacking serpents in two. With a single stroke, the effect was remarkable. Zhang Weiguo followed up with another sweep, annihilating the remaining serpents. After receiving a long sword from Ying'er, Mu Rongxian felt a surge of relief, skillfully wielding the sword to dispatch the serpents before her. Meanwhile, the historian Zheng appeared flustered. Though fearful, he brandished a stick, continually striking at the serpents before him. As the battle raged on, the ground was littered with serpent carcasses and remnants. However, soon they noticed something amiss. Logically, the influx of serpents should have been eradicated by now. Yet the room remained teeming with them, seemingly endless. The serpent's crimson eyes glowed with frenzied agitation. This was peculiar. The sudden emergence of so many serpents must be the result of human manipulation. The revelation startled everyone. Who could control such a multitude of serpents? And what was their intention in infiltrating the Minuet government office? If the puppet master behind the serpents was not eliminated, their numbers would only increase. Moreover, given the humid climate of Minuet, it was conducive to the serpents' proliferation. Even if they exhausted their strength, it was unlikely they could eradicate all the serpents. At this moment, Mu Rongxian turned to Mu Ying'er and instructed her to protect the others while she ventured out to investigate. Mu Ying'er nodded and positioned herself in front of Li Chun. Mu Rongxian, clad in her flowing gown and wielding the long sword, swiftly departed from the hall. Chapter 129. Discovering the Serpent Controller's trail as Mu Rongxian exited the government office. She leaped onto the rooftop. Bathed in moonlight, her expression shifted as she realized the entire area was engulfed in a tide of serpents, at least hundreds of thousands. Streets and alleys, even the fields, were choked with serpents racing toward the Minuet government office. Moreover, the serpents grew larger and more ferocious as they surged. When confronted by smaller serpents blocking her path, the larger ones would simply bite through and advance at full speed. What was happening? Why were there so many serpents? Who was controlling them? Just then, Mu Rongxian's ears perked up. Atop the roof, she detected a faint hissing sound. It resembled the sound of a flute, capable of mimicking serpent calls and controlling their behavior. This sound was initially difficult to discern amidst the cacophony of the serpent tide. Previously, in Yaowang Valley, Mu Rongxian had used a flute to command serpents, so she recognized the technique clearly. Yet, when she looked up beneath the night sky, she could not spot the figure of the serpent controller. Mu Rongxian furrowed her brow, forcing herself to remain calm. After listening intently for a while, she finally pinpointed the source. Taking a deep breath, she dashed toward the direction of the flute sound. Approximately 500 meters away, illuminated by moonlight, she spotted two figures clad in black robes, concealed on a small hillside. "Who are you?" Mu Rongxian shouted, and she surged forward once more. At her call, the figures were taken aback, the flute's melody abruptly ceasing. Clearly, they had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Exchanging glances, one resumed playing the flute to maintain control over the serpents swarming Minuet, while the other shifted direction, employing a different tune to command the serpents to attack the advancing Mu Rongxian. As the confrontation escalated, the serpents grew noticeably larger and more intelligent. During Mu Rongxian's swift maneuvers, some serpents leaped to assault her. She maintained her speed, wielding her long sword to cleave through the serpents obstructing her path. Hastening toward the two figures in black, the distance between them dwindled to a mere 100 meters. The controllers, witnessing her rapid approach, grew increasingly frantic, their flute playing becoming more frantic. At that moment, Mu Rongxian removed a hairpin from her head and hurled it toward them. The sound of the flute abruptly stopped. One of the black-clad figures clutched his shoulder, letting out a pained cry. The other, witnessing his comrade's injury, paled in shock. As Mu Rongxian drew closer, the distance shrank to 50 meters. Realizing the serpents they commanded could no longer impede her, he turned and fled without hesitation. Yet, Mu Rongxian was not about to allow him to escape. Drawing a breath, she pursued him relentlessly. Within moments, she was upon him, her long sword whirling in a graceful flourish before she struck him down. With her sword pointed coldly at the black-robed figure, she demanded, "Who are you, and who sent you?" The figure, realizing escape was impossible, bore a resolute expression. He seemed to swallow something, and before Mu Rongxian could react, Black blood trickled from his mouth, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With the death of the serpent controller, the serpents on the ground suddenly calmed, curiously peeking around. Chapter 130. I intend to personally venture to see ya. Only the area surrounding the Mingyue government office was plagued by serpents. Elsewhere remained safe. The assailants evidently targeted them deliberately. Murong Xian recounted the earlier events to the others. As they pondered the situation, Zhang Jihe approached the two black-robed figures, bending down to inspect them. As he pulled back their cloaks, he uttered a quiet exclamation of recognition. "What? Do you recognize who they are?" Ying'er inquired. Zhang Jihe nodded, stating, "It is nearly certain." He pointed to the figure's forehead and turned to face Li Chun. "Wang Ye, please observe. This individual bears a line of fine wrinkles on their forehead, approximately an inch in length, which resembles the markings of a serpent. Among the 7 Yu, only Shi Yu is known to have the serpent as its totem. Furthermore, it is only the people of Shi Yu who have a penchant for serpent keeping, enabling them to control such a multitude of snakes." However, Zhang Jihe hesitated, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Li Chun faced Zhang Jihe, pondering, "What is it?" At this moment, Zhang Jihe shook his head in response to Li Chun. "Wang Ye, I find this quite peculiar. Having spent many years in Minyu, I am aware that the people of Shi Yu possess their own beliefs and lifestyles, seldom engaging with outsiders, and would never proactively seek enmity. Moreover, we have not deliberately targeted Shi Yu, nor do they have any reason to attack us. Yet, they have suddenly unleashed a multitude of snakes upon us. This is truly illogical." As Zhang Jihe finished speaking, Zhang Weiguo suddenly donned an expression of fury. Regardless of any rationale, their audacity to manipulate so many snakes and launch an assault upon us is tantamount to declaring war. Since the people of Shi Yu dare to provoke us, they shall not be spared. Wang Ye, allow me to lead a contingent to quell their stronghold immediately. However, upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's words, Li Chun furrowed his brow and gestured for him to calm his agitation. Some relations remain unclear, and a rash move may only exacerbate the chaos. At this moment, Ying'er, who had been silent, suddenly realized something, her eyes brightening. The abrupt aggression from Shi Yu indeed seems irrational, yet what if they have been incited by Beiyu? We have now established an antagonistic relationship with Beiyu, and given their proximity to Shi Yu, if Beiyu were to entice Shi Yu with substantial rewards, could this not explain their actions? As Ying'er concluded her thoughts, a flicker of understanding appeared in the eyes of the others. Even Li Chun nodded in agreement. Ying'er's reasoning holds merit. Presently, Beiyu feels the pressure and is evidently seeking to unite all possible forces to suppress Li Chun. Thus, it is apparent they are using Shi Yu as a vanguard. Zhang Jihe gazed at Li Chun, his eyes flickering with contemplation, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Everyone knows that the people of Shi Yu are impoverished, and their overall strength is lacking. Yet, no one anticipated they would be so foolish as to be manipulated by Beiyu. By provoking Li Chun, do they not risk annihilation? The last group to anger Li Chun, the Goa people, have yet to see their graves overgrown with grass. And now Shi Yu dares to instigate trouble. Just as Li Chun was about to make a decision, Zhang Jihe finally spoke. "Wang Ye, I believe Shi Yu is merely being temporarily exploited, and it may not be necessary to resort to arms. The citizens of Shi Yu lead exceedingly arduous lives, and their stronghold lacks any economic pillars to sustain development. We are currently in a phase of growth and in need of manpower. If we could offer Shi Yu some supportive conditions, their people joining us would be a fortunate turn of events." With Zhang Jihe's words, Li Chun appeared pensive and nodded in agreement. There is indeed some truth in Zhang Jihe's assertion. If given a choice, I would prefer to avoid conflict. After all, this is my fiefdom, not enemy territory. Engaging in violence would only deplete the resources of my own land. After a brief moment of reflection, Li Chun reached a decision and addressed the assembly. "I intend to journey to Shi Yu tomorrow to personally discuss matters with their leader." At this pronouncement, the crowd was taken aback. Having just endured a serpent invasion, they had expended considerable effort to manage the situation. If Li Chun were to proactively venture into Shi Yu, what if he were to fall into their hands? Ying'er, glancing at Li Chun, exhibited a hint of anxiety. "I cannot agree. This is far too perilous." Zhang Weiguo also confronted Li Chun. Wang Ye, this is indeed a reckless undertaking. If issues arise, we can handle them directly. Why must you place yourself in such danger? As Mu Ying'er and Zhang Weiguo expressed their concerns, even Murong Xian and Qingshuang regarded Li Chun with expressions of worry. However, Li Chun shook his head in response. I have been appointed the Wang of Minyu. This is my domain. If I do not dare to confront even a humble Shi Yu, would I not become a subject of ridicule? Furthermore, do we not hear that Shi Yu is deeply rooted in its beliefs? I am eager to witness the nature of their faith. Moreover, should negotiations fail, the more we understand Shi Yu, the greater our chances of success in any future conflicts. With Li Chun's declaration, the assembly found themselves unable to counter his reasoning, though their faces remained etched with concern over his impending visit to Shi Yu. Soon, at dawn the following day, Li Chun prepared for departure, having informed Shi Yu of his impending arrival. Accompanying him were 3 royal sisters, Zhang Weiguo and Governor Zheng Jihe, alongside 100 elite black cavalry as guards, a necessity insisted upon by Mu Ying'er. The remaining black cavalry were stationed at the borders of Shi Yu, ready to mobilize at the slightest sign of trouble. The leader of Shi Yu was taken aback by Li Chun's unexpected visit. Initially, he surmised Li Chun had come to demand accountability for the previous day's events, yet it appeared that Li Chun's intentions were not so straightforward. Not only did he arrive with a modest retinue, but he also bore a gift for the leader, further surprising him. Nevertheless, in order to gauge Li Chun's intentions, the leader of Shi Yu chose not to refuse and ordered for Li Chun to be escorted inside. Naturally, much preparation had to be undertaken prior to Li Chun's entrance. Upon entering the territory of Shi Yu, a palpable sense of foreboding enveloped the atmosphere, the air thick with a foul odor. Red cloth adorned nearly every visible surface, and shrines dedicated to a deity with a human head and serpent body were situated every mile. The branches of trees were festooned with serpent skins, and the underbrush rustled with the sounds of snakes. A few serpents were even observed entwined above them, flicking their tongues in cold disdain. Women are inherently sensitive to serpents and similar creatures. One of the royal sisters, Qingshuang, was so petrified that her scalp tingled. She clutched Li Chun's back tightly, trembling and closing her eyes as she moved forward. The eldest royal sister, Mu Ying'er, was not in a much better state, as the sheer number of snakes before her sent shivers down her spine. Conversely, the second royal sister, Murong Xian, displayed little outward reaction to the serpents, her vigilant gaze scanning their surroundings. Zhang Weiguo gripped his long knife tightly, prepared to draw it at the slightest hint of danger. Li Chun, however, appeared relatively unfazed. As a seasoned soldier, he had endured various extreme conditions, rendering this scene rather inconsequential. His attention was more focused on the living conditions of the people of Shi Yu. Looking around, he observed that the dwellings of the Shi Yu populace were in a state of disrepair, far worse than those of OU. Moreover, the expressions of the citizens he encountered were hollow and numb, as if their very essence had been siphoned away. After nearly half an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the heart of the Shi Yu stronghold, where the leader resided. In comparison, this place resembles a temple, with earth-colored walls constructed in the shape of 2 serpents, their bodies bizarrely painted in crimson hues. The grand entrance is formed by the intersection of these serpentine figures, their massive heads gazing down upon the gathered crowd, evoking a profound sense of discomfort. At the innermost sanctum of this hall, a colossal statue of a human head with a serpent's body is enshrined, beneath which numerous incense sticks are ablaze. It appears that a ritual is underway, attended by a multitude of people. Among them, a man and a woman kneel before a figure cloaked entirely in black robes, their expressions sorrowful as they lament their plight. Chief, our 5-year-old daughter has been deceased for 7 days, yet we have dreamt of her every night. In our dreams, she gazes at us with tears streaming down her face, as if she is suffering. Please, Chief, can you assist us? Let her come forth and speak with us, so we may understand her needs. At this moment, as the woman speaks, the figure enveloped in black shakes his head. I have already informed you that your daughter is a sinner, reborn in this life to bring harm to you. Why do you remain so obstinate? The great serpent god has taken her away to alleviate your karmic debts. As the cloaked figure utters these words, the couple bows repeatedly. We naturally believe in the serpent god and in you, chief, but we cannot let her go. We beseech you for another chance. Let's see her, even just to hear her voice, and thereafter we vow to serve the serpent god for eternity to atone for our sins. Upon hearing their plea, the black-robed figure lets out a faint sigh. Very well, since your sincerity is evident, I shall grant you this request. Let her come forth to speak with you. Rising from his seat, the figure approaches the statue and offers a stick of incense. With his head bowed and palms pressed together, he begins to chant inaudibly, reciting incantations that elude comprehension. Meanwhile, Li Chun stands at the entrance of the village, intrigued by the actions of the cloaked figure, eager to see what spectacle he might conjure. For Li Chun, such supernatural matters hold no credence, and he wonders how this individual manages to manipulate the common folk. The three princesses accompanying him, witnessing this scene for the first time, are visibly captivated, each rising on tiptoe to observe with rapt attention. As the chief continues his incantation, a sudden tempest whips through the surroundings, causing the bells hanging from the temple eaves to chime wildly. Just as tension mounts among the spectators, a heart-wrenching cry of a girl pierces the air, followed by a chilling voice of a young girl exclaiming, "Mother!" This singular utterance sends shivers down the spines of all present, even prompting the three princesses to inch closer to Li Chun for comfort. The third princess, Qingshuang, clutches Li Chun's arm tightly in her anxiety. Li Chun, taken aback by the unexpected sound, wonders if his assumptions were incorrect. Is there truly some hidden reality at play? Where does this wind arise from? From whence does this voice emanate? The black-robed figure remains facing away from the crowd, hands clasped in prayer before the statue, seemingly entranced in a deep state of meditation. Suddenly, the voice of the girl echoes again, "Mother, I am so cold. I am so hungry. I have been searching for you. Finally, you have come to see me." At this, the kneeling couple erupts into tears, their sorrow overwhelming. "Child, we long to see you, but the realms of the living and the dead are separated. We cannot reach you. We wish to know what you lack, so we may provide it for you." The girl's voice repeats, "Mother, I am so cold. I am so hungry." Upon hearing this, the couple weeps even more profusely. "What do you need, dear child? Please, tell us. Is it food you desire? We will offer incense for you." The girl's voice returns, "Mother, I am suffering. I am exhausted. Please help me." In response, the couple fervently nods. "Do not worry, dear daughter. We have promised the chief. We will serve the serpent god from now on, reciting prayers daily to absolve your sins." As this dialogue unfolds, Li Chun's gaze remains fixed on the black-robed figure. He does not believe that this individual possesses the ability to summon the spirit of the girl for a conversation with her parents. Instead, he ponders how this voice is being produced. Surely, there cannot be a child concealed behind the statue, and the parents would undoubtedly recognize their daughter's voice. However, he notes that every time the girl speaks, the cloaked figure's body quivers slightly, a subtle movement that most would overlook. Such minute tremors can occur when one is speaking. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon Li Chun. In the capital, there are those skilled in ventriloquism, adept at mimicking various sounds. Ah, so it is. There is no girl. It is merely the trickery of the black-robed figure. One must trust in science. Before long, the conversation between the couple and the girl concludes, and the black-robed figure undergoes another spasm, chanting softly as he wraps up the ritual. At this moment, everyone present, save for Li Chun and his entourage, kneels before the cloaked figure, their hands clasped as they bow repeatedly, their expressions rife with devotion. In unison, they chant praises for the serpent god. "Long live the serpent god! Long live the serpent god! Long live the serpent god!" The black-robed figure appears immensely pleased with the reverence shown by the crowd, gesturing for them to rise. "The serpent god blesses all beings. You may all stand." As he speaks, they finally rise to their feet. The three princesses, observing the black-robed figure, exhibit a glimmer of longing in their expressions. Meanwhile, Li Chun shakes his head slightly, softly voicing his skepticism. "Do not be deceived. This is all a facade. Fake. How could that be possible?" The three women gaze at Li Chun in astonishment, incredulous. Can it truly be a trick? After all, we witnessed it with our own eyes. At this moment, the black-robed figure, standing before the grand altar, extends his hand toward Li Chun and his companions. Guests from afar, please enter. As he speaks, the throng within the temple parts, creating a path for them. Li Chun, accompanied by his companions, steps inside. At the foot of the statue, a table is set, and the black-robed figure gestures for Li Chun to take a seat. The three princesses and Zhang Weiguo stand behind him. The cloaked figure now regards Li Chun, a sinister smile creeping across his wrinkled face. Does the king of Mingyue believe in divine miracles? Li Chun glances at the black-robed figure, shaking his head. I do not believe in ghosts or deities, yet I can respect local customs. What fine custom it is. The black-robed figure observes that Li Chun remains unfazed by his influence and extends his hand once more. Guests from afar, please enjoy some tea. Li Chun looks down, only to find a single cup of tea resting on the table. The individuals behind also notice the situation at the table. A single cup of tea for two? How could that possibly work? Just as they were pondering this, the figure in the black robe, seated opposite Li Chun, addressed him. Given the limited conditions in the stronghold, it seems that I must humbly share a cup of tea with the prince. With that, the black-robed man suddenly extended his finger, gliding it across the very center above the teacup. Astonishingly, under the movement of his finger, the cup of tea on the table was magically divided in two. Even more wondrous, the remaining half of the tea appeared to be frozen in place, not a single drop spilling. This extraordinary display elicited gasps of amazement from the onlookers. The black-robed man lifted the cup and drank the tea in one gulp. At that moment, the three imperial sisters and Zhang Weiguo behind Li Chun widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Murong Xian, who usually bore an icy demeanor, couldn't help but furrow her brow in intrigue. The crowd around the statue, witnessing this spectacle, also exhibited a newfound reverence. Observing everyone's reactions, the black-robed man smiled and gestured towards Li Chun. Please. At this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Chun's mouth. Though he could not yet comprehend how the black-robed man achieved this feat, he sensed it must be grounded in scientific principles. With no hesitation, he raised his cup and drank the remaining half of the tea. The taste was slightly bitter, with a tingling sensation on his tongue. How is this tea? Li Chun nodded slightly, addressing the black-robed man. The tea is quite pleasant, though the tea set is lacking. My palace possesses several sets, and I will be glad to send some over when I have the opportunity. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the black-robed man squinted, a cold smile emerging. It seems the Wang of Mingyue is indeed no ordinary individual. After a moment, the black-robed man faced Li Chun once more. Before Li Chun could speak, the black-robed man suddenly waved his sleeve. In an instant, behind him, a screen-like structure began to reveal several women dressed in long skirts. As the crowd gasped in wonder once more, the woman on the white sand began to dance gracefully. The three imperial sisters behind Li Chun were utterly astonished. This surpassed their comprehension. Even the citizens of Xie, witnessing the women appear on the screen, collectively knelt down. A miracle! A miracle! A miracle! Chapter 134. The Serpent God Appears. What does the Wang of Mingyue think of this dance? The black-robed man inquired again. Li Chun's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he nodded in rare agreement. The dance is quite commendable. He then shifted the conversation. However, the visuals alone are somewhat monotonous. It would be even better with some accompanying music. In that moment, the black-robed man realized that Li Chun was more enigmatic than he had initially perceived. Yet, all he could discern in Li Chun's eyes was an unruffled calm, accompanied by a hint of derision. Ultimately, the black-robed man abandoned any thoughts of further trying to win over Li Chun, instead raising his gaze to him. What brings the Wang of Mingyue here today? Li Chun, facing the black-robed man, spoke candidly. My territory is Mingyue, and it is destined for unification. Today, I have come to discuss matters with the leader of Xie. I wish to integrate the citizens of Xie into the greater Mingyue. If the people are willing to descend from the mountains, I promise to provide them with clean housing, fertile land, and ample resources for their livelihood. What is the leader of Xie's stance on this? As Li Chun spoke, the black-robed man's expression darkened. He understood Li Chun's intentions. To him, it seemed that Li Chun aimed to take control of Xie without a fight. The black-robed leader contemplated for a moment, then smiled at Li Chun and shook his head slightly. I fear the Wang of Mingyue will be disappointed. The people of Xie have grown accustomed to life in this land, protected by the serpent god. Though their lives may be meager, They are at peace and free from worries. Moving elsewhere would only disrupt their way of life. After the black-robed leader spoke, he seemingly turned his attention to the citizens outside the temple. Does the Wang of Mingyue wish for you all to relocate? Would you leave the land where your ancestors have lived for generations? Would you forsake the protection of the great serpent god? As the black-robed leader spoke, the citizens outside cast hostile glances at Li Chun. We do not wish to leave here. We do not wish to lose the serpent god's protection. The Wang has seen for himself that they are unwilling to depart. At that moment, Li Chun furrowed his brow. He recognized that the leader of Xie was deliberately inciting the people. Superstition is formidable. It can render individuals irrational without their awareness. It can lead them to plunge into an abyss for a belief, even to the point of sacrifice. Li Chun then faced the black-robed leader once more, his gaze exuding an air of pressure. The citizens of Xie have lived here for generations and are reluctant to leave. I can understand and have no objections. However, I do not wish for Xie and its people to be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Can the leader comprehend my intentions? As Li Chun spoke, the black-robed leader looked up at him, his eyes flickering momentarily, his brows furrowing. At this point, he could no longer distinguish whether Li Chun's words were directed at him or alluded to his covert alliance with Beiyue. Nevertheless, now that the matter had been made explicit, there was no need for further concealment. First and foremost, Xie possesses its own forces and does not fear Li Chun. Furthermore, the royal family of Beiyue has provided ample support. Should Li Chun take action against me, the royal family of Beiyue would not remain idle. The black-robed leader gazed at Li Chun, his expression turning increasingly cold. So then, what are the Wang of Mingyue's plans? I have heard that the Wang of Mingyue commands 3,000 elite cavalry, but this is Xie, a land of winding paths and narrow trails. Does the prince truly believe the black cavalry can conquer all? Moreover, the serpent god protects us, and his descendants number in the hundreds of thousands right here in Xie. What does the Wang plan to do in response? After finishing, the black-robed leader offered Li Chun a knowing smile. With a snap of his fingers, the sound echoed through the air, and once again, a rustling noise filled the surroundings, akin to some colossal being moving stealthily. As dust began to fall before them, a pungent odor wafted through the air. The crowd looked up in astonishment, frozen in place, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Above them, atop the grand statue of the serpent god, coiled a massive serpent, roughly the size that an adult man's arms could encircle. Unbeknownst to them, it had suddenly appeared, entwining itself around the statue of the human-headed, serpent-bodied deity. The serpent's eyes gleamed like lanterns, exuding a chilling aura as it faced Li Chun and the others, flicking its enormous tongue, poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 135. Shall we test the serpent god? The scene before them was utterly surreal. The spectators had never encountered a serpent of such magnitude in their lives. Before this colossal serpent, humans appeared pitifully small. Its immense head coiled above the crowd, and there was no doubt that if this great serpent opened its jaws, it could easily swallow an adult bull whole. Mu Ying'er gripped her spear tightly, while Mu Rongxian rested her hand on the hilt of her sword. Even Zhang Weigua firmly grasped the handle of his knife. Beside them, Qingshuang instinctively reached for the dagger that Li Chun had entrusted to her for self-defense. They were all prepared. Should this serpent dare to attack Li Chun, they would fight to protect him with all their might. Meanwhile, the citizens of Xie, upon witnessing the gigantic serpent, were enraptured with a fervent faith, hastily kneeling before it, repeatedly chanting, "Snake God, Snake God, Snake God." At this moment, as the serpent emerged, the leader in black robes rose to his feet. Casting a scornful glance at Li Chun and his companions, he sneered, "You, the king of Mingyue, aspire to unify Mingyue? You must first inquire of my snake god whether such a thing is permissible." With that, the black-robed leader gestured. Instantly, the massive serpent that had been coiling around the idol slithered down, swiftly approaching him. It now faced Li Chun, its lantern-like eyes wide open as it suddenly unleashed a horrifying roar. This piercing sound, resonating less than 2 meters from Li Chun, exuded such power that it instilled a sense of dread and despair in all who heard it. Simultaneously, the temple was filled with an overwhelmingly foul stench. Yet, Li Chen remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the great serpent before him. His other hand quickly sought the dagger at his side. He had not anticipated encountering such a creature within the Xie temple. To the average person, facing a serpent of this magnitude would spell certain doom. Given its exaggerated strength and speed, along with scales tough enough to withstand blades. However, for the seasoned warrior Li Chen, it was not as intimidating. Having undergone rigorous training in wilderness combat, he had learned how to confront serpents. Although snakes possess fangs, their biting strength is relatively weak, and creatures of this size are often non-venomous. Their methods of attack are primarily twofold: swallowing their prey whole or constricting it to death. Thus, Li Chen had devised two strategies to counter the serpent. If it attempted to swallow him, he could easily thrust his dagger into its mouth as it engulfed him. For without venomous fangs and with its limited biting force, he was not overly concerned about sustaining serious injury. Conversely, if it sought to constrict him, he could lay the dagger against his arm, allowing it to pierce the serpent's flesh as it tightened its grip. The more it constricted, the more it would suffer. Therefore, the serpent's mode of attack would ultimately determine its demise. Having never encountered such a creature in either his past or present, Li Chen found himself intrigued by the prospect of facing it with a melee weapon. Min Yue King, do you not yet plead for mercy? The black-robed leader's icy gaze bore into Li Chen, who he expected to cower and beg. Instead, Li Chen, while serious in demeanor, exhibited a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. This astonished the black-robed leader. Could it be that he intended to engage the snake god in combat? Was he truly mad enough to believe he could contend with such a being? At that moment, the atmosphere grew exceptionally tense as a great battle loomed. Just as the black-robed leader prepared to command the serpent to strike at Li Chen, an uproar erupted outside the temple. The black riders stationed at the perimeter rushed in, accompanied by countless citizens wielding harpoons, hoes, and even flaming torches. These were the people of Zhongyue and Ouyue, advancing towards the temple with fierce determination, their faces alight with anger and vengeance. The throng numbered in the tens of thousands, comprising nearly all the citizens of Zhongyue and Ouyue, united in their fury. Who dares harm my lord? I shall slay their entire family. Who dares touch my lord? I will burn this wretched temple to the ground. That pitiful serpent is nothing. Who dares harm my lord? I shall treat that serpent as mere jerky. One harpoon per person. With so many of us, how can we not end that wretched jerky? In the face of this sudden influx of people, everyone was stunned into silence. Zhang Jia stared in disbelief at the unexpectedly arrived citizens, clearly taken aback. As this was not part of his plan, the serpent, facing Li Chen, sensed the commotion and the heat from the burning torches, twisting its body restlessly. The black-robed leader, observing the citizens outside the temple, hesitated. The arrival of these citizens and the Black Riders had completely disrupted his scheme. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The snake god he controlled was only a few feet from Li Chen. If it attacked, it could undoubtedly subdue him. But what then? How would he handle the enraged populace and the 3,000 fully armed Black Riders? They were not his kin and would not revere the snake god. They could very well treat his serpent as mere jerky or even set fire to the temple. While he had 2,000 followers, the crowd outside was far greater, having already infiltrated his territory. He realized that even if his people engaged in battle, they might not prevail against the overwhelming numbers. After weighing the risks, the black-robed leader ultimately decided against an attack. He waved his hand, and the serpent quickly retreated behind the idol, disappearing from sight. At this moment, the black-robed leader faced Li Chen with a sinister expression. Li Chen, in turn, offered a cold smile. What I possess is merely a heart that cherishes and respects the people. Their arrival is a testament to their concern for me. Following Li Chen's declaration, the black-robed leader's expression darkened significantly. Li Chen's words had unveiled his charade, exposing him as a fraud. This was a blatant insult to him. The black-robed leader's expression shifted continuously, his eyes glinting with cold malice. What was the Lord trying to convey? As Li Chen approached the black-robed leader step by step, the tension thickened in the air, until the two individuals were merely a foot apart. Confronting the leader in the black robe, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the black-robed leader to feel an involuntary chill. Remember, a month from now, This king shall return. Let all the people witness how you have deceived them." With these words, he turned and departed. At that moment, as the black-robed leader gazed at Li Qian's retreating figure, an inexplicable cold sweat trickled down his back. However, he quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile emerging in his eyes. What was Li Qian to challenge him? Would he really return in a month? That remained to be seen. It was uncertain if he would even survive until then. Chapter 137. Go borrow some pigs. Ultimately, Li Qian refrained from resorting to violence. On one hand, if a conflict truly erupted between the people, it would undoubtedly result in a horrific battle. On the other hand, he realized that the citizens of Qiyu were largely pawns manipulated by the black-robed leader, many of them ensnared in ignorance. Furthermore, since Qiyu had allied with Beiyu, any sudden aggression might provoke an unexpected intervention from Beiyu as well. Nevertheless, Li Qian felt immense gratitude towards the citizens who had come forth to rescue him. Human relationships are reciprocal. If one cherishes their people, they shall naturally be revered in return. Upon returning to the government office, Li Qian sat before his second sister-in-law. "I trouble you, sister-in-law, to examine my pulse." At this, everyone present grew tense, gathering around Li Qian. He shook his head at them. "After consuming that cup of tea, I sensed something was amiss. To ensure all is well, I request your assistance in confirming this." Upon hearing Li Qian's words, the group sighed in relief. Soon, Li Qian placed his hand on the table, and Mu Rongxian extended her fingers to check his pulse. Initially, her expression remained calm, devoid of any abnormalities, but as time passed, her demeanor grew increasingly grave. Such a reaction was typical upon encountering an unexpected situation. All eyes were fixed on Li Qian. Mu Rongxian faced him and stated, "You were right to be suspicious. You have been poisoned." At her revelation, gasps of shock erupted amongst the crowd. They had not anticipated that the black-robed leader would resort to such treachery. "What kind of poison? Is it serious?" Mu Rongxian nodded. "It is indeed serious. I cannot identify the poison, but based on the initial symptoms, if treatment is not administered promptly, your internal organs will decay within a month. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. The poison can be neutralized, but a few ingredients may be challenging to procure, and I do not possess them. It may take some time to gather them. However, in the meantime, I can utilize other remedies to suppress the toxin spread." Li Qian nodded in acknowledgement, addressing Mu Rongxian. "Then I must rely on you, sister-in-law." After her agreement, Mu Rongxian swiftly left to prepare several prescriptions for him. After Li Qian consumed the concoction, he immediately expelled several mouthfuls of black blood. Witnessing the severity of the situation, the crowd was filled with rage, wishing to rush to Qiyu and flay the black-robed leader alive. At this moment, Qingshuang cast a reproachful glance at Li Qian, torn between concern and anger. "Since you were aware that the tea was problematic, why did you still drink it? What if something happened to you?" Facing the third sister-in-law's concern, Li Qian smiled and shook his head. "In that situation, to abstain from drinking would have weakened my presence. Once weakened, I would become passive in every subsequent interaction. Moreover, by drinking their tea, it temporarily dulled their vigilance, allowing us to buy sufficient time. Most importantly, sister-in-law, you were right behind me, a master of medicine and poison. What have I to fear?" Observing Li Qian, Qingshuang was momentarily speechless. Li Qian then raised his hand to calm the crowd. "There is no need for anger. I have devised a plan regarding Qiyu. The primary issues facing Qiyu can be categorized into two aspects. One is the prevalence of snakes. To reclaim Qiyu, we must first address the snake problem. The other is superstition, which serves as a grave poison controlling the populace and is even more harmful than the snakes." As Li Qian spoke, the crowd fell into silence. Neither the snakes nor the superstition were issues that could be easily resolved. Turning to Zheng Jihe, Li Qian instructed over the next few days, "Go borrow some pigs from the people. If pigs are insufficient, you may also seek some geese to be raised along the border of Qiyu, ensuring they are well cared for." Upon hearing Li Qian's command, the crowd was taken aback. "Borrow pigs? What purpose could that serve? Are we planning to fatten them up for the New Year feast?" Chapter 138. That was merely a trick. Observing the confusion among the crowd, Mu Rongxian gazed thoughtfully for a moment, a glimmer of understanding illuminating her eyes. "I see," she exclaimed. Yet, the crowd still looked at her with puzzled expressions. Mu Rongxian continued. Pigs are omnivorous and consume large quantities of food, enabling them to devour a significant number of snakes. Moreover, pigs possess thick skin and a diet rich in vegetation, imparting them with certain detoxifying properties. Therefore, ordinary snakes pose little threat to pigs. As for the geese, their droppings are highly corrosive. Snakes traversing through the grasslands often sustain injuries, and once they encounter the droppings of geese, they will be eroded. Furthermore, geese will also eat snakes, albeit smaller ones. Upon hearing Mu Rongxian's explanation, the crowd suddenly understood. Even Li Chun, standing nearby, nodded in appreciation of Mu Rongxian's insight. Indeed, this was an excellent strategy. Pigs would not only grow plump, but also help reduce the snake population. With guardians in place, any danger could be swiftly addressed. Now that the snake issue was resolved, what about the problem of superstition? After all, this had been a deeply entrenched belief for a long time. Li Chun smiled at the crowd. Firstly, when we enter, we will witness that the black-robe leader is summoning souls for a couple. Many of you have likely heard of some street performances where individuals mimic the voices of animals or other people, so this should not be difficult to comprehend. Moreover, did anyone notice that he was always facing away from us? I suspect he did this to better conceal his movements. As Li Chun elucidated, the crowd suddenly grasped his point. Having come from the capital, they were well-versed in various matters, and Li Chun's insights were enlightening. At this moment, Qingshuang looked at Li Chun with curiosity. What about the trick of splitting the wine cup? How is that accomplished? Is it a result of his exceptional skill? Li Chun smiled at Qingshuang and shook his head. Certainly not. Initially, I was puzzled as to how he achieved it, but then I recalled that otter bile can repel water. If my guess is correct, he likely applied otter bile to his fingertip beforehand, allowing him to temporarily solidify the water with a swift motion. As Li Chun explained, the crowd furrowed their brows, clearly struggling to comprehend. Observing their confusion, Li Chun requested some otter bile powder from Mu Rongxian. Though it was in powdered form, it would still serve its purpose. Li Chun first applied bile powder to his fingers, then requested Zhang Weiguo to bring a basin of water. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Li Chun's fingers glided through the water. Soon, a miracle unfolded. The water parted on either side, as if it had been completely solidified, centered around Li Chun's fingers. It took at least 10 breaths for the water to flow back together. At this moment, the crowd gazed in awe, marveling at the spectacle. How extraordinary! I never imagined it could be like this. Indeed, who could have foreseen such a phenomenon? Observing the astonished faces of the crowd, Li Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, it became clear to everyone that while these manifestations appeared mystical, they were merely superficial tricks. As for the final display of a celestial being dancing, it was primarily an illusion crafted through shadow puppetry and similar techniques. With Li Chun's explanation, the crowd finally understood the truth. The leader in the black robe was not skilled in any sorcery, and all of it was mere deception. It was a pity that the common people of Qiyu had been duped for so long, remaining oblivious to the ruse. In Chapter 139, the question arose, what should the prince do now? Zhang Weiguo looked toward Li Chun for guidance. Li Chun nodded to the crowd, suggesting they proceed according to plan. In a month, they would settle accounts with Qiyu. For now, resources should be utilized, development pursued, and troops trained. Additionally, the prince would reduce his appearances, deliberately creating the illusion of being poisoned. During this time, Qiyu and Beiyu would inevitably consider joint actions. When they became complacent, they would deliver a fatal blow. For several days, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. The eldest princess, Mu Ying'er, and Zhang Weiguo urgently contacted former colleagues and soldiers under the past duke of the nation. The second princess, Mu Rongxian, ventured outside the city to find medicinal herbs for Li Chun. The third princess, Qingshuang, managed the salt fields while also procuring materials to create specialized equipment for Li Chun. Zheng Jiehe had an even more complex workload, responsible for both resource acquisition and improving local livelihoods. Meanwhile, in the Beiyu main hall, the leader of Beiyu and the black-robe leader from Qiyu were in a rather tense discussion. The Beiyu leader expressed dissatisfaction towards the fully cloaked Qiyu leader. He inquired why, when the king of Minyu had visited, the opportunity to capture him had been squandered. Even if one hesitated to act, communication should have been established so that assistance could be rendered. Ultimately, This opportunity had been missed. The black-robed leader shook his head, a hint of scorn on his face. Why take action? Is this not the best outcome? Has the leader not heard? The king of Minyu is currently engaged in extensive resource acquisition. A prince involved in such absurdity only invites ridicule. The Beiyu leader's eyes gleamed with insight. What if this were merely a facade? What if it was a ploy to mislead us? As long as Li Chun remains alive, I cannot find peace. The Shiyu leader smiled at the Beiyu leader. Even if he intends to deceive us, what does it matter? In my estimation, he has but a month to live. Upon hearing this, the Beiyu leader grasped the crucial information, his gaze sharpening as he asked for clarification. Just as he sought an explanation, the Shiyu leader formed a cross with his fingers. The Beiyu leader's expression shifted, questioning the meaning behind this gesture. The Shiyu leader coldly smiled, stating that this was merely an attempt by Beiyu to involve Shiyu in their schemes against the king of Minyu. Shiyu has contributed significantly to Beiyu, thus, the leader should show some gratitude. The purpose of the Shiyu leader's visit was to request 100,000 gene of grain and 50,000 taels of silver. The Beiyu leader's eyes sparkled dangerously. He felt an urge to draw his sword against this audacious figure. This man was coming here to rob him. He had recently provided 50,000 gene of grain and 30,000 taels of silver, and now they demanded double. What a greedy scoundrel! As the Beiyu leader contemplated action, his strategist suddenly stood, addressing the leader. I believe the Shiyu leader's request is quite reasonable. The Beiyu leader, looking at the strategist, felt a surge of frustration. He understood that conceding to Shiyu meant sacrificing his own resources, which were already dwindling. If he complied now, what would be left for him in the future? However, he recognized that the strategist's intent was to prepare for dealing with Li Chun. Once Li Chun was captured, everything would revert to him. After some contemplation, the Beiyu leader suppressed his anger and, gritting his teeth, responded to the Shiyu leader. Upon hearing the agreement, the Shiyu leader's smile revealed a set of decayed teeth. It was quite simple. When the king of Minyu entered my camp, he ingested a specially concocted poison. This poison is colorless and tasteless, difficult to detect, and importantly, there is no antidote in existence. Thus, within a month, Li Chun will surely succumb to a gruesome demise. Upon hearing this, the Beiyu leader leapt to his feet, his expression transforming into one of unrestrained joy. Is this true? The Shiyu leader assured him, I witnessed him consume it. He is doomed without a doubt. The Beiyu leader nodded vigorously. Excellent. Let us await the day. In Chapter 140, as the recruitment efforts faced unexpected challenges, Li Chun remained industrious. His primary focus was on enhancing the livelihoods of the people. Situated by the sea, he sought to develop its resources swiftly. A prosperous populace would lead to a stronger domain. The ocean was an inexhaustible treasure, providing not only salt but also an essential fishing industry. Recently, Li Chun observed that the fishermen's tools were outdated. Their harpoons had only 2 prongs, lacking precision and requiring excessive effort. After observing their work for several days, he personally improved the harpoons, enhancing their accuracy and significantly increasing their fishing radius. Additionally, he upgraded the fishermen's nets, which had been made from vines. The excessive gaps not only make control difficult, but also lead to a situation where, after prolonged immersion in seawater, the corrosive effects are too severe, resulting in a hit-or-miss fishing scenario. However, with Li Chun employing coarse cloth combined with cotton and linen for knotting and weaving, the fishing nets have become significantly more durable, and the catch has more than tripled. Regarding the preservation and sale of the caught fish, due to current limitations, Li Chun cannot produce ice. So he instructs the locals to transform their catches into salted fish and encourages them to venture further afield to sell, thereby maximizing their income. Meanwhile, San Huang saw Qingshuang has seen considerable improvement in the salt field business and has gradually procured the necessary materials according to Li Chun's list. She has even thoughtfully summoned craftsmen for Li Chun to ensure that, once the personnel are in place, their needs can be met. As for Zheng Jihe, he has successfully acquired nearly 50 pigs and 300 geese, which are now free-ranging along the Shiyu border. Just as Li Chun anticipated, both pigs and geese rushed forward upon sighting snakes, consuming them with the same gusto as enjoying spicy snacks. However, There have been no significant developments from Shiyu and Beiyu for the time being. Everything seems to be progressing positively until Zhang Weiguo and Mu Ying'er stormed in, filled with righteous indignation. What has happened? Li Chun inquired with curiosity, observing the two. Zhang Weiguo glanced at Li Chun, hesitating before performing a respectful salute. Your Highness, there have been some changes regarding the recruitment of soldiers. We have contacted the brothers from before, and upon learning of the situation here, they are eager to come. They have submitted their resignation letters. However, the current situation is that, apart from a few lower-ranked brothers who have been approved, the requests from those ranked 7th and above have been approved by the Ministry of War, but not by the Ministry of Personnel. Thus, at least 300 brothers' resignation processes are completely stalled. Upon hearing this news, a shadow of gloom crossed Li Chen's face. This number is significant. It pertains directly to his grand plans. If these individuals do not arrive, the formation of his special forces will be impossible. The inability to establish such a unit would have profound implications for both current and future military operations. Yet, Li Chun noted an issue. The Ministry of Personnel? Why should it have any say in military resignations? In his view, the Ministry of War should be the authority on military matters, including troop movements and promotions. Why then? Was the Ministry of Personnel intervening? At this moment, Zhang Weiguo shook his head helplessly in response to Li Chen's thoughts. Your Highness, when Duke Zhengguo was alive, he managed the Ministry of War, and matters of personnel promotions and resignations were solely under its purview. However, after the Duke's passing, the Prime Minister, in collaboration with the 6 ministries, issued a new decree. For military officers ranked 7th and below, the Ministry of War could decide independently. Yet, for those ranked 7th and above, both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel must provide approval for promotions or resignations before they can be released. Hearing Zhang Weiguo's explanation, Li Chun finally comprehended the situation. The issuance of such a foolish decree was merely a means for the Prime Minister to gain complete control over the military. At this moment, Mu Ying'er looked at Li Chun with reddened eyes, reflecting a mix of grievance and resentment. My father was well aware of the Prime Minister's cunning nature and took great precautions against him. Military affairs were never within the Prime Minister's reach. However, since my father's death, he has seized control of the Ministry of War. Because of his hatred for my father, his subordinates have faced severe oppression, either being denied promotions for years or subjected to unfair treatment. Especially after our trip to Minyu, they have intensified their attacks, targeting those in the capital connected to me. I never expected that the retaliation would be so blatant, even obstructing those who wish to resign and leave. Seeing Mu Ying'er in such distress, Li Chun felt a pang of compassion. Duke Zhengguo was a valiant figure, having fought for the nation throughout his life, and his promoted officers were the backbone of the military, playing a crucial role. Yet, after his passing, they were subjected to such targeting and oppression. This matter cannot be overlooked. It must be resolved. After all, it has far-reaching implications and is closely related to my future plans. Li Chun pondered for a moment before addressing Mu Ying'er. At this juncture, Mu Ying'er met his gaze, her eyes glistening with determination. The situation here is tumultuous, and only you can stabilize it. Firstly, my identity is not sensitive. Secondly, this is a matter concerning the Duke Zhengguo's estate and requires proper resolution. After a brief pause, Mu Ying'er continued, I promised you that I would help you assemble the special forces. I must deliver those 1,000 men. Li Chun looked at Mu Ying'er, moved by her resolve, but quickly a shadow of concern crossed his features. She was correct. He bore the weight of many expectations. Any action on his part could spark significant changes not only within the court, but also in Minyu. After a moment, Li Chun faced Mu Ying'er. She shook her head once more. Zhang Weiguo cannot move. He must stay here to protect you. Don't worry, I will be fine. Li Chun regarded her, furrowing his brow. He understood that Mu Ying'er was an incredibly proud and strong-willed woman. Once she set her mind on something, no one could change it. With a sigh, he asked, When will you leave? Now, she replied. Take care. You too, take care. Soon after, Mu Ying'er quickly gathered her belongings and set off. Outside the city, under the moonlight, a lone rider gradually faded into the darkness. Li Chun watched her retreating figure, deep in thought. Given her character, matters in the capital would not be resolved so simply. There they were likely to escalate. After a brief contemplation, he ordered 2 boxes of pearls from Zhongyu to be prepared. With relentless speed, Ying'er finally arrived in the capital within 15 days. As dawn broke, she wasted no time resting and headed straight to the military camp. The soldiers who had previously communicated with her rushed to greet her upon her arrival. Miss, Ying'er nodded at the familiar faces before her. These were individuals who had long served alongside her father, fully known to her. What is the current situation? At what stage is the process? A 30-year-old lieutenant, Zhang Daniu, stepped forward to address her. Currently, all documents are still piled up in the Ministry of War, with no one attending to them. Upon hearing this, Ying'er nodded. All right, I will go to the Ministry of War now. Soon, upon reaching the Ministry of War, she found many familiar faces among the personnel, who were all former subordinates of Duke Zhenghua. They did not make things difficult for her and readily informed her that the soldiers' documents were temporarily stored in the Ministry's archives. However, in order for Ying'er to take these approval documents, she needed the consent of the Minister of War, Wu Yingjun. Upon hearing the name Wu Yingjun furrowed her brows. In the past, Wu Yingjun was a prominent official in the Ministry of War, serving alongside the Duke of Zhenghua. However, after the Duke's passing, rather than being suppressed by the Chancellor, Wu Yingjun was consecutively promoted, eventually attaining the position of Minister of War. This raises suspicions about the nature of his relationship with the Chancellor and whether he has betrayed the Duke. With a decisive push, Ying'er opened the door to Wu Yingjun's residence. At that moment, Wu Yingjun, who was frowning over his documents, looked up in confusion. Upon recognizing Ying'er, he paused, his expression shifting to one of surprise and uncertainty. Miss, shouldn't you be in Mingyue with Wang Mingyue right now? Ying'er felt no affection for Wu Yingjun. Hearing the sharpness in her voice, Wu Yingjun smiled politely, shaking his head in response. Miss, you jest. That is unnecessary. You are the deputy commander of the Black Riders, and the Black Riders have been assigned to Wang Mingyue by His Majesty. Since you are affiliated with Wang Mingyue, the Ministry of War cannot interfere with your matters. Ying'er coldly smiled at Wu Yingjun's words before directly addressing the matter at hand. I presume you're already aware of the resignations from certain military personnel. Where are their documents? I intend to deliver them personally to the Ministry of Personnel. Hearing this, Wu Yingjun's expression turned serious, yet he shook his head. Miss, I can accommodate you in many matters, but this is one I cannot agree to. With that, Wu Yingjun's voice rang out. This matter does not concern me. Instantly, Ying'er's demeanor turned icy. She raised her long spear, pointing it at the Minister of War before her. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Seeing her determination, Wu Yingjun's expression shifted, and he spoke urgently. Miss, do you understand the gravity of your actions? This is still the Ministry of War. Who are you representing with such behavior? Wang Mingyue or the Duke of Zhenghua? Are you aware of the repercussions of your actions? Ying'er regarded Wu Yingjun with a chilling smile, her spear still trained on him, her gaze fierce. In truth, she had contemplated the consequences before her arrival. The people of the capital would not easily let this matter slide, nor would they release those detained without a fight. Yet, she found herself with no way out. Those soldiers had been her father's brothers in arms for many years. She could not stand idly by while they suffered in the capital. Moreover, Li Chun was in desperate need of troops. Thus, she had to take the lead in this matter, even if it meant a trade-off. Facing the Minister of War, Ying'er declared firmly, Today, I do not represent Wang Mingyue nor the Duke of Zhenghua. With that, she swung her red tassel spear with great force toward Wu Yingjun. As the spear struck down, Wu Yingjun quickly rose and retreated, but in an instant, the spear crashed heavily onto the sturdy desk before him, shattering it into fine splinters. The sudden noise drew the attention of everyone within the Ministry of War, and they rushed toward the scene. A group of guards, armed and ready, surrounded Ying'er. Over the years, no one had dared to stir trouble within the Ministry of War, let alone Ying'er, who was now brandishing a weapon before the minister. Even if she were the Duke's daughter, that would not grant her immunity. The guards closed in around her, and Wu Yingjun shouted, Everyone, do not act recklessly. The atmosphere momentarily calmed. Standing before Wu Yingjun, spear in hand, Ying'er coldly demanded, I will ask you one last time, will you provide the documents or not? Wu Yingjun, observing her with a furrowed brow, questioned, Must it come to this? Ying'er replied resolutely, I must take the documents. Wu Yingjun sighed, conceding very well. I shall provide you with the documents. He then turned to his subordinate and instructed, go and hand her the resignation documents. The subordinate complied promptly, delivering the prepared resignation papers into Mu Ying'er's hands. She took the documents and turned to leave. As Mu Ying'er exited, the subordinate approached Wu Yingjun. Sir, should we really allow her to leave after such a disturbance in our ministry? Wu Yingjun shook his head, showing no sign of concern. In fact, a faint smile appeared on his face. Those soldiers were once brothers who fought together, and while I understand their grievances regarding promotions, I cannot intervene. Their resignations signify a better choice, and I comprehend their decision. However, the Ministry of Personnel will not accept our documents, and I am at a loss. Perhaps Miss Mu's actions could indeed lead to a breakthrough, though the risks for her are considerable. The subordinate frowned, expressing his worries. Sir, are you not concerned for your own safety? After all, she is now affiliated with Wang Mingyue, and if she were to take the ministry's documents without authorization, it could reflect poorly on you if the emperor or the chancellor were to investigate. Wu Yingjun merely shook his head, his smile growing. Do you truly think my earlier questions were in vain? Did you not hear her? She represents only herself and those oppressed soldiers. This matter has nothing to do with Wang Mingyue, and certainly does not involve me. Everyone witnessed her forcefully taking the documents from ministry. If I were to intervene, would I not risk injury at her hands? The critical issue now lies with how the Ministry of Personnel will respond. On the other side, having successfully obtained the soldiers' documents, a sense of exhilaration spread among the crowd. Without delay, Mu Ying'er made her way to the Ministry of Personnel. The soldiers who had resigned originally intended to accompany her, but Mu Ying'er insisted on going alone, reasoning that if trouble ensued, the blame would fall solely on her. She did not wish to drag them into her predicament. The distance between the two ministries was not great, and the Ministry of Personnel quickly learned of the events that transpired at the Ministry of War. Upon Mu Ying'er's arrival, the guards immediately braced themselves for confrontation, drawing their weapons. I demand to see your Minister of Personnel, clear the way, or face the consequences. With one hand gripping her long spear and the other holding the documents, Mu Ying'er advanced into the ministry. The guards, tense and wary, retreated step by step. Hearing the commotion, a deputy minister of personnel soon emerged, narrowing his eyes as he beheld Mu Ying'er. It is evident that he is aware of Mu Ying'er's true identity, yet he does not regard it with any seriousness. Perhaps accustomed to wielding power, the minister confronts Mu Ying'er with an arrogant demeanor and barks. Who are you to dare to wield a weapon and intrude upon my Ministry of Personnel? What do you intend to do? Gazing at the minister, Mu Ying'er responds with a cold laugh. What do I intend to do? I wish to inquire what you intend to do. For 5 years, you have deliberately suppressed the officers and soldiers of my army. Now that they have tendered their resignations, why do you refuse to approve them? I demand a reason. Upon hearing her words, the minister's face contorts into a sneer. A reason? What are you to demand a reason from the Ministry of Personnel? Instead of remaining loyal to the Grand Prince, you seek the hand of the 6th Prince. You have brought shame upon the Duke of the State. How dare you come to my ministry to demand an explanation? At that moment, Mu Ying'er's expression shifts dramatically. Fixing her icy gaze upon the minister, she feels a profound indignation at this affront to her character. Who does not know that her original plea was to expose the hidden mastermind, the 9th Prince? Yet, she never anticipated that her actions would be so grotesquely misrepresented. In a swift motion, Mu Ying'er brandishes her spear, transforming it into a dragon that lunges directly at the minister. He hastily dodges, but the spear pierces a pillar, leaving a gaping hole. Just then, another shadow appears. Before he can react, he is violently struck by the documents Mu Ying'er had brought, causing his head to bleed profusely. Rising to his feet, the minister glares at Mu Ying'er with malevolence. You have audacity, daring to lay hands upon me. Guards, seize this rabble. With his command, the surrounding guards advance with drawn blades towards Mu Ying'er. Unfazed, she snatches a weapon from one of the guards and retaliates mercilessly. The guards stand no chance against Mu Ying'er. Within moments, they are left reeling, the scene filled with cries of despair. Observing her prowess, the minister's expression shifts several times. As Mu Ying'er strides towards him, he attempts to flee but is seized by her grip. With a resounding slap, she strikes his face without mercy. You dare to strike me? I am a third-rank official of the court. With her eyes growing colder, Mu Ying'er raises her fist and delivers a powerful blow to the minister's mouth. Blood gushes forth, and in an instant, 10 of his teeth are knocked out. Just as he attempts to speak again, Mu Ying'er strikes him once more, eliciting a wretched cry from him. At that moment, the inner courtyard doors swing open, and the sullen Minister of Personnel, Li Yue, strides out. Minister Li, you have finally emerged. Mu Ying'er halts her assault and turns to face Li Yue, who had remained hidden until now, only appearing when he could no longer control the situation. His expression is frigid as he squints at Mu Ying. What business do you have with me? Mu Ying'er replies, I merely wish to inquire why the ministry has not approved the resignations of my soldiers. Is it due to their insufficient service or some other unresolved matter? I implore you, Minister Li, provide an explanation. Upon hearing this, Li Yue's eyes narrow, and a sinister smile creeps upon his lips. If my memory serves me correctly, His Majesty has already assigned the Black Riders to the King of Mingyue, and as the Vice Commander of the Black Riders, you are a subordinate of the feudal lord. Your territory lies in Mingyue, rather than remaining in your assigned lands. You have the audacity to meddle in the affairs of the court and injure my minister, disrupting the Ministry of Personnel. Does a subordinate of a feudal lord dare to act this way? Is this not a blatant insult to our southern dynasty? Does the King of Mingyue even regard His Majesty or our southern court? Li Yue's words are lethal yet concealed. Regardless of whether Mu Ying'er represent herself or someone else, her identity is undeniable. She is indeed the vice commander of the Black Riders under the King of Mingyue, a subordinate of a feudal lord causing turmoil in the ministry and injuring a third-rank minister. Such audacity surely suggests rebellion. Now, with the fourth prince and the chancellor seeking leverage against the King of Mingyue, they could not have anticipated that Mu Ying'er would deliver it to them on a silver platter. In response to Li Yue, Mu Ying'er offers a cold laugh. How could she not comprehend his intentions? It is true that I am a subordinate of the King of Mingyue, but do not forget, I'm also a citizen of the Southern Dynasty and a soldier of it as well. This fact cannot be erased. This matter has no relation to the King of Mingyue. If it did, I would not be here alone. The entire Black Riders would have come. Yet you, Minister of Personnel, wish to forcibly implicate the King of Mingyue in this affair. What is your true motive? The relationship between the King of Mingyue and His Majesty is one of blood and kinship. How dare you sow discord between them? You truly possess audacity. As Mu Ying'er speaks, Li Yue's expression shifts dramatically. He had believed victory was assured, yet now he finds himself accused of instigating discord between the emperor and the princes. He had not anticipated that Mu Ying'er, having accompanied Li Qian for just a few months, would possess such cunning. The accusation of sowing discord between the emperor and the princes is a charge he cannot bear. After all, the relationship between the court and the feudal lords is the most sensitive of matters. Li Yue's countenance grows stern as he faces Mu Ying'er. I have never harbored such intentions. Do not make wild assumptions. Mu Ying'er retorts with a cold smile. What is the true reason? I implore you, Minister of Personnel, provide a definitive answer. As Mu Ying'er presses him, Li Yue's expression changes. Her counter-accusation places him in a decidedly precarious position. Why the refusal to approve? It is because the Chancellor had previously issued a stern directive. All of Duke Zhen's direct subordinates were to be subjected to a policy of suppression, ideally removing them from the military ranks. However, due to a lack of talent within the military and the fact that those promoted by Duke Zhen are primarily foundational figures, the policy had to be adjusted. Thus, they could be retained, but not promoted until fresh blood was cultivated within the military, after which they would be sidelined. Therefore, for several years, all promotions and rewards were unrelated to them. These individuals had behaved themselves for years, but now, a sudden collective resignation indicates ulterior motives. Naturally, they could not be allowed to have their way. At that moment, Li Yue's eyes flickered as he faced Mu Ying'er, attempting to brush off the situation. The Ministry of Personnel certainly had its own considerations regarding their resignation. However, Mu Ying'er was relentless, regardless of their contributions in the military or their years of service. They met the criteria for resignation. Yet, what could possibly be the ministry's reasoning? She beseeched the minister for clarification. Confronted with Mu Ying'er's pressing questions, Li Yue furrowed his brow once more. He did not expect her to be so tenacious. Nevertheless, as the Minister of Personnel, he was well versed in the laws and regulations of the court. According to the laws of the Southern Dynasty, the court could appropriately extend the retirement period of soldiers depending on the wartime situation. Currently, the Southern Dynasty faced pressure from the ancient Qiang nation, with threats looming nearby. Surely, Commander Mu was aware of this. Upon hearing Li Youwei's statement, Mu Ying'er's brow knitted tightly, her gaze deepening. Very well. I acknowledge the wartime conditions stated by Minister Li. If you refuse to approve their resignation, I shall accept that too. Listening to Mu Ying'er, Li Youwei believed he had intimidated her, and a cold smile crossed his lips. Yet, Mu Ying'er continued to speak. I have come here today primarily for two matters: the issue of their resignation and the matter of their military pay. Surely, Minister Li is aware that the laws of the court clearly stipulate that military pay should be distributed monthly, and during wartime, soldiers' compensation ought to be doubled to boost morale. The ancient Qiang have invaded our territory for nearly 4 months now, and during this time, the soldiers have not seen their double pay. May I inquire, Minister, when will this payment be made? Let's set aside the issue of doubled pay for now. The soldiers' pay has been overdue for nearly 2 years. When can we expect this payment, Minister? Upon hearing Mu Ying'er's words, Li Youwei's brow instantly furrowed. Mu Ying'er had truly turned the tables on him. He was indeed aware of the wartime pay increase. However, he did not anticipate that Mu Ying'er would seize on this loophole to demand money from him directly. At this moment, Li Youwei had no desire to engage in an endless exchange. A dignified official of such high rank should not be obstructed by a mere female general. Therefore, he waved his sleeve dismissively and reprimanded Mu Ying'er. If you seek money, you ought to approach the Ministry of War, which will then coordinate with the Ministry of Finance. Why are you coming to the Ministry of Personnel? Is this not sheer nonsense? Mu Ying'er's expression grew increasingly cold as she faced Li Youwei. When the soldiers submitted their resignations, the Ministry of War did not even clarify that we were in wartime. Yet you, Minister Li, declare that we are in a state of war. Are you falsely conveying military orders? The soldiers' pay has been delayed for 2 years, and you, as the head of the Ministry of Personnel, have remained indifferent, failing to take initiative, instead shifting responsibility. Is this how you, the Minister of Personnel, conduct yourself? Is this not a dereliction of duty? Is this not deliberately imposing restrictions? Faced with Mu Ying'er's interrogation, Li Youwei was thoroughly cornered. He finally lost the rationality expected of a high-ranking official, and he roared at Mu Ying'er. Let me tell you today, we in the Ministry of Personnel will not approve their resignation documents. What will you do about it? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? At this moment, Mu Ying'er also lost her last shred of patience. If need be, she would trade her own grievances in exchange for this confrontation. She slowly approached the pillar, drawing her red tassel spear. Observing her actions, Li Youwei's expression changed dramatically, a chill creeping across his face. He glared at Mu Ying'er, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" In response, Mu Ying'er coldly smiled at the Minister of Personnel. This spear, known as the red tassel spear, was crafted by my father. It has seen the battlefield and tasted the blood of our enemies. Just as Mu Ying'er prepared to act, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Outside the government office, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, followed by a rapid arrival of a group of armored guards. Raising her head, she recognized them as the imperial guards of the royal city. It should be noted that only the emperor of the Southern Dynasty could command these guards. Clearly, today's incident had attracted the attention of the emperor. The leader of the guard shouted, "Halt!" Chapter 146, A Request for a Favor. Meanwhile, within the study, the Southern Emperor sat in a chair, his expression dark and filled with anger. In a fit of rage, he struck the desk before him. How dare she act in such a manner? Not only did she cause a ruckus at the Ministry of War, but she also barged into the Ministry of Personnel, injuring the guards and even attacking a deputy minister. If the Imperial Guards had not arrived in time, she might have even assaulted the Minister of Personnel. The consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Feng Bao stood silently, head lowered, afraid to speak. The cloaked shadow guards also kept their heads down, huddled in a corner. They had not witnessed such a display of fury from the emperor in quite a while. The current situation was dire. The Ministry of Personnel petitioned for severe punishment against Mu Ying'er. Furthermore, with the Prime Minister's instigation, Many officials also submitted petitions demanding punishment for her. The Ministry of Personnel represented the face of the court, and such a disturbance could not be overlooked. As the reigning emperor, failing to respond would leave him unable to account for the incident. They understood that Ying'er's sudden uproar had immediately thrust the southern emperor into a precarious position. If it had been an ordinary person, it might have been manageable, but Ying'er held a particularly sensitive status. Not only was she an officer under the king of Mingyue, but she was also the daughter of the Duke of National Stability. Although the Duke had passed away, his influence within the military remained significant, especially given that she had caused such a ruckus at the Ministry of Personnel under the pretense of advocating for the soldiers' pay. This incident had also drawn the attention of the military. If not handled properly, it could lead to tremendous upheaval. At this moment, the Southern Emperor seemed to recall something and turned to the shadow guard beside him. Has there been any news from the king of Mingyue? Ying'er hails from his fief. I refuse to believe he is unaware of this matter. If he condones her actions, it would be a direct provocation against the court. The shadow guard trembled and hastily knelt before the Southern Emperor. Your Majesty, there has been no movement from the king of Mingyue, nor have there been any signs of troops crossing the border. Hearing this, the Southern Emperor furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I granted Ying'er to marry the sixth prince, yet he remains silent as she causes such chaos in the capital. Could he truly disregard his woman? That does not align with his character. At that moment, Feng Bao recalled something and looked at the Southern Emperor, hesitating to speak. Is there something else? Speak. Feng Bao knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, just earlier, the king of Mingyue sent emissaries bearing 2 treasure boxes, one for you and one for the beautiful concubine. However, upon seeing your Majesty's anger, this servant did not dare to speak. Hearing this, the Southern Emperor's expression grew contemplative. At such a time, the sixth prince sending 2 treasure boxes must carry significant meaning. Bring them forth. Quickly, Feng Bao gestured, and a young eunuch presented a beautifully crafted gift box with both hands. As the Southern Emperor gestured, Feng Bao opened the box, revealing a collection of pearls that appeared rather ordinary, their quality unimpressive. In terms of value, they seemed less precious than the wooden box containing them. For a moment, the Southern Emperor fell into deep contemplation. What does it mean that Lao Lu sent someone to deliver pearls? And why is Ying'er involved, coming one after another? After a moment, the gaze of the Nanzhao Emperor finally settled on the wooden box before him. In an instant, his eyes brightened as clarity dawned upon him. Purchasing pearls also entails acquiring a box. Lao Lu's intention is to hope for a favor in return. The previous incident of eliminating bandits in the outskirts of the capital had resolved a potential threat to the imperial city. Furthermore, the recent yellow robe incident had effectively placed Ping Wu in his hands. Lao Lu had indeed assisted him on 2 occasions. Now, he seeks to collect a debt of gratitude. Upon realizing this, the Nanzhao Emperor gazed thoughtfully at the wooden box. For 2 events, requesting a favor seems reasonable, but the matter concerning Ying'er is exceedingly severe. Moreover, the pivotal issue is that she desires to take away 300 subordinates of the former Duke of State. Comparatively, this gift appears somewhat lacking in significance. While the Nanzhao Emperor leaned back in his chair, contemplating, the cloaked figure beside him spoke again. Your Majesty, regarding the king of Mingyue, I happen to have a report for you. The investigation into the cause of one Qingshuang Lai's demise on the battlefield of Nanman has revealed that it was orchestrated by the king of Mingyue. Before establishing his fiefdom, the king had ventured to the battlefield, where he encountered the son of the renowned Qingshuang general, one Qingshuang Lai, while patrolling the grasslands. A battle ensued, culminating in the king of Mingyue slaying one Qingshuang Lai. Upon hearing this news, the Nanzhao Emperor's gaze contracted once more. This was indeed unexpected. Wan Yindekong and Wan Qingshuang Lai were famous generals of the Qingshuang state. It was astonishing that Lao Lu could defeat one Qingshuang Lai. Chapter 147. The Pagoda suppresses the river demon. Wan Qingshuang Lai was also a celebrated warrior of the Qingshuang state. Lao Lu's ability to vanquish him clearly indicates his prowess. The Southern Dynasty had never triumphed over the Qingshuang state. Lao Lu's actions have indeed provided a significant relief for the Southern Dynasty. Swiftly, the Nanzhao emperor reached a decision. He could concede this favor, but it would not be granted so easily. Lao Lu desires those 300 men, does he? Very well, he shall receive them. However, they will not be given without an exchange. Lao Lu must thoroughly resolve the threat posed by the Qingshuang state. Shortly thereafter, the Nanzhao emperor issued a decree regarding this matter. The decree encompassed 3 main points. First, the approval of the resignation of 300 soldiers. Second, regarding the overdue military pay, he ordered the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of War to collect funds independently and ensure full payment within 3 months. The treatment of Ying'er appears exceedingly harsh at first glance. Yet upon deeper reflection, it seems to have no real impact on her. The Duke of State has already passed away, and there are no heirs to inherit the title. So what significance remains if the title cannot be revoked? Moreover, sentencing Ying'er to life imprisonment while allowing her to earn merits feels rather paradoxical. Although the crowd had their opinions, they dared not voice them, especially the Ministry of Personnel, which felt particularly aggrieved, as not only had their guards been attacked, but the deputy minister had also been assaulted, and now they were tasked with gathering the overdue military pay, losing face entirely. Along the way, they met up with the 700 soldiers who had previously advanced to Minwei. After half a month of relentless travel, they finally reached the borders of Minwei. At this moment, Li Chun had already come out 100 miles to welcome them. Behind him were Mu Rongxian, Qingshuang, Zhang Weigua, Zhang Zhihe, and others. As they approached, Ying'er dismounted gracefully and approached Li Chun. Gazing at the weary and markedly thinner Ying'er, Li Chun felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. At this moment, Ying'er smiled at Li Chun. Li Chun, in turn, nodded solemnly at her. He believed in Ying'er and in himself. Ying'er looked at Li Chun, who shook his head in response. Curiously, Ying'er furrowed her brow and gazed at him. Why do you have such confidence? Li Chun merely smiled and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Ying'er's heart raced. Looking into Li Chun's eyes, a tender emotion welled up within her. Miss, seeing your excited demeanor earlier, I thought you would leap into the prince's arms, yet it seems it ended with just a few words. Upon hearing Zhang Weigui's remark, Ying'er's face flushed. She hastily scolded him. What nonsense are you spouting? The prince and I are innocent. Zhang Weigui merely shrugged. No one said you weren't innocent, and besides, your union with the prince was sanctioned by the emperor. Embracing each other is entirely normal, isn't it? Hearing such brazen words, Ying'er felt her face grow hotter, and she feigned anger, glaring at Zhang Weigui. Could you please refrain from speaking? If you don't say anything, no one will consider you a mute. Meanwhile, Zhang Weigui shook his head and pouted, clearly finding their interaction rather dull. I truly don't understand why you young folks are so secretive, as if afraid of being seen. If I were to encounter my wife, the first thing I would do is unleash a thunderous embrace. Chapter 148. Why does the leader treat me as a fool? On the other side, after Ying'er arranged for 1,000 soldiers, they commenced their training officially. Li Chun personally named this regiment the He Jiajun, or the Black Armored Army. Black symbolizes mystery and power, while armor represents the beginning and growth of life. According to Li Chun's original design, the Wei Wu soldiers' armor comprises 3 layers, offering remarkable protection, but should be adjusted according to the type of combat. The territories of Beiyu and Shiyu primarily lie within forested areas, necessitating mountain warfare that emphasizes agility and speed, making heavy armor impractical. Therefore, Li Chun made specific adjustments to the armor configuration, allowing only 1 layer of soft armor while maintaining the same weaponry and offensive capabilities. Among those who came, aside from familiar faces, many were the elite left behind by the late Duke of State, most of whom had experienced the battlefield and the trials of life and death, thus making their training more efficient. To maximize the growth of the He Jiajun, in addition to basic training, Li Chun also ordered the He Qi to engage in combat with them. Similarly, the borrowed pigs from Zhang Zhihe proved remarkably effective. Having tasted snake meat, they developed a fondness for it, ignoring regular fodder in favor of spicy snacks, growing plump and robust as they munched contentedly. However, as time passed, the Shiyu side gradually became aware of the situation, initially mocking Li Chun for raising pigs for the new year. They now noticed the dwindling snake population in their tribe, realizing the seriousness of the matter. They had not anticipated that those silly pigs could become the snake's natural predators. Observing the snakes in their tribe diminish, they understood that if this continued, their snake population might face extinction. Yet the results were minimal. On one hand, snakes were uncontrollable, while on the other, the pigs and geese exhibited such mobility that while one side was guarded, the other was infiltrated by pigs. Time is of the essence. Beiyu, Shiyu, and even Li Chun's faction all require time. Both Beiyu and Shiyu awaited the demise of Li Chun, while Li Chun, in turn, anticipated the growth of the He Jiajun. His body had long been restored by Mu Rongxian. Yet to confound both Beiyu and Shiyu, Li Chun feigned the symptoms of poisoning. In a bid to further portray his frailty, he even coughed up blood in public. Concurrently, the government of Minyu began to circulate rumors, offering hefty rewards to renowned physicians for Li Chun's treatment. As these esteemed doctors arrived one after another, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Observers from Shiyu and Beiyu noted the peculiar fluctuations in Li Chun's condition. One moment he appeared gravely ill, bedridden, and spitting blood, and the next, he roamed the city with apparent vitality. However, as long as Li Chun remained alive, they dared not act recklessly. Thus, he successfully garnered an additional month of reprieve. Although the He Jiajun had yet to reach the caliber of an elite special forces unit, their current combat power was comparable to that of a typical modern field army. This strange turn of events surrounding Li Chun left both Beiyu and Shiyu bewildered. According to the timeline, Li Chun should have perished long ago, yet he persisted in a seemingly unnatural manner. Finally, after another public appearance where Li Chun coughed up blood, he vanished from the public eye entirely. The renowned physicians also ceased their visits to the Minyu government, openly cursing the futility of repeatedly treating a man on the brink of death. Even the Heiqi maintained a vigilant watch at the city gates, scrutinizing entry records. Beiyu, in a bid to test Li Chun, deliberately dispatched light cavalry to plunder the border villages, to which the Heiqi responded with only symbolic measures, refraining from the vigorous pursuits of the past. These occurrences indicated that something significant had transpired within the city. Both Beiyu and Shiyu were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation in Minyu. After nearly 2 months of turmoil, the king of Minyu finally reached his end. Simultaneously, the leader of Beiyu summoned the leader of Shiyu for a discussion regarding an assault on Li Chun. At this juncture, the Beiyu leader, cloaked in shadows, bore a smile, as it seemed evident from their reactions that the king of Minyu was indeed on the brink of death. The leader of Shiyu reciprocated with a smile, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. It was no exaggeration to assert that the poison I concocted is unbreakable. And what use are all these physicians summoned by the king of Minyu? He is beyond salvation. The Beiyu leader regarded the Shiyu leader with a faint smile. Perfectly. Let us now deliberate on the strategies for attacking Zhongyu and Oyu. The king of Minyu's mightiest asset is undoubtedly his 3,000 Heiqi. You, Shiyu, shall handle them, while I, Beiyu, will clear the remaining threats. Eventually, we shall divide the territories of Zhongyu and Oyu equally. What say you? Upon hearing the words of the Beiyu leader, the Shiyu leader inhaled deeply and then responded with a cold laugh. I hold no reservations towards you, my leader, yet must you treat me as a fool? Who is unaware that the 3,000 Heiqi are invincible across the plains? Do you truly expect Shiyu to engage them in combat and sacrifice our lives in vain? The leader of Beiyu indeed plotted to send Shiyu to their demise, depleting the main force of the Heiqi, while he himself would reap the benefits. This way, not only could he seize Zhongyu and Oyu, but he could also incorporate Shiyu into his domain. In time, he envisioned conquering Nanyu, Baiyu, and Yangyu, ultimately claiming kingship over all of Minyu. However, the leader of Shiyu shook his head in refusal. It is impossible. The people of Shiyu will never perish in vain. Seeing that the leader of Shiyu had discerned his intentions, the Beiyu leader feigned difficulty, sighing aloud. What then shall we do? We have invested so much in this grand scheme, and as we approach its conclusion, we cannot simply abandon it. Moreover, the Heiqi remain an insurmountable challenge. At this point, the leader of Shiyu offered a cold smile. He was acutely aware of the vast ambitions of the Beiyu leader, but was displeased with their constant attempts to exploit his position. If Beiyu lacks sincerity, why should I rush? Cooperation must be mutually beneficial and equitable. Thus, the leader of Shiyu declared, "Let us wait." After the king of Minyu's demise, the Heichi will be leaderless and will naturally disperse. Upon hearing this, the Beiyu leader's eyes narrowed sharply. His aim in courting Shiyu was to make them his vanguard. If Shiyu refused to exert effort, what use was the bounty he had provided? Consequently, the Beiyu leader shifted to a half-hearted threat towards the Shiyu leader. Do you truly believe that no one knows of your poisoning the king of Minyu? The king commands numerous generals, and when the corpses display the telltale signs of your poison, do you think they will not seek vengeance upon Shiyu? Moreover, even if the Heichi's combat prowess falters in the wilderness, there are still countless commoners. Did the populace of Zhongyu and Oyu not already reach your temple last time? If they become agitated once more, are you not worried they might dismantle your sanctuary again? The leader of Shiyu's expression changed abruptly at this revelation. He had not considered the implications of the commoners and the Heichi launching an attack. Shiyu would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Seeing the threat take effect, the Beiyu leader smirked coldly. From the moment Shiyu boarded my ship, there was no chance of disembarking. Do you truly think you can escape unscathed? Did you believe my provisions of grain and silver were free of charge? The Beiyu leader faced the Shiyu leader once more. Since you reject my previous strategy, allow me to propose another, the strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain. If you remain obstinate, I shall be left with no choice. The leader of Shiyu was in disarray at this point, and he looked intently at the Beiyu leader. I am eager to hear more. Observing that the leader of Shiyu was now ensnared, the Beiyu leader smiled slightly. Thus on that day, Beiyu shall launch an assault on the territory of Zhongyu to divert the attention of the Heichi. Once the Heichi is drawn away, you, Shiyu, shall be responsible for eliminating the remaining forces. After we have dealt with the Heichi, we will reconvene to divide Zhongyu and Oyu. What do you think of this plan? As the Beiyu leader concluded, the leader of Shiyu fixed his gaze intently on him. Although the Beiyu leader's strategy was sound, there remained a critical issue unaddressed, and until it was resolved, all else was mere conjecture. After all, they were the Heichi. Once drawn away, how would they be defeated? The Beiyu leader regarded the Shiyu leader with a cold smile. You need not concern yourself with this. I will undoubtedly lay a net across Zhongyu, should the Heichi dare to approach. I am confident in our ability to annihilate them. Rest assured, we, Beiyu, possess a formidable force of 40,000 elite soldiers. Do you truly think we lack leverage? The leader of Shiyu shook his head. This matter is crucial. You wouldn't be attempting to deceive me, would you? Noting the suspicion in the eyes of the Shiyu leader, the Beiyu leader feigned anger, his expression turning grim. Do you believe there is any need for deception? Only by eliminating the Heichi can we seize complete control of Minyu. I shall take the initiative against the Heichi. Do you have any objections? At this moment, the leader of Shiyu gazed at the leader of Beiyu before him, pondering for a considerable time, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. If that is your desire, then let it be as you say. Chapter 150. This king intends to conquer both Beiyu and Shiyu simultaneously. Soon after the leader of Shiyu departed, the strategist beside him rose, his expression revealing a hint of concern as he faced the leader of Beiyu. The king's strategy of drawing the tiger away from his mountain lair is indeed astute. Yet has the king considered how we shall contend with the Heichi? Although we possess 40,000 elite troops, should we commit all our forces, victory over the Heichi may come at a grievous cost, leaving us without a foothold in Minyu in the future. Who says I intend to confront the Heichi? Would I be so foolish as to stake all my cards on a single army? The strategist was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the leader of Beiyu in confusion. What does the king mean? At this moment, the leader of Beiyu smiled gently. I merely regard them as bait to lure the tiger away from the mountain. When the king of Minyu mourns, we shall lead the Heichi towards Zhongyu, ensuring we avoid direct confrontation with them. Those fools, upon seeing the Heichi lured away, will undoubtedly attack the remaining forces. Thus, when the Heichi engages with Shiyu, both will suffer mutual destruction, and that shall be our moment to reap the rewards. In the forests, we shall be the true sovereigns. Can our 40,000 elite troops not overpower their 3,000 Heichi? Upon hearing the leader of Beiyu's scheme, the strategist's eyes lit up with understanding as he nodded repeatedly. This strategy of the king is exceedingly commendable. The leader of Yu smiled lightly in response to the strategist's praise, then waved his hand. However, the strategist spoke again, expressing a lingering doubt. Your Majesty, I have a concern I wish to bring to your attention. I find a matter of the King of Men used poisoning to be rather peculiar, especially since it has occurred repeatedly, each time leaving him on the brink of death only to recover forcefully. I fear this may be a scheme of the King of Minyu. Could it be that he wishes to draw us into the plains, advantageous to the He-Chi, and then annihilate us in one fell swoop? Hearing the strategist's words, the leader of Yu furrowed his brow, but soon shook his head. I do not believe the King of Minyu needs to resort to such tactics. If he is not ill, why feign illness? Moreover, to do so in full view of everyone, would this not undermine his own military morale? Furthermore, even if he were feigning illness, what could it change? Our troops shall not venture deep into the plains, nor shall we grant the He-Chi the opportunity to unleash their full might. The Shiyu will not tolerate a surprise attack. When they ascend upon Shiyu in the forests, they shall become our live targets. This is akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Observing the unwavering confidence of the leader of Yu, the strategist nodded in agreement. After all, regarding the actions of the King of Minyu, he had only conjectures, lacking concrete evidence. Following the king's strategy, as long as Yu does not confront the King of Minyu head-on, it should not have a significant impact. Immediately, the strategist bowed to the leader of Yu. Then allow me to congratulate your Majesty in advance. Meanwhile, within the Minyu government office, Li Chun, along with 3 royal sisters-in-law and Zhang Weigua, Zhang Jihe, and others, gathered to finalize their strategic deployment. The impending battle would serve as the true test of their capabilities. At this moment, Li Chun addressed all present, clearly articulating the essence of this strategic operation. This time, I do not intend to dally, but rather to conquer both Shiyu and Yu simultaneously. Since Yu has cast aside Shiyu, we shall take Shiyu first. Thus, I shall personally lead the He-Chi to Shiyu, while Ying'er will primarily command the He-Jia army to monitor the surroundings, keeping an eye on Yu. Once I have thoroughly dealt with Shiyu, our forces shall converge upon Yu. As for the mourning, we shall continue to maintain the facade, yet the focus lies not in mourning. Do you all understand? At this moment, as Li Chun spoke, the expressions of the crowd turned solemn. They all rose in unison, standing before Li Chun. Understood. Chapter 151. A multitude of serpents begins to appear. Yu and Shiyu closely monitor the movements within the city. Soon, news emerged from within the city. When this news reached Yu and Shiyu, there was little surprise. They had anticipated this day. Indeed, on the 3rd day, the entire city mourned, with every household hanging white cloths to express their sorrow. Before long, a coffin slowly emerged from the Minyu government office, and countless citizens rushed to assist in the procession, weeping profusely. Clad in armor, the He-Chi followed behind the procession, escorting it out of the city. At this moment, the leader of Yu, upon receiving a pigeon message, could not contain his joy. He immediately issued orders. Ha ha, splendid. Now command those lurking in Zhongyu to act swiftly, creating as much commotion as possible, ensuring the He-Chi is drawn to Zhongyu. We must allow Shiyu to complete their assault. With the leader of Yu's command, a team of individuals concealed within Zhongyu swiftly sprang into action. According to the plan, they initially intended to carry out a small-scale massacre against the citizens of Zhongyu, but with everyone attending the funeral, there were no targets to slay. Thus, they proceeded to the towns of Zhongyu, setting fire to several residences. As the flames soared, the people of Yu hid aside, quietly awaiting the arrival of the He-Chi. Soon, the news reached the funeral procession, with citizens' homes deliberately set ablaze. The He-Chi could not remain indifferent. The commander of the He-Chi, Zhang Weigua, issued a rallying call. Brothers of the He-Chi, the King of Minyu has passed, yet Yu seizes this moment to launch a surprise attack, deliberately harming the common folk. How much can a man endure? I now command all brothers of the He-Chi to follow me to Zhongyu and capture all traitorous scoundrels. With Zhang Weigua's order, all the He-Chi swiftly mounted their horses and followed him. At this moment, upon witnessing the He-Chi truly depart, the scouts from Shiyu quickly relayed the news to their leader. Upon hearing this news, the leader of Shiyu nodded, feeling an immense sense of relief. Initially, He feared that Beiyu might employ deceit, yet now, it seemed they had genuinely drawn away the He-Chi. With the He-Chi absent, what did he have to fear? Once he eliminated the remnant forces left behind by the king of Minyu, in Ou, it was likely that the He-Chi would engage in a fierce struggle with Beiyu, resulting in mutual devastation. Perhaps he could seize the chaos to strike, capturing Beiyu, Zhongyu, and Ou all at once. As Beiyu schemed, he too pondered over the machinations of Beiyu. After all, power is a beautiful thing. Who would not wish to be the sovereign of this land? As the He-Chi advanced toward Zhongyu, the leader of Shiyu deliberately delayed further, ensuring all risks were mitigated before approaching the statue of the serpent god. After burning incense before the statue, he silently prayed for a moment, then turned to his subordinates with a fierce expression. Let us act, and may the great serpent god, along with its countless progeny, descend upon this world. Soon, with the command given, an eerie melody of flutes echoed through the funeral site in Ou, followed by a rustling sound emanating from the nearby mountains and forests. Quickly, some individuals at the roadside discovered the presence of serpents but paid little heed, as snakes were not uncommon in the humid climate of Minyu. However, as more and more snakes surged into the area, panic erupted among the gathered citizens. There are snakes, countless snakes. Be cautious, these snakes are venomous. Everyone flee. By the time everyone became aware, the area was already overwhelmed with serpents. Whether on the slopes, in the hollows, or upon the trees, serpents densely covered the landscape, particularly in the area designated for the burial of the Minyu king. It was utterly surrounded by a multitude of snakes. As the crowd found themselves encircled, these great serpents coiled their bodies, raising their triangular heads to glare ominously at the onlookers, flicking their tongues, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The presence of these snakes was a consequence of the large number consumed by pigs. Had they not been devoured, this region would have undoubtedly transformed into a realm ruled by serpents. Just as the populace was seized by panic, uncertain of how to proceed, a voice urged, "Everyone flee. Leave this place." It was unclear who spoke first, yet in an instant, the crowd began to scatter in haste. Chapter 152. Retreat to the next battle site. As the citizens fled in a frenzy, the soldiers of Xie advanced swiftly to the coffin, opening it with anticipation. In that moment, shock swept over them as they beheld its emptiness. Nothing lay within. The Xie soldiers quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This is bad. We have fallen into a trap. Just as the Xie forces, their expressions shifted with alarm, prepared to dispatch a message to their leader. A sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted around them. A contingent of black-armored soldiers surged forward, fully clad in impenetrable armor and armed to the teeth, undeterred by the serpentine threat. Without hesitation, they raised their steel blades and began to slash at the writhing serpents beneath their feet. The snakes, mere flesh and blood, fell victim to their might. With a single swipe, several were cleaved in two, thrashing violently upon the ground. Meanwhile, the serpent tamers, momentarily stunned, quickly sounded their serpent flutes, urging the snakes to attack the black-armored soldiers. However, they had underestimated the soldiers' formidable defenses. Encased in their airtight armor, the snakes found no vulnerable targets. Soon, the scene transformed into a hellish battlefield, littered with serpent carcasses, as the relentless assault of the thousands of black-armored soldiers obliterated hundreds of thousands of snakes, leaving not a single one alive. Upon witnessing the carnage, the serpent tamers sought to flee, but the black-armored soldiers had come expressly for them, swiftly launching arrows that felled the Xie tamers, leaving them lifeless in pools of blood. The swift sequence of events unfolded so rapidly that they scarcely had time to send a warning. With all Xie personnel dispatched, a command rang out among the soldiers. All troops, retreat. Proceed to the next battlefield. As the black-armored soldiers withdrew, a new wave of citizens arrived, herding pigs to the scene. Ever since the Minyu king had sampled the taste of serpents, these pigs had developed a refined palate, their appetites insatiable for anything less than a lavish feast. After the black-armored soldiers had slain the serpents, it provided an opportune moment for the pigs to indulge again. The pigs frolicked gleefully, reveling in the abundance of their feast. The slaughter of snakes by the black-armored soldiers and the feasting of the townsfolk's pigs created a harmonious cycle of consumption. Meanwhile, in the northern reaches, the Bayou soldiers awaited the arrival of the black cavalry, yet they saw no sign of them. Confusion reigned among the soldiers. Had not a comrade sent word that the black cavalry had departed the city and was en route? 2 full hours had passed since then, and still, there was no sign of their approach. Had circumstances shifted unexpectedly? Just as the Bayou soldiers pondered this perplexity, they detected an unusual commotion behind them. There was no one there, yet the sounds persisted. A throng of citizens, armed with hoes and fish spears, bore expressions of seething hatred toward the Bayou soldiers. At the forefront stood Zhang Jiehe, the Minuet governor, who dressed in his official robes to honor this momentous occasion. Zhang Jiehe, exuding authority, pointed at the Bayou soldiers and bellowed, "How dare you rabble act with impunity on my territory? Bring them to me." This was undoubtedly Zhang Jiehe's most glorious moment since arriving in Minuet. Previously, he had only led himself, but now he commanded a throng of citizens, ready to follow his orders. With his command, the citizens raised their farming tools high and charged toward the Bayou soldiers. Run! Without hesitation, the soldiers of Bayou fled, knowing capture meant certain death at the hands of the enraged populace. Among them, a middle-aged farmer wielding a fish spear sprinted ahead, cursing vehemently, "How dare you burn my home? I shall not rest until I have avenged it." Although the Bayou soldiers ran swiftly, they underestimated the depth of the citizens' fury. In less than a few hundred meters, they were captured, dragged down, and beaten to death. Meanwhile, the black cavalry, under the leadership of Li Chun, advanced toward Xie. The journey remained relatively calm, yet such tranquility often portends unforeseen events. According to their initial plan, they would reach the Xie temple after another hour of travel, yet they soon recognized something was amiss. This path felt eerily familiar. They had traversed it previously. Just a quarter hour prior, they had passed a gnarled old tree, and now, that very tree reappeared before them. Zhang Weiguo distinctly recalled resting against it, his spear propped against its crooked trunk, which still bore the marks of his weapon. As the soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, some remembered the ancient folklore, Ghost Wall. It was said that in areas heavy with malevolent energy, spirits could blind travelers, leading them to perilous destinations or causing them to walk in circles until exhaustion claimed them. Had they encountered this legendary phenomenon? In that moment, the expressions of the soldiers shifted with fear, for the situation was too bizarre, an experience beyond their comprehension. Remain calm. All troops, hold your positions and do not move. Li Chun, walking ahead, furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the oddity before them. Though he dismissed superstitions such as ghost walls, he understood that in practical operations, certain formations could indeed be employed. Some individuals may alter their surroundings, thereby misleading others visually and leading them astray into a repetitive cycle. Presently, I find myself ensnared in such a stratagem. This very location has been meticulously arranged by someone, as if it were a formation. However, any manipulation by human hands must inevitably reveal flaws, offering signs to follow. At this moment, Li Chun lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, concentrating deeply to observe meticulously. Eventually, he discerned an anomaly. The scenery around him was largely uniform, and his group, accustomed to the path beneath their feet, continued to advance, believing that this route would lead them to the Shunmiao of Xie. Yet, was it not possible that the path they trod had been tampered with? The original pathways might have been deliberately concealed or destroyed, leading them to a newly constructed route that diverted them into error. Upon grasping the essence of the situation, Li Chun understood completely. He immediately called out to the others, urging them to pay attention to the ground. The path we traverse is not the same as the one we first took. Everyone should examine for traces and see if we can rediscover the original route. With a newfound purpose, their search became significantly more precise. Indeed, after careful scrutiny, they eventually uncovered the initial pathway they had traversed. However, this path had been intentionally obscured by grass and thorns, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo wielded his spear to clear away the hidden vegetation, cursing vocally, exclaiming that he had thought they were encountering a ghostly wall, only to realize it was merely a trivial trick. In the temple, the leader in the black robe knelt before the statue of the serpent deity, bowing his head and burning incense in prayer for protection from the great serpent. The illustrious serpent deity has been revered by the Xie tribe, who have, for many years, offered a young boy or girl each month as tribute without fail. Yet now, as calamity looms over Xie, he implores the serpent for favor and protection. Should the serpent deity grant sight, ensuring the prosperity of Xie, he vows to offer daily tributes of a young boy or girl, honoring the serpent for eternity. After concluding his prayer, the leader inadvertently glanced at the incense burner, only to be startled by the sight of the incense sticks he had placed before the serpent deity. They had transformed into 2 short and 1 long. It is said that 1 fears 3 long and 2 short. Thus, 2 short and 1 long is an omen of misfortune. Gazing at the incense, the leader's expression shifted dramatically, and his heart raced uncontrollably. According to the current timeline, his subordinates dispatched to eliminate the king of Ying'er should have completed their mission. However, 2 whole hours had passed without any news, filling him with deep concern. He realized that something must have gone awry with those he had sent. The absence of any activity from Beiyue only heightened his anxiety. He could not comprehend why things had transpired in such a manner. An inexplicable and intense sense of insecurity enveloped him, as if the heavens were collapsing and disaster was imminent. Even under the bright sunlight, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Amidst his growing unease, he noticed a brass bell hanging beside the serpent statue. This bell had been there for decades, rarely ringing unless in times of great import. It seemed the moment had arrived to use it. The leader reached out, pulling the clapper to sound the bell. As the deep tones reverberated, the nearby townsfolk gathered in response. Upon witnessing the black-robed leader solemnly seated beneath the statue of the serpent, they stood quietly before the temple, awaiting his guidance. With the crowd swelling, nearly all members of the tribe converged upon the temple, enveloping it in a dense atmosphere of anticipation. The leader felt a slight sense of reassurance amidst the throng. All stood silently within the temple, gazing up at the black-robed leader, eager for his direction. Finally, under the collective gaze, the leader rose, positioning himself at the center of the temple, addressing his kin. "Do you believe in the serpent deity?" The assembled crowd gazed reverently at the serpent statue, their faces filled with devotion. "We believe in the serpent deity. We honor the serpent as our master and shall serve it through generations." He then faced the people once more. What if someone seeks to harm the serpent or stand against it? The crowd's eyes fixated intently on the statue. "We are willing to live and die alongside the serpent. If anyone seeks to harm it, they must tread over our dead bodies. We vow to protect the serpent with our lives." Observing the earnestness of the crowd, the leader nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The tribe's devotion to the serpent bestowed upon him substantial confidence. He addressed his people again. "The serpent has given us life. It has blessed our growth. It is only under the serpent's protection that our lives will flourish." Just as the leader's words lingered in the air, a sudden voice pierced through, declaring it all nonsense. The so-called serpent deity is merely a cold-blooded serpent. Such feudal superstition is utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. How could anyone defame the serpent deity, to label them as superstitious? This was a matter of life and death. They turned to see Li Chun, the king of Ying'er, entering with a contingent of black-clad warriors. The citizens of Xie held no ill will towards Ying'er's king. They had heard how he had shared the wealth acquired from defeating the leaders of Ouyue and Zhongyue with the local populace, improving their fishing tools and establishing salt fields, ensuring even those unwilling to farm or fish could live with dignity. However, this was of little relevance to them, for they were under the serpent's protection and dedicated to its worship. As Li Chun entered, the black-robed leader's eyes locked onto him, momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. How could he be here? Was he not supposed to be lying in a coffin buried? Could he be a ghost? This was impossible. There were no ghosts in this world, especially not in broad daylight. Yet, he had clearly seen him consume the poison he had concocted. How could he still be alive? The leader was utterly perplexed. Furthermore, he had set up formations along the paths below the mountain. How could Li Chun stand here now, having seemingly unraveled his schemes? It was unfathomable. No one has ever been able to decipher my formation. How did he manage to do it? However, the figure in the black robe also noticed that his inner unease was intensifying with the arrival of Li Chun. At this moment, Li Chuan smiled faintly at the black-robed leader before him. Are you surprised and delighted to see me, Your Majesty? The black-robed leader furrowed his brow as he gazed at Li Chuan, a palpable killing intent flickering in his eyes. Since my unease stems from the king of Mingyue, then eliminating him should completely dispel this anxiety, right? The black-robed leader sneered at Li Chuan. I never expected you to dare show your face here. Li Chuan responded with a smile. The entire Mingyue is my territory. Why should I not come to see you? Moreover, I have come precisely to expose your deceptive tricks and to reveal your true nature to the people, so they may no longer be fooled by you. As Li Chuan finished speaking, the crowd of citizens furrowed their brows, looking at the king of Mingyue with confusion. What is the king of Mingyue saying? They felt a vague sense of comprehension, as if he implied they had been deceived by someone. Upon hearing Li Chuan's words, the black-robed leader's expression changed drastically, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. The king of Mingyue must not be allowed to live. The longer he remains, the more trouble he will bring upon me. The black-robed leader then shouted at Li Chuan, You, king of Mingyue, came to Mingyue and slaughtered the people of Oyue and Zhongyue. Countless lives have perished at your hands. Now you seek to harm Xie? Your sins are too great. I have long sensed something amiss with you. Now, with the serpent god above, I shall see what manner of creature you truly are. With that, the black-robed leader turned towards the statue of the serpent god, his face solemn as he began to chant. Serpent god above, grant me your divine insight and reveal to me all the demons and monsters of this world. After completing his incantation, the black-robed leader swiftly turned, producing a gleaming copper mirror from his hand. This mirror appeared quite ancient, adorned with intricate carvings, its surface reflecting blinding rays of sunlight. The black-robed leader bellowed at Li Chuan. This is a demon-revealing mirror, capable of exposing all malevolent spirits in the world. He then aimed the mirror at Li Chuan and shone it upon him. As the sunlight reflected upon Li Chuan, a transformation occurred. An animal shape appeared on the ground before him. With the black-robed leader slowly adjusting the angle of the mirror, all eyes were drawn to the radiant silhouette. The light gradually coalesced into the form of a scorpion. In an instant, the crowd's expressions shifted in shock. How did it turn into a scorpion? A massive poisonous scorpion. The faces of the spectators paled in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the copper mirror would reveal the king of Mingyue as a scorpion? Does this imply that the king of Mingyue is a reincarnation of the scorpion spirit? At this moment, observing the crowd's changing expressions, the black-robed leader faced Li Chuan with a cold smile. I now understand why your sins are so severe. You are indeed the reincarnation of the scorpion spirit. Chapter 155. The tables turned. With the black-robed leader's declaration, the crowd erupted in chaos. The citizens of Xie gazed at the king of Mingyue with terror, some even retreating further away, eager to distance themselves from him. Seeing that his words had incited fear among the populace, the leader of Xie wore a cold smile. My fellow clansmen, the scorpion spirit is inherently malevolent, which is why the king of Mingyue has indiscriminately slaughtered the people of Zhongyue and Oyue. Now that he has come to Xie, he seeks to wipe out our kin. Thanks to the protection of the serpent god, we have uncovered the true nature of the king of Mingyue. We must eliminate this scorpion spirit, ensuring he can no longer wreak havoc upon the world. As the leader of Xie spoke, further uproar ensued. Some citizens glared at Li Chuan with hatred, eager to take action, while others regarded him with confusion. After all, they were generally aware that though the king of Mingyue had slain the people of Zhongyue and Oyue, those he killed were deserving of their fates, and he had not harmed the common folk. Now that he had arrived in Xie, the forces of the king of Mingyue had remained on standby. Did it truly seem as though they intended to attack Xie? Meanwhile, the black-robed leader continued to incite the crowd, urging them, What are you waiting for? The scorpion spirit has brought his black cavalry to slaughter us. If we do not strike first, shall we wait for him to attack us? As the black-robed leader persisted with his theatrics, Li Chuan stood calmly, a knowing smile on his face. Wait, you possess a demon-revealing mirror and accuse me of being a reincarnation of the scorpion spirit. Coincidentally, I too have a demon-revealing mirror, and I wish to see what manner of creature you truly are. Without waiting for the black-robed leader to respond, Li Chuan turned to Zhang Weiguo, instructing him to remove the protective mirror. After some adjustments, he held the protective mirror up to the crowd, then directed the sunlight's reflection onto the black-robed leader. Subsequently, he shifted the light to the ground, and the brightness beneath the black-robed leader's feet began to morph. As Li Chun adjusted the mirror's angle, the gathered crowd gradually discerned that the reflected light was taking the shape of a mouse. Li Chun faced the crowd with a smile. You all have seen it. Your leader is no virtuous being. He is transformed into a mouse spirit. As Li Chun spoke, the crowd erupted in disbelief. The citizens of Ying'er stared in horror at the mouse shape beneath the black-robed leader's feet. Could it be that the leader they had revered was actually a transformation of a mouse? This was utterly inconceivable. As Li Chun's words settled in, the black-robed leader's expression darkened upon sensing the citizens' doubtful gazes upon him. He never anticipated that Li Chun would turn the tables on him, branding him a mouse spirit. How outrageous! The black-robed leader seethed in anger and shouted at Li Chun, "King of Ying'er, you are deceiving everyone. How dare you slander me?" Standing across from him, Li Chun shook his head. "I am merely returning the favor, employing your own tactics against you. Am I deceiving you? Wasn't that precisely what you were doing? Do you truly believe your tricks can fool everyone? The citizens of Ying'er are fundamentally ordinary people. Their blind faith stems from your manipulation." Seeing that the black-robed leader remained silent, Li Chun lifted the protective mirror once more. Addressing the surrounding citizens, he prepared to unveil the truth behind the so-called demon-revealing mirror. The dark-robed leader just referred to me as the Scorpion Spirit, and I, in turn, called him the Scorpion Spirit. This may leave everyone perplexed as to who is right and who is wrong, but I wish to clarify that all of this is erroneous. Firstly, this mirror is merely an ordinary mirror. The reason it reflects sunlight in various shapes is due to tampering with its surface. The primary method involves obscuring the edges of the mirror, allowing it to reveal the shape of the object being illuminated. Therefore, the mysterious patterns on the edges of your dark-robed leader's mirror stem from this principle. If you have doubts, you may hold this mirror and observe. As long as the patterns remain unchanged, the reflections will all be identical. As Li Chun concluded his explanation, the surrounding populace suddenly grasped the situation. He casually handed the protective mirror to a nearby citizen, who hesitated before taking the mirror bestowed by the Wang of Ying'er. As the mirror was directed towards his companion, and then the light was cast upon the ground, a shadowy image of a mouse indeed appeared. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Li Chun then turned his gaze towards the dark-robed leader atop the temple, a hint of mockery evident on his face. "I have entrusted the mirror to the people for examination. If you can prove my assertions to be false, do you dare to submit your mirror for their scrutiny?" At this moment, the dark-robed leader's expression darkened, his entire being suffused with boundless fury. He yearned to slay Li Chun on the spot. Chapter 156. The Art of Separating Head from Body. Ultimately, the dark-robed leader lacked the courage to present his mirror for public inspection, for he needed to uphold his mystique. Instead, he coldly confronted Li Chun, asserting, "My powers require no explanation to you. Your talk of refraction and patterns is mere child's play." Observing the dark-robed leader's stubbornness, Li Chun chuckled. "If that is the case, then reveal all your powers, and let us see if I can unravel your tricks." The dark-robed leader furrowed his brow, his intent to kill intensifying. He acknowledged that he had gravely underestimated Li Chun. With gritted teeth, he glared at Li Chun. "Since you wish to see, I shall oblige. But I must warn you that all my powers derive from the snake deity. Should the snake deity be angered, you shall face eternal damnation." Li Chun then raised his eyes to the colossal statue of the human-headed serpent before him, brimming with sarcasm. "Very well. I am indeed curious to witness this eternal damnation. Unleash your powers. I await the wrath of your snake deity." As Li Chun's words echoed, a furious roar erupted from the dark-robed leader. "Arrogance! Once you witness the powers of the snake deity, let us see how you will extricate yourself from this situation." Immediately, the dark-robed leader threw back his hood, revealing a shock of grizzled hair. Li Chun could finally discern the leader's features. Around 50 years of age, his face was lined with wrinkles, and his demeanor bore an air of harshness, likely due to years of masquerading. The dark-robed leader fixed Li Chun with a piercing gaze before turning to face the human-headed serpent statue, his hands pressed together in prayer. "Great snake deity, There are those who question your sanctity and defile your majesty. I beseech you to bestow your powers and thoroughly punish these arrogant individuals." Upon uttering these words, a thick black smoke suddenly billowed from beneath the dark-robed leader, rapidly enveloping his entire form until only his head was visible. At that moment, the crowd fixated on the leader's head. Suddenly, the dark-robed leader raised his right hand and forcefully yanked his head upward, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. His head gradually tilted to the left until it came to rest on the nearby altar. As the black smoke began to dissipate, the scene within the temple gradually came into view, shocking everyone as they realized the dark-robed leader's head had indeed separated from his body. His body remained standing in place, while his head rested on the altar. The head of the leader of Xie opened its mouth, speaking, "Wang Mingyue, behold, this is the power granted to me by the snake deity. Now, the snake deity commands you to take your own life before it to atone for your sins." Upon hearing the dark-robed leader's proclamation, the crowd erupted in chaos. Since ancient times, the separation of the head from the body has meant certain death. Yet now, not only had the dark-robed leader's head separated, but it could also speak. Was this not a miracle? Was this not the divine power bestowed by the snake deity? As the dark-robed leader demonstrated this feat, the crowd was utterly awestruck. They immediately knelt before the dark-robed leader, chanting fervently, "Snake deity, protect us! Snake deity, grant us blessings! Long live the snake deity!" Witnessing this spectacle, Li Qian could not help but shake his head and chuckle. "I never anticipated that this trick, the art of separating head from body, would appear so astonishing, seemingly instilling fear in people's hearts. Yet the underlying principle is exceptionally simple. It is essentially a sleight of hand. Indeed, there are countless tutorials about this technique available online. Wang Mingyue, will you not take your own life in the presence of the snake deity?" The dark-robed leader's voice resounded impatiently once more. Li Qian, however, returned a cold smile to the dark-robed leader. "You can separate your head from your body, but I can do the same." With that, Li Qian turned to Zhang Weiguo, sharing a hushed conversation. After listening attentively, Zhang Weiguo nodded repeatedly and quickly went to prepare. Moments later, Zhang Weiguo returned to Li Qian's side, nodding in affirmation. Li Qian then regarded the dark-robed leader with a faint smile. "Watch closely." Instantly, all eyes were riveted upon Li Qian. Zhang Weiguo scattered a handful of powder into the air, and a cloud of dust swiftly enveloped the area. Under the cover of this obscuring dust, Li Qian seized his own head and tilted it to the side, eventually resting it upon Zhang Weiguo's shoulder. As the dust began to settle, the crowd turned their gaze toward Li Qian. A collective gasp erupted among them. Li Qian's body remained in place, while his head was situated behind another individual. "This is so bizarre. How on earth did he accomplish this?" Yet their astonishment was not merely at the occurrence itself, but rather at the realization that Li Qian had mastered the very technique bestowed by the snake deity to the dark-robed leader. Could it be that Li Qian also received blessings from the snake deity? But that could not be right. After all, Li Qian was not a Xie person, and he had just shown disrespect towards the snake deity. How could he possibly have received the snake deity's favor?